Chapter 81 Talent Introduction. Owen picked up the information sent by Collins. The information was sorted by Maya, and the scattered news was picked out for him to review, so he could tell at a glance that it was bad news. It said that there was an abnormal increase in the number of legal professionals on the border of the Empire, and there were signs of going north, which gave Owen even more headaches. The only good thing is that the weather is starting to turn cold now, and outsiders in the territory will not stay for too long, because the territory has no tasks for them at all, and the many soldiers also make it impossible for them to get out of the way. Without income, leaving is nothing, sooner or later. As for those on the border of the Empire, they were forced to stop there due to the weather. After all, in the north, traveling far in winter is simply courting death, especially for outsiders. Once they lose their way, it will be difficult to escape the predicament even if they can fly. Although there is still another winter, the situation is not optimistic, Owen sighed and said, but Maya did not express any opinion on this. In Maya's view, the master is good in every aspect, except for his poor health, poor ability, poor will, and poor courage. He has no other faults. He is not greedy for money, not lustful, not cruel, not indifferent, and pure. A purely good master is always worried about being persecuted. With the current strength of the territory, I dare not say that it is not a problem to dominate the North Territory and seize an earl title. As for the threat from the Empire, you don't need to worry about it for at least 10 years, because Maya knows these people too well. 9 out of 10 of her strength is spent on interfering with each other, and only the top gang in the Empire can threaten the territory with 1% of her strength. People. But these people focus on controlling the rights of the Empire, and there is no way they can care about a small issue on the northern border. Having said that, Maya could not persuade Owen to be overly cautious. After all, it was related to the safety of her master. She had no choice but to cooperate as much as possible. After all, it was just to slow down the pace of expansion. After there was no problem with lifespan, she can afford to wait. Let Corin come back first, and then ask him to go see if he can bring back some serfs in the spring next year. Owen pinched his brows, and considering that he would be unable to leave once it snowed, he asked Maya to write a letter to Corin. Come back. After all, he is the business director of the territory, not the intelligence director. After the owl flew away with the letter, Owen said to Maya again, deploy 2 Teutonic warriors and 10 ninjas to take your orders directly to deal with the situation next year. Irving once again chose to delegate power because he knew very well that as the territory continued to grow and develop, he could not cover everything, and he also had to learning magic, making puppets, building dungeons, excavating ruins, etc. He would be too busy without delegating power. He even had a job planned for Cavalry, who had not yet come back. Speaking of Cavalry, this man is indeed a talent. He was asked to investigate the situation. Not only did he complete the task well, he also brought back more than 300 serfs and dozens of civilians who had lost their land and houses, most of whom were women. The Empire's borders have been uneasy recently, and many people have died. Some have succeeded in taking power, some have suffered losses, and some have perished together. Therefore, many refugees and civilians who have lost their family fortunes have been collected by Corin. Corin is a handsome man, wearing exquisite aristocratic costumes and riding a white horse. He is accompanied by knights and elite cavalry. He looks like a nobleman at first glance, so no matter what he says, his credibility will automatically increase by 10. So it is really true. He recruited a lot of people, and he brought them all with him when he returned this time, because of the transfer of 200 farmers to become soldiers, and the addition of women this time. The male-to-female ratio of farmers in the territory now reaches 6-4. Although the problem of male-female imbalance has not been completely solved, it has been greatly alleviated. More importantly, Currency also brought back a talent. Knight Howard, who was a former Imperial frontier soldier. Howard was nearly 40 years old. As a knight, he was at the peak of his life in terms of strength and experience. However, the cutoff of his upward path made him feel despair after struggling on the border of the Empire for 20 years. So he got drunk on a certain occasion. Later, he agreed to Colin's invitation. After sobering up, Howard regretted his drunken gaffe. But the reality is that this may be his only chance. After hesitating for a night, Howard finally decided to take a risk. Just like his father had spent a huge price to send him to the Imperial Frontier Army, he resolutely took his eldest son to the Northland. In fact, if he had a choice, Howard would definitely not make such a choice. The problem is that he has no choice, because his background has determined his upper limit. If he wants to break through, he can only step out of that strict class circle. Howard was deeply touched by this, because his ancestors were all knights. But unfortunately each generation was not as good as the last, let alone being promoted to a noble. By his grandfather's generation, there was no fiefdom. It was his father's turn to be even worse, completely marginalized, and basically without a bright future. The child might not even be able to become a titled knight in name only. The reason why he ended up like this was not because of his ability, but because there were too many knights alive. As a pure weapon of war, each knight requires a lot of support. However, the knights are too alive in the absence of war, and their descendants have doubled in number. No noble can bear it, and can only continue to reduce the knight's power, treatment and quantity. Otherwise there would be so many wandering knights. It would not be because they cannot afford to support them. Just like the Tibetan Mastiff, it is very powerful. The question is, what is the use of raising this thing in peaceful times? Even if a rich boss only wants to raise a few, who would raise a bunch of them in vain? It happened that at that time, the Empire formed a Northland pioneering group, and his father ruthlessly spent the connections and wealth accumulated over generations to send him to the Imperial Frontier Army. He also worked hard, starting from the patrol team, struggling all the way, fighting first in every battle, and never missed a single battle against the barbarians in the north. But 20 years later, Howard, who was suffering from injuries, still stopped it although he is a knight with medals of honor hanging on his chest. What's the use of it? Seeing that the child was growing up, but could only follow his old path, Howard gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and followed the well-dressed and generous Collins to the Northland. When he saw the territory in front of him, he was originally worried about being deceived along the way. At this time, he became worried and kept thinking about how to better demonstrate his own value. It's not surprising that Howard's mood changed so quickly, mainly because he never expected to have such a territory so far north, because a large amount of wood was cut down for road construction in the Devil's Horn Forest. Maya arranged for manpower to build a wooden wall first. The construction of wooden walls is not only an overlay, but also an important lining. It would be too expensive to build a city wall purely with stone materials. The population of the territory simply cannot support the amount of work, unless the territory can popularize mechanical puppets. This will also take enough time. Therefore, in Maya's design, the city wall of the town is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer of stone, the middle layer of earth, and the back wooden wall support. When the manpower is sufficient, the wooden walls are demolished and replaced with stone walls, so that the city wall takes shape. Therefore, the territory shown in front of Howard has solid wooden walls, uniform buildings, and elite soldiers. This is a territory full of potential. He knows very well how rare such a territory is, and the current opportunity is for their father and son. How important it was. So he secretly winked at his child. Hogg, who was wearing a worn-out iron-lined leather armor, immediately understood his father's eyes, and immediately puffed up his chest, holding a shield in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other, making a majestic appearance. Chapter 82 Howard and Son. Corinth on the side was well aware of the change in attitude of Howard and his son, but he was happy to see it happen, because it meant that the other party was not only interested, but also lowered his own status. In order to recruit talents at the beginning, he wasted a lot of words. Not only did he have to attract the other party to follow him, but he also had to put up a high profile and not let the other party look down upon him. After all, he was preparing to introduce talents to the Lord, not to invite the Lord, and he could not let him. The other party feels that he has to do it, and it's not easy to grasp the details. However, Corinth knew that the key to the great change in attitude of Howard and his son was the territory. Even he himself did not expect that the territory would develop so fast. It had only been a short time since he left, and the territory had transformed from a village into a decent-looking one. In this small town, his original choice was indeed the right one. He was also the one who took refuge. He was the one who led the way for Howard and his son. No matter where the other party climbed to in the future, this favor will always be there, and can even be passed on to his descendants. Let's go to the town center first, where the territory's office is. Although the Lord is not often there, Ms. Maya spends most of her time dealing with territory affairs. Although Corin's tone was very calm, Howard pricked up his ears. Keep every word in mind. And although it was just a sentence, Howard got a lot of important information from it. First of all, the Lord usually didn't take care of things very much. The person in charge of territorial affairs was a lady. And judging from the attitude and tone of Baron Corin's, although it was a lady, is very capable, and can at least convince others. So she should have a correct attitude when meeting her. As for whether the territory is managed by a woman or by a maid, Howard has long been accustomed to this. Because there are many more ridiculous things in the Empire. Not to mention serving a maid. Regardless of ability, loyalty is no problem. And she is responsible for daily management. It won't have any impact. At the same time, Howard also felt the kindness unleashed by Corin from this sentence. Even though it was just a sentence, it saved the father and son from making many detours and prevented them from offending people they shouldn't have offended. When you first arrive, apart from the lords, maintaining good interpersonal relationships is also very important. This is what Howard has learned after spending so many years at the border of the Empire. If he hadn't offended others when he was young and energetic, he would not have been suppressed for 10 years, missing the golden period of his life and missing countless good opportunities. Therefore, he immediately responded to Kalunzi's kindness, and the relationship between the two parties has never been better. Entering the territory immediately takes you to a new level. As Howard talked, he looked around the town. He nodded at the shelf behind the solid wooden wall. It was used for soldiers to stand on to resist enemy attacks. There was something wrong with the layout of the arrow towers. If he were to arrange it, fewer arrow towers would be needed, and the coverage would be wider. It's big and doesn't leave too many dead spots. Apart from this, even he couldn't find any faults in other aspects, especially the soldiers who were responsible for patrolling and guarding the sentry tower. There was no perfunctory or distracted behavior at all. Every one of them was in high spirits and strictly followed orders. Make him very envious. Walking into the town, the streets here are straight and vertical, and there is a fountain at every intersection as a water source. People around are allowed to draw water. Obviously, the water source here is very abundant. From the perspective of defending the city, this is another rare opportunity. The advantages. In addition, Howard soon noticed that the residents of the town followed the rules very well. Everyone walked on the right side, and pedestrians gave way to the middle of the road, allowing carriages and horseback riders to walk quickly. Everything was in order. In addition, they are very particular about hygiene. No matter what clothes they wear, they will take care of themselves very clean. There is no dirt on their hands and faces, let alone urinating everywhere. The whole town is so clean that it is difficult for him to adapt. This world seems to Owen to be very backward, but in fact it is very advanced in some aspects. For example, the Empire has known the importance of environmental sanitation for a long time. So spitting in the city requires fines, and open urination is even more serious. They were whipped in public, and public toilets and bathhouses were prepared for the common people to prevent environmental sanitation from deteriorating. However, these are only limited to towns. Most villages still look like medieval times. More than 90% of the population live like animals, and only know how to work and pay taxes. Only in this way can it be more conducive for a few to rule the majority. Howard, who was born in the Empire, knew this, and the Imperial Frontier Army also had high hygiene requirements. Because once a large-scale disease broke out, non-combat attrition would be very serious. So the army paid great attention to environmental hygiene. The various details in the town made Howard put away a little bit of the arrogance he felt due to his Empire origin, and once again used his eyes to warn his eldest son Hog, who was still staring at the patrolling soldiers, which made him a little confused. Soon the three of them came to the center of the town. It was not a luxury place, but it was above the standard. From the details, it could be seen that the territory was not just an illusion. Howard nodded secretly, then adjusted his mentality, and followed Corin to meet Ms. Maya. When he saw the two Teutonic warriors in front of the door, Howard froze, and his hand unconsciously held the hilt of the sword. But the smooth and free-drawing movement of the sword was as if it was welded to death, and his instincts were desperately reminding him, if he moves again, he will die. Corin, who was not locked into the Teutonic warrior's aura, hurriedly stepped forward and knocked on the door, because he knew that nothing he said would be of any use. Sure enough, as Maya came in with a word, the almost solid atmosphere dispersed. Howard, who was breaking out in a cold sweat, asked Hog, who was almost exhausted, to stay outside, because from the moment he saw the Teutonic warriors, he knew that Hog was not qualified to go in, even if he himself had to lower his profile. But Howard didn't feel resentful, and was even filled with joy and urgency deep in his heart. Here he will definitely be able to fulfill his ancestor's dream and truly become a noble. What gave Howard confidence was not what he had seen and heard before, but the appearance of the Teutonic warriors. Dochi has been around for who knows how many years. There are countless variations of various schools, but the original version of Dochi is recognized as the strongest. The purest Dochi is born from the extremely exuberant vitality by tempering the body to the extreme. But it is very difficult to achieve this. Not only does it require superhuman top talents, but it also requires years of inhuman training to polish the body to perfection. During this period, a large amount of food and precious medicines must be consumed, so as to create a terrifying killing monster. Because of the difficulty, generally only the Empire and the great nobles have the ability to cultivate them. Even so, they are regarded as very important trump cards and will not be used easily. But he actually saw two here. Whether these two were trained by the Lord here or given by others, they all represent huge development prospects, which makes Howard, who is eager to go further, feel excited. Chapter 83 Luncheon Invitation. Knight Howard, please sit down. Now please tell me your origin and experience. These will be sent to the Lord, and will also determine whether you can stay in the territory. Maya's judgment-like voice will surprise Howard with her beauty and temperament. After awakening with a start, his many years of experience in the military and the polishing of his life allowed him to quickly adjust to his condition and begin to describe his experiences in an orderly manner. There was nothing to hide, because there was no need at all. While writing silently and nodding secretly, Maya was very satisfied with the talent brought by Corin's. The territory has no shortage of combat power. Every Teutonic warrior is a fierce man who can chop ordinary knights into pieces. Not to mention how many trump cards the Lord has hidden. What the territory lacks is management talents. She alone, but it's far from enough. For Howard, it doesn't matter how strong he is. The first half of his life, which can be called torture, is the wealth that the territory needs. Although Howard's father spent a lot of money to send him here, as a marginalized knight under a nobleman, his ability and influence were really limited. Therefore, Howard, who had just arrived, could only rely on himself. So he started from the lowest level, waiting for the patrol team to start. Having been educated as a knight since childhood, and having never experienced severe beatings from society, Howard still retained the innocence of a young man. But as a result, he offended others. As a result, although his career spanned all military organizations across the borders of the Empire, they were all at the grassroots level. This is also the reason why he could make up his mind to come to Northland. The problem is that what the current territory lacks is the grassroots. A general who can command thousands of troops will have no place to place him. After asking the questions that should be asked, Maya asked people to arrange accommodation for Howard and his son, and then asked Corin to go back to rest first, and finally came to the castle under the escort of two Teutonic warriors. At this time, Owen was studying hard with the Hogwarts 4th-year charms textbook, because he no longer pretended to be an expert. He asked Dale to teach charms during this period. He made great progress and had finished learning charms for the 3rd year. He was officially congratulations on entering the 4th grade. However, the textbooks compiled by Hogwarts for some reason were fine for the 1st to 3rd years. After the 4th grade, the difficulty did not increase even a little bit. It was like jumping from the multiplication table to high school mathematics, which often made him confused. However, if you think about Hogwarts, there are no elementary schools, junior high schools, or universities. All learning in your entire life is included in these 7 grades. You will know why the span of learning difficulty is so wide. So even with Dale's step-by-step teaching, Owen's learning progress is still worrying. Maybe this has something to do with the tutor's uniform of a white shirt and black silk skirt, which always makes him distracted and easily interrupts his study progress. Next time, he will dress up as a wizard. And the witch series is also good. Just when Owen was imagining what new positions would be opened in the witch series with flying broomsticks, Maya came in. So he naturally crossed his legs and pushed down the book in his hand. It is indeed a talent that the territory needs. Let him come for a meal at noon tomorrow. If possible, let him be responsible for the training of the territory's soldiers. He will take over the patrol and security work in the future. By the way, Kalunzi's contribution this time is not small. Call him too. Irving nodded after reading Howard's resume. As soon as he came up, he handed over the military power of the territory. This operation could not be done by anyone with a right mind. But what Irving was not afraid of most was having his military power taken away. Because as long as he gave the order, no matter how high the general's prestige was, he could do whatever he wanted. You can die however you want. If you say you want to chop the dumplings to death, you won't have to chop them off one more time. Maya knew that her master had many mysterious methods, so she did not dissuade him. However, follow-up surveillance was indispensable, and she just wanted to test whether the ninja given by her master worked well. Master, the business is done now. Maya put away the things in her hands, smiled at Owen. Her plump lips pursed slightly. Her charming big eyes glowed with moisture, and her long burgundy hair fluttered. He looked eager to try. When Maya smiled, life and death were unpredictable. And when Del sat down, his soul flew to the sky. Owen's expression suddenly changed, and 18 excuses appeared in his mind at the same time. But thinking about the sealing magic wand in Del's hand, in order to prevent the user base of this thing from continuing to expand, he had better hold on. Irving was not the only one who was hard on that night. Corin, who had been away for more than half a year, was also having a hard time dealing with his wife. Fortunately, the enthusiastic girls in Farrier Town didn't drain him completely, and with the accumulation on the way back, he finally got through it. Therefore, when a middle-aged man sometimes works overtime at his workplace, it may not necessarily mean that something is wrong with his workplace. Maybe he just cannot pay the rent temporarily and wants a few days of grace. Although he had traveled a long distance and paid for the public food, Corin still did not rest. He poured a glass of red wine and carefully recalled the process from going to Farrier Town to returning, as well as the changes in the territory, until he had a clear idea in his mind. He drank all the red wine in his hand, then went back to the bedroom and fell asleep with his wife in his arms. My dear, it's time to get up. Lord Maya has sent an invitation. The distinguished lord invites you and the newly arrived Howard father and son to attend the luncheon. I have prepared breakfast and clothes for the luncheon. I am waiting now. You're here. Katie prepared the washing items, opened the curtains to let the sunlight in, then lowered her head and kissed Collins and said. Katie's words made Corin wake up completely. He immediately realized that today's luncheon was not only a test for Howard and his son, but also a day for him to receive a reward. Corin, who had taken a shower, shaved and dressed up, took Howard and his son to the castle with a glowing face. He didn't say much along the way, because Howard and his son were knights after all, and they had to learn aristocratic etiquette. Otherwise, if they went out with the boss, once the embarrassing boss will lose face, and he will definitely not be able to eat and carry around when he goes back, because the city wall was demolished. The castle just stood there, which made the Howards and his son, who were used to city walls and moats, very uncomfortable. However, after seeing the Teutonic warriors and hundreds of elite soldiers guarding the castle, the Howards had no doubts. With these elite soldiers and generals present, the city wall became an obstacle that prevented them from killing people. Baron Corin. Knight Howard. Good afternoon. I am the steward of the castle. You can call me Galleon. The house elf Galleon appeared in front of the three people with the sound of bubbles. If he didn't bring a sword, I'm afraid he wouldn't. The three of them were so frightened that they drew their swords and faced each other. Although he had never seen a house elf, the way he behaved and dressed was obviously that of a butler of the castle. So Corin quickly nodded in response, while the Howards, who had just recovered, nodded with stiff expressions. The luncheon will be held in the hall. The slime maid will take you there first. As a housekeeper, Corin has many slime maids under his command, but these maids can clean well. More detailed work still requires repeated teaching, and it lacks flexibility. So the operation of the castle is really inseparable from it. However, the owner has decided to add 2 assistants to it. Before the assistants arrive, it needs to work harder to learn how to be an all-round housekeeper. Chapter 84 Reflection. There was a house elf in front of him. After seeing the slime maid, the three of them kept their expressions unchanged, but their movements invariably became much lighter and a little more restrained, which was exactly what Owen wanted. The real history of the Hydra family is only 20 years old, which is simply a joke. So Owen must create some mystery so that he can stand up. Otherwise, even showing his strength will not be enough. As the face of the castle, the hall has gained the true meaning of low-key and luxury due to Maya's many renovations, especially the magical items and furniture from Hogwarts, which range from hundreds to thousands of years of history, making the three people they saw for the first time understood what heritage was, and could no longer regard the Hydra family as northern nobles with shallow heritage. Is this a trumpet opened by some great noble? Not only Howard, but also Corin had this idea in his mind. At this time, Owen is waiting for time to pass in the study. Due to the gap in status, even if he has nothing to do, He cannot show up so soon. Otherwise, it will look very cheap, and the mystery created before will be greatly reduced. So he keeps it. The three of them were fidgeting over their teacups in the hall, trying to temper their tempers and let them fully understand who was in charge here. Because there was no woman around, not even a slime maid. Owen rarely fell into thinking while waiting in boredom. He didn't know why, but many inexplicable thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. Some about Maya, some about himself, some about the territory, and some about talents. It only took Owen a few years to go from an unlucky guy who was in constant fear to becoming a Northland noble with the qualifications to dominate. It stands to reason that he is proud enough. But he understands that he has never fully utilized the power of the system. Play it out. The territory has been able to achieve such results in a few years, and 80% of it relies on the system. The third level relies on Maya. As for why there is an extra level, it is because it was offset by him. In fact, Irving also had a headache for himself. He was already quite old before time travel. But because he didn't seek advancement and had a muddle-headed temperament, he didn't make any progress at all. To put it bluntly, he was a waste of time. If you don't study or work hard, you will still be a scumbag if you live to be 100 years old. The so-called life experience is useless. This is not that he belittles himself. Although Owen has many shortcomings, he has two advantages. One is that he is self-aware, and the other is that he leaves things he cannot handle to others. This is also the excuse and reason why he does not make progress. The problem is that he was able to get by in his last life. But in this life, he has traveled to a magical world. Unless he goes to the deep mountains and old forests and relies on the system to exchange supplies to eat and wait until death. Otherwise, with the development of his territory, it is impossible for him to avoid trouble, let alone escape from danger. Moreover, he was able to keep a low profile at the beginning. But as his strength grew, being too low-key would be detrimental to the rapid development of the territory, which conflicted with his principle of low-key. For example, now, if there is no outside population in the territory, and he only uses the progress value to redeem it from the system, the size will be at any year or month. How could it be possible to break the border blockade and introduce large-scale populations without attracting attention? In addition, talent is also an issue. With the population's observance of rules and obedience to orders after the system transformation, management is not very difficult now. Even so, one army, one civilian and one businessman. These three aspects alone have left Irving scratching his head. Not to mention that as the territory expands, the demand for talent will become higher and higher. Although Irving can directly redeem through the system, it is not cost-effective, and there are still risks. Firstly, the talents he can like are not cheap. Secondly, the more talents he has, the more distinctive their personalities are. The problem is that these talents are not from this world. Ordinary soldiers are nothing. They are almost the same no matter which world they are in. Especially in the cold weapon era. Soldiers are a bunch of illiterate people. No one is interested in a bunch of rude soldiers who cannot read or write, let alone forget about going to the soldiers to get information. But talent often means receiving elite education. And elite education is often only enjoyed by a few people. To put it simply, the circle is so big, even if you have never seen it, you have heard of it. And if one or two suddenly appear, you can cover it up. There is no way to hide it when it comes out in a pile. Of course, the solution is also very simple. As long as the territory is large enough. A huge territory and a huge population can breed enough talents and cover up many things at the same time. Therefore, it is not impossible to exchange talents in the system. But it is not possible now. Unless he has the ability to cover up these things. Owen will not take risks easily. Blindly exchange talents. What's more, Maya and Seal are good examples. Real-life talents can also be used without taking up a lot of progress points. In addition to talent, Irving also felt that his approach of hitting here and there with a hammer and a stick was no longer suitable for the territory's future development because the supply of progress value was insufficient. The system is indeed powerful. There are hundreds of games in it, all of which are as cheats. There are old games from ancient times such as Tank Battle and Little B, as well as classic games such as Warhammer, Warcraft, and Diablo. No matter what kind of game it is, under the influence of the system, the background of what was originally just a painting was also perfected and became an independent world. Theoretically, as long as the progress value is enough, Owen can use the progress value to exchange for anything in the game, including but not limited to equipment, units, treasures, buildings, etc. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has mastered a multiverse. And his future is even more incredible. Limited quantity. The problem is that virtue is not matched. Irving is like an ant falling into a granary. He is dazzled by the rice grains in front of him, let alone effectively digesting and planning the wealth. This causes Irving to do things in a haphazard manner, often coming up with one thing at a time. Don't tell him that I can have sex with you. Those who can become big bosses are either those who have worked hard from the bottom step by step, or are the second generation who have received the education of elite aristocrats. Their vision and abilities cannot be changed through time travel. If you dig deeper into the background of the world's richest people, you will know that there are truly capable people who are self-made. But they are definitely not as many as imagined. Just like those who become rich by winning a lottery. Very few people can use money to make money and successfully enter the ranks of the rich. Most of them squander all their wealth in a short period of time and then live in an unacceptable reality, living a worse life than before. Owen is not much better. The system has given him the ability to be willful, but no one has been able to control and teach him. As a result, he has the ability to control himself now. At least he only has 2 women now. However, I had a weak foundation in the past, and it was just meat on the plate regardless of what I was doing. Not now. The iron mines in the Buffalo Collar, the ruins of the magic horn tree forest, the goblin town, the wooden village on the outskirts of the forest, and the territory and the castle, from the underground city that was stopped at the beginning to the present, and finally the underground tunnel that has remained in the plan. These things are too scattered, and the resources on hand are not used rationally and effectively at all. Chapter 85 Harvesting Talents. If all the resources consumed before were used in one place, I am afraid that any disposal base would have been formed long ago, instead of being left in ruins everywhere like now, Owen said with some emotion. But he knew that there is no regret medicine in the world. And this conclusion is based on the current situation. Earlier, he did not have the confidence to deal with emergencies. If there were any setbacks, he would have to run away. Therefore, he chose to open a branch base desperately just to have a safe place when he ran away. I have a place to stay and have the capital to turn over. It can be said that the original intention is quite humble. How did the habit of rabbits digging holes and doing civil construction come from in the previous life? It was not because of insufficient hard power and insufficient mushrooms. Now that we have the strength to resist certain risks, we need to concentrate resources to achieve breakthroughs and accelerate development in a certain aspect. This is an inevitable change in development trends. Moreover, the iron ore from the Buffalo Territory, the timber from the Magi, the stone from the ruins, and the food from the Goblin Town are all indispensable for the development of the territory. Therefore, Owen's previous practice of using a hammer in the east and a stick in the west was not a waste, but a stick in the west. It is a resource point that must be developed for the development of the territory. Thinking of this, Owen's mood suddenly improved, and his thoughts were no longer so extreme, because looking at it this way, he didn't seem to be such a waste, although the development of the territory has been full of twists and turns. Fortunately, the progress value is continuously restored. The only limitations for Owen are the recovery speed and upper limit of the progress value. So as long as he does not die, there will be countless opportunities to make mistakes. There is no better condition for entrepreneurs than this. After all, as long as the funds are constant, failure in starting a business is nothing. Failure is the mother of success. Having more stepmothers is also a strength. Of course, limited by the current speed and upper limit of progress value recovery, and the continuous expansion of the territory. It seems a bit inadequate to rely too much on the system. Even if the recovery speed of progress value is accelerated again, it is still far from enough for the increasingly large territory. In the future, population conversion alone will occupy a huge share of progress value, which will be long-term. Not to mention that he has opened a lot of sub-bases. You can't just ignore it. Owen realized that he had to make some changes and find a way to use the progress value more effectively, and use the progress value as an introduction to activate the development of the territory, rather than the main force. In addition, the growth of one's own strength must also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Yesterday, I almost got rid of him. No matter how effective the magic potion is in replenishing the soup, I can't torment myself like this. Moreover, if I drink too much and urinate a lot, I can't sleep well, and it is easy to be in a trance during the day. Owen decisively ignored some of his own problems, coughed lightly, and then came to the hall. The luncheon was not complicated, because Owen didn't like complexity, and when facing the 3 people in front of him, He didn't need to decorate himself with complicated aristocratic etiquette. What's more, he was the oldest here, so of course he had the final say. Try the whitefish and snow crab. These are the specialties of the North Boundary River. You can't eat them elsewhere. Owen didn't eat and drink indiscriminately. Most of the time he just took a few bites. And most of the time he was shaking it. The wine glass pretends to be. It's so delicious, Corin said with ecstasy, completely forgetting that whitefish and snow crab are regular ingredients in the territory. His wife cooks them every 3 days. If it weren't for the combination of various spices, it wouldn't be delicious. It's time to get tired of eating everything. However, Howard and his son sincerely praised it because they had never eaten it before. If you want to transport the aquatic products from the North Boundary River to the border of the Empire, even if you work hard, it won't take more than 10 days and a half. After all, there are no stations along the way, and you can change horses but not people. But after such a long time, no matter how delicious aquatic products are, they will turn into smelly fish and rotten shrimps. So the two of them who ate it for the first time were quite satisfied. Owen shook the red wine glass. But he was actually observing the attributes of the three people. Name, Caluncy. Age, 34. Occupation, noble/swordsman. Fighting spirit value 400 to 400. Command 30. Force 40. Intelligence 50. Politics 35. Charisma 50. Specialties, quick thinking. Skills, primary fighting spirit. Name, Howard. Age, 39. Occupation, knight/swordsman. Fighting spirit value 550/550. Command 50. Force 55. Intelligence 35. Politics 30. Charisma 35. Specialties, brave and good at fighting. Guarding one's heart and self-denial. Skills, intermediate fighting spirit. Name, Hog. Age, 17. Occupation, warrior. Command 20. Force 25. Intelligence 15. Politics 5. Charisma 15. Specialties, brave and good at fighting. Judging from the attributes of the three of them, although Caluncy's attributes have not reached the passing level, he is a talented person, especially with outstanding intelligence and charm attributes. He is very suitable for external personnel, such as reception, business, intelligence, etc. He can do all the work. Even if the territory is expanded 10 times, he will still have his place. The newly introduced talent Howard also does not have the attributes to reach the passing line, but his specialties are good. Being brave means that he is not only brave, but also good at commanding operations. Otherwise, he will only be described as brave. In addition, it is good to keep one's heart and self-restraint. Only a person who can keep one's heart can withstand temptation, which means he is worthy of trust. Hog is still young and his potential is not yet apparent. But even if he is not as good as his father, after a few years of training, there is still no problem in becoming a small town sheriff, an all-rounder in foreign affairs, a qualified officer, and a reserve talent. Owen smiled with satisfaction. Baron Corin, you have done well during this period. Whether it is the serfs you have brought back or the intelligence you have collected, they have played an important role in the development of the territory. Very good. This is your reward. You can be with us later. Where can I get Maya? Owen took out the note he had prepared and handed it to Collins, who was full of gratitude. Because the territory lacked a commercial foundation and had no place to spend the money, Irving did not use money as a reward, but a reward such as contribution points that was limited to the use of the territory. With this note, Corin can choose what he needs from the territory's warehouse, including clothing, decorations, furniture, spices, weapons, armor, horses, and even soldiers and servants. But land is not included. This did not surprise Corin, because he was very keen to discover that the Lord was taking the path of monopoly. In fact, both the Emperor and the great nobles of the Empire now want to have sole power, instead of enfeoffing the land and power in their hands, as they abide by tradition. The original enfeoffment system came about because everyone was starting from scratch. The so-called Emperor and the nobles were more like taking the lead. They looked majestic, but in fact they were all supported by the small groups under them. Without the help of these small groups, it's just a larger group. Therefore, in order to appease his subordinates, consolidate the territory, and resist foreign enemies, he enfeoffed the surrounding land and asked his subordinates to contribute money and efforts to manage the territory. They only needed to pay taxes and perform military service on time. The advantage of this is that it can invest all the manpower and resources at hand on the most valuable land in hand, and at the same time obtain a barrier. After all, if you want to attack their territory, you must first occupy the land of the surrounding brothers. There was no need to waste manpower and time on management, and taxes could be collected. When something happened, the younger brothers would bring their own dry food to help. Therefore, the enfeoffment system was very popular at that time. Those who only knew how to hold on to power were naturally unwilling to work hard because the land they could control was limited, and their subordinates did not receive the benefits of enfeoffment. As a result, the system of exclusive power disappeared for a time. But now and then, the current emperor and the nobles want to consolidate the land and power. However, due to tradition and fear of collective rebellion by their younger brothers, they use more secretive methods. But in the Northland, there is a basis for independent power. After all, it is still a blank slate. So Corin is not surprised that the Lord chooses to have independent power. Chapter 86 Lucky Viscount Marat. The appointment was due. The reward was due. After sending the 3 people away, Owen ate another steak before returning to the study. After sitting down, Owen carefully took out a large piece of parchment from the drawer, laid it flat on the table, then unscrewed the ink cap and placed it in the upper right corner. Finally, he took the quill and started to daze. Originally, he wanted to organize the next development plan, but after thinking about it carefully, Irving realized that he had made things into a mess. So messy that he couldn't start. The messy subbases, as well as the things that need to be dealt with now, and the things that need to be dealt with in the future, are all in no order, and they are intertwined with each other, making it impossible for him to figure it out for a while. In desperation, Owen could only sort it out from scratch, and complained that the system was not powerful enough. If he was given unlimited progress points, he would probably directly promote the kingdom of God and create a divine system. But the fantasy was quickly broken by reality. Looking at the records on the parchment, Owen knew that he was a little messy, but he didn't expect that he was so messy. Am I throwing money away when I step on the horse? It is said that the state of a sage is conducive to thinking. But apparently he used too much force and lost all his brains. It was only when he came back to his senses this time that he began to regret it. Owen, who had already thought about it before, did not intend to waste any more time. He resigned himself to writing and drawing on the parchment paper, intending to plan out a sequence. At the same time, he vowed not to distract himself until he had achieved sufficient results after deciding what to develop. Cutting off the bad end starts with him. After careful consideration, Owen decided to develop the territory's apparent strength and increase his own strength in the next period of time. The former is his protective umbrella and the basis for all development. The latter is the core of everything and can only be achieved if he is alive. In the future, if he dies, everything will be in vain. So he decided to postpone the development of all disposal bases, including the dungeon. This decision was made because the current strength of the territory can withstand enough risks, so that Owen does not need to consider running away and hiding for the time being. After the territory develops to a certain level and attracts more attention, he will then consider developing these areas. Invisible strength enhances the ability to resist various risks. Of course, after making this decision, it does not mean that other places except the territory will be stopped. In fact, only the underground city and underground tunnels will be stopped, because these 2 projects consume too much progress value. The scale of iron ore mining remains unchanged, because the quality of the iron ore is very high. Even without increasing manpower, the mined iron ore is enough for the territory to use, and there is still excess as a reserve. The wooden village can also be maintained as it is, with no outside population and no need to build houses. Just build wooden walls and arrow towers, and the wood cut down for road construction is enough. The ruins cannot be stopped anywhere, and enough stones must be stored to build the city wall after spring. As a result, Goblin Town's tasks are a bit arduous. Destroying ruins, building roads, and managing farmland all require a lot of manpower. Due to the current shortage of manpower, even if the mechanical puppetization does not expand on a large scale, it is necessary. The increase is also inevitable. However, these progress points that need to be consumed are still within Owen's tolerance range, and he will not be anxious about it. After all, the first 2 do not need to consume progress points. The latter gradually becomes more and more proficient in the alternative use of mechanical engineering of puppetry. The reliance on progress value is also gradually reduced. In addition, super farmland can cultivate special plants and iron or produces high-quality steel. And the consumption of progress value is even smaller. After Owen finished dealing with this, and was about to focus on developing his territory, he was stunned to find that he had no use for it. There was no population to convert, no soldiers to train, no buildings to build, and everything he could think of had either been done or couldn't be done. This makes people a little embarrassed. He is reflecting, blaming himself, worrying, and working hard at the same time. But in the end, you tell him, stop being busy and rest. Owen, who felt his face was a little sore, had really resigned himself to his fate. He might as well rest. Of course, this is just a joke. Just to recharge his batteries, and see if there is any way to strengthen himself. He has had enough of those two people dangling in front of him, with a magic sealing needle all day long. It is time for a man to really stand up. Time to get up. While Owen was struggling for the rise of men, the town of Marat fell into panic. Light cavalry with scimitars patrolled the town, and any outsiders were driven out without mercy, including businessmen who had cooperated for a long time. With Viscount Marat's shrewd business acumen, he would never do this at ordinary times. But when the town of Marat was at a critical moment of life and death, he could still take care of business at this time. Have everything been packed? Viscount Marat was closing his eyes to rest, when he heard the familiar footsteps of the housekeeper. He asked without raising his head, "Sir, the property has been packed and distributed to the horses of the cronies." The old butler, who had served Viscount Marat for many years, was not panicked by the tense atmosphere outside, and still handled the matters assigned by the master properly. "Let the cavalry have an early rest tonight, and set off quietly before dawn to go to the Northland pasture." Although the town of Marat was surrounded by hundreds of horse thieves, Viscount Marat did not lose his position. On the contrary, as early as the 20th, he had expected this day to come years ago. Very few people know that in addition to the town of Marat, Viscount Marat also has a nomadic tribe further north, which is headed by his daughter. At the same time, most of the wealth that Viscount Marat has earned over the years is not in the north, but in the Chamber of Commerce on the border of the empire, which is managed by his two sons. Therefore, he is not panicked, as long as he successfully escapes. Whether it is to make a comeback or take the opportunity to hide, you have enough confidence to retreat. The most important thing now is to get rid of those horse thieves, and then reunite with his daughter. As for whether to leave or stay, the initiative is in his hands. When the sky was darkest in the early morning, Viscount Marat, who was still strong, quietly left the town with his most elite cavalry team without disturbing anyone, including the residents of the town. Although it was a pity to abandon the town, Viscount Marat knew that this was an inevitable price to pay. Only in this way could the other party not pursue them with all their strength. Because the purpose of these horse thieves was not to kill him, but to seize the wealth that could be harvested continuously. Marat town, who would risk their lives to hunt down someone who could get it without any effort. This is why Viscount Marat did not choose to take away the townspeople and livestock. But he was unwilling to do so. "Damn horse thieves!" Viscount Marat, who relied on his familiarity with the terrain to escape the encirclement of the horse thieves, spat hard and said with a ruthless face, "Although I had been mentally prepared for a long time, I was forced to give up the foundation I had earned for half my life. It was okay that I was not out of danger before. But once I was out of danger, I couldn't stop the resentment in my heart. But so what?" Viscount Marat knew the origins of those horse thieves well. He said they were horse thieves, but they were just wearing the skin of horse thieves, which horse thieves can gather hundreds of people, and the food they consume every day alone is enough. It's not a small number, let alone equipped with the same style of weapons and leather armor. It's clear that there is someone behind it. But there was no way. Viscount Marat had no one behind him, so he had no choice but to give in when facing the fierce dragon crossing the river. In order to prevent the other party from becoming angry, he took nothing away except the property he had accumulated, and even the town was not burned down. Lose. But considering the recent replacement of old and new in the Northland, full of bloodshed and massacre, he was able to escape just by paying these prices. In some ways, he was lucky. Chapter 87 Dutiful Daughter Bella. "Let's go!" After comforting himself, Viscount Marat patted his horse and headed north with his trusted cavalry. Those horse thieves had the most manpower deployed in the south, fearing that he would run south. After all, seizing someone's territory was a taboo in the north, and they could easily be attacked in groups. However, although these horse thieves acted carefully, they did not know that Viscount Marat was very cunning. He had settled a nomadic tribe in the north a few years ago. He rarely contacted them on weekdays. When he came to the small town, He carried out normal transactions, so he was never discovered. This is what Viscount Marat is most proud of. As long as he reunites with the tribe, using the cover of the nomadic tribe and the strength of his cavalry, he can safely return to the border of the empire. When the time comes, he can sell all the tribe's livestock and herdsmen and make a huge profit. If the money is invested in the Chamber of Commerce and put to good use by the two sons, even if they lose the title of Viscount of the North and the town of Marat, the family will not completely decline. As for the daughter, she found an older knight to marry in the Imperial Frontier Army. Although the knight's status was not high, she could still provide some help to her two sons. There is no need to think about marrying a noble. Although the eldest daughter's appearance is not bad, she has been grazing around with the nomadic tribe. Her temper has long been wild, and she is not too young, so no noble can like her. While Viscount Marat was banging his abacus, Bella's face looked ugly after receiving the letter from her father. But she didn't show it, just like a daughter who was worried about her father's safety, until the messenger walked out of the tent. There was a strong murderous look in his eyes, and one hand unconsciously clenched a dagger at his waist. As the eldest daughter of Viscount Marat, Bella was not favored. Otherwise, any qualified father would not send his two sons back to the safe and prosperous border of the empire, while leaving his only daughter to survive in the wilderness of the north. You must know that Bella was only 12 years old at that time. This good father drove her out with a few herdsmen and a group of sheep. If she hadn't used a hidden dagger to kill a herdsman who looked at her wrongly, she would probably have died. She has long since become the mother of more than a dozen children. On that day, when her hands were stained with blood, Bella realized that she could not go back. She was no longer a carefree girl, but a person who needed to rely on her own efforts to survive. All her previous life was broken, and she was destined to wander for the rest of her life after being abandoned. Bella vowed to return all of this to her good father. Apparently, the opportunity has come now. Bella, who was traveling around with her tribe, had seen those horse thieves. To say they were horse thieves, it was better to say they were lackeys of some powerful people. Otherwise, where would a group of horse thieves get the equipment, food and fodder? So she knew very well how her father would choose. That experience when she was young broke all of Bella's illusions about her father, so she was able to understand her father in essence. After so many years, no one knew her father better than Bella, and even what he would do next, she could guess almost exactly. In the eyes of the other party, only his two sons are the continuation of his life and the future of the family. For this reason, he will never show any pity to her. Extracting all the value is what he does. So her fate has been doomed. But Bella was unwilling to give in. From the beginning, she worked hard with a few herdsmen and a group of sheep to avoid disasters, collect refugees, and work hard to herd animals. Now the tribe has more than 200 people, hundreds of sheep, and groups of cattle and horses. These are all her hard work. How could she be willing to have them all ruined by some good father? Even so, it was still difficult for Bella to fully control the entire tribe. First of all, her identity as a woman was the biggest problem. At the same time, her good father never really trusted her. Not only did he take away the young men of the tribe as his cavalry, he also a lot of people have been deployed. So she needs strength. The strength to break restrictions. Bella reached out from her chest and pulled out a very ugly necklace. The thread was twisted from ponytail, and it tightly tied a twisted stone egg the size of an egg. This thing was a gift given to her by a distinguished lady passing by, saying it could change her destiny. Of course, Bella must pay a sufficient price for this, because nothing can be gained for nothing. She agrees with this very much and accepts this gift happily, even if the cost of using this gift is her soul and body. Even though she had been wandering in the wilderness since she was a child and had not received a decent education, Bella still knew how evil this thing was. But which lady did not deceive her and told her clearly that this thing was actually a devil's egg, an evil object made from devil's flesh and blood. It could gain the devil's power through sacrifice. But the price was that the more it was used, with the power of the user, the demon's power will become stronger, and it will eventually devour everything of the user as nourishment and be resurrected. Anyone with a normal mind would probably avoid this. But for some people, being able to exchange everything for a chance for revenge is simply a gift. Because the most tragic thing in the world is that you die. The enemy is still alive, and he will come to your grave for fun no matter what. You think it is irritating or not. Bella is willing to pay this heavy price just to repay her father, who brought her all this misfortune. Don't say anything about Bella's filial piety for sacrificing everything to kill her biological father. She was thrown into the wilderness of the Northland by her biological father when she was 12 years old. Not to mention that she has suffered from the wind and snow of the Northland for more than 10 years. Sufferings, including wolves, drought, bandits, horse thieves, and critical illness, were encountered more than once. Not to mention a young girl. Even an adult male would probably be able to persevere. For more than 10 years, Bella wanted to kill herself countless times. But she was always unwilling. In the process of raising the dagger again and again, and putting it down again and again, Bella would always give herself a reason to give up suicide. But in the end, the only obsession that supported her survival was revenge on her biological father, who had brought all this to her. So Bella would rather give up everything to be a filial daughter, bury her father in person in the wilderness of the north, and then come here every spring to herd horses. After making up her mind, Bella held the demon egg that could change her destiny tightly in her hand and walked out of the tent. Bella, who walked out of the tent, used her peripheral vision to see the cavalry, who came to deliver the message whispering something to a few herdsmen. When she came out, the cavalry was fine, but the herdsmen smiled awkwardly and hid in a tent nearby. Bella knew this very well. These were the people placed by Viscount Marat in the tribe, and they were also her monitors. Obviously, this biological father also knew his daughter and had been wary of it for a long time. Not only did he mobilize some young men from the tribe to serve as cavalry in Marat town, but he also bribed some herdsmen to restrict Bella's rights in the tribe. However, he never thought of it. His own daughter actually mastered extraordinary power. Chapter 88 Demon turns into a horse. Bella picked up a 7-day-old lamb from the sheepfold. Its wool was as soft as night. Its small body was warm, and its big eyes were innocent. After being picked up, he stuck out his tongue and licked her. Seems to still remember that she delivered it in the sheepfold that day. However, after leaving the warm sheepfold, the lamb began to tremble. Perhaps it sensed something. The lamb made a slight trembling cry, which made Bella feel pity. Maybe she should start faster. Bella, who was holding the lamb, silently came to the tent nearby, where was her beloved horse Black King. As the leader of the tribe, she has the right to give her mount a separate tent. Not to mention that the Black King is not only her mount, but also her partner. The Black King is a pure black horse from the north, a descendant of the king of the north wild horses. Unfortunately, his leg was bitten by a poisonous snake not long after he was born. Horses will not stay in one place for too long, especially a herd of horses. So even the king of horses cannot wait for him with the entire herd of horses. Therefore, the Black King, who was still a foal, was abandoned by the herd of horses and left alone in the wilderness, waiting for death to come. Bella picked up the Black Queen, and perhaps out of sympathy for the same illness, used precious medicinal materials to revive her. She stayed with her for the next many years, growing from a little pony that was still unsteady to a tall and majestic horse. Horse. Bella can only say many words to it. So although the Black King is a horse, he is her best friend and partner. But now she has to drag her best friend to run into the abyss. It may be selfish to do so, but she has no choice, because she misses the whole tribe the most. And the one she loves the most is the Black King. And he is the only one who meets the conditions. Using devil eggs is very simple. Just use yourself or a beloved object as a sacrifice. However, if the user only uses himself as a sacrifice, the user will not be able to maintain rationality, and will soon become addicted to killing and eventually lose himself, which is something Bella cannot accept. If she can't maintain her consciousness, what's the point of Viscount Marat dying in her hands? Therefore, Bella needs someone to help her bear part of the blood sacrifice. And the only person in the entire tribe who is qualified is the Black King. So she has no choice. Cutting the black lamb's neck with a sharp dagger, the expressionless Bella held the twitching lamb upside down, and used the warm and bubbled blood to gush out from the broken throat, and drew a symbol of evil in the open space of the tent. The 5-pointed star made the Black King on the side feel a little uneasy, because it was keenly aware that evil was born here. Throwing away the cold lamb carcass in her hand, Bella, who knew she could still turn around, did not hesitate at all. She led the Black King into the inverted pentagram, climbed onto his horse, then cut his palm with a dagger and smeared the blood on the devil's head, on the egg, using her own blood as a guide, her own soul as a price, and her beloved things as a bargaining chip. Bella made a vow of depravity. The devil's eggs, which were originally stone-like, began to activate after feeling the evil rituals and the blood of revenge. The originally stone surface turned into fresh flesh and blood again. and gave birth to countless tiny tentacles, like sea anemones hunting for prey. Although it looked disgusting, Bella still swallowed the twisted demon egg without hesitation. She could clearly feel the twisted flesh and blood opening her throat, drilling into her esophagus, and finally falling into her warm stomach. Here the demon egg's activity increased again, and it continued to devour and assimilate Bella's flesh and blood in its stomach. Even though she was prepared, the pain of having her flesh and blood devoured alive was still unbearable for Bella, and she couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Her instinctive hands tightly hugged the Black King's neck, and her entire upper body lay on the horse's back, as if she wanted to pull him away. It was like the Black King was rubbing it into his own body. The Black King instinctively wanted to stay away from the evil aura coming from Bella, but it hesitated. Even if its 4 hooves kept raising, it never left the inverted pentagram that exuded the evil aura. As Bella kept screaming, the flesh on her abdomen bulged and undulated, as if a monster was gestating inside. In the end, Bella's abdomen was torn apart by the increased demonic flesh and blood, and the sticky intestines and stomach that flowed out turned into a long scarlet tongue, and the broken ribs turned into a cavity full of sharp teeth. It was like a huge mouth opened between the chest and abdomen, biting off the panicked person in one bite. The Black King's head, and then the proliferating demonic flesh penetrated the broken part of the Black King's neck, roughly gluing Bella and the Black King together, turning them into a centaur and half-horse monster. Outside the tent were Cavalry and a few herdsmen who were attracted by the screams. They were responsible for monitoring Bella, so they rushed over as soon as possible. But they also became sacrifices to the new monster. The endless pain and sorrow made Bella instinctively choose to release it all by killing. She rushed out of the tent, revealing her demon-like figure in the moonlight. At this time, Bella is nearly 3 meters tall. Her upper body is still that of a woman, but her original soft lines have been replaced by bulging muscles. Her facial features are a bit more ferocious, and her lower body is that of a majestic war horse. But she unexpectedly looks very harmonious. But in the eyes of humans, this is an out-and-out monster. So the cavalry and herdsmen who came to check instinctively drew their weapons, which immediately touched Bella's sensitive nerves and prompted her to start killing. Bella, who transformed into a demon, enjoys the pleasure of killing. The powerful body of the demon allows her to easily tear apart the human body, letting the scarlet blood spread all over her body, and enjoy the screams of despair in the fragrance of the blood. Everything is. It was so intoxicating to her. But when she saw the panicked herdsman kneeling on the ground to pray, she miraculously regained her consciousness, because she had never forgotten the original intention of her fall, and it was not the time to lose her mind yet. Need to continue to be patient. Ha ha. She only regained consciousness after killing a few people. She didn't indulge in the killing. It's really good. But didn't she think that the horse was a stallion? A female voice came out of thin air not far from the nomadic tribe. If someone hears it, I'm afraid he will be scared to death. After all, no matter how nice the sound is, it will only be scary when there is no trace of anyone in sight. What's even more frightening is that as soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly appeared, disturbing the surrounding environment as if it were parting clouds, and reached out to pick up a medicine bottle that was constantly emitting smoke from the ground. When the potion bottle is blocked, the color of the surrounding environment slowly fades, and eventually turns into clear smoke and mist that completely dissipates. This is exactly what this bottle of potion does. The magic potion inside is easy to volatilize. Miraculously, the volatilized smoke will produce special refraction, forming a camouflage like a chameleon within the range of the smoke, and can shield odor and heat. The only disadvantage is that it is afraid of wind. Even a gentle breeze will cause the scenery formed by the smoke to sway, and strong wind will directly blow away the accumulated smoke. Therefore, using this potion not only requires high environmental requirements, but also the people inside must not be too shaky. Don't make big movements or even breathe too loudly. Chapter 89, Dutiful Daughter Dale. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the woman who had been hiding aside for an unknown period of time was revealed. This is a mysterious woman with a height of 2.5 meters, and an even more exaggerated figure than Delaware. Even if her whole body is covered by a cloak, it is still difficult to cover up the bulging part like a hill, so that no one will mistake her gender. However, no matter how confident a man is, he may be able to muster up the courage to climb to the top when faced with a woman who is as big as an ogre. But he does not have the courage to jump into the abyss. I hope you can bring me more fun. Northland is so boring. The tall woman yawned slightly. Her posture was very elegant, but with this body shape, She swallowed an apple in one mouthful. From the entrance to the bottom. The stomach has nothing to do with it. After putting away the medicine bottle and picking up the 3-meter-high staff, the mysterious lady walked towards the north, looking in the direction of Owen's territory. At this time, Owen didn't know that there was a demon horse in the north, nor that a mysterious woman 8 feet tall was coming to the territory. He didn't even know that Marat town had changed hands. But he was taking care of Yuchi, however. The beastly Dale seemed to sense something, and faced the south without moving for a long time, not knowing what he thought of. Dale frowned, handed the Yuchi beast's feed to Lulu, and returned to the room in the greenhouse alone. The crucible on the workbench was boiling potion, and it kept emitting a strange smell. However, Dale, who had long been accustomed to this, calmly turned off the heat, carefully put the potion into a bottle, and then placed it on a wooden stand aside. There are many magic potions densely placed on the several-story wooden shelves. It is obvious that compared to the lord who fishes all day long, Dell is much more diligent and has made greater progress. Except for a few high-level magic potions, she has mastered them. Having learned a variety of refining methods for potions, he can be called a professional potion master. In addition to talent, this is also inseparable from Dell's own efforts. After all, if she wants not to be abandoned by her master, she must have enough value, no matter what the value is. So she has been working hard to learn extraordinary knowledge. After cleaning up the remaining medicine residue in the crucible, Dell entered the room further inside. This is where she usually rests. Some personal items are placed here, such as the teacher series, witch series, and nurse series given by Owen. There is also a large box of necessary items for tutoring such as pointers and candles. At this time, Dell was not in the mood to tidy up these beloved toys. Her breath was a little heavy. Her body temperature began to rise, and her size was slowly getting bigger. First, her horns, then her wings and tail, and finally her eyes were more like decorations. Demon armor. If you come to disturb my current life, even if you are my mother, I will kill you with my own hands. Holding the demon sword tightly, the evil spirit leaking from Dell's yellow vertical pupils made her look full of fatal lure. In the eyes of others, Dell is simply Owen's plaything. But she doesn't think so herself, because she can clearly feel that her master regards her as a beloved thing, and not only gives her extraordinary power and knowledge, but also specializes in. She created a dream garden where she could live a dreamlike life, making her more and more immersed in it. So anyone who tried to break or interfere with her life would be her enemy, even if that person was her mother. After Dell's bloodline awakened, she was vaguely aware of the existence of another blood relative, and the only one in this world who could bring her such a strong feeling was her long-departed mother. When Dell was still young, her mother chose to leave the family because she could not control the distortion of magic power on herself. Later, although there were letters sent, they became less and less, and eventually there was no news at all. It would be a lie to say that she doesn't miss her, but in Dell's heart, her mother's status is not the first. So after she sensed that the other party was coming straight to her position, she became wary because her mother was the one who taught her to find men. Teacher, the master is so good. What if his mother takes a fancy to him? Thinking of this, even the metal gloves wrapped around the fingers made a harsh friction sound with the hilt of the demon's sword, and Dell's eyes became colder. Fortunately, the mother and daughter haven't met yet. Otherwise, we still don't know whose name the most dutiful daughter in the north belongs to. Owen, who knew nothing about this, was fast asleep in the secret room of the underground city. Usually when no one was sleeping with him, he was unwilling to rest in the castle because of his lack of security. Instead, he chose to come to the underground secret room because he could only sleep there. Here he can completely relax. As for why no one slept with him, it was mainly because Owen wanted to take care of his body. After all, he was too young to soak in wolfberry and drink tonic soup all day long. In addition, Owen once again fell into a bottleneck period in terms of magic spells. Dale's teachings alone were no longer enough, because his accumulation was insufficient. Even if his personal teachings were in-depth and detailed, it would not be enough. When he was helpless, Owen simply hid in the secret room in the dungeon. Anyway, he spent most of his time here every winter, so he made the secret room in the dungeon more perfect and comfortable, and even the bed was replaced by a cement one. Early the next morning, I got up on time at 7 o'clock, washed up, went to the toilet, and then rang the bell. The newly redeemed house elf Shika brought delicious breakfast, and it was also Chinese-style fried dough sticks, tea, eggs, and porridge. Unlike Garin, who was trained as a butler, Zyko, as a female house elf, is better at cooking and understands all Western-style catering. And at Owen's request, not only can she make simple Chinese breakfast in a stylish way, but she has also begun to go into depth, learning the 8 major cuisines. He will obviously take it orally in the future. After breakfast, Owen began to study, mainly reading Hogwarts textbooks, puppet science, mechanical principles and other books. Because of his bad academic attributes and little interest, Owen's learning progress is still impressive even if his intelligence attributes are not low. There was no way to force this. Even if he tied himself to a chair and held up his eyes, he still wouldn't be able to see in. Therefore, the study in the morning ended quickly. And then, there was the handicraft class, making various mechanical puppets. Model. If there is something he doesn't understand, he will turn to the book and be motivated to learn. Apart from these, Owen still has not given up the idea of strengthening himself. But it is difficult. The progress value of 30 is still too low. Most of the games that can be opened initially involve the extraordinary field. Don't even think about gods, demons, or forbidden spells. Currently, Owen is considering T-Virus, mechanical transformation, demon hunter enhancement, on Myoji, etc. The T-Virus changes genes, and Owen, who still wants the blood of gods and demons, dare not use it. Even if the blood of gods and demons can theoretically easily swallow up the T-Virus, he is not willing to take the risk. Irving was so ruthless in mechanically modifying the machine to remove his arms and legs. The Witcher is a bit interesting, especially the name of Sorceress Piledriver. He is very popular. This shows that he has a strong physique and well-developed kidneys, but the sequelae are not much smaller than the T-Virus. He even loses the ability to reproduce. Later, Owen found Onmyoji from the half-open game. There were many Shikigami in it that made him excited. He also paid for it back then. It's a pity that the Shikigami he likes can't be redeemed now, because the activation level is too low. Chapter 90. Big Cucumber with Thorns on Top. According to extraordinary standards, the world of Onmyoji can barely be regarded as an intermediate level of magic, which is higher than the mysterious level of the world of Puppet Master. Therefore, Owen exchanged some books, which were not very valuable anyway, to enrich his library. After browsing through it briefly, Owen had some understanding of Onmyoji. In fact, the Onmyoji system is far less complete than that of Hogwarts. But those top Shikigami, such as Tamamo no Mae, Inari God, Demon Sword Princess, Higanbana, etc., have abruptly raised the upper limit and appearance of the world, resulting in Owen can exchange for most things in Hogwarts. But he can only exchange for part of the Onmyoji world. However, Onmyoji is also unique. Compared with the idealistic magic of Hogwarts, Onmyoji's use of spiritual power is simpler and more direct. It has 6 words: attack, defense, agility, healing, and sealing. Driven. Because it is simple, it is more suitable for Owen. Because even if you spend the progress points to redeem these skills, it will not cost much. It is not like the spells of Hogwarts. There are dozens of commonly used ones, let alone the less commonly used ones, to keep up with the ancient magic. Curse. In addition to subjects such as transfiguration and potions, Owen would go crazy if all were redeemed with progress points. So he has been patiently studying by his own efforts. But after seeing the simple and crude Onmyoji skills, Owen finally couldn't help it anymore. Since there was nothing that needed progress value recently, he exchanged the spiritual seeds. Just like when the spiritual power was turned on, the spiritual power seeds quickly integrated into Owen's body. But before they could grow up, the spiritual power seeds were fused with magic power. Obviously, in terms of quality, at least in terms of tolerance, spiritual power is not as good as magic power. Therefore, he merged into the magic without any resistance. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that the spiritual power seeds come from the system, and will not have a negative impact on him. After fusing the spiritual power seeds, Owen's upper limit of magic power has not been increased. But he has the attributes of spiritual power. Just because of the lack of comparison, he didn't know what level his magic power belonged to in this world, and what quality it belonged to. Even though Maya and Del both have the ability to cast spells, Maya, who was the head maid before, only knew about the mage group, but did not know much about the mage's knowledge system. Although Dale's mother is a witch, she has not received witch education, and is equally ignorant. This resulted in Owen learning a lot of extraordinary knowledge and gaining some power. But he didn't know what his level was. It seemed that he wanted to work hard in this area in the future. But he just didn't know who to look for. After some research, Owen found that onmyoji is not without its merits. Spiritual power is also unique. For example, onmyoji believes that everything is animistic and can be controlled. Spiritual power is good at nurturing spirituality, communication, and borrowing power. Therefore, onmyoji's most of the strength comes from the shikigami one possesses. The polished commanders onmyoji, let alone face the samurai. Without any precautions, 1 or 2 peasants could press the delicate and frail master onmyoji to the ground and rub him. But with the shikigami, it's different. Onmyoji's strength has a foundation to display. Theoretically, the stronger the shikigami an onmyoji possesses, the stronger the shikigami will be. A powerful shikigami is enough to allow onmyojis of the same level to defeat their peers in various tricks, which shows the role of shikigami. But this is not without an upper limit. First of all, as a human being, there are limits. But some upper limits are high and some are low. The difference is as big as a bad student and a top student. In addition, the so-called shikigami are actually demons and ghosts. They are born from resentment and feed on humans. Even if they are named as shikigami, they cannot change their inhuman nature. If this power is used without restraint, the user will be completely destroyed, distorted, as in demonized. Therefore, in addition to exchanging the basic skills of onmyoji, Owen did not go too deep into exchanging onmyoji's power because he wanted to find a way to avoid being affected. In fact, when Owen deeply understands how shikigami are made and how onmyoji is driven, he will understand where his breakthrough lies. Compared with the onmyoji who seeks out demons and then slowly tames them into shikigami, Owen has a huge advantage. That is, he is the demon king. Theoretically, monsters and ghosts have a high degree of familiarity, such as undead and ghosts, such as monsters and monsters. So Owen suddenly had the idea to deify the monsters. The advantage of monster deification is that first of all, he has a huge number of monsters under his command. After obtaining the monster summoning skill, Owen can randomly summon one of the 4 basic monsters for free every day, which invisibly saves huge expenses. Moreover, the deification of monsters is more in line with this world. After all, there are monsters in this world, but there are no Japanese ghosts. In this way, compared to monsters that cost almost nothing, what else does a shikigami have besides appearance? The idea was good, but Owen got stuck on the first step because it was easier said than done. He didn't even know what to do in the first step. After thinking hard for a long time, Owen finally understood that he had to cheat. So he resolutely used the mysterious technique for the second time. Mystery is a common skill originating from the world of invincible heroes. However, because of the extremely high degree of mystery in this world, even an ordinary hero's skill still has extraordinary abilities. Even Owen is afraid of it, and never dares to use it easily. But Owen instinctively felt that this was the key to breaking through the current bottleneck. So he gritted his teeth and activated the mysterious technique. Sure enough, with the opening of the mysticism, a steady stream of mysterious knowledge was poured into his mind, allowing him to burst out with inspiration. Countless ideas were turned into theories, and finally accurate conclusions were drawn, and more sparks of inspiration were created by collisions. Just when Owen was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and experiencing the joy of being a god of learning, a crisp sound interrupted his immersion. He covered his crotch and rolled over in pain. At the same time, a broken large cucumber with thorns on the top fell to the ground. On the ground. This is a small trap that Irving made on the chair before. It is similar to a mouse trap. But he is not so cruel. He gave himself a fatal chicken trap and just tied a cucumber. When the time is up, the trap is triggered and the cucumber is swung. When it's round, smash it down. Owen had previously thought about using a mousetrap to pinch his toes or tie a basin and drop it from his head to wake him up. However, he was deeply afraid that he would be addicted to the occult and would be unable to wake up using ordinary methods. You have to use the man's instinct to break free. After all, regardless of whether you are a scumbag or a god, as long as you are a man, your first reaction after being tricked will definitely be the same. Sure enough, just as Owen thought, he successfully broke away from the inextricable learning atmosphere and obtained monster-like deified knowledge. But it was a bit of a waste. The next attempt came naturally. Although Owen's nature was not improved, his strength was at least a little bit stronger. Therefore, he returned to the castle rarely and planned to relax and see if there were any sequelae after being beaten by a cucumber. Without a computer, internet or mobile phone, Owen was helpless and could only play for real. So he went directly to Dell. Chapter 91 Dale's Mother. As soon as he entered the greenhouse, Owen took a breath. He was shocked to see Dale in his transformed state using a demon sword to mark the neck of a female giant, with a murderous look on his face. Obviously, if he had come one step later, Dale would have had to make gestures for a while. After all, I really wanted to chop him down. But my blood was running cold when he came. Who is this? Owen lowered his head, and his eyes were really opened. He thought that Dale's figure was already invincible in the world. But who knew that every mountain was taller than the other? Even if this person was lying on the ground, his bulge is still as round and tall as a hill. And why does it look so familiar? It's my mother, Dale said reluctantly, especially after seeing the direction Owen's eyes were looking at. The hand holding the sword itched. Is it dangerous? Owen looked up, looked at the big bag on the other person's head, and asked casually. She is a witch, and she came in secretly, so I'm afraid that she will be harmful to you. The master. Dale sold her mother to her without any burden. If her mother came to visit according to etiquette, Dale might still be undecided. But the other party sneaked into the castle and quietly found her in the greenhouse, which touched Dale's sensitive nerves. So she took advantage of the other party to look at the greenhouse. When using Chinese herbal medicine, he transformed without hesitation and slapped the opponent on the forehead with his sword. Even if Dale's mother didn't use the witch's ability, with her body and swinging a 3-meter-long staff, she wouldn't be able to defeat 3 or 5 knights. However, she never thought that her daughter would not only awaken her bloodline, but also wield her 3-meter-long staff. He could also transform. And he had a demon suit. So by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. So he jumped on the street and bounced the ball in his original state. Owen didn't hesitate at all, waving his hand to summon the Shikigami he made. Come out, Queen Slime! As soon as he finished speaking, a large lump of light green silicone fell in front of Owen. It was the Shikigami transformed from slime. Slimes are very weak and do not even have the most basic intelligence. But because of this, when one of them is transformed into a Shikigami, he can grow quickly by devouring his own kind without any hindrance. This can't even be called devouring, but actively gathering together. Therefore, although they are weak, they are the fastest growing and the one that Owen needs to worry about least. Just after it landed, it was like a pair of invisible big hands were kneading it. In a moment, a large lump of silicone turned into a light green woman covered with tentacles. At least she looked like a woman. This was very important. Even if the slime didn't, it doesn't matter the gender, but as long as it looks good. Owen nodded. Go Slime Queen! Cast Binding! Owen imagined himself wearing a cap backwards and throwing red and white balls hard. In fact, there was nothing. But this did not stop the Slime Queen from shrinking first, then jumping up with the help of her body's elasticity, and extending her body in midair with countless tentacles to tightly wrap around her mother-in-law. Maybe Owen forgot that slime's bodily fluids are corrosive. Maybe he deliberately asked the Slime Queen to search for the dangerous items hidden by the other party. Anyway, the other party's clothes disappeared. Some potions, books, weird materials, and the Slime Queen spat out the same medicine pestle as Dale's. But some of them couldn't be spit out. Owen looked up at the piercing nails in the other person's mouth and nose. He sighed helplessly and took a sip of saliva. After all, no one had a little hobby. He also had a lot of dark history during adolescence in his previous life. But he had a woman during his adolescence in this life. So there was no need to fantasize about all kinds of fancy things. And there was no need to waste them on himself. Bang! Dale put down the sword in his hand, turned a blind eye to the big bump that appeared on his mother's head again, and just said softly, I think she's about to wake up. She's afraid of threatening her master. Are you afraid that she will threaten me? She is clearly a threat. Owen didn't have the nerve to expose her. After all, thinking about the relationship between the three of them, there was indeed something wrong with the look in his eyes just now. Arriving at the secret room in the dungeon, Owen had thought of a way to deal with it along the way, but he had not made up his mind. After all, this was Dale's mother, and she had such outstanding characteristics, so he was somewhat reluctant to part with her. After seeking the advice of his filial daughter Dell, and fearing that the demon sword would turn into a high imitation version of Frostmourne, Owen decided to follow his own method. It just so happened that he lacked test subjects. You name it. It was a coincidence. The restraint frame is a special puppet made by Owen for unknown purposes. It imitates a skeleton structure and has countless automatically extending and contracting metal joints that can lock all joints and power points of humanoid creatures. because it is a full-body restraint. Even if you have practiced yoga, you can't break free even with the bone-shrinking technique. And the restraint range is from 3 meters to 1 meter tall. So Irving really doesn't know the purpose of building this thing in the first place. But Owen didn't expect a creature of such size to exist. So even though he was locked, some flesh squeezed out of the gap, which also woke him up. Oh ha ha! This must be the owner of my daughter. He is really a handsome young man. And he looks very delicious. She didn't seem to care about her current state, and her calm look made Owen unsure of her. So he winked at Del. Bang! Owen nodded with satisfaction, so that he would not feel uncomfortable and could use his methods with confidence. When transforming monsters into Shikigami, Owen discovered that the scope of adaptability of this mysterious ritual is much wider than he imagined. In theory, as long as they are not human beings. No, not living people. No, as long as they are not mentally normal and have no bad habits. Most normal people who strictly adhere to the bottom line can be transformed into Shikigami. After all, the process of forming Japanese monsters is just like a joke. Many times, if you can't think about it, you will become a human being. It is easier than changing nationality. No wonder there were so many people in ancient times. The story of 8 million ghosts and gods. After pushing the other party into the synthesis furnace, Owen discovered that his guess was correct. Dale's mother could no longer be considered a normal human being. In fact, this is not surprising, because witches, a branch of witches, are even classified as a species other than humans. As I said before, humans do not have magic power. Even mages rely on mental power to induce magic power, and do not produce magic power themselves. Any human being who can awaken magic power has inhuman blood. That is, an inhuman side. For example, warlocks, as representatives of dominant bloodlines, will appear with some inhuman characteristics as their bloodlines become more active, such as horns, scales, claws, etc. Although the wizard has a hidden bloodline, it is not without influence. Or even worse, once the magic power is awakened, because there is nowhere to vent it, and strong negative emotions, it is easy to contaminate the magic power, and in turn affect oneself. It is like imposing a curse on oneself. The mind and body will involuntarily undergo changes, and in serious cases, they will directly become another person. Species are no longer rare. For example, Dale's mother, let alone an ordinary woman. Even the barbarians in the north are not 2.5 meters tall, let alone that unscientific figure. To say that she is a human is simply telling lies. After confirming this, Owen suddenly felt a little better, because what he was going to do next was really not something that ordinary people could accept. It would be much better if the target was not a human being. At least, he could maintain a certain bottom line. Chapter 92 Despicable Means. You are really a good daughter for me, Emile, who had just woken up, said with a smile. The steak knife in his hand was grinding sparks on the iron plate. It can be seen that what he did to Dale was his teeth itched with hatred. But after touching the collar around his neck and the vague feeling in his body, no matter how angry he was, his temper was gone. A man is a hero who works hard. Although there is no such sentence in this world, there is a similar meaning. Emile has deeply understood the samadhi, let alone being inferior to others now. So he just sarcastically said it, and ate in front of him silently. Tender and juicy steak. Of course, Emile couldn't just accept her fate. Just kidding. As a great witch, if she was surrendered so easily, she wouldn't have the face to meet her peers. But she had to figure out the other party's methods first. When she woke up before, she felt more relaxed than ever before. Her strength, which had been stagnant for many years, had increased by a level. But Emile's heart sank. What the other party did didn't look like a filial child who was thinking about his elders. So some means must have been used against her. The problem was that she couldn't detect it. During these years of traveling, Emile had seen a lot of various methods used against witches. She was even an expert at dealing with witches. But her current physical condition made her unsure. Being unclear means that the method is so powerful that she can't do anything about it. So even though her daughter Hygiene slapped her 3 times, and she didn't know what her son-in-law did to her while she was in a coma, she still didn't show any anger. Just like before, everything is just a prank. Owen, who was sitting in the main seat, was silent at this time. But he kept thinking about whether there were any loopholes left. After all, he had only tried Shikigami a few times. If the method was ineffective, it might not end well in the face of his crazy mother-in-law. Previously, in cooperation with Dale, He used the jade fragments brought from the ruins to refine the bloodline evolution potion. Owen used his own blood and spiritual power as a guide to transform Emil into a Shikigami. The effect was very good, stimulated by the evolution potion. Emil's bloodline didn't care about Owen's intervention at all. It instinctively continued to absorb nutrients and grow, but was unknowingly bent by Owen into the shape he wanted. Once the transformation into a Shikigami begins, it is difficult to reverse it. In theory, Emil cannot escape Owen's control over her. But it was not enough. Because Owen had figured out the Shikishin transformation by himself. And he lacked confidence. So he decided to strengthen Emil's system in order to strengthen his control over her. But it's not possible now. Owen has never thought of the other party as a fool. After all, being able to move freely with such a conspicuous body means that the other party is not only good at methods, but also very smart. Otherwise, he would have been captured long ago. So he must wait. After getting more in-depth with the method of deification, and gaining some confidence, I added another layer of insurance to her. As for why he did this, Irving can only say that it was fate. At first, he was shocked by Dale's filial act. And then, he was stunned by Emil's size and figure. I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he instinctively used despicable control methods. You must know that this was the first time the two met, and the other person was still his elder according to his status. It is conceivable that sometimes a man does not need to think big. So when the dust has settled, he starts to be pretentious again. But it is impossible to let the other person go. He can only make one mistake to the end. Del, Emil's clothes are ready. You will take Emil to the bathroom later. In addition, Garin has arranged a room for her in the greenhouse. Owen felt that it was not appropriate to get too close now. So he ate a little. Then he said to Dale calmly, then stood up and left. Emil squinted as she watched Owen walk out of the hall. And then she was in the mood to look at the surrounding environment. Emil, who has traveled in the Empire for many years and dealt with many nobles, is no stranger to the decoration here. She can feel the atmosphere of the old nobles, especially the magic items and ornaments. If her feeling is correct, it has a history of at least hundreds of years. It seems that his daughter has found an incredible man, and he is not unjust. With a wry smile, Emil finished the steak in front of her and was about to ask for another one when suddenly there was an extra steak on the iron plate in front of her. Even though she didn't see clearly what happened, a piece of extra-large steak that was 1 inch thick and 1 foot square was enough to fill a strong man's stomach. But for Emil, it was not even 3/3 full. So she quickly finished the second piece. This time she stared at the iron plate in front of her seriously. And in the blink of an eye, there was another piece of steak on the iron plate. At the same time, as Del put down the knife and fork in his hand, some exquisite desserts began to appear on the table. It also appeared so suddenly. He actually used magic to deliver food. Emil's expression was a little weird. There were many people who did this, but it was too extravagant. However, whether it is achieved with magic items or spells, it means that the family's heritage cannot be underestimated. And it is also one of the ways to show the family's heritage. It was only at this time that Emil completely calmed down and no longer held any hostility or resentment. Because it would be a very bad thing if the other party's background was as hostile as it appeared. Because this will force the other party to take further measures. Even if she knows that the other party has exerted some kind of control method on her, Emil intends to deal with it calmly. This is the experience that time has brought to her. And anger is a witch's enemy. After eating several delicious steaks and enough desserts to fill a basin, Emil wiped her mouth gracefully. To be honest, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such high quality and abundant food. So maybe it wasn't impossible to stay longer. Let's go! The master kindly gave you the bathroom. So be grateful. Dale was very dissatisfied with this. Before, only the master, Maya, and she were qualified to enjoy the luxurious bathroom in the entire territory. Now there is another one. Even if it was her mother, who was still unhappy inside. After all, she was all too familiar with the look in her master's eyes. Ha ha! Daughter, you are still too young. Let mother teach you. Emil raised the corners of his mouth proudly, folded his arms in front of him, and made the pair of great objects appear as shocking as a nuclear bomb. Even though Del had never lost in this aspect, she felt like a loser. So she gritted her teeth and turned towards the bathroom. The bathroom is hidden by magic, and you can't get in without knowing the trick. This makes Emil even more curious about Owen's origin, because everything here is full of history and heritage, which should never appear in a northern city. The home of a local nobleman should be a pomp and circumstance belonging to the established nobles of the empire. It's getting more and more interesting. Emile smiled slightly and followed her daughter into the bathroom. Chapter 93, Taking a Bath. No wonder you don't want me to come in. It's really luxurious inside. When he stepped into the bathroom, the large bathtub and a circle of golden faucets inlaid with various gemstones made Emile couldn't help but admire it, and was eager to try it out with anticipation. There was no other way. With Emile's size, she basically said goodbye to the bathtub that could only be used to wash her feet. Therefore, no matter how particular she was about hygiene, she had to use outdoor ponds and rivers as bathing places, which caused trouble. It turns out that the pervert and the adventurer were not the same ones. So it's good to moisten it with hot water occasionally on weekdays. But have you ever seen such a big pool of hot water? Moreover, the bathtub in front of her was big enough for ordinary people to swim in it, and it was more than enough room for her to take a bath. So she didn't care about teaching her daughter. She couldn't wait to step into the bathtub with her long legs, and then laid down on her back with a comfortable look on her face. When the hot water embraced her body, the long-lost feeling of moisture made Emile involuntarily let out a contented moan, which made Dell curl her lips. Dale, who was sitting opposite Emile, was not in the mood to take a bath at all. However, due to her master's instructions, she still suppressed her anger and watched the unsightly woman floating on the water, moaning and slapping her from time to time. Get out. The waves are hitting your face. Before Dell became so angry that she transformed into a patter and dragged her away. Her mother, who was all soaked in pink, reluctantly climbed out of the bath and was interested in selecting different flavored olive oils in front of the shelf, and also said, "The bed with a hole in the middle looks very ambiguous." "That's for massage," Dell said stiffly, but her rosy face and wandering eyes spoke volumes. "Ha ha. I'll teach you a few tricks next time," Emile said meaningfully, with a mock-like look that I had never seen before, which made Dell even more jealous. Emile walked out of the bathroom, her whole body covered with scented olive oil, looking even more gorgeous. Now she was beginning to envy her daughter for finding such a good man. After all, not many nobles could tolerate witches, and even fewer were willing to truly accept them. Most of them just wanted to take advantage of them, and it was normal to silence them afterwards. And countless witches died for this. Not to mention that her daughter's man can provide such superior living conditions that she doesn't want to leave. Thinking of this, Emile pulled on the loose robe and felt the softness next to her body, which made Emile even more satisfied. Because of her special body shape, Emile couldn't buy suitable clothes at all, so she had to make her own clothes. But obviously her talent was not in this, so she often tied things up with cloth. She wore such close-fitting clothes, haven't worn it for a long time. After walking along the way and discovering that the destination was a greenhouse, Emile smiled and thought to himself that he was really a considerate person. Owen placed the other party in the greenhouse. Firstly, he considered that the two were mother and daughter, and it would be more suitable to live together. Secondly, he also wanted to lure the other party to stay, and the greenhouse was the key. Dale also knew this, so even if he was dissatisfied, she can only endure it. Not to mention, is her heart really as resistant as she appears? Not everyone can be a dutiful daughter. After entering the greenhouse, Dell left angrily and closed the door with a bang, just like a child whose parents were having a tantrum. Emile didn't care about this. Instead, she recalled something and smiled happily. Speaking of which, mother and daughter have not seen each other for more than 10 years. Time flies so fast. The little girl back then has turned into a mature woman. She is just not stable enough and can't be too frizzy. It seems she still needs to be treated well. Teach her a lesson so she can go longer. Emile didn't come with any agenda this time. She didn't even know that her daughters had changed to men. Instead, after sensing the awakening of her bloodline, she specially came to teach Dell how to be a qualified witch. Once a witch's bloodline is awakened, it is difficult to release magic power and is easily influenced by emotions to go to extremes. Therefore, someone must guide her on the right path. Otherwise, once the magic power is contaminated by negative emotions, it will in turn distort itself. In addition, as her daughter, Dell's potential is certainly not small. It is difficult to release magic power through ordinary methods, resulting in changes in body shape. So she rushed here. Unexpectedly, her daughter was emotionally unstable due to her bloodline awakening, and even she was tricked. Thinking of this, Emile was also helpless. She didn't care who her biological daughter was. After all, even though she is living a good life now, once her appearance changes, Men will be unreliable. Emile knows this very well. Wasn't she like this back then? If she hadn't left in time in the end, she might have ended up like those witches who died tragically. But my daughter is really favored. It is said that this greenhouse was specially built for her. Before she could take a good look at it, her biological daughter knocked her down. Only then did Emile have time to visit this magical greenhouse. It actually uses a lot of space expansion magic, and it's still constant. It's really amazing. Moreover, many of the herbs here have never been seen before. Are they specially cultivated varieties or found from lost places? As a witch, Emile is good at brewing potions, so Emile is very familiar with herbal medicines. One can guess the effects of many herbs just by looking at them and smelling them. In comparison, Dell is still a bit green. It was precisely because of her familiarity with herbal medicine that Emile was very interested in the new and unprecedented plants here, until she alarmed the magical animals here. Strange magical creatures, and rare companion species. Emile was very interested in the bowtruckle. But soon the fluffy velvet and the gorgeous feathered witch bird attracted her attention. After all, women either they like cute ones or beautiful ones. Just like men always like young and beautiful ones. At this time, the moon came out, and the moon-crazy beast couple hiding in the cave came to dance in the moonlight with eyes as big as crystal balls. Although it was a bit weird, it had a special sense of beauty, which made Emile admire it for a long time. Rare herbs. Special monsters. There are really surprises everywhere here. Emile saw that some herbs were about to mature, and she was a little eager to try them, because everything on her body was taken away, and nothing was left. So I wanted to refine some magic potion, so that even if I fall out, I won't be without any means. Distinguished guest, these herbs are not mature yet, and are not suitable for picking. If necessary, you can go to Mrs. Dale's studio. The Pothos strolled over, and said to Emile, who was about to reach out to pick. Emile was not caught red-handed, and realized what she was doing. Instead, she stared at the Pothos in surprise. Puppet? Elf? Magical creature? Emile admitted that she had gained a lot of experience, and what she saw and heard today shocked her. My name is Green Luo. I am Mrs. Dale's maid. I assist her in managing the greenhouse. Now please let me take you to the bedroom, Green Luo said with a smile. Compared to Ram, who has always been cold and cold, Pothos, which uses a lot of biochemical plant materials, is obviously growing faster in some aspects. So Emile is becoming more and more interested in her. If the time and place were not wrong, I am afraid he would not take action. Sure had no choice but to follow the other party to a corner of the greenhouse. Chapter 94 Mother and Daughter. Because there is no need to teach students to play with potted plants. Most of the ancillary areas of the greenhouse are not open, and only the main space is open. Even if there is only the main space, the area is not small. Under the effect of space expansion magic, the greenhouse area is as large as a small rainforest. After all, a suitcase can be expanded to be like an animal sanctuary, let alone a greenhouse building with such a large area, plus the magical plants from Super Farm. Plants versus zombies and Hogwarts. Even Emile was dazzled by the sight, and came to a corner of the greenhouse unknowingly. There is a strange old tree growing here. It is not very tall, but its root system is very developed. The roots exposed on the ground are crisscrossed, as if building a platform, and it is also covered with a thick layer of moss, which looks like it's a super large bed. In fact, this was just a bed. Emile reached out and touched it, and found that although it was all plants, it was surprisingly comfortable. The thick moss does not appear wet and slippery, but is dry and warm like a fine blanket. The seemingly hard tree roots are actually not only hollow, but also as flexible and elastic as an inflated inner tube. When paired together, they add the curtains made of hanging tree vines are simply a natural luxurious bed. The most important thing is that it is spacious enough, even if Emile lies on it and rolls around. This is what she is most satisfied with. Lulu got the extra large velvet quilt and pillow, said good night, and disappeared into the surrounding vegetation. Even Emile could not find any trace of the other party. But Emile didn't care about this, because she still had a long time to explore this place. Early the next morning, the soft and comfortable bed quilt and the breath of natural tranquility allowed Emile to rest well. He stretched out, picked up the clothes, shoes and socks that he had put aside at some point, and unfolded them. It is a set of regular clothes, and it is a size that she can wear. It is obviously specially made for her. Dear guest, these are the toiletries that Mrs. Dale has prepared for you. green flower came over holding a huge tray, which contained a toothbrush that looked like a heel brush, a toothbrush that looked like a beer glass, and cans of toothpaste. As for the facial cleanser, the latter two were made by Dale based on Owen's description, and they are much easier to use than green salt soap, although the Empire has long had something similar. Emile, who spends a lot of time in the wild, rarely uses it. Besides, the size is not suitable. What ordinary people use is like a toothpick to her, so she happily accepts it. Then, under the guidance of Pothose, he went to a nearby spring to freshen up. Emile, enjoying the refreshing feeling, followed Lulu to the place last night. At this time, Dell was sitting at the table looking impatient, and in front of her was a generous portion of breakfast. Taking into account the guests' astonishing appetite, the cook chica brought either basins or buckets, which greatly satisfied Emile, because she had long passed the age of dieting, and with her body shape, she no longer needed to consider finding a man problem. In this case, eating, drinking and enjoying will become a rare pleasure for her in the rest of her life. Dell, no matter what you think, the main purpose of my coming here is to teach you how to become a qualified witch, because only in this way can I prevent you from following my old path. Emile elegantly changed the tablecloth, with he wiped his mouth with a small napkin and then said seriously. Dell, who had been eating silently, was a little moved in his heart, but after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, all the longings he had when he was young turned into resentment, which was so easy to eliminate. So he still chose to turn around and leave with a cold snort, and return to the room. But this time, she didn't close the door. The rebellious period of a child is something that every parent will experience. Emile missed it, but it seemed that she didn't. So she smiled and followed Dale Indiana. Just like a greenhouse, the space in the room was unexpectedly large and filled with various shelves. Most of the shelves were filled with processed materials. It looked disgusting, but Emile's eyes lit up. I don't know how many inspirations and ideas popped up in my mind at once. No matter how powerful a potion master is, it will be in vain without materials. Although Emile has connections, they are expensive and easy to lose. It is rare to see so many materials, and she feels itchy for a while, but she still picks up the shelf first. I opened the potion and smelled it gently. Ordinary people should not learn it, because most potions are not prepared for ordinary people at all. Life or death is unpredictable if you drink them, and even smelling them is quite dangerous. The rarer and more powerful the potion is, the more so. So if you find an unknown potion in the ruins, or obtain it through other means, it is better to sell it to the potion master instead of testing your luck and life tenacity by drinking it. However, Emile is considered a normal person now, and she is a master of potions, so she dares to do this. It is a potion for treating diseases. It is a very mature formula, although the technique is still a little flawed. It is already very good. As a witch, Emile is very good at potions, and is rated as a potion master. Therefore, although it is just one sentence, the evaluation, but it's not low. Even among many witches, few have received such an evaluation. What surprised Emile even more was that these potions were all refined by Dale. Magic potion is not a random stew. Just paying attention to the heat is useless. What really works is the magic power. Only by injecting magic power with the right benefits can the ingredients of the magic potion undergo magical changes. This is the secret to refining the magic potion. Moreover, the more advanced the potion is, the more complex it is. Every time new materials are put in, it is a new fusion, and more impurities will be produced. Only by finding the right trick can the materials be turned into good medicine. And this is what every potion master untold secrets are not something he Lucy can do. Judging from Dell's skillful techniques and precise magic blending, it is obviously not something that a novice can do. He must have received systematic study and rich practice. And Emile can be sure of this. But thinking about the magic items that can be seen everywhere in the castle, as well as this rare greenhouse, Emile felt that she had guessed the source of Dell's magical knowledge, and couldn't help but feel envious. After all, her mother, who was Dell, although her grandmother taught her the knowledge of witches, she could have reached this point mainly due to her own efforts and luck. If something went wrong, she would not be able to stand here. In contrast, her daughter had to do nothing. Everything she needed was given to her. We are both women. How come there is such a big difference? Emile said in a sour tone, while lowering his head to look at his figure. Although her figure is amazing, but considering Owen's small physique, it's better to forget it. It will kill someone. And besides, her daughter may not be willing to do it. Emile thought with some helplessness. Chapter 95: Emile's request for an audience. Del was concentrating on brewing the potion, while Emile had nothing to do. When he saw the innermost bookshelf, he found that there was no restriction and took out a book. Hogwarts first year textbook? Emile was startled by the words on the cover. But there was no restriction, and it probably wasn't an important book. So he opened it casually and realized that something was wrong. Although the first grade textbooks are simple, they are the enlightenment and foundation of the entire system. Especially the degree of perfection and potential of a system can be seen from them. Emile happened to have good eyesight and was suddenly frightened. He quickly looked at the bookshelf. Other books on spells, potions, herbs, divination, protection of magical creatures, defense against black magic, transformation, flight. This is a whole magic system. Emile's hands were shaking because she knew the value of these things very well. Witches belong to the wizard group. Although the overall number of wizards is insignificant compared to the Empire, the number is actually not small. The Wizard Holy Land has a town composed entirely of wizards, with thousands of people, and a dedicated wizard academy. In addition, the number of people with wizard blood scattered throughout the Empire is not small. Even so, the Wizarding College's teaching materials may not be as complete as what she has in hand. No, that boy is definitely not the illegitimate son of a big noble. Unless he is the illegitimate son of the Emperor. But this is absolutely impossible. Irving was still careless. Or he underestimated the importance of a system. No system is discovered by one person alone. Although the pioneers are important, it is the continuous stream of latecomers who truly improve the system. Especially in a world where productivity is backward. Information exchange is inconvenient, and knowledge dissemination is difficult. Compared with the modern education system, the education system of Hogwarts is very backward. After all, the population base of wizards is still there, but it was perfected by 4 legendary founders and countless successors over thousands of years, and its value is immeasurable. Although Owen understands a little bit, he doesn't pay enough attention to it. After all, in his previous life, let alone the school that wanted to force knowledge into the students' heads, the internet and libraries alone gathered most of the world's knowledge. Not counting the most advanced and secret parts, most knowledge seems extremely cheap. In this case, the teaching materials of a bunch of teenagers really made Owen unable to be vigilant. But he forgot that the teaching materials of Hogwarts are the foundation of the entire wizarding world. Only a few can really make breakthroughs on the basis. In fact, most wizards can't even use the things taught in school. Emile did not continue to look through these books, but fell into deep thought. Even if Dale walked around in front of her 3 times, she was not aware of it. Dale was so angry that he didn't even call her for lunch. Emile came back to her senses and ignored her hunger. After making the decision, she did not hesitate, but chose to go to Dale immediately and wanted to see Owen, although she was confused and reluctant. After seeing Emile's rare serious expression, Dale hesitated and took her to see Owen. At this time, Owen was fiddling with his crafts in the secret room of the dungeon, because what happened yesterday was a bit exciting to him. He almost picked up the craft work that he had given up long ago. Fortunately, he was thinking about Maya and Del, and felt that it was a shameful waste. He still endured it. In order to distract himself, Owen suddenly came up with the idea of combining the puppets from the Puppet Master and the paper figures from the Onmyoji, trying to create a moving figure of his own. The little paper figures in Onmyoji are very interesting, have spirituality, and can take the initiative to complete some tasks. They are indispensable helpers for Onmyoji. But in Owen's opinion, it was still a bit monotonous, and there was no way the paper figurine wife could move like a figurine wife. So he started making small puppets, and then used them to enlighten spirits. Compared to the process of studying the deification of the Shiki, Owen's sudden attempt went incredibly smoothly. The lifelike little maid in front of him, who was about a foot tall, was moving her hands and feet with some unfamiliarity. She quickly mastered the ability to move and began to have sex. He trotted all the way to clean the table. The little maid in front of her looks like the King of Knights. Of course, the female version, because she incorporated some of his thoughts during the spiritual awakening. She was halfway through cleaning when she actually picked up the screwdriver on the table and made some gestures. And it turned out to be pretty good. Although I haven't found any use for this kind of small puppet. As long as it looks good, Owen is excited to refine more. Anyway, it doesn't need to spend progress points. The number depends entirely on how long his interest can last. But when he learned about Emile's request for a meeting, Owen was stunned. Because in his mind, it would take at least a few more days before he would meet Emile on his own initiative or on his own initiative, setting the stage for what would happen next. Conquer and lay the foundation. It will take several months to train a dog, let alone a mature and independent person. Shikigoma alone can only give Owen the upper hand, but it does not determine the outcome. If you really think that you can use this to knead the opponent at will, you may die. Don't know how he died. Irving is very self-aware in this regard, because in his previous life, he was a bit dull and unmotivated, which would have added to his resourcefulness. He spent the whole day with his head down either working or reading novels. Even a child couldn't be fooled by that kind of skill. Although his intelligence has improved a bit in this life, playing tricks depends on his talent. Obviously he doesn't have it, so he knows that the end of playing tricks is to trick himself to death. So Owen doesn't blindly go crazy to recruit his younger brother. If this thing didn't have the aura of the true protagonist and the aura of brain deadness, it would simply insult everyone's IQ. In fact, the method used by Owen is very simple. Using superior conditions to win over, and using mysterious background to restrain. As long as the other party cannot figure out his true identity, no one will dare to betray him easily. After all, the boss rides a three-wheeler to get off work. You'd dare to argue with the boss with a frown. But if he drives a tank? These alone are not enough. The deterrent effect is enough, but it may not be able to retain people. Therefore, Irving gives talents a higher salary based on their abilities. In this way, as long as the other party's treatment is not as high as his, he cannot bribe people. It's as simple as holding money in one hand and a gun in the other. But only Owen, who has a golden finger, can use it, because what he takes out is completely inconsistent with his strength, and the cost is just waiting for the progress value to be restored. Like a greenhouse, it would take even a great nobleman many years to build it, and the amount of materials and favors consumed during the process is by no means a small amount. But for Irving, it just takes a while. The plan has just begun. Why did Emile come to the door so quickly? Judging from Emile's level of maturity, a greenhouse alone would not easily trap the other party. So there must be something he hadn't thought of. Owen immediately thought of Dale's magic and potions, because this is the only thing that a witch can value. In this case, we have to change our plans. Chapter 96 Northland Witches Alliance. Northland Witch Union. Owen did not expect that Emile would self-destruct when he came up, and his identity was not only a member of a certain organization, but also a heavyweight, one of the three giants. It's said to be an alliance, but it's actually a loose mutual aid association. Speaking of this, Emile was full of complaints, and his expression became visibly gloomy. You can imagine how long he had been holding it in. After Emile's introduction, Owen learned that the Northland Witches Alliance is just a new organization. It was established not long ago, only about 20 years ago. The total number of members is not much, and the binding force is even lower. Everyone is more like gathering together, huddled together to keep warm, although it is just a new and small organization. Its leader is Emilia, who is listed as a rebellious witch in the Wizarding Holy Land. This is the main reason why the Northland Witch Alliance can maintain its current status. Emilia's strength is unfathomable, and she is suspected of being legendary. The only problem is that she is too rebellious. No matter how much the Wizarding Holy Land values her strength and potential, it still cannot tolerate her continuing to stay in the Holy Land. So it drives her out, and gives her the title the name of rebellion, being called a rebel and expelled from the Holy Land. Emilia didn't care about it, and went north to establish the Northland Witch Alliance, which was obviously for the Wizarding Holy Land. In addition to the mysterious leader Emilia, the Witch Alliance also has two deputy leaders. Forming the alliance's troika. The second leader is the cursed witch Farrier. Yes, the only countess in the north. She is the earliest follower of the rebellious witch Emilia, and she is also the most loyal. The problem is that she became obsessed with role-playing after coming to the north. She really felt that she was a countess, and was indifferent to the affairs of the Witch Union. The three leaders are the Great Witch Emile. She met the rebellious witch Emilia while traveling, and was attracted by her idea of forming a Northland Witches Alliance. She spent many years collecting women with magical blood from all over the empire. But when she came back to her senses, she found that she was the only one working on the so-called alliance. Where is the promised troika? The big leader Emilia is called the rebellious witch, so don't expect her to be honest and hardworking. She can see people at first, but then she makes various excuses, and in the end, she can't be contacted at all. The second leader, Farrier, can find people, but she is indifferent to the alliance. And Emile didn't know when he became the leader of the three, and the only one in charge. One could not be found, and the other was unreliable. As a last resort, Emile had no choice but to find ways to resettle the people she had brought to the north. She suffered a lot for this. Now that she thinks about it again, she is really filled with resentment. So after seeing the light of day here with Owen, Emile simply pulled him to do it together. For Emile to make the current decision, the impact of Shikigami transformation is only negligible. Her daughter Dale, Owen's attitude, the difficulty she faces, and the mature magic system here are what prompted her to make the decision. Focus. Another point is that Emile can't hold on anymore. She neither has the strength of the rebellious witch Emilia to be able to stand alone, nor does she have the resources and territory controlled by the second leader Farrier. It is difficult for her to maintain it alone. Witches' Union. But facing the Witch Alliance that she almost created by herself, it was difficult for Emile to completely let go and turn a blind eye. The problem is that if we have no resources and no territory, how can we continue to do so? The appearance of Owen now allowed Emile to find a solution. As for whether the other party would agree, she never thought that the other party would refuse. No one can refuse to have a group of legal professions, and they are either witches or sorceresses, not even men. Sure enough, after careful questioning, Owen agreed. If it were a group of mature legal professionals, Irving would definitely not dare to ask for it, because he knew that he couldn't take it, and he didn't have the ability to really convince the other party. But if it is just a group of students, then there is no problem. With a plug-in, it is only a matter of time before he wants to recreate Hogwarts. After the education comes out, I have to give him some face as the principal. No matter how much he is provided with food and accommodation, he still has to work obediently for him. Of course, this alone is not enough. After all, it is just empty talk. The so-called Northland Witch Alliance only exists in the other party's mouth. Whether it is true or false has yet to be confirmed. So Emile still needs to show some sincerity. Irving did not take advantage of others' danger. In fact, the two parties were in a cooperative relationship. Although Emile was interested in being acquired, it was still too early to start, and it felt like he was acting too hastily. Not to mention that his sugar-coated bullets had not been fired yet. So he just asked her to provide some information, and see if some people could be relocated. Emile really has no shortage of information. After discovering that the big leader and the two leaders were unreliable, she no longer placed the people she collected in Farrier Town, but spread them out. Over the years, the prototype of an intelligence network has been formed. Upon hearing this, Owen was not in a hurry to ask Emile to move everyone here. Instead, he called Maya. Maya was more suitable than him in this regard, and could more effectively extract the value of the Northland Witches Alliance. Sure enough, Emile, who was originally quite at ease, and flirted with Owen from time to time, unconsciously fell into passivity when facing Maya, and she broke out in a sweat for a while. Emile can't be said to be fat, although her lower abdomen is a bit fleshy. Her waist is relatively small in proportion. However, the two lumps at the top, bottom and front are too big, and the fat content is too high, which makes her easy to get pregnant. Sweat. At this time, Maya's clothes were almost soaked under the interlocking questions one after another. If she waits for a while, the chair may not be soaked with water. Seeing that it seemed a bit unsuitable for children, Owen took Dell out and went to the bedroom next door. As for what he was doing, the main purpose was to explore more uses for the magic sealing nails found on Emile. Maya has never let Owen down in her work. While he was busy coming in and out, she had already dug out almost all the details about the Witches' Union from Emile, and then completed the preliminary integration and integration in less than a day. Planning. Yes, let's go with this. It's okay to let Emile go back to take charge of the operation. But wait a moment. It's not a good idea to travel in winter. It's also inefficient. Moreover, this plan needs some additional supplements to be more effective. Great value, Owen said, while focusing on the other two pieces of information Emile provided by the way. A female demon centaur didn't attract much attention from Owen. Although he had some ideas, it was still out of reach. The next news that Marat town was occupied by horse thieves made him frown. As the closest transfer station to the territory, the importance of Marat town is self-evident. Whether it is migrating people from the south, commerce, or even sending troops to attack, Marat town is a hub that cannot be avoided. Now it is being attacked by a group of people. The horse thief took over, so he couldn't help but think about it. Owen was not so naive as to think that the group of people occupying Marat town were really horse thieves. They were probably subordinates of that force. The question now is how big the other party's appetite is. Whether to stop here or use it as a springboard to blossom in all directions will determine how the territory responds next. Owen didn't know the other party's purpose, but he couldn't be careless. From now on, the territory begins to prepare. If it doesn't work, the opponent will be destroyed. Although this would inevitably offend the people behind the other party. The vastness of the Northland and the current strength of the territory gave Owen a lot of confidence. Unless more than 3,000 regular troops are used, Owen will not even bother to use tactics. Chapter 97. A broomstick without a cushion charm. Matters in Marat town can be dealt with after the beginning of spring. But matters concerning the Northland Witch Alliance cannot wait. The sooner the better. After all, the attraction of a group of witches and sorceresses is not small. Moreover, there were long nights and many dreams. And Owen didn't want the meat he was eyeing to be snatched away by others. There are now too many outsiders gathered in the north, including professionals. And it is inevitable that someone will discover the Northland Witch Alliance. However, if you want to deal with the Northland Witch Union, you must first send Emil back, and at the same time solve the transportation and communication problems. Otherwise it will be of little significance. Without Emil, it would be impossible to win the trust of those people. Secondly, in Maya's plan, the Northland Witch Alliance needs to have a considerable number of manpower to stay as an intelligence collection point. And at the same time, it also needs to bring those young and talented teenagers back to the territory for teaching. All of these need to take into account transportation and information aspects. Question. There are many problems faced, and even Maya doesn't have a good solution. After all, the distance between the territory and the Empire's border is too far. This is both a barrier and a dilemma for development. Regarding this point, Owen had an idea as early as when Corin first went to the border of the Empire. But he was not in a hurry at that time, and his development focus was not there. But with the Northland Witch Alliance as a local leader, the original idea has the value of being realized. But now is not the time. Owen first fused Emil's 3-meter-long staff with the Nimbus 2000 broomstick to get a super broomstick. Although the synthetic super broom's flexibility has been reduced, its straight-line flight and dive speed are astonishingly fast, and it can even function as a bomber with bombs attached to it. In fact, if the Northland Witch Alliance can be conquered, Owen is really ready to establish an air force. With flying broomsticks and space expansion magic, every wizard can be called a flying arsenal. As long as the logistics can keep up, he can turn the earth into a sea of fire in an instant. Not to mention the other benefits brought by a group of wizards. So even if he faces risks, Owen will not give up this opportunity easily. During this time, Emil was paying close attention to guiding Dale. Although the latter had a complete set of magic books, it was inevitable that he would make some omissions in the process of self-study. Emil had received the education of a witch from his mother, plus the gains from his travels. The guidance of the rebellious witch Emilia is very experienced. Although she has just come into contact with the knowledge system of Hogwarts, she can always find Dell's weak points. At least in the early potions, it has brought considerable improvement to Dell. Owen's arrival interrupted the somewhat warm teaching between the two. The mother and daughter, who were exchanging soup-making experiences, put down their work and looked at the big broom he brought with him in surprise. Seeing that the relationship between the two had eased, Owen nodded secretly, which proved that his guess was correct. Dale did not really hate his mother, but because Emil left early, he felt lonely and panicked when he was young, turned into dissatisfaction with the mother. But after seeing her mother, Dale understood Emil's difficulties. If she didn't leave, the whole family might be implicated. This is the broomstick prepared for Mrs. Emil. Owen gently pushed the huge broom floating beside him and landed next to Emil. It is not popular for wizards in this world to fly on broomsticks, either on 2 legs or on a mount. So when Emil first learned about the function of this thing through the Hogwarts textbook, he was surprised for a long time. But he did not expect that the other party would still fly. I gave one to myself, so I explored its functions out of curiosity. The control of the broomstick is very simple. After all, there are flying lessons in the 1st grade. So Emil quickly figured it out. Then he sat on it and flew up with a little effort. But his face suddenly became very rosy and weird. At this time, Owen belatedly discovered through the depression that after the broomstick was fused, the original cushion curse was gone. Hogwarts has the intense broom riding sport of Quidditch. And of course, there are relative protection measures, the most important of which is the invention of the cushion curse. After all, riding a stick and twisting violently in the air almost puts all the weight of the body on it. Put it on there, and don't pay attention. You can learn the cushion charm from me later, and then teach it to her, Owen whispered in Dale's ear. after belatedly realizing that something was wrong. Dale looked at Emil speechlessly, who still refused to come down, and began to feel that even if he taught him the cushion spell, whether he could use it or not was another matter. After a while, Emil carefully stuffed the small box that Owen gave him, then added a thermal insulation spell and a protective spell to himself, and flew southward on his super broomstick like an arrow. "Have you taught me the cushion curse?" After watching the other party leave, Owen suddenly whispered to Dale. "I taught you." Dale had the urge to cover her face on the spot, because it was useless even if she taught him. "Forget it. I've also prepared a broomstick for you. When you come to my room, I'll teach you how to fly," Owen said seriously, and Dale immediately left the flying broom behind. Man, what is a woman flying on a broomstick? After an unknown amount of time, the broomstick showing a wavy flight path finally stabilized. Emil, who had a ruddy complexion and blurry eyes, took out his wand and cast a drying spell while drinking water. Winter was not a good weather for flying, and the broom was covered in ice. While at Owen, Emil also discovered the benefits of the wand. Compared with traditional magic wands are smaller and guide magic more smoothly and accurately. Although the magic power output is limited, it is more suitable for beginners, and will not cause problems such as loss of control and distortion of magic power. At the same time, stable and accurate magic power output is obviously more suitable for magic potions and transformations. Owen prepared a wand for Emil, considering her size and hand-to-hand combat ability. This wand was specially made. It was 1 meter long and had a thick wrist. Except for the handle, everything else was covered with a thick layer of metal. There are also round protrusions like rivets in an orderly manner. Originally, Owen wanted to make a short-handled mace with a spear head attached to the head. However, considering that Emil had been single for 20 years, not only the spear head was eliminated, but the spikes were also turned into smooth protrusions. As expected, was loved by Emil. She bluntly said that she could smash several people's heads, but he took her seriously because the way she wiped the wand looked familiar to him. Putting aside the issue of the wand, when Emil saw Farrier Town from a distance, she couldn't help but admire the convenience of the broomstick. However, she did not choose to go to Farrier Town, but changed direction and went to a nearby town. After discovering that Farrier was unreliable, Emil consciously kept a distance from her. Most of her people were scattered around. Only a few people whose identities were known by the other party were still there. This shows that she was ready to fall out with her. Chapter 98 Witch Farm. This small town not far from the town of Farrier is not an ordinary town. Instead, it is composed of large and small farms. Therefore, it covers a vast area and has a relatively loose living environment. There is only one street as the symbol of the town. But don't underestimate this town because of this. Because many farmers here come from the Empire's borders. And even some retired knights from the Empire's frontier army or knights with poor family backgrounds will choose to come here. After all, the land here is cheap, and the cost of living is low, is very suitable for retirement, and can also leave an industry to future generations. So there are not many similar towns in the north. Although most of these people's status is not high, they are not easy to mess with when they gather together. Even if the nobles with status are jealous, they will not take action easily, because this is touching the interests of the bottom backbone and can easily arouse public anger. No one with any sense would do this. Because of this, Emil took a fancy to her. Not only did she hide her identity and buy a farm here, she also opened 2 shops in the town. So she knew the entire town well. This is also the real home base of the Northland Witch Union. Although the chief and second leaders of the Witch Union don't know about it at all, it can be seen that Emil has long been separated from the 2 leaders. After all, one can't find anyone, and the other doesn't care about anything. Why is she loyal? Emil, who quietly returned to his farm, did not relax his vigilance, but looked around for anything unusual. Without this caution, Emil would not have been able to travel in the Empire for so many years. He would have been captured long ago. In many cases, height and size are not a problem. Emil's farm mainly raises cows, which are milked every morning and then sent to the town of Farrier, more than 10 miles away, for sale before dawn. However, the main source of income is cheese, because cheese is more shelf-stable and the price after processing is higher. Later, as the resettled population increased, Emil purchased another batch of land for cultivation and provided feed for the cows. Therefore, although her farm was not the largest in the town, it was still ranked among the top 5. At this time, Some young girls were feeding and milking the cows. It was Emile who had collected children with magical blood from the Empire. But she did not show up, but checked on the condition of the cows. When Emile came out of the cowshed, it was already certain that nothing unusual had happened during her absence, because the cows were in good condition. Animals are more sensitive than humans, especially milk-producing cows. A slight abnormality will affect the milk production and make them appear uneasy. Therefore, just by looking at the status of the cows, Emile can determine whether something has happened on the farm. After the inspection, Emile returned to the main room. The main house consists of a two-story house with an attic as the main body. There are long houses built on both sides of the back of the house, which are concave in shape and not small in area. Especially the door, which is specially built to be taller, makes it easier for Emile to enter and exit on weekdays. This is a place where cheese is made and stored. However, if customers who buy cheese see the appearance of these workers, they will probably vomit directly, because the female workers here have strange facial features and twisted bodies, with high and low shoulders, long short legs, six-fingered hunchbacks and slanted eyes. It is simply just like Monster Factory. In fact, they are not really human beings because they have magical blood and are witches. It's a pity that they are wild witches. When they awakened, they had no one to guide them, so their out-of-control magic was contaminated and distorted themselves. There is no way. Compared to the passionate warlock who often releases fireballs, the magic of the witch is like asphalt in the swamp, which is difficult to release when she first awakens, because she cannot control herself. The magic that occasionally seeps out will cause strange effects, and even produce curses. He causes harm to those around him, so he is not tolerated and is beaten by everyone, including his parents, relatives and friends, due to their own abnormalities, the disgust of their families, and the violence from the outside world. Already sensitive witches often produce a lot of negative emotions, and negative emotions will contaminate the new magic power, leading to curses and distortions on themselves. So most wild witches will look very ugly. The young ones were okay, and they could barely suppress the physical changes under Emile's teachings. But the older ones were irreversible. Emile could only let them hide in the farm and work, so that they could at least support themselves, although they cannot go out. Compared to being violently treated, driven away, or even killed, they are very satisfied with the life of food and shelter on the farm. More importantly, they are all the same kind here, so the work is very satisfying. He is hardworking, and the quality of the cheese he makes is very good. He has a good reputation and a large number of loyal customers. Of course, the premise is that no one discovers that these cheeses are made by witches. Otherwise, everything they have now will be reduced to ashes by the angry people with fire. This is why Emile is so cautious, because she cannot afford to lose. Walking into the main room, two ugly old women with triangular eyes and hooked noses were sewing puppets in front of the fireplace with a soup pot. But they looked like they were tearing off children's clothes and preparing to throw them into the pot for boiling. There is no way. Their appearance is too low. Everything they do looks like they are doing bad things, and they may not have done such things before. After all, they are witches. Although the witch outside looks ugly, she still thinks that she is human in her heart. But she has the blood of a witch. But witches are different. Their bodies and souls have been penetrated and twisted by weird magic, and they no longer think of themselves as human beings. Therefore, nothing they do will be surprising. Half of the bad reputation of witches is it was brought by witches. Therefore, after Emile met these two witches, he subdued them with ruthless means. He worked as a guard of the farm on weekdays, but he never relaxed his vigilance against them, because these two witches were afraid that they would even dream of taking out the witches. Out of her guts. Your Majesty the Great Witch, welcome home. When the two witches who were sewing cursed dolls saw their master coming back, they quickly stood up and saluted. After all, they had experienced Emile's methods more than once, and they still shuddered when they thought about it. How dare you let the other party find an excuse? Well, has anything happened recently? Emile carefully placed the super broomstick next to the fireplace, dried the frost on it with the help of heat, and then stared at the two witches and said, Nothing major happened during this period, and business went as usual. It's just that the demon warlock is here again. The two witches looked at each other and said at the same time. When Emile heard this, he snorted coldly, feeling unhappy and no longer thinking about beating the two witches. Although it is not stated clearly, it is almost a consensus that every spellcaster has his own territory, and the stronger the power, the larger the territory, unless it is a special area. If you enter another caster's territory rashly, it will inevitably lead to a fight between life and death. After all, it is really difficult to guard against a spellcaster who wants to plot against someone. So if you don't want to die unknown, it's best to keep your distance. That's why Emil reacted so violently when he found out that a sorceress had come to the town. What's more, he was a demon warlock. He was afraid that the other party would do something outrageous. So he had no choice but to come forward and warn the other party. Chapter 99 Fla Network. Demon sorcerers are legal professions that the Empire has explicitly ordered to hunt down, because they are more disgusting, or feared, than witches. Because it is too easy for demon warlocks to increase their strength. As long as they dare to kill people, they can summon powerful demons through continuous blood sacrifices to increase their strength. Therefore, most demon warlocks will fall into crazy massacres in a short period of time until they are twisted into demons, or killed by an out-of-control demon. No ruler could tolerate such dangerous elements. And neither would Emil. Although this is not her territory, it is also a place she worked hard to house those witches. If something goes wrong, it will be a big trouble. She can't think of how to move so many witches away silently. Fortunately, after the contact, Emil found that the other party was more restrained and not weak in strength. So he took out a devil's egg. Emil allowed the other party to stay here for 2 days, but warned the other party never to come back again. What else could he do? Start a fight with a demon warlock who has the talent of demon skin, and the sound would wake up even the dead. But who would have thought that she would just leave for a few days, and the other party would come back again? She really thought that the magic wand in her hand could not kill anyone. Emil put on his cloak angrily, holding a broomstick in one hand and a wand in the other, ready to cause trouble for the other party. The demon warlock is not easy to deal with, but it is not impossible, especially with the newly learned spells, which can completely reduce the movement. There is no need to worry about making a big noise. Emil is still confident of defeating his opponent. Theoretically, the combat effectiveness of a warlock is stronger than that of a witch, even if both parties have demon blood. One is explicit, and the other is recessive. One is good at releasing magic power, and the other must use a medium to distinguish the combat effectiveness of the two parties. But Emil is different. She has developed her bloodline to a very high level, and drank the bloodline potion refined by Delaware. Now she is even better. In addition, she is not an ordinary witch with a fragile body. In a real fight, ordinary even the demons may not be able to defeat him. As the owner of demon blood, Emil is not a warlock. But it is not difficult to find someone who exudes the smell of demons. Unfortunately, when Emil found the hiding place of the other party, she only found a few traces left by the other party, and did not find the person. However, judging from the blood stains left by the opponent, the demon warlock was seriously injured. No wonder he took the risk and returned again. It's just that Emil couldn't predict whether this matter would cause other troubles. After all, being able to injure a demon warlock with a demon skin talent would be either a powerful professional or a group of professional soldiers. Either way, it's trouble. There is no professional who is not troublesome. And someone who can assign so many professional soldiers must be powerful. Only Farrier Town nearby has this condition. Fortunately, I decided to hold my thigh. Otherwise, I would have lost my hair again. Emil suddenly remembered that she had surrendered to Owen. So this troublesome matter could be happily left to the other party to handle. Thinking of this, Emil touched the box in the gap and smiled very happily. Emil, who returned to the main house, did not avoid the two witches. They were put under a cruel spell by Emil and drank the fatal potion. Life and death were completely determined by her thoughts. So she took out the box from her chest and threw it into the fireplace. The flames inside suddenly turned a strange emerald green. Owen, who was far away in the territory, did not rest, but kept waiting for something. Suddenly he stood up and walked to the fireplace. When he saw the changing flames, he knew he had succeeded. Hogwarts has a very convenient mode of transportation, which is the Fla Network, a special space network that can link fireplaces in various places and turn them into portals, which can transport wizards to various places in the blink of an eye, while consuming just a flufean. It is simply incredible that such a high-level ability to teleport is an everyday means of transportation in the world of Hogwarts. What's even more incredible is that despite possessing such magical power, wizards have managed to reach the point where they are almost becoming protected animals. After all, with a small population base, let alone development, it would be a good thing not to become extinct. Interestingly, the Fla Network is so magical, but the progress value required for redemption is not high. However, Each redemption can only connect to one fireplace. Simply put, it is like a spider weaving a web or building a space version of a highway. If you want to, it extends in all directions and must be built one by one. Standing in front of the completed fireplace, Owen did not move. But the 10 ninjas moved. After the 10 ninjas held full of powder and disappeared into the fireplace. They waited for a while, followed by 4 Teutonic warriors. And then Maya. After waiting for more than half an hour, Owen used the double-sided mirror to confirm that Maya was safe. And then he took the flip powder and came to Emil's farm. The 2 witches were dumbfounded. 10 strange men in black appeared from the fireplace in one breath and disappeared into the room in the blink of an eye. Just when they were about to cast a spell, they were stopped by Emil. And then they appeared from behind. 4 terrifying warriors and a woman with powerful magic appear in the fireplace. But Owen appears at the end to let them know who is the master. Owen felt a little uncomfortable at this time. After all, he had neither the will of a ninja nor the physique of a Teutonic warrior. The teleportation of the FLA network was not friendly to him. But it was more excitement and panic. Because this was the first time that Owen left the safety zone and comfort zone he had created. So he felt uneasy about everything here. Even if there were ninjas and Teutonic warriors guarding him, he still felt unknown. A group of killers will jump out from somewhere. But he still came because he had to come. Although Owen really wanted to establish a powerful empire in his territory, he knew that this was impossible. No matter how close the empire was, it was impossible not to notice the establishment of an empire. In fact, when the population of the territory exceeds 10,000, it is when the empire sets its sights. Therefore, while accelerating the development of the territory, Owen must also create more trump cards. And a group of witches is an indispensable and important puzzle piece for him. Another reason is that Irving must take risks in order to make up for his character flaws. The character and habits of the ordinary citizens in his previous life still had a great influence on Owen, which gave him above-average outlook and morals in this world. Yes, even if he has 2 women, not only enslaves his subordinates, but also treats soldiers as cannon fodder. His moral level is still far higher than the average in this world. It's such nonsense. This kind of character is fine even if you are a little rich, or you can be a small lord. But if you are a big noble or a king, this kind of character is not only not good, but it will ruin everything. It can be said that the greater the power, the faster you will die. There are not only compromises and deals between the powerful. Blood and cruelty are their hidden true colors. Otherwise, where do their rights and wealth come from? Therefore, if Irving is not perverted and cruel enough to join in the fight, he can be beaten to death unless he has the ability to directly flip the table. It's a pity that he didn't. If he had, he would still take the risk. Chapter 100 The Feared Witch. Owen, just like the leaders who came to inspect, walked around the room, said a few words of encouragement, and then patted his butt and left. Yes, I walked around in a circle and left. It didn't take 3 minutes in total. The panic, anxiety, and psychological struggle before seemed like farts now. Completely unnecessary. But Owen did feel a lot more relaxed. As if he had broken some restrictions and felt more courageous. In fact, a lot of panic and hesitation mostly come from oneself. Just like when you feel uncomfortable while swimming but don't want to go to the toilet. You hesitate for a long time and secretly open the gate for fear of being discovered. As long as you don't get angry, you'll be fine. And you'll have experience next time. You can calmly feel the warmth spreading between your thighs. And at the same time, move your arms in coordination to speed up the fusion of the 2 colors of liquid. However, one must be cautious. So Owen followed Maya's advice and gave up the plan to place witches in the castle to create an alien Hogwarts. Instead, he chose a green town deep in the forest as a place to place witches. Theoretically, a green town completely isolated in the forest is the most suitable place to place those witches. First of all, there are no humans anywhere, even with the appearance of goblins. They have no right to look down on ugly-looking witches. At the same time, they will not be persecuted by humans. The witch felt nervous and uneasy. Although the goblins are not much better, I believe they will get used to it as time goes by. After all, the goblins in the town are now civilized and polite, at least to their own people. However, Owen is not sure about the importance of the ruins now. He originally did not intend to let outsiders get close. But after listening to Maya's suggestion, he was a little hesitant. Why Maya suggested placing witches in Green Town is mainly because witches are good at potions and curses. So they are often used to assassinate or do some ulterior things, which leads to witches being directly equated with conspiracies. As a noble, You can raise 1 or 2 witches in private, but you can never bring it to the public, let alone a bunch of them. Otherwise, they will easily become the target of public criticism. In fact, everyone understands that witches are also legal professionals, and they also represent extraordinary power. But they have a bad reputation. If a group of witches is really gathered, the balance of strength will definitely be broken. After all, the methods of witches are difficult to guard against, let alone a group of witches. Hence this rule. If it were before, Irving wouldn't need to consider this issue. But with the arrival of the second Northland Development Group, the water in the Northland has long been muddy, coupled with the fluctuations caused by previous mutations. It is unknown how many outsiders will be attracted next spring. These people are disobedient to discipline. The more they are not allowed to go, the more they want to go, even if they can't stop them. If Owen dares to list the Devil's Horn Forest as a forbidden area and does not allow outsiders to enter, just wait. These outsiders will become like rats and try their best to get in. It's not impossible to kill people directly, but the more this happens, the more those people suspect that there are treasures and artifacts inside. If you call friends, who knows how much trouble it will cause? So another force needs to come forward to stop it. Greentown is the white gloves Owen prepared for himself. He can leave some inconvenient things to them. For example, they discovered the ruins, and then made deals with the territory, exchanging stones for living materials, etc. As for what is in the ruins, I don't know. If you want to go in, you can work in exchange for exploration time. Anyway, whether you work or explore the ruins, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to Irving. As for whether anyone will doubt the relationship between the two parties, it depends on whether Maya's methods are clever, because Owen plans to leave this matter to her. In this case, the addition of a group of witches is undoubtedly a good thing. Goblins may kill them when they meet, but a group of witches can teach them to stay calm and try to use peaceful methods at the same time. Although it is difficult for witches to release magic and cannot fly fireballs, witches who are proficient in potions and curses are the most terrifying. Various magic potions with strange effects can quietly kill people, and various curses can make life worse than death. Even if an ordinary witch releases a curse at the cost of extreme emotions in life, even a legend will frown. There is no immunity for those below the level of legend. So only those who dare to provoke these female madmen to death are brave enough. Of course, except for wild witches, because they have no control over their own power at all. Otherwise, how could they be easily captured and used as firewood by a group of villagers? But even so, a wild witch's dying curse can still turn a village into a ghost village. Otherwise, how could the villagers be so afraid of witches? There are too many similar folklores. With a new idea, Owen decided to take action. The Green Town also opened the FLA network, and Owen pinched the FLA powder. A Green Town! Owen, who dove into the fireplace, suddenly emerged from the newly built fireplace in the huge tree hole where he used to live. The tree hole where the fireplace is located is the center of the entire town, because it was used as Owen's residence. The goblins specially built a square around this giant tree. After all, this is the palace of the Demon King. How can it let mortals get close to it? But after Owen planned to open the FLA network, he decided to use this place as a public open place. As for his dormitory here, he would build another one at that time. Walking out of the tree hole, the goblin general was waiting outside with hundreds of goblin assault troops. You can be vigilant, but don't bring it to light. After taking a look, Owen frowned and said to the goblin general, I obey, Lord Demon King. The goblin general understood immediately, and immediately waved the goblin assault troops to disperse, leaving only a small number of guards here. Upon seeing this, Owen nodded, and then accompanied by the goblin general, he inspected the Green Town. Because the goblins have become smarter, and their personalities have become gentler, the town has also been built better. Many details made him nod his head when he saw them. They showed care and warmth everywhere, making him want to come here. I have been living here for a while, and the environment is really good after all. The goblin general, who had been observing his actions, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the Demon King was satisfied with this. But he felt a little ashamed in his heart. As a goblin general, it is no problem for him to lead troops to fight. Even the goblin mobile armored force that he has never seen before can now command the battle smoothly. But governance is beyond its capabilities. So the town is completely, it was left to those goblins to do it on their own. And it didn't give much credit. Owen didn't know this. And even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. At this time, he was thinking about how to increase the strength of the goblin general. Although those witches are not even half a bucket of water now. Once they start learning, their strength will definitely increase very quickly. If they are not able to control the situation, they will inevitably make the other party look down on them and have unwanted thoughts. Writing this down, Owen came to a newly built residential area. Because goblins grow very fast, the construction of the town has not stopped. This area is prepared for little goblins. And there is even a school. But it is now requisitioned by Owen. The woodcutters have cleared away the trees here and built many buildings. At this time, the goblin craftsmen are busy making new furniture and modifying the interior of the houses. After all, these houses were previously prepared for goblins, and should not be modified. If so, it can only be used by children. Chapter 101 suddenly realized that I had done something stupid. Owen found that all the buildings were very consistent with the style of a green town. They were small and warm, and very harmonious with nature. There were even small flower beds under the windows on both sides of the door, where plants that the owner of the house liked could be planted. These designs are well integrated with the surrounding forests and are full of greenery. I believe those witches will be satisfied, because women don't like this kind of tone. However, although these buildings look cozy, the internal space is not large. They are all single rooms of 20 to 30 square meters, except for the toilet, which is independent. The living room, bedroom, and kitchen are all open. Even the original attic has been demolished. It fell off, exposing the beams on the roof. So it looked a little crude. There is no way, even if they mutate, goblins are still much smaller than humans. Of course, the houses they live in are smaller. In order to expand the living space, all the partitions can only be removed. Although it is a bit crude, it is enough to meet the daily needs of living. Then, there is the school, which is similar to a rural primary school. It consists of several spacious and bright long rooms, one of which is a classroom. The neatly arranged tables and chairs inside look a bit like a school. In addition, it also includes an empty library and canteen, which will need to be supplemented later. What he saw in front of him was completely not up to the level of Hogwarts Academy. But some of Maya's words made Owen feel very reasonable, because he also understood the principle of friendship and enmity. The current witches don't have much value, and raising their salary has only whetted their appetites. What will happen in the future? People's desires are endless. Even if Owen is kind to them, it will not prevent them from becoming resentful and eventually betraying them because of some small things. Therefore, they must start with small things, not encourage their ambitions, and let them know how to be grateful and learn how to be grateful. Be loyal and know reverence. These cannot be accomplished in a short time. Owen thought for a long time and then ordered the goblin general beside him. These buildings must be built as soon as possible. I will put the necessary daily necessities in a secret room in the underground city that serves as a warehouse and distribute them according to the number of people. In addition, we changed the road construction plan. The road construction will end at Mujai. And then the town will go all out to build stone walls and strengthen defense construction. After walking around the town, Owen had a new idea in his mind. As for the interrupted road construction project, he is used to it, because he doesn't want too many projects that are abandoned halfway. It has almost become a routine. In fact, Owen didn't want to. He now had the ability to continue building roads without spending too much time. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to have done something stupid. Why did Owen choose to build roads in the first place? It was to transport the dismantled stones of the ruins to the Territory. The problem was that he forgot that Hogwarts did not lack space equipment. Not to mention the magical suitcase that appears in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The space bag that performs space expansion magic is enough. With space equipment and a broomstick, he can build a road. A qualified witch rides a broomstick and holds a space bag. The stone transported in one day is probably equivalent to a month's work of a carriage. Not too many. Just 10 witches can turn this road into a decoration. Even extending the distance. There are iron mines in the Buffalo Territory, and future trade with the South. The presence of witches has saved the Territory a lot of manpower and material resources. Under such circumstances, spending huge manpower and material resources to build roads is no longer stupid, but stupid to the extreme and stubborn. Although he wanted to slap himself in the face, Owen couldn't say it, let alone tell others about it, because it would make him look too stupid. Fortunately, the road from Green Shade Town to Mujai was not built in vain. It would at least allow outsiders to reach the town smoothly and save them from running around. Perhaps because he was used to doing stupid things. Owen quickly adjusted his mentality and carefully arranged the next work. Life problems are easy to solve. Whether it is housing or food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It is not a problem for Owen. A little progress value is enough for those witches to use for a long time. But Owen's purpose is not to raise witches, but to make them play their role. One freeloader is too much, let alone a group. So they must be taught to master the abilities of witches. Only in this way can they be of sufficient value. And this is teachers are needed. Currently, the only ones with teaching abilities in the territory are mother and daughter Emile and Del. But their abilities are somewhat overlapping. They are both good at potions, herbal medicines, and, yes, melee combat. Even so, the two barely pass because Owen decided to mainly teach the magic system of Hogwarts. Although Emile has rich experience in the magic system of Hogwarts, he has only been exposed to it for a short time, and it is difficult to fully adapt to it, let alone teach it effectively. Although Dale came into contact with it earlier, taught himself from scratch, and has a solid foundation, his teaching experience is far from enough. So both of them are only barely qualified. In fact, Owen thinks Maya is more suitable. She is smart, capable, and understands management. She is also good at loyal education, and is more than enough to be a dean. The problem is that although Maya also has the ability to cast spells, she is more like a warlock and relies on instinct to cast spells. Although she is now starting to learn more convenient spells, she is usually responsible for territory management, and does not have that much time to teach students. Owen had a headache. He opened the system unconsciously, and looked at the redemption characters marked with progress values. Finally, he decided to redeem from the system. This is the first time Owen has decided to redeem characters from the system. The previously redeemed units can only be regarded as cannon fodder and background in the game. They are not important because only characters can play a decisive role. So the redemption price of each character is very high, expensive, and if the wizards in Hogwarts were not very consistent with the nature of wizards in this world, the exchange price would have been at least doubled. Even the price of 20 to 30 progress points still gave Owen a headache, especially the principal who looked like Gandalf. Not to mention the redeemer. The template couldn't afford to redeem it. The only good thing is that there is no need for this old man to use his spare energy now. An ordinary professor is enough. The problem is that Owen is currently building a territory, expanding the cavalry team, and training witches to exchange professors. So the progress value is simply not enough. He originally planned to focus on developing the territory. But now, he might have to slap himself in the face again. Owen felt very helpless about this. So he could only touch his face, and plan carefully. At this time, Emile is discussing with Maya to send away those people first. Because the farm is very important as a place to hide the identity. And it is impossible to send all the people away. In this way, even if each farm is relatively independent, it will be easy to be discovered. Question. So there must be a sequence. In fact, Emile had already made a guess in his heart. And it was just a routine inquiry. Chapter 102 The first batch of witches in Green Shade Town. The Northland Witches Union is composed of 3 members. One is the young witches. The other is the adult witches and the witches' families. The little witches are the most important wealth and future of the Northland Witches Union, because they have no ability to protect themselves. Emile left them on the farm to teach them how to control the awakening magic. Adult witches who can control their own power and have the ability to protect themselves are placed by Emile in the surrounding towns as informants, and are the backbone of the Witches' Alliance. The adult witches who are unable to control their own power, resulting in ugly appearance, stay on the farm to work. Although they cannot leave the farm, they still have a livelihood. As for the witches' families, there are not many in number. Some of them are reluctant to part with their daughters, and some have been implicated and have to leave their homes. Therefore, the former stayed on the farm to serve as a cover, while the latter was arranged to live far away, with very little contact on weekdays, because there was a high possibility of being betrayed. There are more than 300 people in total, and there are only 200 people in the town. Most of them are underage witches and their parents, who usually work as milkers and farmers on the farm. The master ordered the older witches on the farm to be transferred first. Maya put away the double-sided mirror and said to Emile. In fact, she was a little surprised in her heart, because the most valuable ones in the entire Northland Witch Alliance are those who are still young. A witch, not an ordinary witch whose ugly appearance has almost exhausted her potential. But this is her master's order, and she just needs to do it. Thank you, master, for your kindness. Emile was even more surprised, but without hesitation, he immediately asked the witches to call all the witches who were still working. There are not many adult witches on the farm. because their ugly appearance makes it difficult for them to survive once they are discovered. So there are only about 20 people over the years. Because of their appearance, these witches have low self-esteem and are sensitive. When they were called suddenly, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they saw Maya and other outsiders. But so what? They missed the best learning period, which not only made it difficult to cast spells, but also caused their bodies to twist and move awkwardly, leaving them with no strength to protect themselves. Fortunately, Emile's prestige was not bad. Seeing her presence, these witches were finally able to calm down. However, in order to appease these witches, Emile could only personally take them to Green Shade Town through the Flow network. What a beautiful place! But are these goblins? Emile first praised the environment here. Even though it was winter, she still felt the vitality of nature, and then looked at the goblins guarding outside the tree hole in surprise. Warrior, goblins are cunning and cruel, and are recognized as pest-like creatures. But the goblins in front of them are all clean and tidy, with curious and intelligent eyes. They don't look like goblins at all. Even the anxious witches took a second look. This is a green town belonging to the goblins. It is one of my territories. Over time, you will know that the goblins here are different. Now follow me to the accommodation arranged for you. Owen walking under the escort of the goblin general. She waved to Emile, and the witch behind her, who looked a little embarrassed. In fact, Owen was shocked when he first arrived. He knew that witches would be cursed by their own out-of-control magic power, causing them to become ugly, but he didn't expect them to be so ugly. Even the hunchback of Notre Dame could be regarded as a handsome guy. But he still wanted to conquer the opponent, so he couldn't show it. Therefore, Owen pretended to be indifferent and turned around to lead the way. In fact, he didn't dare to take a second look at it. But this was also consistent with his status as a superior. Master Chief! Suddenly arriving in this unfamiliar place, the 20 or so witches, who had been working on the farm all year round, seemed embarrassed. So they instinctively gathered around Emile and shouted, "This is a powerful and benevolent lord. He is willing to take in the witch union. So I brought you here. But it is not free. So you should behave better and reflect your value." Emile took the lead. In front, he said to the witch beside him, "Yes, I will follow your orders." These witches are still alive now because of Emile's protection. So since she said so, they have no choice but to obey. Not to mention that this place looks pretty good. If it were a human town, these witches would probably have already started thinking wildly, because as soon as people saw them, they would want to burn them down. The problem is that this is a goblin town. There is no one at all, which immediately eliminates a lot of fear and tension. It sounds ridiculous. Although he is a member of the human race and is an extraordinary being, he is regarded as the source of evil because of his ugly appearance. Human beings really follow their five senses. The experiences they experienced when they were young left a deep shadow in the hearts of these witches. They would rather live with monsters than be close to humans. The Green Shade Town perfectly fits this point. Coupled with their trust in the leader Emile, they are already thinking about how to stay here. You can choose any of the houses that have been built. You cannot easily change them after you choose them. When they arrived at the newly built residential area, Owen pointed at the houses in front of them and said to them, "In the past, these witches could only sleep on straw mats on the ground on the farm, because the farm didn't have that big a place for them to live. Not to mention that they couldn't show up in order to keep it secret. So let alone a separate room. Even a bed board was quite big for them. Luxury. So when they heard that the house in front of them was for them to live in, they were in disbelief at first. After receiving the confirmation, they couldn't wait to thank Owen, and then trotted into the room excitedly. As soon as they entered the house, the witches' eyes immediately lit up. Every decoration inside made them love it, and they didn't even dare to touch it easily. Compared with these brand new furnishings, they felt that their touch was more like a kind of pollution. So they were obviously happy, but they seemed a little restrained. How does the master plan to arrange them? Emile felt the joy from the heart of these witches, as well as the uneasiness hidden deep down, because they had never had these. And now that they had them, they were even more afraid of losing them. The life of every adult witch is unfortunate. They suffer a lot and lose everything. After all, there are only a few powerful witches, like Emile, who are taught by their mothers. The vast majority of wild witches do not know that they are witches at all. Therefore, when the magic awakens and abnormalities occur between themselves and their surroundings, they will inevitably fall into panic. This kind of emotions can make the situation worse, especially when all this is discovered. The real disaster begins. Even the lords would not allow such unstable factors to occur in the territory, let alone the ignorant civilians. They would attribute all misfortunes to the witches, so they would not hesitate to use various violent methods. The most common ones being fire torture and water torture. Growing up in an environment abandoned and persecuted by everyone, every witch became more sensitive to the outside world. Once they gained and lost, they would either go crazy or commit suicide. This caused countless tragedies. So Emil asked? Chapter 103: The Transformation of the Witch. The new witch school needs some manpower. And the territory also needs some witches. They are all rare talents. Owen guessed some of Emil's thoughts. So he spoke. Anyway, in short, they will not be left idle. If they are not idle, it means they are useful. If they are useful, they will not be abandoned. This is indeed the case. Although these witches have completely wasted their talents because they did not receive good teachings, they still have magic power. With a little guidance, they can do things that ordinary people cannot do. They are much better than squibs. And of course, they cannot be wasted. What's more, Owen also regarded them as experimental subjects, intending to use them to try new enhancements. Emil knew that Owen had other ideas, but was unable to stop them. Instead, she had to cooperate as much as possible. Because in her heart, although these adult witches were pitiful, her real hope was the little witches who were not yet underage. So she could only pretend that she didn't know. Feeling helpless, but unable to do anything, Emil went back. She needed to arrange for someone to take over the cheese making. And she also had to cooperate with Maya to reorganize the intelligence network, and at the same time discuss how to bring the little witch on the farm to them without alerting the outside world. The family members of the family were transferred here, because compared to the ugly witches who never go out as milkmaids, they are known to outsiders. Even if they don't care much, if they disappear all at once, they will arouse the suspicion of others. So I really don't have much energy to put here. After Emil left, Owen saw the witches hiding in the house, and couldn't help but rub his brows, and decided to leave first. Regardless of his identity or appearance, he is not suitable to stay here. Let these witches slowly adapt to this town, and then arrange for them to work after they adapt. After Emil and Owen left one after another, the witches were suddenly at a loss because no one told them what to do. Working, eating, and sleeping were all their previous lives. Suddenly everything changed, and they were immediately at a loss. So even if they felt uneasy, they still had the courage to come out because they still remembered what the leader said and wanted to. If you stay, you must show your own value. This is very much in line with the values of people in this world. People without value are not even qualified to survive. Some places still retain the habit of abandoning the old, weak, sick and disabled. Therefore, they have no objection and just want to find a job so that they can stay. After all, compared to the small and dark environment of the cheese workshop, the green town is simply a paradise for them. Here they have their own rooms, beautiful furniture, and a spacious and bright environment. These rarely appear even in their dreams. So how can they be willing to give them up and return to the cheese workshop on the farm, eager to see the cheese outside the high window every day? A ray of sunshine. So they decided to take the initiative to find a job. Because there are no humans in the entire town, it is rare for the witches to relax and even stop covering their ugly appearance. However, they still carefully observe the surrounding situation and hide if anything goes wrong. Fortunately, the goblins they met on the road didn't care about their appearance or even their identities. Instead, they greeted them out of curiosity. They wanted to find the lord of this place, and he enthusiastically took them to his brother, in front of General Breen. Work! The lord has no relevant orders yet, but you must still abide by the rules of the territory. The goblin general looked at the group of dirty witches in front of him, frowned, and called a few female goblins. Bring toiletries, clothing, and money bags according to the number of people. There is a bathhouse in the town, which is free to use. You can bathe and change clothes every 3 days in summer, and once a week in winter. You can wash it at any time if you get dirty. You must keep it clean and tidy on weekdays. After dividing the things, the goblin general said patiently, because it made it look like a nani. Several female goblins knew that the goblin general didn't like to care about these things. So they took the initiative to take the bewildered witches to the bathhouse. Although they were goblins, they were both women. So the witches were less nervous and began to whisper about the situation in the town. Although you live in a small town, you haven't really joined here yet. So there are some things I can't tell you. However, the Lord is kind. As long as you are loyal enough, you will soon receive the gift. After all, the Lord has even the goblins are willing to take him in. A female goblin said to them with a smile, and then introduced the surrounding shops. You don't have farmland, so you need to go to the store to buy everything you need. Fortunately, the things are not expensive. The money in your wallet is enough for you to live for a month. The Lord will arrange your work by then. The female goblin's words made these witches relax a little and focus on the surrounding shops. The shops in Shade Town look smaller than those in other towns, but they are more refined and well organized. There are fresh fruits and vegetables on the shelves in front of the fruit and vegetable store. The bakery exudes an attractive aroma of wheat. The butcher shop is covered with sausages and hams. The various kinds of ready-made clothes in front of the tailor's shop are dazzling. The tools of the blacksmith shop and the carpenter's shop, the furniture is sturdy and durable. It can be said that everything a small town needs is here. It also makes the witches, who have not been on the streets for many years, become a little bit eager to move. Even if they are witches, even if they are ugly, they still have a heart for beauty. No one likes to be unkempt and live alone in the wilderness away from the crowd. What surprised the witches even more was that the goblins living here were clean, tidy, civilized and polite, which made them all wonder whether the goblins they had seen before were actually goblins, or whether these goblins in the town were actually goblins. Is it a goblin? The bathhouse is here, the female goblin said happily. After all, no one can resist a hot bath in the cold season. When the witches looked up, they saw a building shrouded in water vapor. They were a little surprised that this tall building was just a bathhouse. In order to prevent moisture from damaging the building, the bathhouse was built with strips of stone. It was tall and wide, divided into men and women, and could accommodate more than 100 people bathing at the same time. It was the largest building in the entire town. This shows how much Owen paid attention to personal hygiene. Problem: because the torch stumps are used to provide heat, the hot water is not valuable. The clean water is heated and poured directly into the bath, so that the water inside always remains clear, and the discharged water is not wasted. There are pools and ditches on both sides of the bathhouse door. The hot water flowing out of them will be poured here, so that the surrounding goblins can come and wash their clothes. Then, they only need to run it through with clean water again, especially in winter, making doing laundry no longer a torture. Along the way, the female goblin taught the witches a lot of life skills in the small town, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This made the witches look forward to staying here even more. So other than here, they really couldn't find another place that would allow them to live in the sun. A place to live. Chapter 10. For the actions become more and more bold. Owen didn't know about the changes in the witches. After returning to the castle through the Flu network, he didn't know what to do for a while. Because Maya was not here, she needed to reorganize the Witches Alliance's intelligence network to make it more efficient. And without her, Owen wouldn't even know how to handle the affairs of the territory. Because no one would give him the documents that needed to be signed and the reports that needed to be made. Even if he wanted to do something, he could only think about it first, and then go to the scene to give instructions. The efficiency was not even a little bit poor. So he simply failed and chose to spend the progress value without thinking. Remembering the original plan, Owen took Charles and 2 Teutonic warriors to the barracks. Now the territory has built barracks, shooting ranges, and stables to train infantry, archers, and cavalry respectively. Although limited by the lack of civilians in the territory, it is impossible to directly train better soldiers. But the loyalty and morale of the soldiers are first class in the Northland. And even Howard and his son can't find fault with them. Recently, Howard and his son have been strengthening training for the soldiers every day, and the results are pretty good. The soldiers have become more proficient in combat skills and coordination. They have also learned how to patrol more efficiently and deal with various emergencies. Simply put, they have become more skilled, flexible. These changes are not brought about by loyalty and morale alone, but by Howard's rich life experience. If he hadn't been working at the grassroots level for 10 or 20 years, he wouldn't be so sophisticated. Irving is very satisfied with this. With Howard, even if outsiders come next spring, there won't be much trouble. However, if you want to achieve better results in a short period of time, you have to rely on cheating. Nowadays, there is no shortage of soldiers in the territory. But in addition to quantity, quality is also very important. What's more, with the population base of the territory, it is no longer possible to expand the proportion of soldiers. So we can only work on quality. This time Owen came mainly to improve the quality of the cavalry, because the light cavalry can no longer meet the current needs of the territory, and progress points need to be spent to strengthen them. The direction of strengthening is the archers and lancers. The cuirass is the most cost-effective, but its speed is average, and it works well in frontal confrontations. The problem is that in the vast Northland, speed is king. If you can't catch up with someone, it's useless. Horse thieves will not choose to go head-to-head with the regular army. Harassment and sneak attacks are the way to go. What they do best. The territory has city walls and a large number of infantry. It is not afraid of cavalry attacking the city, nor is it afraid of head-on confrontation. It is afraid of harassment and raids. So it needs a large number of high-speed cavalry to respond. According to Owen's idea, the scout cavalry is good at reconnaissance. The horse archers are good at chasing. The lancers are good at surprise attacks. And the cuirassiers are good at attacking fortresses. With the cooperation of all four parties, even if they encounter enemies that are 2 or 3 times more numerous than them, it will not be a waste. After finding it feasible, Owen prepared to upgrade the cavalry. The number of cavalry in the territory is not small now, and it is unrealistic to strengthen all of them, especially the cuirass. The upgrade requirements are too high and cannot be used. Therefore, Owen simply strengthens the light cavalry. Fortunately, because it is a cavalry, it will not cost much progress points to strengthen it on the existing basis. The amount of progress points recovered in one day is enough to upgrade several cavalry. So the speed is not too slow. When Maya came back, Owen had completed the integration of the Territorial cavalry. The territory now has 150 cavalry, including 30 scout cavalry, 50 archers, 50 lancers, 20 cuirassiers, and 2 knights. Although the arms are not unified and seem a bit messy, this combination gives the territory's cavalry the ability to deal with various situations. A large number of scout cavalry can allow one side to grasp the situation within a radius of 20 to 30 miles and not miss the opportunity to fight. The highly mobile horse archers and light knights are not only the best pursuers, but also the best interceptors. Even if they encounter you can also respond in time to the surprise attack. After waiting for the cuirassier's charge to scatter the enemy, it's time to pursue the victory. Raid, attack, pursue, and cut off the rear. As long as the number of enemies is not several times their own, they can do it all. This is exactly the trump card Owen prepared for the horse thieves who occupy Marat town. If the opponent is up to no good, then let them disappear. Owen is stubborn, but his stubbornness is for the imperial frontiers and major forces. He really doesn't need to worry too much about horse thieves or the claws of certain people sent to the north, because the gain outweighs the loss. With the current size of the territory, if you want to eliminate his apparent power, you don't have to have 3,000 to 5,000 people. After all, it is not enough to have soldiers when traveling. Depending on the distance of the expedition, you must have at least 3 to 5 times the luck of the soldiers. Foot soldiers. These people don't have much combat power, but they cannot be lacking. But if you want to send a force of 3,000 to 5,000 people to the north, it will cost at least several times or even 10 times. Firstly, it's a long journey. Secondly, it has to cross a border. And thirdly, it's illegal. Unless the emperor orders it, this price is inevitable. As for whether the emperor will target the territory, Owen is not worried about this. He is a well-established noble of the north. Unless the emperor intends to shake the foundation of the entire north, or he raises the flag of rebellion, it is impossible to target him. Because once the emperor taking action means denying the legitimacy of the entire Northland aristocracy. By then, everyone will be in danger. And even if Northland does not collapse, it will not be able to continue to develop. Because no one knows when they will become the next one. Even the aristocratic forces in the empire, who have designs on the north, will not allow anyone to do this. After learning this from Maya, Owen's actions became more and more bold. Not only trying to drive nails into the empire's borders, but also planning to clean up the unstable factors around the territory. Of course, he can't control these things yet. So he just stays in his thoughts and waits for the executor to be in place. After Maya returned, Owen finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately handed over all the work in the territory to her. Although nothing happened in the territory during the winter, he always felt uneasy when Maya was not around. However, as soon as Maya came back, she blocked Owen in the study and refused to let him out. She had no choice but to passively listen to her report on her work. In Maya's eyes, the Northland Witches Alliance is completely in a state of overstocking and has not played much role at all. It is simply a waste. To be effective, the entire alliance must be reorganized, which is why Maya has been delayed for so long. Although the Northland Witches Union has great potential, There are still many problems that need to be solved in order to realize its value. Maya took out a thick stack of parchment and handed it to Owen, who was recovering blood. The first is the properties of the Northland Witches Alliance. In addition to the farm and 2 shops in the town, there are also many properties of the Witches Alliance in Farrier Town and surrounding towns. However, due to the lack of explicit protection, most of these industries are inconspicuous. They are either small shops or a small number of shareholders, and the profits are not much. But for Maya, these industries are ready-made intelligence collection points. So she spent a lot of time visiting and collected a lot of intelligence and news. But it was Owen who had to decide what to do next. Chapter 105: The Witch's Loyalty. It seems that in addition to a sum of funds, you also need some thugs who do underworld work so that you can speed up development. Owen understood what Maya meant, because she also proposed a backup plan, which was to bribe the local gangs. But bribery is risky. After all, someone can sacrifice his life for you or someone else. It all depends on who offers more benefits. No, I suggest that Knight Howard go to the town to buy the farm from Emil, completely cover up the traces of the Northland Witch Union, and then acquire and reorganize those fragmented industries in the name of Knight Howard. As for the gang, it is just the outermost part of the organization, used to solve a little trouble, and can be discarded at any time. Maya's words made Owen understand the gap in vision between the two parties, but he had long been used to it. Otherwise, why would he leave the territory and the Witch Alliance to her? Without further ado, Owen called Howard over and asked Maya to talk about the matter. After hearing this, Howard agreed without much thought, because it was not difficult for him. Many of his colleagues were buying properties in border towns. In fact, if he hadn't met Corin, Howard would have chosen a place to buy a property so that he could leave it to his son in the future. So it really wasn't that difficult. However, as Maya told the story, Howard's expression began to become serious, and he considered which areas needed attention and which areas needed to rely on previous connections. Howard didn't think there was anything wrong with Owen's plan to build an intelligence network on the border of the Empire. Even if he was asked to lead troops to attack Farrier Town, he would agree without hesitation, because the Emperor's ministers are not the Emperor's ministers. Since arriving in the territory, Howard's allegiance has been to Owen, not the Emperor, nor the Empire. So not only did he not hesitate about this matter, but he felt that he was being valued and became more attentive. After leaving the patrolling of the territory to Hog, Howard put on a decent suit of armor, rode a horse, took 3 to 5 servants and 10 swordsmen, and came to Emil's farm through the Flu network to pick him up. Irving doesn't need to worry about what happened next. Maya took care of things. But Owen didn't have nothing to do. Although Maya has strong abilities, she does not cheat. Therefore, when faced with some difficult problems, she either avoids the difficulties or thinks of other ways, because the problem cannot be solved head-on. But Owen is different. He cheats. The problems that Maya can't solve are not the same for him. This is why he doesn't worry about being sidelined even though he delegates power now. In the early days, I was flustered and short of breath, and I was afraid of Maya all day long. That was because I lacked confidence. If a man who is a gatekeeper in a community with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan has a woman who is an executive in a foreign company, it is normal for her to be arrogant and suspicious. Because money is not matched. Power is not matched. And it is impossible to talk about being angry. Now that the territory is developing better and better, and Maya has more and more rights, Owen is not so worried. It is precisely because he has finally found his own position. He is irreplaceable. Dale's ancestral medicine pestle will not work. When you are confident enough, you will naturally stop thinking wildly, feeling at ease and blaming Maya for everything. Owen went to the secret room of the dungeon and began to study how to play the role of those adult witches. Although the system is good, the progress value is always stuck, making it difficult for Owen to enjoy himself. In order to maximize the value of the progress value, he has been making various attempts. And Seal is the most successful example. From a maid who knew some fighting skills, to a fierce woman who could face powerful enemies even if the Teutonic warriors were there, she sped very little progress. And her potential was more than that. It's a pity that there is only one Seal, and it would be difficult to copy it. Otherwise, Owen would really dare to venture into the Empire. Although it was difficult, Owen still chose to continue research. And those witches were the best targets. The opportunity to change your destiny is right in front of you. Whether you are willing or not depends on your decision. Owen came to Green Shade Town and called together the witches, who had taken on a new look but were still ugly. Before, these witches would have just remained silent. But after living in the Green Town for this period of time, they were completely unable to abandon everything they had now and return to the farm. So they looked at each other and took the witch oath together, which was the only bargaining chip they could give now. The witch's oath is an alternative kind of curse, which curses oneself with its own magic power. Therefore, not only is the binding force beyond the limit, but it cannot be lifted on its own. Therefore, no witch will take the witch's oath unless absolutely necessary. But for these witches, this is the only bargaining chip they can use now. They are still afraid that Owen will look down on them, because they have neither beauty nor strength. And even they themselves don't know what else can be attracted to them. Fancy it. You will find out what a right choice you made, Owen said with some profound meaning, because he already had a lot of ideas about these witches. Choose the oldest witch and go to the dungeon secret room in the castle through the flue network. Go in. Owen pointed at the synthesis furnace and said to the witch, because the secret room in the dungeon did not appear gloomy or smelly, but instead seemed a bit warm. The witch was not too nervous and walked into the strange small room obediently. The synthesis furnace was now being used by Owen for on-the-spot NMR. And with the knowledge about witches obtained from Emil, he had initially figured out some of the witch's problems. Regardless of whether a warlock with a dominant bloodline or a witch with a hidden bloodline, magic power will be generated independently after reaching a certain age. Just like the endocrine changes in adolescence, it is an inevitable stage of physical growth. It's just that the magic power of the warlock is more active. Even without any training, it can be released in an emotional state, so there is not much pressure. Just like regular hand flushing is helpful for healthy growth. But witches can't. Their magic is more restrained. Even after learning, they still need a medium to cast spells better. Simply put, relying on their hands is useless. It's okay if there are qualified witches, and they have someone to teach them. But wild witches, who have no one to teach them, can only resign themselves to their fate and allow the magic power generated in the body to accumulate, which will then oppress the body and spirit, causing the mood to become worse and become. It's easier to go to extremes. This emotion will also affect the magic power and indirectly cause distortion to oneself. This is also the reason why most wild witches are ugly and have physical defects. And this distortion is irreversible. After all, it is distorted during the growth period. Once the adult body is finalized, it will definitely not be reversed. Witches are also helpless about this. After all, this kind of situation is not only encountered by untutored wild witches. In many cases, a violent mood swing in adolescence will affect the body of a witch, and this adds to the tension and resentment, causing many girls to witches all have physical defects. For example, Emil has no missing limbs or twisted body. The problem is that her body shape is not without problems. So the witch invented a lot of potions and magic. Unfortunately, most of the recovery effects are temporary. There are only a few permanent methods. And the price is not something that ordinary witches can afford. Chapter 106: The Fusion of Witch and Demon Hunter. They have no choice. But it doesn't mean that Owen doesn't have it. To a certain extent, the synthesis furnace can be used as a self-cultivation furnace. Not to mention the ugly witch. Even a ball of slime can be made into a human shape. So if you want it to be big, you can make it big. If you want it to be tall, you can make it tight. If you want it to be tight, it can be made tight. Not to mention 2 or 3 cakes. He can make them together. If there are special needs, he can even add a unitary chicken. Don't underestimate an LSP who has been on the internet for 20 years. If his reading records are exposed, he will be embarrassed to the point of being upgraded. But plastic surgery alone is not enough. He is not doing it to create a harem of 3,000 beauties. Nor is he trying to satisfy his own unspeakable little hobby. Now, just having 2 women makes him feel like he has run out of toothpaste. But every day the feeling of being squeezed hard every day. In this case, even if he is surrounded by beautiful women, what does it mean to him? So his purpose is not that simple. Owen had made a statistics on witches before, and carried out targeted strengthening according to their wishes. Only by strengthening can they have the value of being used. There are 20 witches in total, and the 5 oldest among them choose to be assistant teachers at the Witch Academy. They were the first to follow Emil, although their physical defects could not be compensated for. They knew some things about witches, and were usually responsible for teaching the little witch. After all, Emil was often away from home for several months, so they could teach him well. Therefore, after seeing the position of teaching assistant in the school, these 5 people decisively chose this career. As an assistant, you don't need to think too much about combat effectiveness. Owen rubbed his chin with his hand, feeling the soft beard, and said to himself, theoretically, Only Dell's newly refined inferior blood evolution potion and the synthesis furnace can be used to recast these witches. But it is not safe enough. So Owen exchanged the student templates in Hogwarts as a way to restrict those witches. Witches' tricks. Go inside, drink the potion, and wait. Owen opened the door of the synthesis furnace and handed the other party a bottle of light green potion. This potion is a second-rate blood potion that Dell refined with the advice and help of Emil. It is not as effective as the original version, but it is more suitable. The original potion uses a large amount of jadeite solution, and the effect is needless to say. But it is too wasteful. The same materials can be used to refine 7 or 8 bottles of inferior blood potion. The effect is a bit poor, but it is enough for ordinary witches who do not have strong magic blood. So of course Owen will choose this. Under the stimulation of the blood potion, the reactivated magic blood and the physical body were recast in the synthesis furnace. The whole process was a bit like breaking a person into pieces and then rebuilding it with 3D printing. It has to be said that the synthesis furnace is a bit less mysterious in terms of mystery. But in terms of ordinary substances and organisms, it is simply black technology, which makes Owen dare not underestimate anything in the system. The synthesis furnace was powerful, and it didn't take long for a very beautiful mature woman to come out of it. It was the ugly witch with buck teeth and chicken feet from before. This is not me! The witch who walked out of the synthesis furnace looked at her slender hands in disbelief, and then touched her face and body excitedly. The smooth and white feeling made her unable to stand upright with excitement, sitting on the ground as if he had been beaten. Yes, this is the reward for your loyalty. Owen didn't know when he put on the golden armor blessed by the holy light, and appeared in front of the other party like a god with a halo. As expected, he received enthusiastic and loyal eyes. It was in vain that he had to perform this part even though he was so embarrassed inside. When the witch came to the previous companions, there was silence for a moment. No one could believe what they saw. This was simply a miracle. At this time, none of the witches regretted the oath they had sworn. They all knelt down in front of Owen, in order to be reborn. They were willing to devote all their loyalty. Even death could not stop their pursuit of beauty. Rather than living an ugly life, they want to die in the most beautiful way. Even if they are ghosts, they will look good. Right? Witch Assistant is just a simple attempt by Owen. His real purpose is to create a fighting team composed of witches, similar to magic swordsmen, who can master melee and spellcasting skills at the same time, which is equivalent to a weakened version of Gandalf. Therefore, the secondary blood potion adds the template for Hogwarts students is not enough. Originally, Owen wanted to select a troop template from the Age of Empire, but the troops from the Age of Empire were more suitable for the battlefield and not suitable for the special warfare he envisioned. So he rummaged through the system and finally set his sights on wizards. Although the name of this game is The Witcher, the protagonist is white hair, sorceress, piledriver, Gwent, and witcher. Demon hunters were originally humans. Through special trials and potions, they induced genetic mutations and became witchers who specialized in hunting monsters. Demon hunters have inhuman physique and endurance, coupled with proficient combat skills. Each of them is a fierce man who is 1 to 10. Otherwise, they cannot hunt monsters and cannot satisfy the sorceress. Owen had been jealous before, envious that the opponent's waist and abdominal power could subdue the sorceress. But later he discovered that these powers were obtained by inducing mutations, which simply meant that he was no longer a human being. After becoming a demon hunter, he even loses his fertility, which shows that this kind of enhancement is imperfect. But it is undeniable that the enhancement of the demon hunter also has merits, especially for those with special blood. Pure human genes are not so easy to mutate, and even if they are mutated, they will be malignant. But mixed blood is different. It is easier to stimulate the characteristics of blood vessels and gain genetic advantages. Therefore, Owen guessed that the Witchers in The Witcher also have inhuman blood. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the mutagenesis of potions and cruel trials. Therefore, he did not plan to exchange the Witcher template directly, but exchange the green herbal potion formula with the hunter's blood. Demon Trial. The complete Demon Hunter template includes blood, attributes, characteristics, skills, and experience. So the required progress value is relatively high. After all, it is equivalent to transforming a person from the inside out. But if it is just a Demon Hunter trial, the required progress value will be greatly reduced. Because if you want to pass the Witcher trial, you must have Witcher level potential and attributes, so that you can gain Witcher skills and related experience through the trial. If you don't have matching potential and attributes, you will end up dead. One piece. So whether it can work or not depends not only on whether his idea is correct, but also on whether the witch's potential is as great as imagined. Owen is somewhat sure of this, because the uglier the wild witch is, the stronger she becomes. As for why, it's because the stronger the magic bloodline, the more powerful it will distort itself, which means the uglier it will be. So he has confidence in this group of ugly witches. Chapter 107 Witch Hunting. The result was just as Owen had imagined. The first witch to choose a fighting profession successfully completed the Witcher trial and became a witch hunter, or witch hunter for short. Owen had high hopes for the witch hunts he had built himself, and personally prepared equipment for them. The first is a tight-fitting black leather jacket that absorbs sweat, is breathable and does not bulge, showing off the witch's perfect figure after recasting. Then, there are the silver sword and the matching magic potion, as well as some odds and ends that can be used depending on the situation. As for the high heels, after hesitating for a while, they were finally not listed as regular equipment, but as ceremonial clothing. After all, this was reality. He couldn't expect the witch hunter to wear high heels and a bikini and roll around and fight with the enemy, wearing a black corset and a tight-fitting leather jacket with no bulge, and carrying a pair of silver steel swords. Witch hunter began to show off her strength in front of Owen, and her opponent was Owen's top unit of Teutonic warriors. The strength and physique of the witch hunters are not as good as the Teutonic warriors, but their agility and flexibility are far superior to them. After all, one is a macho man over 2 meters tall and wearing heavy armor, and the other is a fair-skinned and beautiful female witcher with long legs. So the main focus is on watering and fighting, mainly waiting for opportunities to attack its flaws. But the Teutonic warrior is not that simple. With his extreme human physique, superb combat skills, and heavy armor, he does not need to defend at all. Even if the sword stabs at the gap in the armor, the Teutonic warrior only needs to twist his body. By wielding the long sword, the so-called gaps no longer exist. What's more, even if they are stabbed, it doesn't matter. With the physique of the Teutonic warriors, even if the sword pierces the heart, there is enough time for them to twist off the enemy's head. Moreover, the strong bones of the Teutonic warriors are not inferior to armor. So facing a flexible witch hunter, the Teutonic warriors only need to swing their heavy swords to easily force their opponents to dodge, consuming a lot of physical energy. However, as a mutant profession of witches, how could witch hunting only have this method? When he saw that the melee method was ineffective, he immediately retreated and took out the magic potion. With the cooperation of Emil and Del, the potions in the territory developed rapidly. In addition to various unscientific healing potions at Hogwarts, there are also some auxiliary potions, such as those that increase status and impose curses on enemies with hurt. To be honest, if you don't take the cost into consideration and hit your face with a bag of magic potions, even a Teutonic warrior will suffer a huge loss. But obviously that's not how potions work. And the enemy is not a fool. Even if you want to throw money at someone, they have to stand still. After drinking the potion, the witch hunter moved faster and became stronger. He was even able to fight a few moves with the Teutonic warriors, but he retreated quickly and was obviously still outmatched. However, the magic potions casually thrown by the witch hunters caused a lot of trouble to the Teutonic warriors, especially the potions that released paralyzing smoke, which made the Teutonic warriors' movements begin to become a little sluggish. This is because the witch hunter did not use the pyrotechnic potion brewed by black glue worms. Otherwise the Teutonic warriors would have to shed their skin even if they did not die. Of course, the Teutonic warriors did not use their fighting spirit. Otherwise a face-to-face witch hunter might be gone. To put it simply, neither side is serious. But witch hunter's performance is indeed good, which makes Owen very satisfied. Okay, stop it, Owen said to stop, because there was no need to continue. He had watched the battle just now. Although he occasionally got distracted, it was because the tight leather clothes highlighted his figure too much. But he had already made an evaluation of the witch hunt in his heart. That is to say, he is not proficient enough now. Otherwise, if the potion is combined with the sealing method, even the tank-like Teutonic warriors will have a hard time defeating the opponent completely. And they may even capsize if they are not careful. More importantly, witch hunting is not bad, and the cost is low. An adult witch, a grass potion brewed by Del, and a witcher trial that can be exchanged for only a small amount of progress points. These are combined and together, they can create an elite combat force in a short period of time. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few adult witches, and the potential of young witches couldn't be wasted, Owen would even want to form a witch hunting force. As for the shortcomings, they were not ruthless enough and had poor adaptability. So Owen found ninjas, and asked these sharp blades in the darkness to teach these witches how to truly kill. While Owen was busy building a special force of witches, he didn't know that his territory was already being targeted. Marat town, a town occupied by horse thieves, was not ruined by the loss of its lord. Instead, many nomadic tribes gathered here to spend the winter. Everywhere, livestock gathered together for warmth could be seen chewing dry and boring fodder. The nomadic tribes in the north are also products of the Northland pioneering group. At that time, some people did not choose to open up wasteland for farming, but lived in pursuit of water and grass. This was easier and more convenient to avoid danger. But because there was no fixed land, they are not qualified to be called nobles. It was okay that everyone was poor in the beginning. As the territory continued to develop, the gap between the two sides gradually widened. Jealousy became the original sin. Otherwise, there would be so many horse thieves in the north. Boss, I'm afraid our food won't last until spring. Young Harvey's face had a look of frost polished by the wind and snow in the north. He pushed open the door tiredly despite the wind and snow. And as soon as he entered, he brought a bad news. Buddy, who was wiping his sword in front of the fireplace, did not respond to the bad news, but motioned to Harvey to close the door. Because when he occupied Marat town, he knew that such a day would come sooner or later. It was not that Viscount Marat took away the food from the town, nor was it that the food was stolen, but because there were too many of them. 200 to 300 horse thieves, including people and horses, eating and chewing, can feed thousands of people in one day, which is enough for a simple town to support. Even being able to hold on until now was beyond Buddy's expectations, and it also gave him an accurate understanding of the abilities of his deputy. If we kill some livestock that won't last until spring, how long can we sustain it? Buddy said calmly. At most half a month. The old and weak livestock will have been slaughtered when winter comes. The livestock that are still alive are the seeds for next year's growth. Even if we want to kill them, the herdsmen will not be willing, Harvey said helplessly. What he did not say is that if the herdsmen are forced to slaughter their livestock, they will violate their original promise. The three of them came from 3 different noble families in the empire, and they came together because of the same experience. But if there are only 3 people, even if they master the fighting spirit, it is far from enough to make a name for themselves. So they focus on the bandits and horse thieves that can be seen everywhere in the north, because these are ready-made soldiers. The 3 of them preferred horse thieves or herdsmen to bandits. In fact, there is no difference between the two. When they hold a machete, they are horse thieves, and when they hold a whip, they are herdsmen. The change of identity depends on who they are facing. If they are 2 or 3 traveling traders, they are notorious horse thieves from the north. If they are a caravan with sufficient protection, then they are hospitable herdsmen. The 3 promised a place where they could trade and spend the winter, gathered 200 to 300 people, and easily captured Marat town without losing a single person during the process, which greatly increased their prestige. The problem is that prestige cannot be used as food, as long as the 3 of them cannot pay for food. These horse thieves with them, as their leaders, will immediately turn against them, and even draw their swords against them. That's why Harvey is so anxious. Chapter 108. The horse thief takes action. It seems that you are determined to attack the territory of the Hydra family. Harvey was not a fool. He guessed Buddy's thoughts from his reaction. In fact, this was their only way besides leaving in despair. There are many aristocratic children, like them, who came to the north. Those people are not incapable of gathering so many people, mainly because it is easy to gather, but difficult to feed. And they will be backlashed if they are not careful. This is mainly because the manpower they brought from the empire is limited, and most of the time, they need to recruit men directly in the north. The problem is that they can't recruit serious people. They can only recruit bandits and horse thieves. These people are not easy to get along with. If you don't pay attention, you will lose both people and money. The 3 of them were different and more ambitious, so they did not hesitate to spend all the wealth they brought from their families, purchased a batch of equipment through their family's connections, and armed hundreds of horse thieves, and then successfully captured Marat town. But they were not very happy afterwards, because Viscount Marat's decisiveness caused them to miss the seal of the nobility. And they did not have the seal of nobility that represented the orthodoxy. Even if they occupied Marat town, they were still horse thieves, not nobles. This immediately disrupted their plans, making it impossible to use this as a bargaining chip to exchange for further support from the family. To make matters worse, there was a demon centaur wandering around, and they ran into each other before they were chasing Viscount Marat. At that time, Buddy made a prompt decision and took the initiative to attack. After a fight, many people died, and Viscount Marat even escaped while they were in the chaos. If they had not occupied Marat town and fulfilled their promise to the nomadic tribes, it would not be easy to explain that so many people died. No one is a fool. Those nomadic tribes are willing to be horse thieves under them purely for profit. If they can't bring benefits, those people don't mind killing them and replacing them with someone else as the leader. Anyway, the benefits have been obtained. Therefore, Buddy needs to find another target for these people and establish his prestige with victory after victory, so that he can completely control these horse thieves. The only territory nearby that meets this condition is the territory of the Hydra family, and the others are not too small. No oil or water, just too far away.
You guessed it right. But although the risk is very high, we have no choice.
Buddy put the clean sword back into its scabbard, placed it flat on his lap, leaned back, and said calmly, "Their origins have determined the upper limit of what they can achieve in the future. If they want to break this invisible restriction, they must break out of this circle. So they risk everything and come to the Northland. But if they can't achieve results, don't expect the family to continue to give them resources. So even if there are huge risks, they still can't retreat unless they are willing to be real horse thieves or stay on their own as farmers, which they obviously don't want to do." Harvey added some firewood to the fireplace, stretched out his hand to warm the fire, and at the same time put his boots, which were almost soaked by the snow, close to the flames. He thought for a moment and then spoke.
"The Hydra family is developing too fast, and there are obviously people behind it. Have you considered this? Have you forgotten? We have no choice."
Buddy tapped his sword with his finger and said in a serious tone, while staring at Harvey with both eyes, "Compared to the other taciturn collaborator, Harvey has the best mind. But a good mind means he has a lot of thoughts. If he doesn't knock things out from time to time, who knows what he will do?" Harvey was silent, but he knew in his heart that the only person who had no choice was Buddy, not him. Buddy comes from the best family and is also the strongest, so he occupies a leadership position among the three. Even if he takes the seal of nobility from Viscount Marat, he will be the only holder. Therefore, when Viscount Marat took advantage of the chaos to escape, Harvey even felt relieved. No one wants to be in power, even if they are small. They must seek refuge with the strong, such as the Hydra family. Compared to the three of them, a small boat that could capsize at any time, the Hydra family undoubtedly has more strength and potential, and is a good candidate for investment. The only problem is that Buddy is unwilling. He has a betting agreement with his family. The higher his achievements in the Northland, the greater the support he will receive. If he can become the Earl of the Northland, the family is even willing to recognize his status as a branch. When the time comes, he will gain a large number of contacts and political capital, and have the opportunity to transcend the restrictions of the northern nobles and join the Empire's powerful circle. Therefore, Buddy did not allow anyone to give up or fail. So Harvey did not refute his words, because he did not want to die unclearly. When he came to the Northland, he had seen too many people die from being stabbed in the back. He didn't want to be the next unlucky person. So he changed the subject.
"I went to the territory of the Hydra family once before winter. The population is more than 1,000 people, and the number of soldiers is close to 300, including dozens of cavalry. They are all well-trained professional soldiers. It is not that easy to defeat them."
"Easy." Harvey couldn't help showing an envious expression. In fact, not only him, but also Buddy was the same. A population of 1,000 cannot feed 300 soldiers. So they would not believe it if there was no support behind the Hydra family. But this is normal. There are many dignitaries in the Empire circle who see the potential of the North. It's just that those with high levels look down on it, while those with low levels don't care about it. Only those who are neither high nor low have the ability to intervene. The question is, looking at the scale of the Hydra family's development, the other party must have invested a lot of resources. Do they really want to fight? At this time, even Buddy began to hesitate. After all, if he fought, he would offend the other party to death. But if he didn't fight, it would mean that his ambitions and his future would be over.
"It's not easy to fight. Not to mention those herdsmen are very greedy. A mere Marat town cannot satisfy their appetite,"
Buddy said to Harvey with a sarcastic smile. Harvey nodded. He usually dealt with those nomadic tribes the most, and he could feel the greedy nature of those guys the most.
"When will we set off?"
Harvey asked, knowing that it would definitely not be after spring. because the food in Marat town would not last until then.
3 days later.
Buddy lowered his head and counted the days and said, "The winter in the north is very cold. But the coldest period has passed. If you are well prepared, you may not be unable to give it a try."
Okay. I'm going to prepare for the slaughter of the livestock.
Harvey nodded, and after warming his hands again, he decisively opened the door and left. Livestock is life to the herdsman. If you want to slaughter the livestock that can live through the winter, you can't do it without paying a sufficient price. So Buddy came forward to summon the herdsman.
The territory of the Hydra family has endless food, warm and comfortable houses, and every family has an iron pot. As long as we capture it, everything there will be ours.
Buddy's words were simple and direct, and easier to evoke the greed in the hearts of these herdsmen. If they were a separate nomadic tribe, they would not have the courage. Only 1/3 of the tribe of hundreds of people can fight. And because of the lack of iron weapons, they can only use wooden sticks as weapons. They cannot take advantage of the cavalry at all. Facing the lord who built a wooden village, they can only hope and sigh. But now there are 7 or 8 nomadic tribes gathered in Marat town, enough to make up 200 to 300 riders. With the iron weapons provided by the 3, their ambitions have begun to expand. Chapter 109. 300 horse thieves fight against the 5-legged demon centaur. The skinny animals were slaughtered mercilessly when they were about to survive the long winter. The valuable skins were stretched out and quickly covered with a layer of rust, while the remaining meat was cut off while it was hot and baked. Dried meat as the next dry food. The offal was not wasted and was thrown into the pot to cook, although the taste was terrible. In the cold season, a bowl of hot offal soup can still bring a strong sense of satisfaction. The horse thief, who was about to set out, placed the dried meat close to his body, then dug out the animal oil from the bowl, and smeared it thickly on his hands and face, mixing with the original dust and dirt, as if covered with a layer of sludge. Don't underestimate this layer of sludge. Without this layer of protection, the cold wind blowing while riding will cut your skin like a knife, making you miserable. Be prepared and mount your well-fed war horses. Under the leadership of Batty and the other 300 horse thieves composed of all adult men from 7 or 8 nomadic tribes attacked the Hydra territory. Compared with these horse thieves, the conditions of the territorial cavalry are much better, especially the scout cavalry who go out on patrol every day. They do not need to wear armor because they are scouts. They only need to run back alive to win. So they wear soft and warm pairs. Leather jacket. In addition, they have 3 meals a day of high quality and quantity, and carry high-calorie food with them, which allows them to cope with patrol tasks in the best condition. Therefore, the 300 horse thieves did not hide these excellent people wandering outside their territory. Scout.
Stop. Feed the horses first and then rest. The early hours of tonight will be the day for us to seize wealth and enjoy life.
Buddy, whose face was also covered in grease, turned to the horse thieves who looked very tired and shouted loudly. Traveling for 2 days in freezing cold weather was simply a kind of torture. Even though these horse thieves were all from nomadic tribes, they still felt like they couldn't bear it. Fortunately, hope was right in front of them. These horse thieves cheered up. They opened the fodder bags first, and fed the fodder mixed with beans and coarse salt to the war horses. Then, they hurriedly gnawed on a stick of dried meat, wrapped their heads in sheepskins and fell asleep. After a while, snoring broke out. Buddy also wanted to rest, but seeing the horse thieves sleeping all over the floor, he had no choice but to take turns keeping vigil with Scarface and Harvey. It was really sad that this leader acted like a leader. At this time, Owen was making a new puppet in the secret room of the dungeon. After receiving the news from Maya through the double-sided mirror, he was stunned. Then he walked to the fireplace with flip powder and arrived in the center of the town in the blink of an eye. Maya and Howard are both there, waiting for his arrival.
The horse thieves occupying Marat town are attacking and staying more than 10 miles away from the territory. If I guess correctly, they will attack at night before dawn.
Howard, who is familiar with the territory's military strength, does not mean to be nervous. Regardless of the front, the battle was still a sneak attack. With the number and eliteness of the territorial soldiers, victory was only a matter of time. What he was thinking about now was how to show off his abilities.
Interesting. Coming before spring. This is a surprise attack.
Owen touched his chin, but he didn't expect that the other party still had some sense. Fortunately, the opponent was cautious enough and stayed more than 10 miles away for repairs. He also planned a sneak attack at night, which gave him sufficient preparation time. Otherwise, even if the scout cavalry returned in time, It would not buy much time for the territory. Instead, he could make arrangements calmly now. But after thinking about it, Irving decided to let Howard take full command of the battle. In fact, Owen was afraid of embarrassment, because this time, he was not facing dozens of bandits, but 300 horse thieves, which could not be solved with a single push. Being familiar with the 36 stratagems does not mean that you can lead troops to fight, because you don't know how to implement them. These cannot be polished without following the army for several years. But the problem is not big. The coal boss does not need to know how to dig coal in the well, and the arms dealer does not need to be a Rambo. Howard nodded cautiously. Facing this enemy, he was tenfold sure of victory. But how to show off his abilities as much as possible in this battle was something that needed careful consideration.
Try to catch them alive.
When Howard was about to turn around and leave, Irving thought for a while and said to Howard,
"My lord."
Howard clenched his fist and knocked on his breastplate, then led his son to start mobilizing troops from the territory. There is no panic among the soldiers in the territory. Even if they are suddenly woken up from their sleep, they still put on their armor and pick up their weapons silently, and line up to prepare to go.
"I really don't know who trained these soldiers,"
Howard said with emotion. He is also good at training soldiers, but he believes that he cannot train such soldiers because it completely goes against personal consciousness and makes them into a member who fully obeys orders and integrates into the whole. Such a soldier alone is nothing, but in large numbers, they can often create miracles. When Howard sighed, the soldiers had already assembled, so he ordered his son to lead the infantry to defend the city, while he went out with all the cavalry. Howard, the scout cavalry, only took 10 people away, and the rest dispersed to prevent someone from raiding their lair. Although the chance was very small, they had to be on guard. But what Howard didn't know was that as soon as he took off on the front foot, Irving followed with Seal on the back foot, because he was very curious about how this battle would go. Of course, although he was following behind, Owen had no intention of getting closer, because he just came out to feel the atmosphere, just like going to a concert. But neither he nor Howard, who was preparing for a big fight, expected to see such an exciting scene when they arrived. The wonderful scene of 300 horse thieves fighting against the 5-legged demonic centaur. The demon centaur is more than 3 meters tall. Its body is like an elephant. Its 4 hooves are as thick as barrels. The sound of treading on the ground is like thunder. Its upper body is also ferocious with muscles. Its 2 arms are thicker than the average human waist. It has 2 big chests. His muscles were as exaggerated as a volcano, showing his incomparable power. At this time, the demon centaur spread its hooves and ran like a tank with the accelerator pressed to the bottom. The 2 simple maces in its hands were like hammers. There was nothing left, just a bloody mass. Even though the horse thief had the numerical advantage, he was still being chased by her like a duck. Buddy's face was ashen. Just now, he and Scarface Harvey couldn't defeat each other even when they teamed up, and they almost lost their lives.
"This damn monster!"
The sword in Buddy's hand was bent out of shape, and the hand holding the sword was shaking. He obviously suffered a big loss. Scarface was even worse. He fought hard, and those who were not as strong as him were eaten to death. But when facing someone stronger than him, giving up his life would be like losing his life. At this time, there was a dent in his ribs, and he was lying on the ground vomiting blood. Foam.
"This monster has become stronger than before,"
Harvey said with some trembling. This is the only good thing about smart people. They don't move forward when encountering danger. So apart from being frightened, not a single hair fell out.
"Prepare to retreat."
Buddy didn't care about causing trouble with Harvey because his heart was bleeding. Not only did the purpose of sending troops not be achieved this time, but heavy losses were also suffered. I am afraid that they will leave after returning. Otherwise those horse thieves will do who knows what. The problem is that if they want to leave, they have to ask Howard, who wants to make meritorious deeds. He doesn't care where the strange 5-legged centaur came from. He just wants to make meritorious deeds now. Chapter 110 Stabbing in the Back. Owen's mouth opened a little wide, and the cold wind didn't wake him up because it was so shocking that he couldn't recover for a while. And all he could think about was his 5 legs dangling.
"It's really a great experience."
Holding the double-sided mirror in both hands and constantly zooming in and playing back, Owen was amazed. It felt like reading a My Little Pony book, but I have to say it was quite exciting. This is a 5-legged centaur, and the upper body is still female. Must be recorded. However, Emil created such a monster with a devil's egg. It seems that he needs to reevaluate the extraordinary power of this world. In fact, Owen is overthinking. Although devil eggs are not a popular product, not everyone can have them. Even if they are, not everyone can gain this level of power after eating them. Most people will become the only ones on the spot. An instinctive monster, and not strong enough. At most a knight level, unable to chase 300 people. So Bella is just a special case. Because her beloved thing is a rare horse. And this horse can restrain the instinct of fear, and is willing to fuse with her. This creates a monster, which ordinary people do not have. Then Owen turned his attention to Howard. He was directing the cavalry to form a formation, and had to study hard. Many people think that the cavalry is just a flat push, which is actually not true. The cavalry is the branch that takes the longest to train. Not even the archers. Because in addition to combat skills, they also have to learn cooperation. When the cavalry starts to charge, it is not just a matter of stopping. If one person falls off the horse, there will be many casualties behind. Therefore, the cavalry formation is very particular. It must be loose but not scattered. And a certain distance must be maintained between each other. We have to keep the formation in order. The most common one is the wave formation, where the cavalry charge one row after another, keeping a distance from the front and back. This way, even if the cavalry in front falls, there is still time to react and dodge. However, the formation cannot be too loose. If the cavalry does not have enough density, the impact force cannot be concentrated, and it is easy to fall into the enemy's formation and be unable to get out. Therefore, the cavalry pays great attention to formation and coordination. The cavalry in the territory is more complicated because there are many types. But Howard seems to be able to command it with ease. He placed the cuirass at the forefront, with 2 knights as arrows. Their only purpose was to charge and disrupt the enemy's formation. Next are the 2 wings composed of horse archers and lancers. They are responsible for roaming on both sides. The cavalry is responsible for killing and killing, and the lancers intercept the enemy. What's interesting is that Howard did not take the lead in the charge, but chose to sit in the rear with 10 lancers, so that if anything happened, he could make up for it in time, which shows his sophistication. More than 100 cavalry were clearly arranged by Howard, and Owen was amazed to see them. You ask him to say it, and he can tell it. But when the cuirassiers will charge, where they will charge, what to do next, when the 2 wings will encircle each other, and how far to keep the distance, he has no idea. And this is war. The key. The cuirassiers have strong charging capabilities, but they must maintain a straight line and consume a lot of physical energy. They cannot charge repeatedly. Even if they charge repeatedly, it will take time to turn around and accelerate. How much time is needed and how to make up for this gap all need to be grasped by the commander. Not to mention that the light cavalry encircling the 2 wings is like closing a pile of sand with both hands. It requires more careful command to be effective. Moreover, if you are not careful, casualties will occur, or even flaws will be exposed, causing the encirclement to fail. Howard has rich basic command experience. If you give him thousands of troops, he may not be able to do it well, and can only do it in a regular manner. However, fighting in a small team of 300 to 500 people is his strength, and he can do well. Sure enough, Howard's timing was perfect. A group of horse thieves had just gathered and tried to counterattack the demon centaur, but they were killed by the breastplate warriors, who rushed towards them diagonally. This wasn't over yet. Before they could react, arrows rained down from both sides. A dozen horse thieves were hit by arrows and fell off their horses, causing chaos. There was nowhere to run, so they could only gather into a group and fall into chaos. When the cuirass changed direction and accelerated their charge again, the fate of this group of horse thieves was already doomed. What's even more clever is that Howard did not target all the horse thieves, but only selected the largest group so that the remaining horse thieves could continue to entangle the demon centaur. After eating this group of horse thieves, the rest could no longer hold on. So he took over to deal with the demon centaur. It can be said that Howard's ability to grasp the current battlefield is still better than Owen, who has a god's perspective. An owl hovered over the battlefield, and a 2-way mirror on his chest allowed Irving to control the situation like a god's perspective. But he still marveled at Howard's commanding ability. This is definitely a talent. There is no way. Howard has been working at the grassroots level for so many years. It can be said that he is very familiar with every step and every link. In addition, with no backstage and no connections, the dirty work, the tiring work, and the fatal work are all his. If he doesn't have some skills, I don't know where he died a long time ago. However, part of Owen's attention has always been on the demon centaur. After all, compared to a single talent, The five-legged demon centaur is a truly rare breed. Soon the horse thieves were either killed or captured, leaving only Buddy, the demon centaur, and the Howard Cavalry. Buddy groaned secretly. He never thought that he would end up in this situation by one step. So he didn't notice that something was wrong with Harvey's expression until his kidneys were penetrated.
I'm sorry. I don't want to die with you.
Harvey quickly pulled out the dagger that pierced the boss's waist, and immediately stepped back as soon as the blood spurted out, without getting a drop of blood. And at the same time, he avoided being taken away by the opponent's dying counterattack. Although the tone was apologetic, there was no sincerity at all. Because when Harvey retreated to Scarface, he did not forget to throw out a dagger and kill Scarface, who was about to struggle to get up. There was no change in his expression during the whole process, and his hands didn't move at all, perfectly demonstrating what it means to be ruthless and ruthless.
You've hidden it deep enough. After all this time, I didn't even know you were still an assassin.
Buddy endured the severe pain and said. At this moment, he knew that he had lost. But being lonely in an ugly and cowardly manner was not consistent. Because of his identity, he stood up straight and took the poison hidden close to his body. His whole body suddenly stiffened and became lifelike. This poison can preserve the integrity of the corpse to the greatest extent and slow down the rate of decay. It is known as the last dignity of the nobles.
I surrender.
Harvey dropped the dagger and walked towards Howard with his hands raised. Howard, who had just witnessed a betrayal, didn't even notice it. He was tied up and escorted back to the territory. A traitor has no value as a prisoner. But the Lord would be interested in a traitor who could gather 300 horse thieves. At worst, he could hang him personally afterwards. Chapter 111. That girl is not pregnant. Bella, who was almost covered in blood, did not completely lose her mind. Even though she was panting like an ox and two volcanoes were about to erupt, she still maintained her consciousness because she never completely let go of the killing. In other words, she never succumbing to the devil's ever-rising instincts. Although she always felt uncomfortable holding it back. She knew that once she indulged herself, she would end up becoming an irrational monster. Before burying her biological father in the soil, Bella would not let herself lose her mind and become a complete monster. So he wanted to retreat after seeing Howard's cavalry. Facing those horse thieves, Bella was able to restrain her desire to kill with ease. But facing these elite cavalry, if she dared not to use her full strength, she would simply be seeking death. But once she used her full strength, she didn't know that she could stay awake. How long? So she decided to leave.
Please stay!
A clear voice came from not far away, and two figures walked towards the direction where the sun was about to rise, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Howard knew it was the Lord just from the voice, so he waved his hand quietly. The most elite cuirassiers slowed down their return speed. They seemed not to be hostile, but in fact they reserved space for accelerating the charge. As for the horse archers, they quietly, with the help of the cavalry's cover, they would put their arrows on the bowstring. With just one order, hundreds of cavalrymen could immediately launch a fatal attack. Bella, who was about to turn her horse's tail around, stopped her horse's hooves because she heard no hostility in the voice. Ever since she became like this, even her original tribe has betrayed her. Although she did not take action because of past friendship, it is a fact that she became a lone horse. Bella has been wandering in the northern wilderness for too long. She almost forgot the last time she spoke, so she doesn't mind stopping to say a few words. Anyway, even if she can't be beaten, no one can catch up with her. So turn a blind eye to some small actions of the cavalry.
Viscount Hydra, the lord of this land.
Owen smiled slightly, nodded to Bella, and then invited her to be a guest. Facing the aristocratic Owen, Bella, who had just picked up 2 maces to smash the horse thieves and gophers, was suddenly at a loss because she had never encountered such a thing before. Bella is the daughter of a businessman. If nothing unexpected happens, she will marry a knight or farmer like other businessmen's daughters, and then live their lives around pots and pans. However, she was abandoned by her father before she grew up. He went to the northern wilderness to survive, and from then on his life was filled with only misery and hatred. But the more this happened, the more Bella kept recalling her past life, and dreamed that if she had not lived in the north, if she had met the son of a noble, that girl was not pregnant, and Bella was also a woman. If she had not seen any hope, she would not have reached this point. Therefore, knowing that it might be a trap, knowing that it was impossible, she still followed Owen as if she was possessed by a demon. Behind, licking a dog is not just for men. In fact, Licking a dog by a woman can also shake people's minds. Bella is just like meeting a wealthy and handsome common girl. Even though she knows deep down that it is impossible, she still has fantasies and expectations. The day the dream comes true. Fortunately, Owen is not a scumbag, and he is helpless towards the tall and powerful Bella. So he always behaves like a gentleman and does not glance around. The size difference is too big, and it is easy to feel inferior after seeing too much.
This is the Devil's Horn Forest?
Bella said with some surprise after crossing the wooden village and stepping onto the stone road in the forest.
Few people know that the Hydra family still has a territory here. I believe you will like it.
Owen was still much shorter than the other party while riding the heavily armored magic sheep, so he had to keep some distance.
What's the use of my love?
Bella laughed at herself. When she was still a human, she led the tribe around, and all she received were vigilant and greedy eyes. What's more, she looks like a monster now, and there are several humans dare to get close to her.
Because there are no humans here.
Owen smiled confidently. From the conversation just now, he found that Bella's self-awareness was maintained very well. In addition to her strong obsession with burying her father, she was very talkative most of the time, so he started to think about it.
No human beings?
Bella's expression was very strange, with both regret that she was no longer a human being and a hint of expectation.
Yes. This was originally the territory of goblins. I tamed some of them, built a town, and took in some witches. They are not human beings. At least not purely human.
Owen saw Bella being attracted, gave a light drink and sped up, while Bella hesitated slightly and followed closely. The development speed of Green Shade Town has never disappointed Irving. It's really different every day, let alone Bella. She never thought that there was a town made of non-human beings here. So, wouldn't she be able to stay here? Due to the intrusion of the group of horse thieves, Bella missed the opportunity and allowed Viscount Marat to escape. This was also the reason why she chased the horse thieves. Because of her demonization, Bella couldn't chase her to the border of the Empire to kill people, so she could only continue to wait for the opportunity. But compared to wandering alone in the wilderness of the north, a town that could accept monsters like her would undoubtedly have a very high value for her. Attraction.
Lord Demon King.
The Goblin General brought its elite goblins to greet him, which highlighted Owen's dignity and posture, making Bella look at him with suspicion. After all, this man was revered as the Demon King by the goblin in front of him. But since he is half demon, would he be a good match for the Demon King? Nowadays, Bella has a bit of a love brain, and her thinking is a bit strange. But she has never been in love for so long. And now she suddenly meets an outstanding, rich and handsome man like Owen. How can she not be moved? Before, I had flinched because of my semi-demon transformation. But now that I heard the Goblin General's words, I started to look forward to Owen becoming the real Demon King.
This is Miss Bella. She wants to live here and asked the goblins to prepare a special house for her.
Owen ordered the Goblin General. Bella on the side opened her mouth after hearing this, but finally said nothing, because this is not her inner desire. Bella would definitely not be able to live in an ordinary house. And Owen couldn't figure out whether she was sleeping standing up or lying down, or sleeping with all four limbs in the air. So he called the Goblin Craftsman. After a while, after hearing Bella and the Goblin Tinkerer gesticulating, Owen realized that it was none of them. Have you ever seen a wooden horse? It's the kind with 4 legs on the ground and a sloped baffle at one end, similar to an elongated armchair. When sleeping, Bella rode up, relaxed her body to rest, and then rested her upper body on the inclined board. But why did she need to make a hole? Just when he thought this, Owen came back to his senses. Isn't this similar to the function of the bed in the castle bathroom? I understand. It's the circle Bella made. The circumference is a bit hurtful, especially for men. Chapter 112. Harmy dare not move. The town was full of goblins, especially the small goblins in groups running around, which made Bella couldn't help but recall the original tribe. For a moment, the horses' hooves were much lighter, for fear that they would crush 1 or 2 people to death. Well, the scene will not look good then. Then Owen took her to the witch school, and happened to meet Emil settling in the new little witch.
Is it you? Dear lady, thank you for giving me the power to change my destiny.
With such a conspicuous figure, Bella immediately recognized the other person's identity. So she raised her horse's hooves slightly, went up and saluted respectfully.
You paid a sufficient price, didn't you?
Emil didn't think there was anything to be grateful for. No one would take this path if they had the choice. I really thought that the power of the devil's egg was so easy to obtain. It's just the beginning. In the future. Wrong. Emile calmly lowered her head and glanced at her son-in-law. With a woman's intuition, she knew that Owen was interested in Bella. Although the model was not right. The man? Although she had guessed it, Emile did not intend to interfere, but instead helped. As for the price Bella would have to pay in the future, with the help of this mysterious son-in-law, there was no need for her to worry about it. It was better to go back and teach her stupid daughter more. A few tricks. Don't be less than half a horse in competing for favor when the time comes. This is when Owen remembered that Emile had a house in Greentown. Because of its unique shape, it was obviously only a 2-story house, like a small castle. Bella could stay there for a while. Emile did not refuse and took Bella to the bathhouse. But she was not sure whether the bathhouse could accommodate these two people. After placing Bella in Greenshade Town and handing it over to Emile, Owen returned to the castle. Maya was waiting for him. And then he remembered that there was another prisoner who needed to be interrogated.
Have people been imprisoned in the dungeon?
After listening to Maya's words, Owen's expression was a little strange, because he seemed to have added a lot of things to the dungeon, many of which were for bad taste and to heighten the terrifying atmosphere of the dungeon. But if you had ninjas and witch hunters, this is not an atmosphere, but a practical exercise. While Irving was having fun, Howard sent over Harvey, who was tied up tightly. Maya, who was responsible for taking over, felt a slightly familiar aura from the other party, so she did not approach, but raised her head with a cold face, raised her hand and stretched out a finger to lightly tap Harvey. The next moment, 4 ninjas emerged from the shadows. 8 hands stretched out like lightning, and instantly controlled the joints of Harvey's body. Harvey's whole body was numb now. He thought he had received strict training. Under normal circumstances, even if he was caught, he would use his wonderful acting skills to confuse the opponent, and then use his neat skills to escape and fight back. But now, he was silent. Damn it! How could there be a professional assassin in this damn place like Northland? And judging from the aura, he was a dead soldier on horseback. Harvey really didn't dare to move. He knew the horror of these real dead soldiers. Not only those who are not afraid of death can be called dead soldiers. Real dead soldiers are all extremely skilled assassins, coupled with the belief of risking life and death. Every one of them can complete impossible assassination missions. Against an opponent of this level, he wouldn't dare say he could win even if he faced one, let alone 4. What's even more terrifying is that he seems to be locked by several murderous auras coming from the dark place. Apparently there are more dead soldiers hidden in the dark. This is a warning to himself. With no choice, Harvey was escorted to the basement by ninjas. Only then did he realize how naive he had been. Because the real horror was here. Sometimes when Irving was bored or lacked inspiration in the secret room of the dungeon, he would wander around the dungeon to change his mind. Occasionally, he would have a brain cramp and decorate the place, leaving behind some works. The expanded dungeon is divided into several levels, including ordinary iron-barred passage rooms, turbid water prisons for punishment, luxurious steel single rooms, and special types of prisons. The iron-barred main room houses ordinary prisoners. The water prison is used to punish disobedient prisoners, and the deluxe room is used to hold masters with fighting spirit. The special types of prisons are different and very targeted, such as the slime-type sealed crystal box, a professional demon sealing suit, as well as a metal skeleton for escape masters. Harvey was honored to enjoy the special treatment that Emile had enjoyed before. The metal centipede-like creation was attached to his spine and spread layer by layer along his neck and limbs, locking all the joints and making people feel numb. I couldn't move my fingers. This lock-like structure is not rigid, but elastic, so common escape techniques such as twisting the joints, shrinking the bones, and peristaltic muscles are useless. If it were just these, Harvey wouldn't be panicked. The main thing is that there are too many types of torture instruments in front of him, and the triangle horse and wooden donkey are a bit immoral. Why are they oiled on them? Harvey was not a rookie. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really guessed the use of these gadgets. When he thought about how these gadgets would be used on him, he suddenly shuddered and felt the urge to collapse. As long as he breaks down, he can tell everything without hesitation. But thinking about the organization's methods against betrayers, Harvey is entangled again, because he is not sure which one is more severe, the organization's methods or the punishment he is facing now. At this time, Harvey heard the sound of opening the door and footsteps, and was suddenly shocked. He couldn't wait to adjust his expression, showing that he was panicked and wanted to confess. Although he has fallen into the position of letting people take advantage of him, it does not prevent Harvey from struggling. If he comes back, He will make a profit. More than a dozen witch hunters were holding bottles and jars, just like the models in charge of the catwalk at an antique auction. But when Harvey saw clearly what was in those bottles and jars, his face suddenly turned livid, and his legs were a little bit soft. The crotch is a little damp.
Tap the materials lightly. Don't find out later that you forgot to take them.
The leader of the witch hunters said to the other witch hunters.
The brains of a ghoul. The tongue of a water ghost. The ashes of a banshee. The poison sac of an eight-eyed spider. The back sores of a toad. The saliva of a mouse. And the feces of a bat. The main materials are all here. And there are many auxiliary materials.
Every word of the witch hunter in charge of counting was like a heavy hammer hitting Harvey's forehead. What made him even more desperate was that the other party was not deliberately trying to intimidate him. These seductive female warriors wearing tight leather clothes were all hacking witches. What is even more desperate than falling into the hands of a witch is falling into the hands of a group of witches. Because witches can't fight head-on. But their various weird methods are terrifying. Not to mention the various potions with various effects. Just various curses and transformations can make a tough guy with swords and axes and an unfurrowed brow burst into tears. This was not because Harvey was scaring himself. He had actually witnessed the perverted methods of a witch who was driven by love and hatred. And it frightened him into having nightmares for more than half a month. Who would have thought that the most popular wandering warbler in a popular tavern in a small town would turn out to be a man deformed by a witch's curse? And her pet rat would turn out to be her beloved woman. This is a story about love giving rise to hatred and transference. But the weirdness of the witch's method still impressed Harvey. He will never forget the expression of the man after the curse was lifted. And the look of the whole man in the tavern as if he had eaten shit. Expression. From that moment on, Harvey swore not to mess with any witches. But the tragedy is that he seems to have fallen into the hands of a group of witches and became a test subject. Chapter 113. Harvey kneels down.
This is the information the other party told us. And we have confirmed it repeatedly.
Witch hunter handed Maya a thick stack of parchment in his hand, with an unfinished expression on his face.
Don't be too bad. Master may still be useful,
Maya said helplessly when she saw this. Although these witch hunters have recast their bodies and gained more beautiful looks, their inner distortions have not improved much. In addition to their fanatical loyalty to their masters, they act without scruples. In addition, after learning from those ninjas, their methods are even more confusing. It's hard to accept. If you don't say more, who knows what the prisoner will become in the end.
Okay, I will send the person back as he is.
Wu Hunter smiled and nodded. Does this mean it's not the same now? Maya did not continue to struggle, shook her head, and began to read the interrogation records that were sent. Don't mention it. It's really detailed. From the year Harvey started remembering. Many things he probably forgot he recalled under the pressure of the outside world. Which is why he wrote so much. Skipping some personal secrets, Maya is more concerned about which faction Harvey belongs to.
It turns out he's from the Black Hand.
Maya suddenly realized that she had dealt with the other party back then. The Black Hand is a well-known old organization in the Empire. It has dealings with most of the nobles. It is said that it was originally the Emperor's white glove. Later, a certain emperor disappeared for no apparent reason. The princes regarded the imperial capital as a battlefield and fought for it for many years. Even in various places. The big nobles also listened to the instructions, but did not listen to the announcement. It was at that time that the Black Hand took the opportunity to escape from the control of the royal family. Although the power of the Black Hand, which was separated from the control of the royal family, has been reduced a lot, its foundation is still there. In addition, there is no shortage of customers. And it has gradually developed into a huge organization with tentacles covering more than half of the empire. The Black Hand is divided into left and right hands, with a total of 2 leaders, named after the left and right hands, with 5 fingers as leaders respectively, covering a wide range of areas. But generally speaking, the left hand is more interested in intelligence, taking care of smuggling, theft, and auctions. The right hand is more focused on fighting. Assassins, mercenaries, and guards can all provide professionals. Therefore, although the power and manpower are not as good as those of the left hand, the strength can stabilize the opponent. But because he specializes in combat, he is deficient in some aspects. Many businesses, logistics and intelligence are provided by the left hand. So the left hand is the main external force. Harvey was one of the elites under the left little finger. He was sent to the Northland as a nail to serve as a frontline for the infiltration of the left hand intelligence organization. Unfortunately, he died before the mission was completed, which made the hero burst into tears.
Cooperate with the other party?
Owen was confused. After all, it was not a wise choice to actively introduce an intelligence organization into the territory.
The Black Hand has a very deep cooperative relationship with most of the nobles in the Empire. So they have a rule that they do not betray the information of local collaborators. Although this rule is not absolute.
Maya explained to Owen how the Black Hand operates. To put it bluntly, it means bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The Black Hand is essentially responsible for doing dirty work for the local nobles. So unless it is given too much, it will not betray the information of local collaborators, because doing so is not conducive to the development and expansion of the organization's business scope.
Since the Black Hand has sent personnel to the Northland, it means that they have already targeted this place. Killing the opponent has no effect, but it is easy to be targeted,
Maya continued, which made Owen finally nod in agreement, because it didn't matter whether he was happy or not. It is a foregone conclusion that the Black Hands will reach into the Northland. Instead of being on guard when the time comes, it is better to actively seek cooperation. Not to mention that once they cooperate, they are Party A and take the initiative.
Will the other party agree? The location of the territory is not very good, and the strength on the surface is not the strongest. Presumably the Black Hand will not cooperate with the weak.
Right. Owen scratched his head. His scalp felt itchy from using his brain too much, but he still found some problems.
Master, you underestimate the ability and value of those ninjas.
Maya couldn't help but remind her. Raising assassins is a noble tradition. But there is a huge difference between professionalism and strength. The frontal combat effectiveness of ninjas is not very high, but assassination is professional, especially after learning the breathing method, which not only increases the frontal combat ability, but also makes assassination more deadly. And after receiving the blessings of various magic potions and props, even Owen couldn't figure out what they could do. After all, the territory was fine, and he didn't provoke anyone outside, and most of the people in the territory were useless. But Owen believed in Maya's vision. After all, she was the only person in the entire territory who had seen the big world. Since Maya values ninjas so much, Owen decided to strengthen the construction of the ninja team. By then, cooperation with the Black Hand people will not be looked down upon, and they will have bad ideas. Strength has always been the most important foundation for peace, and the weak are not qualified to seek it. Peace. When Harvey walked out of the dungeon, he was in a daze. The moment he saw Owen, he cried. If he hadn't been stared at closely, he would have wanted to kneel down and hug Owen's thigh to show his loyalty. Don't blame him for kneeling quickly. Harvey could swear that he would still kneel even if his superior's little finger fell into the hands of those perverted witches. It was okay to be turned into various small animals, and he tolerated having his parts cut off and glued back together. And it was not broken after all. But feeding him that kind of medicine and studying the improvement of cross-species bloodline reproduction is not something that humans can do, especially since they were still discussing the monster girl training manual. Even if Harvey surrendered and died on his knees here, he would never let these perverted witches succeed. With this despair, no, with this awareness, it was not just Maya who believed whatever he said, but decisively betrayed the little finger above him and part of the organization's plan. At the same time, he secretly hated that his status was not high enough and that he had not betrayed thoroughly enough. It cannot be said that Harvey is a softie. The elite members of the Black Hand have received strict training. They are caught, tortured, and interrogated. These are the focus of training. If he falls into the hands of other nobles, you will see whether his performance is wonderful or not. But he couldn't stand it, and what he encountered was a group of professional dead men and a group of witches with no bottom line. They were repeatedly ravaged from body to soul to will. What's even more frightening is that all kinds of powerful healing potions are as if they are free of charge. Of course, those witches are also very economical, and will turn him into various small animals. They also use various cuts. Because of their size, they consume less potions. The problem is that the pain is not less. Harvey was let go. He would serve as a bridge between the territory and the Black Hand. But before leaving, he had to lead Howard to Marat Town to extract the last bit of value.
If Marat Town is captured, it cannot be abandoned. But there is a problem with who will guard it.
Owen is not worried that Howard will not be able to capture Marat Town, although there are many nomadic tribes gathered there. Most of the adult men have been captured by the territory. Those who were not captured were dead. And in this case, surrender would be their only option. A tribe can be without a leader, but it must not be without men. Otherwise it will soon be annexed or die out. So their only option is to surrender. Otherwise, what can be done?
All the tribes have only the elderly, children and women left. How can they survive in the wilderness of the north without men? Chapter 114 Occupying Marat Town. After conquering Marat Town, the territory will gain at least 1,000 people. However, the population can be slowly converted. But Marat Town cannot be abandoned. As a transfer station between the north and the south, the geographical location of Marat Town is very important. Whether it is to stay in the north or develop in the direction of the empire, Marat Town is indispensable for advancing, attacking, retreating and defending. Therefore, it must have with capable people in charge. Owen and Maya reached a consensus on this point. The problem is that the only people in the entire territory who are competent are Corin and Howard. And one is more interested in business, and the other is more focused on fighting. The best way is for two people to go together, which can make up for each other. But the territory also lacks talents. And there are a lot of things to do in the spring. You can't rely on Maya alone for everything. After hesitating for a moment, Irving thought that development was still the main focus at the moment. So Irving decided to dispatch Collins to take charge of Marat Town. Without further ado, Irving ordered Howard to take the lead in sending troops to occupy Marat Town. And Corin formed an immigration team to follow closely. Howard, who knew the importance of Marat Town, did not delay at all. He mobilized all the cavalry without hesitation and set off immediately with enough dry food. Corin's was not idle either. After learning about the new appointment from Owen, his back molars were exposed. There was no other way. He had been waiting for an opportunity all his life. And apparently he had the opportunity now. With the appointment signed by the Lord, Collins rang the bronze bell in the center of the town. The farmers who were staying at home in winter picked up their weapons and walked out regardless of the cold wind outside. They gathered like a tide in front of the town center. On the square, although they are farmers, it does not mean that they cannot fight. Because Owen lets the farmers in the territory take turns to enter the barracks for training. But they have not changed their jobs. But this does not prevent them from taking up arms to fight. Corinthi stood on the high platform with high spirits and announced the Lord's order. After a while, all the farmers began to take action. The 300 farmers closest to Corin's went home and brought dry food and clothing. The other farmers hitched up their carriages and began to carry grain, tools and materials to the vehicles. When the preparations were almost complete, the 300 farmers also arrived carrying packages. Beside the carriage, waiting for Collins, Corin's was stunned. He knew that the farmers in the territory were not only strong in work ability, but also obedient. But he never knew that they were so strong. But without further ado, there was not much time for him to be stunned. Corin's mobilized 100 infantry as an escort and headed for the town of Marat. Before Corinth was even halfway through, Howard had captured the town of Marat. It was not correct to say that they were beaten. Harvey took the heads of his eldest and second brothers and walked around the town. After learning from him that most of the horse thieves were captured, everyone fell silent. After Howard led the elite cavalry into the town. In the end, everyone became obedient people. If the tribe wants to continue, they must find men. And to achieve this goal, surrender is their only option. Of course, this is because they know they are valuable and will not be killed. Otherwise they will not surrender so easily. Both the nomadic tribes gathered around the town and the original residents of the town are within the scope of the migration. They will be moved to the territory for domestication. This is the order of the Lord. Although Howard does not understand it, he resolutely implements it. Under the inspection of elite cavalry, no one dared to disagree. Even the small town residents who were reluctant to part with their wealth. Because those who had the courage to resist died when the horse thieves took over the town. After Corinth arrived, Howard seconded 50 of his infantrymen to escort everyone back to the territory. These were all precious people. Everyone, get moving. We have to rebuild the entire town before the merchants arrive. Standing in the deserted town, Kalunsi shouted the slogan with great momentum. And the farmers lived up to expectations and responded with extremely high expectations. Efficiency demolished the original building and began reconstruction work. Corinth lit the fireplace and opened the flue network. Then took out the double-sided mirror and rubbed it. This was the previously set code. Sure enough, a female warrior wearing a tight leather jacket and carrying 2 swords came out of the fireplace after a while. Although he was the mayor, Corin still didn't dare to offend the other party. Even if the other party was just a soldier. But the way he dressed showed that he had a deep relationship with the Lord. And he couldn't afford to offend him. So he behaved very politely. The person who came was a witch hunter, without a name. Because after being reborn, they decided to abandon everything in the past.
including their names. Now they are sharp blades in the hands of their master. So they are replaced by numbers. And she is number 6. Taking out the pocket where the space expansion spell was cast. And casting the spell to transfer the contents out. Number 6 said to Corin's expressionlessly,
I will come here once a week. If you need anything, prepare a list for me in advance, and I will bring it next time.
Corin's nodded quickly. And then he was relieved after sending the person away with kind words. Because he could instinctively feel that something was wrong with the other person. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. He always felt that it was better not to offend the other person. So he ignored his identity. Lower your stance. After seeing the people off and looking at the pile of materials in front of him, Corin became more confident about the subsequent reconstruction project. He immediately became busy without taking a break. Howard escorted thousands of people back to the territory. The journey was also not easy. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Those people did not think about escaping or resisting. In addition, the food taken from Corin's was sufficient. So they were safe and sound. Returned to the territory. After Howard returned, Owen had to stay in the center of the town and start the transformation as soon as the progress value was restored. After all, the thousands of new people were a destabilizing factor. Especially the horse thieves captured by Showerby, who were all on the upper level. Good sources of troops cannot be wasted. This time, there was a lot of harvest. Because Owen didn't expect that many people from the nomadic tribes and Marat town residents could be converted into civilians. This was a good thing for the territory that was in urgent need of civilians. And not only could the herders be faster and better transformed into cavalry, they could also be trained into a special type of cavalry. Nomadic cavalry. Nomadic cavalry are versatile and can use scimitars, throwing axes, lassos, and short bows. They are good at running long distances. Except that they are not suitable for charging into formations. They are extremely excellent light cavalry. Of course, diversification also gives the nomadic cavalry many shortcomings. For example, the charge is not as good as the lancers. The mounted shooting is not as good as the archers. And the defense is not as good as the cuirass. However, when several types of cavalry are combined with each other, they will undoubtedly become extremely powerful. Cavalry team. Owen was focused on guarding his 1/3 acre of land, and did not pay much attention to the cavalry. Now that the strength of the territory has greatly increased, it is time to expand his influence. As a fist that shows strength, the cavalry will undoubtedly be the focus of future development. So the presence of the nomadic cavalry is the icing on the cake. The meat is in your mouth. As long as you eat it, your power will increase greatly. No matter how lazy Irving is, you have to work hard and try to digest it in a short time, so that he can better cope with the ever-increasing changes. Measure conditions in Northland. After all, the territory has been so lively in winter this year, and places close to the Empire's borders will only be more lively. Owen is not talking nonsense. The Northland Witch Alliance, which has been reorganized by Maya, has rebuilt the intelligence network. A lot of intelligence is sent every day, allowing him to grasp the changes in the Empire's borders in a timely manner. Therefore, he is very clear about what will happen in the future. It will become more and more serious. If he cannot become stronger as soon as possible, he will have no chance of living a leisurely noble life. Chapter 115 de Shudong Tavern. The weather was gradually getting warmer, and Owen turned 1 year older before he knew it. But he was not in the mood to celebrate his birthday. Although he was only 20, he had already been around for 4 years in his previous life. It didn't matter if it was his birthday or not. Anyway, he had no relatives now, and was alone. What kind of birthday is it for him? But busying in the town center every day makes him regain the energy to go to work. Recently, after spending the progress value to convert, Owen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he carefully reviewed the documents sent by Maya in the study, understood the current situation of the territory, and then thought about how the territory would develop next. But it was not that easy, because the territory had unknowingly developed into a large force with 3 towns, a population of 2,000 people, and 1,000 goblins. Although this small population is not as large as a primary school, it still gives him a headache when it comes to all aspects of life and future development. In order to have a more intuitive feeling, Owen decided to build a sandbox. Someone brought a wooden platform the size of a billiard table, which was piled with dirt, sticks, and branches. Then Owen clapped his hands, and hundreds of figures of various colors appeared out of nowhere, jumped on the wooden platform, and began to dig holes and pile soil. These were all created by Owen when he was free, and they were full of memories from his past life, including the Golden Zodiac. 7 Calabash Babies, Transformers, My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, as well as characters such as Night Guard and Demon Fighter. Yes, no one knows about it in another world anyway. And as a lord, a noble, and a man, what's wrong with him? No matter what the role is. They are all coolies now, joining forces to create a new world. It took an entire afternoon to create a decent sandbox. In fact, if Owen's transformation skills were better, he could complete it with a wave of the wand. Unfortunately, his transformation skills can only be said to be just okay. He can change into a circle, square, triangle, etc., let alone the more complicated ones. Owen, who didn't intend to create a cube world, could only choose to let the figures do it themselves. Anyway, he only needed to watch. And these special puppets that connected with his mind would complete it automatically. After letting the clay monkey-like figure clean himself up, Owen walked to the sand table with his hands behind his back and sighed.
This is the country I have conquered.
Unknowingly, the territory is getting bigger and bigger, and its development is getting better and better. Owen is proud of it. Unfortunately, the territory is getting bigger, the population is more, and there are a lot of things going on. Nowadays, any action in the territory is very troublesome. Owen opened the attribute column that he had not looked at for a long time. Name, Owen. Age, 20. Occupation, Puppet Master / Wizard / Onmyoji. Magic value, 280/280. Command 28. 416. Intelligence 28. Politics 30. Charisma 30. Specialty, Mysticism. Skills, Mental Meditation. Demon King Aura. Monster Summoning. Hogwarts 4th year spell. Onmyoji. Shikigami Transformation. Shikigami Summoning. Equipment, Holy Ares Power Armor. Thunder Power Hammer. Mount, Heavy Magic Sheep. Pets, Cats / Cubs. Shikigami, Slime Queen. Minotaur Guard. Grand Miko Emil. Demonic Centaur Bella.
There is still no improvement in attributes. And I am already 20 this year. Time flies so fast.
Owen sighed, but his eyes glanced down. There was something wrong with the names Emil and Bella in the attribute column. But the good deeds I have done have to be done with tears in my eyes. In fact, this was Emil's idea. For some unknown reason, she never resisted her transformation into a Shikigami. So she clearly felt that her life form had gradually undergone some kind of change, which was hard to describe, but was developing in a good direction. Changes. So Owen suggested that Bella be transformed into a god to change her destiny. The effect was unexpectedly good. Shikigami changed Bella's life form and gave her an extra switch. And this switch was controlled by Owen. This eliminated the possibility of Bella losing control. And at the same time, she gained more territory. A general. Because Owen has already thought of her use. But now the progress value needs to be used to convert the population. So he can only postpone it first. After admiring the empire he had built, Owen picked up the document sent by Maya and looked at it again, and decided to go to Greenshade Town. Taking advantage of the lack of human traffic in winter, Emil moved all the little witches on the farm to Greenshade Town. Currently, the farm women in charge of milking the cows and making cheese are the peasant women from the territory. When spring comes, Howard will ask Howard to send all the farmers on the farm to the territory for transformation. Then, they were replaced by farmers from the territory. They came and went, not only increasing the population of the territory, but also taking full control of the farm. These were arranged by Maya. She had already guessed that the territory had some kind of brainwashing method. But instead of telling her, she helped conceal it, which made Owen worry a lot. Now that things have been arranged, Owen decided to go to Shade Town to see how the witch school was doing. Walking out of the fireplace, Owen looked at the big tree hole tavern in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. This is what Owen prepared for adventurers. He didn't think Greenshade Town could hide it for long. Nor did he think the ruins could be hidden from outside adventurers. So he decided to do the opposite and make Greenshade Town an adventurer paradise. Let those adventurers explore the ruins and work for him. As for whether those adventurers will obtain treasures, power, or even artifacts in the ruins, Owen doesn't care. With the system in hand, he has nothing to ask for. He only needs to wait patiently, and everything will be available in the future. This is the confidence of the system owner. Therefore, instead of trying to prevent outside adventurers from entering Greenshade Town to discover the ruins, it is better to just open it up. Owen forgot where he had read a book. He remembered that it said that a gold mine was discovered somewhere. which attracted many gold diggers. The lucky ones among them made a fortune after finding gold. And they were drunk and dreaming all day long. But after the gold mines were mined, those lucky ones became impoverished again. And only the businessmen who provided wine, food and women gained huge wealth. Although it feels a bit like poisonous chicken soup, it suits Owen very well. Because he doesn't need adventure. He doesn't need adventure. He doesn't need anything. As long as he has enough time, he will have everything. Therefore, there is no need for Owen to stand against all foreign adventurers. To a certain extent, they are just Owen's workers and can be regarded as migrant workers. Next, he only needed to do the logistical work well. And Owen could continuously harvest wealth from those adventurers. So he performed some renovations in Green Shade Town, such as the Big Tree Hole Tavern. The Big Tree Hole in the center of the town was originally just a temporary place for Owen to live here. Later, after having new ideas, Owen decided to make it a landmark building of the town. So he not only used the super fertilizer from the super farm, and also watered a large amount of sunflowers and plants versus zombies to produce solar water, a fusion of sunlight and water, making this ancient tree grow suddenly, as if it had eaten golden garbage. During this period, Emil Dale, her daughter, and many witches cast a transformation spell to shape it into a tree tower. Chapter 116 Northern Barbarians. The Shudong Tavern is divided into two parts. The upper and lower parts. The lower part is the largest. In order to expand the area, it is a semi-underground structure, making full use of the space supported by the huge root system underground. Therefore, after entering, you can still see the thick roots that are like pillars and the surrounding walls. There are densely packed fine roots, like a grid. Because the layout is reasonable, it does not seem depressing. Even the dim environment has been solved by lanterns. There are dozens of small round tables, private booths, and a bar facing the door. It looks very distinctive. The upper part is not a hollowed-out internal space. After all, the strength of the giant tree itself must be considered. Don't break it. Therefore, it is a small room connected by a vine corridor surrounding the tree. Some are like squirrel holes, and some are like the bird's nest is more like a tree house. Just like the style of the entire town, blending into nature. Designed in this way, the entire Shudong Tavern is enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people for drinking, entertainment and living. It is not an exaggeration to call it a treehouse. And it is enough to meet the needs of most people from the inside out. Unfortunately, except for some resting goblins, who leisurely ordered a glass of ale, there were no other customers. I didn't see the goblin bartender wiping the wine glass in boredom, and the slime maid was mopping the floor and blowing bubbles. Even the horned goblin security guard was dozing off little by little. If he opened the store, he would probably die. After walking out of the Big Tree Hole Tavern, Owen refused to follow the goblin general and came to the witch school alone. The witch school cast a muggle expulsion spell. Of course, this alone may not be safe enough for adventurous adventurers. Therefore, in addition to the muggle expulsion spell, there are other methods, such as the plants and zombies and plants versus zombies. And there are ingenious traps set by goblins, various curses cast by witches, and finally the witch hunters, who are responsible for the garrison. If you really break in, 9 lives may not be enough. When Owen walked into the school area, the first thing he felt was tranquility, because what these persecuted witches longed for most was a peaceful life. So they took life seriously. Not only were all places cleaned spotlessly, but they were also planted everywhere. But she is a witch after all, and many plants are quite dangerous. The last time she ate them was the mushroom that made her see villains. In addition, there are many magical animals here, such as bowtruckles, velvet feathers, and evil birds. These are all bred in Dell's greenhouse, and given to the witch school for the little witches to take care of, and give them a soul. Trust us and expand the population of these magical animals. It was now class time. As the principal of the witch school, Owen was preparing to inspect the school with his hands behind his back. He also met the 5 teaching assistants on the way. These assistant teachers are older. Although their bodies have been recast, their mentality cannot be adjusted. Therefore, they are responsible for maintaining the operation of the witch school and are not responsible for fighting. But it's really hard to do without them, because they serve as janitors, cooks, librarians, sanitation, and dormitory managers. If one of them is missing, everything will be messed up. Therefore, when Owen meets them, he nods and encourages them, asking them to fulfill their duties. He skillfully walked to the window at the back of the classroom and had a panoramic view of the entire classroom through the glass. There are a total of 65 little witches and 18 little sorceresses. They will be the core of the entire territory's magic system in the future. So Owen really did not treat them badly. In addition to basic necessities, food, housing, and transportation, he never relaxed in his studies. Not only did he have Hogwarts textbooks, but also some systems of Puppet Master and Onmyoji. It can be said that Owen used most of the extraordinary knowledge he had in his hands to piece together an extraordinary the background of the magic school comes out. The only problem is that now only Emil and Dale take turns teaching. So in addition to basic spells and transformations, the overall teaching is more focused on herbs and potions. There was nothing that could be done about it. Owen was busy converting the rapidly increasing population, so he had no time to accumulate progress points to exchange for professors at Hogwarts. Fortunately, these 4 courses alone are enough to learn. Not to mention that Owen also added a swordsmanship class, allowing witch hunters to teach the little witches and sorceresses close combat. After all, having a wand in one hand and a long sword in one hand is also a romance that belongs exclusively to the mage. Who said you can't kill someone without a magic wand? Very good. He studied very seriously. Owen was very satisfied after seeing Emil's teaching. When he left, he asked the cook to add extra food today. Everything was going in a good direction, which made Owen very happy and feeling accomplished. But his good mood was soon interrupted.
Where did the Buffalo Territory find traces of the Northland barbarians? What's the situation now?
Owen frowned while sitting behind his desk. Although he had been mentally prepared, it was not good news after all, and he felt unhappy.
The scouts deployed by the Buffalo Territory have just sent news that 2 northern barbarian tribes have been found on the north side of the North Boundary River. Their number is about 700 or 800 people. The number of adult warriors is 200 or 300. They are now trying to cross the river.
Maya calmly reported the news she just received.
9 times out of 10, the Northland barbarians were attracted by the daughter of the Buffalo Baron.
Owen suddenly remembered this. But the problem was not big. Even without this leading party, the Northland barbarians would not have been peaceful for long. After all, the Northern barbarians were farther north. Life was not easy in the area, and plundering was the best way to make a fortune, at least for the barbarians in the north.
Does the master need to send troops immediately?
Maya also knew about this, but wanting to use the power of the Northern barbarians for revenge was simply overthinking. So she asked,
"Don't worry. Crossing the river won't be so fast. The weather is starting to get warmer now, which is when the water flow rises fastest. The water flow is unclear, and the barbarians dare not cross the river in a big way."
The 2 northern regions with a combined population of less than 1,000, the barbarian tribe was not a formidable enemy for the territory. Whoever caused the territory's soldier-civilian ratio to be seriously imbalanced could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, Owen calmly thought about the pros and cons of this matter.
Let the miners in the Buffalo Territory stop working first, so as not to be discovered. At the same time, send additional scouts to keep an eye on the situation of the barbarian tribes in the north,
Owen said, touching his chin.
The master wants the northern barbarian tribe to cross the river?
Maya guessed Owen's thoughts, but she didn't understand why he did this. Obviously, it would be the easiest to prevent the other party from crossing the river or attack them halfway across the river.
Yes, we just want them to cross the river. The Northland barbarians are in very good physical condition and are good candidates for heavy infantry. The territory needs such coolies,
Owen said with a smile. Maya nodded and understood. After conquering the nomadic tribe, a nomadic cavalry was added to the territory. Apparently the owner was eyeing the northern barbarian tribe this time and planned to add a heavy infantry force to the territory. To achieve this goal, the 2 northern barbarian tribes must first be lured across the river and cut off each other's retreat. As for not getting burned, Maya is very calm about this. They don't have this qualification.
But don't be too careless. Let Bella lead the nomadic cavalry to patrol between the Buffalo Territory and the territory. If the other party is planning a sneak attack, let her strike first.
Owen knocked on the table and said to Maya,
"As you command, Master."
Maya wrote this down, then walked out of the study to inform Bella. Chapter 117. The Highway Chamber of Commerce arrives again. Bella is now the cavalry commander of the territory, specifically responsible for commanding the nomadic cavalry. Therefore, she can no longer run wildly on 5 legs like before. Not only does she have close-fitting tailoring, but she also has a sophisticated fish-scale vest with a butt curtain. It is very convenient to stick out the tail. The weapons were also changed from 2 rough maces to a pair of iron halberds, each weighing 40 kilograms. The horse also carried 36 short spears. It can really be far or near, attack or defend, and the length and thickness are all under control. Wearing clothes for a man and a saddle for a horse, Bella walked majestically towards that station, indeed looking like a fierce general. When she received the order, with a roar, 150 nomadic cavalry immediately turned their horses and followed her. He ran towards the buffalo leader behind him. After watching the other party leave, Maya returned to the town center to deal with various subsequent affairs, and at the same time prepared to receive outsiders. Corin received news that a caravan had arrived in Marat town, and would soon reach the territory.
High Chamber of Commerce. What a trouble.
After Maya learned that the caravan was from High Chamber of Commerce, she knew there would be trouble. But she couldn't handle the matter, and could only leave it to the owner. In fact, after learning about this incident, Irving struggled in his heart for a long time. After all, his mother was the eldest lady of the High Chamber of Commerce, and gave birth to a younger sister for him. He is a time traveler, and theoretically has nothing to do with this body's bloodline. After all, he has never seen him. So where does the emotion come from? But he is lonely. It's funny to say that he has thousands of people, and 2 women who know everything about him. But he still has a lingering feeling of loneliness. This is not the earth. This is not the country he is in. There are no familiar relatives and friends. And there is no family or parents. He is like a kite with a broken string. He seems to be aloof. But in fact only he knows the loneliness in his heart. No normal person likes to stay in a basement, no matter how comfortable it is. But Owen is different. Only somewhere, in a place that is almost isolated from the outside world, can he find a moment of tranquility. But he feels more lonely inside, due to his inner lack. Irving has always lacked sufficient motivation and sense of belonging. So he has acted casually and indulgently over the years. To put it bluntly, he is longing for friendship, family affection, and love. It can be said that he is being hypocritical. But Owen has the mentality of an ordinary person before and after time travel. He is not decisive in killing, not wise in martial arts, and not ruthless and righteous. He refuses to change, but he longs for change. Even Owen, who has a system, can't do anything about the changes in his inner emotions. His heart is not strong enough or cold enough, and it may take more time and experience to polish it. In any case, Owen did not refuse the arrival of the High Chamber of Commerce convoy in the end. But they did not receive any preferential treatment. As long as they followed the laws of the territory, they could do whatever they wanted. Standing at the front of the motorcade, Cord wondered if he was dreaming. This was the territory of the Hydra family. Because of that incident, both Coder and Chairman Bory encountered a lot of trouble. After all, the Chamber of Commerce is not the president's say. To put it bluntly, the president is a tool to help those shareholders make money. Once they discover their investment, if they are unable to obtain more benefits, and may even suffer losses, they will withdraw funds without hesitation, which is undoubtedly fatal to the Chamber of Commerce. There is no Chamber of Commerce that reserves a large amount of funds, because only by letting money flow can wealth grow. Therefore, once a large amount of funds are withdrawn, the capital chain of the Chamber of Commerce will be broken, resulting in a large number of high-quality assets being sold at low prices. Bankruptcy and closure of the Chamber of Commerce are inevitable, and the president will undoubtedly become the scapegoat and the target of venting his anger. Therefore, not only was Code almost transferred to sweep the stables, but as the president, Bory also spent a lot of energy and promised many benefits to stabilize the undercurrent within the Chamber of Commerce and retain his position as president. But it is inevitable that the strength and influence of the president's family has suffered a lot. If they want to recover, they can't even think about it for 10 years, let alone someone who doesn't want him to recover. Therefore, President Bory wanted to take advantage of the wave of the Second Northland Development Mission. So he sent Code to the territory of the Hydra family that the Chamber of Commerce was most familiar with to try to form an alliance in order to obtain more benefits. The problem is that the development speed of the Hydra family territory is beyond everyone's imagination. Not to mention the President Bory, who is far away at the border of the Empire. Even Code standing here can't believe what he is seeing. It feels like it's like a dream. Then Cord's expression changed, because he thought that the chips he brought were not enough. Because in his impression, the Hydra family was still the local snake who was lucky enough to have dozens of soldiers. Not the town in front of him that was not inferior to Farrier. How many towns? Yes, it's a town, thanks to the addition of witches. The use of broomsticks and space expansion bags has finally allowed the territory to get rid of the problem of insufficient transportation capacity. It doesn't even need to continue to build roads. An equally tall stone wall has been built along the wooden wall. With the stone walls and the new and orderly buildings in the town. No one would believe the town. What's more, with the addition of the nomadic tribe's population, even if 500 people are mobilized to go to Marat town, the population of the territory will still be the number of people exceeded 2,000, which was beyond the scope of an ordinary small town. It had to be said that there was a reason why Corin was valued by Chairman Borui. After a moment, he made a decision in his heart. In fact, Borui never blamed Corin for the previous incident, because even if he were put in that position, he couldn't do better. It can only be said that the Hydra family hid too deeply, and they were too impatient.
But it's hidden too deeply,
Corin sighed helplessly, not knowing whether his decision was right or wrong. Because if there was a slight mistake, not only him, but also the president would be in bad luck. But this is not a huge opportunity. Once successful, Highway Chamber of Commerce will be able to build on the original foundation and even get rid of the constraints of those people. Thinking of this, Code suppressed the fear and hesitation in his heart, took a deep breath, and decided to visit him in person. Although this might get him hanged. After all, the last meeting was not very pleasant. But imagining the benefits he would get if he succeeded, he suppressed all distracting thoughts, took care of himself carefully, and took the carefully selected gifts come to your doorstep. But Corin soon discovered that he was not qualified to see the Lord at all. Fortunately, the manager of this town was willing to meet with him. Although time was limited, Corin still decided to seize this opportunity.
Hello, distinguished Ms. Maya.
Facing the maid he personally gave away a few years ago, Corin greeted him respectfully without any change in his expression. Of course, Maya, who remembered who the other party was, did not take the opportunity to find out what the other party meant. She was not that bored, and she was already used to the so-called identity change. Maya went from being the trusted manager of a noble countess to a low-level maid sent to the remote north, and then from a plaything-like maid to the manager of a town. The ups and downs have long since shaken her heart easily. So she is at work. In this state, she was calmly thinking about what the Highway Chamber of Commerce could bring to the territory and what impact it would have. And she even considered the mood of her master. Chapter 118 The Cheap Adventurer. After walking out of the center of the town, Corin broke out in a cold sweat and slowly exhaled. He never thought that the maid he sent back then was so powerful. No, it should be terrifying. It's not pretentious, but the aura brewed by the power and own abilities. The unique temperament that only those elites who are truly in power can have. As a result, in the conversation just now, Code was suppressed in all directions. If the other party hadn't left a bottom line, he is afraid that he has already lost completely. At this time, Code couldn't help but regret that he had looked away. If he had left the other party in the Chamber of Commerce, maybe the president would not be so passive. After all, talents are rare, and true elites are only 1 in a million. Of course, Corin just thought about it, because he knew very well that even if he knew the other party's talent at the beginning, the outcome would not change. Corin chose a shop facing the street. The location was good, and the area was not too small. Therefore, the money he brought was not enough. He could only use the goods as collateral, and he had to hand over whatever he sold. So this trip was in vain. But Code is very satisfied, because Highway Chamber of Commerce is the only foreign chamber of commerce in the entire territory. He has seized the opportunity, and this is enough. Corin left a few guys here to sell goods, and then couldn't wait to return, because his bold move would once again put the president into a passive position. But he didn't believe that the president couldn't see the opportunities contained in it. Owen was fully aware of the arrival and departure of the Highway Chamber of Commerce, but he did not do anything, not even converting the manpower brought by the other party. The transformation of the system is not omnipotent, at least not in town centers. First, the other party must agree to join the territory and recognize his rule. This is the basis. Even if he shouts, "Long live our emperor," in his mouth, but still resists in his heart, the transformation cannot be completed. And the smarter you are, the more difficult it is to transform. Because smart people have many thoughts, and it is difficult to let them go completely. During the initial transformation, because the subjects were all serfs, no one would resist becoming a farmer with land and houses. So Owen was not aware of this. Later, when the nomadic tribes and the residents of Marat town were converted, especially when there were merchants inside, Owen discovered this problem. Fortunately,
The living conditions in the territory were so good that only a handful of people resisted. And this group of people became victims of the construction of stone walls. They worked hard until they died. Even if they regretted it. It is for this reason that Irving feels distressed by the arrival of outsiders. Otherwise, if he had to transform one by one, what would he be afraid of? Unfortunately, they are afraid of what they come up with. As the weather gradually warms up, more and more outsiders enter the territory. They are very surprised that there is a town of such a size in such a remote place. But they do not care about this, and will not look for it, because this means they will have a stable place to stay, and can explore further. The composition of these outsiders is very complex, including spies, robbers, wanted criminals, adventurers, pioneers, and vagrants. It can be said that even the unstable elements flow through their veins. However, the territory has been prepared for this, and Howard, who was appointed city defense officer, will shoulder the important task. Since arriving in the territory, Howard seemed to have rejuvenated. After bringing all his family members, he focused on his work. After all, with the living welfare of the territory, there was no need to worry about life. Even armor, weapons, horses and servants were readily available. With sufficient motivation, Howard personally planned the patrol route, and the sufficient strength in soldiers who strictly followed orders allowed him to play freely and ensured that no dead ends were left. At the same time, Howard also appointed his son Hogg as the town sheriff, and personally led a team of elite soldiers to arrest the troublemakers and provide a deterrent. The 18-year-old Hogg has grown very strong with adequate nutrition and strict training. He is not far away from awakening his fighting spirit. With a shackle in one hand and a large shield in the other, ordinary people are really no match for him, let alone those around him. Followed by 10 long swordsmen, 10 crossbowmen and 10 nomadic cavalry. If there was a real fight, even a team of adventurers who cooperated tacitly would have no choice but to run for their lives. And they may not be able to escape, because the nomadic cavalry is not an ordinary cavalry. Whether it is a scimitar, a throwing axe, a short bow, or a lasso, they are all sharp weapons against these people. Leading such an elite team, even the most restless people will rationally choose to remain silent after seeing them, including several notorious wanted criminals. This group of people committed crimes in the Empire, and were restless even when they fled to the borders of the Empire. After being wanted, they finally ran away here. They wanted to relax and then solve a big case. But after seeing the many elite soldiers and cavalry here, they decided to temporarily be a good citizen. Because once you commit a crime, you cannot be beaten or run away, and you are doomed. The only exception is adventurers. They are insulated from the word peace, and they are not afraid of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous they are, the more excited they are. Otherwise, they will not be regarded as unstable factors by the lords everywhere. Even Owen has a headache for adventurers. And his fear is even higher than that of the dark forces. Because except for a few idiots who want to destroy the world, most of the dark forces are either seeking money or power. Anyway, they can negotiate and even cooperate. But adventurers cannot do that. They also like money and power. And they also dream of a leisurely life after retirement. But it is almost their instinct to cause trouble because their curiosity and adventurous spirit cannot be controlled at all. This cannot be solved by spending money. Owen had heard from Maya that in its long history, the Empire had experienced many crises that destroyed cities and countries. Nearly 80% of them were caused by adventurers. Even if they were not, it was related to them. This shows the destruction caused by adventurers. Force. Owen's capital is really not enough to cause them trouble. Otherwise, he would not have built Green Shade Town as an adventurer's paradise and used the ruins as bait, just to limit the destructive power of adventurers within a certain range. In fact, just as Owen had guessed, the adventurer's attention was not on Akita Town. Akita Town is the name Irving gave to the Territorial town because there are large areas of farmland outside the city. In autumn, at a glance, the golden waves of wheat make people wonder if this is a barren northern land. So it was named Akita. But the wealthy Akita Town is not the target of adventurers. It is too peaceful here, and there are too many soldiers. There is no place for adventurers to play a role. And there are no tasks. So their attention quickly shifts to the Devil's Horn Forest. Because the surrounding area of the territory is extremely empty. And the only place where opportunities can be hidden is there. Of course, although Owen regards Green Shade Town as a bait to lure adventurers to take the bait, it will not be too obvious. Otherwise it will be difficult to keep the adventurers and cause trouble. To put it bluntly,
Adventurers are just a bunch of bastards. They are suspicious of the meat that comes to their mouths. They have to hit their heads and bleed all over before they happily eat the bloody meat with a smile because it tastes good. Chapter 119 Adventurer Team. The town is very quiet at night, because most residents maintain the habit of working at sunrise and sleeping at sundown. At this time, only the patrol team is still patrolling the streets at an orderly pace, giving people a full sense of security. Because there is a sense between transformers. Outsiders don't care how to disguise themselves. The patrol can see the problem at a glance and has arrested several people. Because the territory has a curfew. No one is allowed to go out on the streets after dark. Moreover, there is only one hotel in the entire town. So outsiders have no choice but to live here, which further strengthens management. Of course, there are also people who try to rent private houses. Unfortunately, even if they offer gold coins, the transformed residents are unlikely to agree. So some people plan to use force. But the soldiers' crossbows and hard bows and Hogg's sledgehammer quickly teach them how to behave. Those who dared to resist were beaten to death on the spot. Those who surrendered were locked up. And those who committed serious crimes were hanged. Under the thunderous method, the remaining people learned to behave. In order to avoid being put in a cage or directly hanged, they could only act in accordance with the laws of the town, including the adventurers. Because there were too many soldiers in the territory, the patrol routes were crisscrossed, and there were no blind spots for them to avoid for a long time. They could only go out for a stroll during the day, and hurry back as soon as it got dark, for fear of being caught.
I visited the town during the day. The people here are very wealthy. Every farmer has his own house and land, and can eat fresh bread and vegetables. This is rare in the Empire.
The speaker was the sturdy middle-aged man, named Roger, is the captain of the White Fang Adventurer team. He wears a suit of iron-inlaid leather armor that is full of scratches. He has a mace and buckler at his feet. He can tell at a glance that he is experienced. The old soldier said with a somewhat sighing tone at this time. Roger came from a poor family, because he had grown strong since he was a child. He was spotted by the knights in the village, and worked as a knight squire for several years. Later, the knight died in battle. As a knight squire, he ended up with a dishonorable reputation. In desperation, he only being able to stay away from home and become an adventurer. He worked hard for more than 10 years, and formed a stable team. Now he came to the Northland for the future of the team. But he did not expect that there would be such a wealthy town in the remote and poor Northland.
I went to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith's craftsmanship is pretty good for humans. They use fine iron, and they actually use such good iron to make farm tools. There must be a high-quality iron mine here. In addition, the tavern the wine is very good. It is brewed from the finest wheat, and is not adulterated.
The dwarf's voice under the bronze helmet sounded deep and powerful. He stroked his lush beard with one hand, and held the ale in the other. He took a big gulp of the ale with a very expression on his face. It's enjoyment. His name is Bronze Helm, and he is a 100-year-old dwarf. For some reason, he became an adventurer. He likes casting bronze tools and drinking. He only cares about these two things. So he went out for a walk and then came back to drink. And he has not stopped until now. But several teammates have long been accustomed to his personality.
Oakmoo and I went out of the city to the forest, where we found a strong wooden village with many lumberjacks and elite soldiers patrolling. If you want to enter the forest quietly, you can only choose to take a detour or sneak at night.
The person who spoke was a petite assassin girl. She wore a standard black scarf covering her face, and a short brown-gray cloak. Only her slender, but powerful calves were exposed. The girl's name is Grey Cat. She has joined Roger's adventure team for the shortest time. But she is surprisingly reliable. The several times Roger's team encountered danger, they always found a chance to turn defeat into victory with her help.
I found a stone road in the forest. I don't know where it leads.
The last person to speak was a tall, angular half-elf. He was oak. If his ears weren't for a piece, they would have been a little sharp. He said he had an elf. No one would believe in his bloodline. He is the kind of man who can stand on people with his fists and run horses with his arms. Human warriors, dwarfs with heavy armor, petite assassins, and strong shooters. This is Roger's adventurer team. There are no priests, no mages, not even wizards. And this is the norm for adventurers. Healers are precious no matter where they are, and their status is quite high, so they will not go out to take risks at all, unless someone hires them at a high price. So they have to be protected, for fear of hurting the other party in the slightest, and being blacklisted by all healers. Once injured, you really have to rely on yourself to resist. As for the mage, he is an otaku obsessed with research. Even when he goes out on adventures, he has his own team of followers. He does not ask for help at all, but is a high-quality customer of many adventurers. As for wizards, their status is not as high as the first two, but unless they are good at close combat, it is not a good idea to venture out because the mortality rate is too high. Therefore, the vast majority of adventurers are either warriors or archers, because they are cheap and plentiful. As long as they have a good physique and can carry a few kilograms of meat and practice with the village veterans for a few months. That's pretty much it. Next are thieves and assassins. Despite their bad reputations, their numbers are not as large as expected. They are still elites because both require rigorous training for several years. After all, whether it is unlocking or sneaking, it is not just a matter of talent, transformed into strength. Therefore, the so-called iron triangle of war animal husbandry mostly only exists in the stories of bards. Although it exists in reality, it is rare.
There are stone roads in the forest?
Roger suspected that he had heard wrong. After all, except for cities, most towns did not have a few stone roads. Oak did not open his mouth to explain, but pointed to his eyes. Although he doesn't look like an elf, you can't doubt his eyes. After all, he is a man who once shot an eagle.
Okay, I believe you read it right. The question is who would spend a huge amount of money to build a stone road in the forest? There must be a reason. Right.
Roger spread his hands and said helplessly, but his eyes lit up. Stand up. Even building a stone road in a city costs a lot of money, let alone in a forest. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. But the more it goes like this, the more it proves that there are huge secrets hidden inside. As it happens, adventurers are interested in secrets.
No matter what the reason is, we will always know.
Bronze Helmet, who had drunk all his ale, said with a hint of drunkenness, blinking his eyes.
Yes, we will always know,
Roger said with a smile. Secrets are often equated with wealth and power, and this is what adventurers seek.
I will go to the blacksmith shop to see if it is because the high-quality iron or is located in the forest,
Bronze Helmet said first, because this will not waste too much time on him, and he can come back to enjoy the high-quality iron here. Ale.
Oak and I will go explore the outskirts of the forest to see if there is a path leading to the interior of the forest,
the gray cat said in a calm tone, but Oak on the side did not object.
Then I'll walk around the town,
Roger touched his chin and said. At the same time, he was a little regretful that there was no Adventurers Guild here, and there was no familiar way to buy information, because it was completely isolated from the outside world, and it was difficult to play his role. The Adventurer's Advantage. Chapter 120. The Adventurer Team in the Bathhouse. In the early morning, as soon as the sunlight outside the window hit his face, Roger climbed out of bed. Although Roger was not young, his physical fitness was still very good. He stretched out his muscles and felt that most of the energy consumed by the long journey had recovered, and he nodded with satisfaction. The life of an adventurer has never been comfortable, even for missions around the town. It is rare to return on the same day. Living in the open air is the daily life of an adventurer. So Roger has long been accustomed to such a life. Indifferently, he put on his feet the leather boots that exuded a smell that could not be described in words. He bent down and took out the wooden basin found in every room from under the bed. Roger opened the door. As the only hotel in the territory, the area is certainly not small. The main building is 3 stories high. The first floor is a restaurant and bar. The second and third floors are divided into superior rooms and deluxe rooms according to different grades, taking into account that not everyone is rich. There are 3 two-story buildings behind the main building, forming a back shape, all with ordinary rooms. And the open space in the middle can also park horse-drawn carriages. Although Roger is an adventurer and has a high income, he does not dare to spend lavishly, because once there is a problem with the equipment or body, it often means that they will bleed a lot. So it is not enough if they don't have enough savings. They must learn to save. So they live in regular room. In fact, the ordinary rooms are not bad. Whether it is a single room or a double room, the internal space is enough for a bed, a wardrobe, and a small table. It is also very clean. Compared with the rooms they have stayed in other places, it is completely different. It can be called a first-class room. At least Roger and the others couldn't find anything wrong with it. However, only high-end rooms will have water and food provided, or you can pay more. But Roger, who is used to saving, will not be so wasteful. Not to mention the service here is not bad. There is free hot water downstairs, although it is not unlimited. It is enough for washing your face and soaking your feet. If you are willing to spend more money, you can go to a bathhouse in the town. Yesterday, Roger took a look at it from a distance. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt itchy all over. After all, he hadn't taken a shower in a month. I simply went back and opened my backpack to find a change of clothes. But I found that none of them were clean and all were stiff. After thinking about it, he piled all the dirty clothes in a wooden basin. Roger carried the basin to the bathhouse, planning to wash all the clothes together there. This is normal. It is not easy to boil a bucket of hot water. Of course, you must make full use of it. The town's bathhouse is the same as that of Greentown. There are reservoirs and canals on both sides of the gate, making it convenient for residents to wash clothes here. When Roger saw that this was good, he found a fat and round peasant woman nearby and paid her to help wash the clothes. After looking at the pile of clothes that looked like they had been pasted with smelly mud, and the smell that stung her eyes, the peasant woman asked for 50% more money before taking over the job. Then she picked up the wooden stick and beat the pile of clothes soaked in the water. The clothes were immediately like being punched on the head of a squid. The black and turbid liquid spread out in an instant, causing the women who were washing clothes downstream to yell and curse. The peasant women were not to be outdone and scolded each other while washing, which immediately made Roger feel it was money well spent. Otherwise, he would be the one being scolded now. Roger was afraid of getting involved in the scolding, so he walked into the lobby of the bathhouse in 2 steps. He was first surprised that the entire bathhouse was built with strips of stone. And then he was surprised that the price was cheaper, because it was cheaper than hiring someone to boil water for bathing in a hotel. Bucket baths are cheap. After handing over the money readily, Roger walked in with the complimentary bath beans. The bathhouse is divided into an outer lobby, a changing room in the middle, and an innermost bath. There are heavily armed soldiers guarding the dressing room. The reason is very simple. Because a cabinet and a small lock alone are of no use. They simply send soldiers to stand guard and chop off anyone who dares to take things randomly. Although it is simple and crude, it has good reviews. No one wants to come here dirty and leave clean without any clothes. He found the corresponding cabinet according to the number plate. After a little hesitation, Roger took off all his clothes, stuffed the weapons and money bag into the innermost part, and covered it with dirty clothes. As for whether it was useful, I guess it was useless. Yes, but now I can only believe that such a big bathhouse still has some credibility. Roger walked into the bathhouse with a wooden basin in his arms. The steam that hit his face made him close his eyes and take a deep breath, feeling that his whole body was moisturized. When I opened my eyes, I saw that there were not many people in the steamy bathhouse in the middle, because few people came to take a bath early in the morning, which meant that the water would be very clean. Roger couldn't wait to go in and take a good soak. But he couldn't. According to the rules here, he had to clean his whole body first. Otherwise, he would be thrown out with his butt naked. Although he was confident in his ability and not afraid of exposure, but thinking that he would be exposed in front of a bunch of peasant women doing laundry, Roger felt that it was good to abide by the rules. He wandered to the water channel that surrounded the entire bathroom, and sat on a wooden stool, facing the water channel that was almost as high as the manger. The hot water flowing continuously in it made Roger secretly dumbfounded. It was simply too luxurious. Even if there was a hot spring here, it would be too wasteful. But when you think about spending so little money to enjoy such treatment, it was definitely worth it. Roger couldn't help but sigh and picked up the water ladle on the channel. Use hot water to wet the whole body. When it is soaked through and the dirt all over the body is softened, then dissolve the bath beans and start washing again. Bath beans contain insecticidal ingredients, and Roger can clearly see the lice mixed in the sewage, which even he dislikes. But there was no choice. After walking for a month, it was cold in early spring. Who dared to take a bath in the wilderness of the Northland had to endure it. After barely washing himself, Roger couldn't wait to step into the bathtub. The slightly hot water made him frown slightly. Then he endured the heat and sat in. When the heat wore off, he couldn't help but grin as the stiff muscles and bones were softened by the comfort. Open your mouth and hum a few times. It's so comfortable. It's good. Right. The sounds from the left and right made Roger move. Only then did he realize that he was a tall and strong man on one side, and a thick and sturdy dwarf on the other. It was just that the water vapor was too thick, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly. But his body was also familiar to him. Oak? Bronze helmet? It's me. I thought you were going to get information. Roger raised his brows and looked a little unhappy. After all, It was agreed upon yesterday.
We thought so too,
Bronze Helmet said calmly while putting water on his beard, while Oak looked at him expressionlessly.
Then we'll go after taking a shower?
Roger then remembered that they had a frank meeting in the bath. And he didn't seem qualified to say this. So he said, a little embarrassed. At the same time, a female assassin in the women's bathroom next door was enjoying the oil massage service recommended here. She also chose hair care and manicure services, completely forgetting what she was supposed to do today. Obviously, as teammates, they have a tacit understanding in some aspects. Chapter 121, Adventurers in Greenshade Town.
Have you seen that service item?
After soaking for a while, Roger suddenly said,
You mean the slime maid service?
Oak, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, and exactly what Roger was thinking. He was obviously also a senior LSP.
Let's go. It's not too much money.
Roger naturally unfolded the big towel around his waist, then held the upside-down wooden basin in his hands and walked towards the small room on the side. And behind him was the oak tree doing the same thing. Only Bronze Helmet is not interested in this, because he is not interested in slender human women. The hair is too little, too soft, not thick enough, and has no feeling. It is not as powerful as a pig hair brush for cleaning armor. But when two grown men who were looking forward to a big fight saw the slime maid, their expressions were really exciting. The two of them thought that slime maid was used to describe a certain feature, such as being plump in a certain way, but they never expected that it turned out to be a true description.
Have you ever seen this kind of slime?
Roger touched his chin hesitantly, but his eyes did not leave the 3 points. At the same time, he thought to himself, but he didn't expect the translucent feeling to be quite exciting.
I haven't seen it before. Maybe it's a variant cultivated by some mage or wizard,
Oak also said with some hesitation. Similar things are not uncommon. They have been tasked with cleaning up out-of-control experimental products many times, which really opened their eyes. I really don't know how those mages' brains grow, so they can't be normal. Although they complained, the two of them had a tacit understanding and did not propose a refund. As a man, as long as his looks are decent. Not to mention slimes and goblins. In the evening, all the members of the White Fang Adventurer team gathered together with rosy faces and the smell of essential oil. The three men had already been honest with each other, so of course, there was no need to say anything more. The gray cat's words, the moisture still lingering on his body, and his purple toenails made him immediately understand. Tonight's team gathering ended quickly in a strange atmosphere, and the team action officially began on the third day. In fact, the situation was not as difficult as they thought. Mujai was a lumberyard in the territory. Everyone knew this. As for the stone road, Oak disguised himself as a hunter and approached. But in the end, he was not blocked. This made him somewhere undecided. So the team members gathered together again.
Since no one is stopping us, let's set out together tomorrow to see where the end of the road is.
Roger rubbed the handle of the weapon. As for the dangers he might face, there was no danger for the adventurer in that action. No one objects. People who are afraid of danger and accidents cannot be adventurers. As Roger's teammates, they will certainly not stop moving forward just because of certain uncertainties. After making sufficient preparations, Roger and the four set out before dawn. When they arrived at Mujai, the lumberjacks had already started working, and the sound of falling trees could be heard from time to time. But the strange thing was that these lumberjacks were all working with their heads down. When people speak, they are a little too quiet, even a little weird. Also silent were the soldiers, the familiar combination of swordsmen and crossbowmen. Even Roger did not dare to provoke them easily. In a real confrontation, a 10-man team might make them pay a heavy price. Adventurers are not omnipotent. Otherwise, how would the Lord maintain his rule? If adventurers dare not kill officials and rebel. In fact, adventurers are similar to the ancient Jianghu people. Some are escorts and performers to earn a living, and some are lawless and dare to do anything. If the ruler is not strong enough, they really can't be suppressed. Moving forward cautiously, Roger and the others were all ready to take action. Of course, they tried not to show hostility. But until they stepped onto the stone road and started to go deep into the forest, they still didn't encounter any obstacles.
Everyone cheer up. The gray cat is exploring the path. The oak is supporting. The bronze helmet is behind. And I am in the middle.
Roger quickly made arrangements. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The four of them had already divided their duties, and were in their respective positions. Every adventure is like walking on a tightrope. And there is a cliff below. If you make a mistake, There will be no future. Roger has been an adventurer for so many years, and has experienced so many life and death crises, that even he himself can't count. The only reason he can survive until now is because he is cautious enough. Except for luck. With such a captain, the style of the team members will naturally tend to be like this. Therefore, although they are full of curiosity about the end of the road, no one speeds up. Instead, they move forward unhurriedly with increased vigilance. The journey was not all so peaceful, because Owen ordered Green Shade Town to stop cleaning up mutant creatures near the stone road, which caused Roger and the others to encounter accidents from time to time. Fortunately, they were experienced, and this accident was not even a warm-up. But this also made them more curious, because such a good road must be of great use. So why not send troops to maintain it? Roger and the others would not believe that there was a shortage of troops. The ratio of soldiers to civilians in this territory was simply outrageous. There were 300 to 400 soldiers alone, including more than 100 elite cavalry. In fact, the territory's military strength was more than that. There were soldiers stationed in Marat town, and Bella also took away 150 nomadic cavalry. The total number of troops totaled 500 to 600, accounting for 1/6 of the total population. This ratio is simply crazy. No matter how crazy the Lord is, he would not dare to maintain such a ratio of soldiers to civilians. Therefore, even if the Hydra family says that they have no support behind them, no one will believe it, because people only believe what they see.
Greenshade Town? There is actually a small town in the forest?
Roger looked at the road signs on the roadside with some disbelief. But after following the exploring gray cat for a while, he had to believe his own eyes. There really is a small town here.
Everyone should be vigilant. It's so weird here.
In fact, not only Roger, but everyone found it hard to believe that building a stone road was just to build a small town in the forest. Even half-elves don't dare to do this. Okay, Oak has the best say on this. Although half-elves are close to nature, they can only build villages and towns close to the forest. There are at most some elven tribes in the forest. As for the reason, the main reason is that the cost is too high. After all, food, clothing, housing and transportation cost nothing, unless they all become savages. Maintaining the daily life of hundreds of people in the forest will be a disaster. Chapter 122 Adventurers in the Deshudong Tavern.
The guard turned out to be a goblin?
Roger was not surprised as much as he was today in a year, but he still believed in Oak's vision. The only question was whether they should get close. As a novice monster, every adventurer cannot avoid dealing with goblins, especially experienced veterans. They can smell goblins while sleeping, and know where to stab the goblins with their eyes closed. Even more deadly, wiping out a goblin tribe is a sign that an adventurer has graduated from being a novice. But this is the first time they have seen a goblin town.
These goblins are very strange. Not only do they have standard sophisticated equipment, but they also have strict discipline. I didn't see a single goblin guard moving around.
Oak, who usually has no expression, felt like he had seen a ghost at this time. I'm afraid he wouldn't have this expression even if he met a ghost, because this is simply incredible.
The equipment is okay, but I can't imagine the well-disciplined goblins.
Bronze Helmet took a sip of ale and muttered. In fact, let alone him, no one present could imagine it. Aren't goblins supposed to be those nasty, rotten, chirping creatures?
You still remember that the soldiers in Mujai showed no signs of defense in this direction,
Grey Cat suddenly said. Not to mention, this provided another idea.
You mean these goblins are not hostile and can communicate with each other?
Although Roger was questioning, his eyes became brighter and brighter because this was the only explanation. Mujai is a human stronghold. This can be confirmed, but it is not wary of a goblin town, which explains the problem. This can only be explained by the fact that the two parties have been in contact for a long time, and there is no hostility.
How about we take a closer look?
Roger made a bold suggestion, but this suggestion of risking one's life was agreed by everyone. It can be seen that adventurers are worthy of being adventurers. Taking risks has become an instinct, and life is just a process of taking risks. The kind of chips you win are like losing all your money and quitting the game. After making the decision, the four of them took a deep breath. Although they were holding weapons, they did not make any attack movements, and then slowly walked toward the town. As they got closer, Roger and the others found that the goblins with unicorns on their heads just glanced at them, without issuing a warning, let alone summoning their companions to surround them. They seemed accustomed to their appearance, which made Roger J. and the others were even more daring and actually walked through the gate into the town.
Am I drunk too much?
Tongwei put down the wine bottle and rubbed his eyes, his mouth wide open. He couldn't believe that he could see a town full of goblins in this life.
These goblins are so weird. They are almost like humans,
Roger said in disbelief. But the more so, the more he wanted to figure out the reason. Because they were too surprised and didn't know what to say. The four of them instinctively followed the main road to the square, and saw the Deshidong Tavern.
Where do I think I can get the information?
Bronze Helmet swallowed, stretched out his stubby finger, and said to the tavern. Roger and the others didn't think this was an excuse, because adventurers either bought most of the information from the Adventurers Guild or asked about it in the tavern. The latter only cost a few drinks. What kind of information they can get depends on luck. Small profits can make big profits. And the most adventurous people, the adventurers, liked it. And it was also the habit of adventurers visiting strange places. So they all agreed and entered the tavern together. In fact, they were all full of curiosity and eager to see what the Goblin Tavern was like.
Outsiders, don't fight and cause trouble here. Otherwise, I will throw you out and hand you over to the security team.
The one-horned goblin, who was watching the scene, said with a fierce expression. They were transformed from the horned goblins after the mutation. In order to distinguish them, the horns were changed into unicorns. It is also a mutation. The goblins in the town are becoming smarter and smarter. But the horned goblins are becoming more and more fierce. Even after the transformation, they use their hands faster than their brains. So they can only serve as soldiers and thugs in the territory. It fills a gap in the town.
We are foreign travelers, and we will not cause trouble,
Roger said with a simple and honest expression. The problem is that the four of them don't look like good citizens in any way. Even the one-horned goblin with a weak brain will not be fooled. So he gave them a look of contempt before letting them in. Of course, Roger knew how unreliable his statement was. In fact, he was just using it to test the other party's bottom line. It was shocking that he actually saw discipline and restraint in the goblins. Do you dare to believe that the words that caused trouble would be handed over to the security team came from the mouth of a goblin? But this confirms that these goblins are safe. At least for now. After exchanging glances, Roger took the lead into the semi-underground tavern.
No Wood Elf tribe has such a tree hole. And these plants are very strange.
As a half-elf, Oak has been to the Wood Elf tribe, but has never seen such a tree hole. Now the only remaining Wood Elves in the Empire live deep in the forest, in the form of tribes, and are isolated from the world. Only some half-elves can be found. Oak is lucky enough to have been to a Wood Elf tribe. But even among the Wood Elves known as the Sons of the Forest, he has never seen such ancient trees and tree holes anywhere. It can be called a miracle.
I'm more concerned about the drinks here. I hope they also sell high-quality ale here.
Bronze Helmet's wine bottle was completely empty when he saw the next breath in the tavern. At this time, he sniffed, looking like an old drunkard. Said the appearance. Roger found that there were many differences between this place and ordinary taverns. At least, he had not seen goblin bartenders in other taverns. In addition, there were also goblin maids here. Not sure what they thought of. Roger and Oak blushed slightly when they saw the slime maid. But they didn't notice that the gray cat's face also blushed. By the way, girl, what did you do to the slime maid in the bathhouse?
He's a new customer. Do you want to try the wine in the Deshidong Tavern?
The goblin bartender took out a few bottles of craft beer. Bronze Helmet's eyes suddenly widened. But his remaining sense still allowed him to ask. For the price, I was only willing to buy one bottle in the end. After a months-long journey, although they saved a lot of money as guards for the caravan, the team's savings were still not very optimistic. Even the alcoholic Bronze Helmet did not dare to spend money arbitrarily. Roger used his skilled conversational skills and tried to get some free information from the goblin bartender. But he was surprised one after another.
This is Green Shade Town. Humans and non-humans are welcome to live here. Conflicts are not allowed. If you have any questions, please consult the Goblin General or the Mayor,
the goblin bartender said while pouring wine for the four of them. The Goblin General and the Mayor. Roger remembers these two key roles.
In addition, there is a witch school over there. Many witches live there. If you don't want to be turned into a mouse and used as a test subject for potions, it's best not to get close,
the goblin bartender said to them cautiously. Hearing this, the expressions of Roger and the four others changed at the same time. They took over a task of dealing with a crazy witch. And it was a very bad experience. Oak accidentally fell under a witch's curse and spent all the team's savings to save his life. Not only was their work in vain, but all their savings were spent. From then on, the four of them stayed away from witches.
So when I heard that there were many witches living here, I couldn't help but turn around and want to leave. Chapter 123. No adventurer can refuse the ruins. Roger trembled when he heard that there was a witch. Witches have no reason at all. Sometimes a look, an action, or even a look can cause the other party to take action. There are not many unlucky people who are inexplicably cursed with magic potions by witches. But Roger, who wanted to leave, suddenly heard the goblin bartender's words and couldn't walk. Are you interested in becoming an adventurer in Green Shade Town? You can enter the ruins. Although adventurer guilds have blossomed all over the empire, their strength is not as exaggerated as imagined. Otherwise, the first ones to turn against them would definitely be the empire and the major nobles. In fact, the Adventurers Guild is more like a national chain store. The original founder is hung up and worshipped, and then the process of carving up happens. At first, adventurer branches in various places were started from scratch by personnel sent by the headquarters. Later, they found that this was too slow, so they tricked local dignitaries into contributing money and efforts. Finally, with the popularity of adventurer guilds, this became an investment. So Luo J did not doubt that there was a problem with the Adventurers Guild in Green Shade Town. Being an adventurer does not prevent you from joining a local guild. On the contrary, you will get some preferential treatment. Therefore, Roger was moved. He was too curious about this strange town. At the same time, the ruins. No adventurer can resist the temptation of the ruins, even if they know that they will survive 9 deaths or even 10 deaths. Every adventurer who steps into the ruins has the confidence to think that he is the protagonist until the moment of death. Do you want to join? Roger did not make the decision alone, but planned to discuss it with his 3 companions. Are you willing to leave? Tongwei said while sipping the fine wine and rolling his eyes. Although Oak and Grey Cat didn't speak, their eyes were the same, despising Roger's insincere words. We are willing to join the Adventurers Guild in Greenshade Town, the shameless Roger said to the goblin bartender without even blushing. Okay, here's the registration for you. The goblin bartender took out a brand new registration book and wrote Roger's name on the first line, as well as their basic information, mainly their occupation, age, years of adventure and what they are good at, what kind of tasks are required by the Adventurers Guild to register, and it also facilitates the selection of task clients. This is your ID card. With this, you can get a 20% discount at the weapon shop, equipment shop, and pharmacy shop in the town. And you can enter the ruins. The goblin bartender handed the ID badges to Roger and the other 4, and said at the same time, Thank you. Although it was a bit awkward to say thank you to the goblins, Roger still thanked him sincerely. Maybe the goblins here were different. You're welcome. I also recommend that you buy some information and targeted props before going to the ruins. The ruins are not as safe as you think. The goblin bartender happily took out a list of information with prices marked on it, which made Roger satisfied. The head is dark, and the secret passage is as dark as the Adventurers Guild in the world. Unfortunately, Roger still knew the importance of information, unless he was willing to risk his life to test it. This information must be bought. After looking through the purchase information, Roger was thankful for his choice. Who would have thought that the ruins here would be so big? And there were a large number of monsters, especially the black glue bugs. After seeing its characteristics, everyone was scared. I was covered in cold sweat, especially the bronze helmet responsible for carrying the damage. So I quickly drank a sip of wine to calm down my shock. Let's go and check out a few stores. Roger, who had collected the information, didn't dare to ignore it now, and hurriedly took 3 teammates to have a look. The 3 stores are actually one, just like Datongpu. The 3 stores are connected, and the shelves and counters are arranged in a row. Customers who come in can see from beginning to end, which is very convenient. Most of the weapons here are made of high-quality steel. They are complete in length, thickness, strength and softness. The craftsmanship is not that of a master craftsman, but it is strong and durable enough, which is enough for adventurers. The protective gear is also complete, including cloth armor, light armor, leather armor, chain armor, plate armor, from half body to full body, and they can be customized. As for backpacks, ropes, oil lamps, flints, and water bags, they are also sold here. However, what Roger and the 4 of them care most about are potions, because there are not many real pharmacists, and those who are good at potions are either wizards or witches. Both of them are not easy to deal with, especially witches. They dare to drink the potions they refine. Not much. Mages can also refine potions,
but they are quite expensive, and ordinary adventurers really can't afford them. Looking at the dazzling array of potions in front of him, and thinking about what the goblin bartender said before about a group of witches living here, Roger was confused. In fact, not only him. Oak, Bronze Helmet, and Grey Cat were also entangled. It goes without saying that potions can play a role in adventure. If you use them well, you can save your life. Coupled with the scarcity of high-quality potions, it would be a pity to miss the opportunity in front of you.
Let me try.
Bronze Helmet stood up. As a dwarf, Bronze Helm has a strong physique and resistance. The average fatality measure for a dwarf is diarrhea for a few days. So he does his part. After purchasing a bottle of healing potion called by Cien, Tomboy took out a dagger and cut a cut on his wrist. Then smeared some on the wound with his stubby fingers. And the wound disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roger and the others suddenly took a breath. It was not that they had never seen potions with similar effects, but none of them were high-quality goods that even all the money could not afford. They were even priceless and unmarketable. But here, although not much, but the quantity is definitely not small. Limited purchase. Roger wanted to buy more, but he didn't sell it. Each person was limited to purchasing 1 bottle per month. In addition, this thing has a shelf life. If you buy too much and you can't use it, it will be a waste.
It's already pretty good.
Bronze Helmet happily filled the potion and said to Roger, who was full of regret,
Yes, I'm a little greedy.
Roger admitted and nodded. After all, their team was used to being poor. Of course they wanted to buy more when they saw good cheap things. But they forgot that there were so many cheap things in the world. After adding a few more things, Roger went to inquire about the situation. The ruins are at the back of the town and require passing through checkpoints to reach them. The adventurer's identity certificate in Green Shade Town is the pass. After confirming this, Roger returned to the Big Tree Cave Tavern.
Take a rest today to recover your strength and head to the ruins early tomorrow morning,
Roger said to his 3 teammates as he ate the delicious steak.
Ha. I've just been on the road recently, and finally came across a ruins. I must have a big fight,
Bronze Helmet said impatiently while taking a big gulp of ale. As a dwarf, the most painful thing is to rush. There is no way. Although dwarves are not short, most of them are about 1.5 meters tall, but their bodies are too thick. Their thick frames are full of thick muscles like big leba, which makes their trunks too broad. In comparison, the thick limbs appear shorter. This type of body shape gives dwarves a physique and endurance that far exceeds that of humans. If an ordinary person is hit by a galloping horse, he can prepare to eat. But this is not a problem for dwarves. Even if he is not prepared, he will roll over at most. Let alone internal injuries, and fractures may not necessarily break the skin. But running and rushing are simply torture for dwarves, especially when traveling with races with longer legs than dwarves. Everyone talked and laughed, and then went back to their rooms to rest and recharge their batteries for entering the ruins the next day. Chapter 124 Adventurers who come to the ruins. As the Lord of Greenshade Town, Owen knew every move of Roger and the 4 of them. In fact, the 4 of them were carefully selected seeds, or role models. Roger was not the only 4 adventurers who arrived at the territory, but they were all eliminated internally. Those who are too curious, have no bottom line in doing things, have too bad character, and have inconsistent personalities. These adventurers are either entangled in other things, or they die in unknown ways. The reason for this is that Irving plans to build Shade Town into a paradise for adventurers. To achieve this goal, adventurers alone cannot do it. They must make a good start and set an example, so that they can restrain and punish those who do not comply. They are well-behaved people, and Roger and the other 4 are his chosen examples. Under such circumstances, how could Owen let others disturb their adventure? The stone road in the forest that the 4 of them could easily enter was now filled with soldiers, and even witch hunters were dispatched to ensure that Roger and the others were the only ones in Greenshade Town. For adventurers, create a comfort zone specifically for them to move around. The 4 of Roger, who knew nothing about it, got up early, packed up their equipment skillfully, and then arrived at the checkpoint behind the town with great expectations, as the last line of defense to prevent the ruins from getting out of control. This level is really cost-effective. 2 small stone fortresses are located on both sides of the gate. There are heavily armed one-horned goblins stationed on them, as well as a large number of city defense equipment, enough to withstand 10 times more enemy attacks, showing how tight the defense is. Standing in front of the heavy copper-clad iron gate, Roger nervously took out the certificate and handed it to the extraordinarily tall and sturdy goblin in front of him, fearing that he would shoot them into hedgehogs or chop them into mincemeat with a wave of his hand. At that time, they had no power to fight back. After all, adventurers are not omnipotent.
Don't be nervous. I am the Goblin General of Green Shade Town. I am in charge of city defense. I will sometimes issue missions to you, so as long as you don't break the law, you don't need to be afraid of me. Now start your adventure.
Goblin after General Lin finished speaking according to the lines. He waved his hand, and his soldiers turned the winch and pulled up the gate, revealing a shocking long stretch of farmland outside the pass, as well as flat stone roads on both sides.
Remember to keep to the right. You can walk, or you can hire a sheep cart to take you to the ruins. I personally recommend that you hire a sheep cart, so that you can maintain your physical strength,
Goblin General said. Owen, who has the skill of monster summoning, can randomly summon one of the 4 basic dungeon monsters every day. Vipers and slimes are small and mostly stay in the castle, while goblins and magic sheep are sent to Greenshade Town. At first, the Goblin General combined the two to train the Goblin Demon Sheep Cavalry. However, there was no need to maintain too many cavalry in the forest, so the Goblin General was once again shrewd and invented the sheep cart. The strength and endurance of the magic sheep are not bad, although they are not as good as donkeys and horses. They are suitable for pulling carts for smaller goblins. They have now become the main transportation capacity of Green Shade Town, especially for harvesting. When working in the farmland, rows of sheep carts go back and forth like small trains, which looks a bit spectacular. The sheep cart was several times smaller than the horse cart, and it could fit 4 or 5 people in a tight space. However, in order to ensure that there was enough room for reaction and movement, Roger rented 2 cars. He and Oak took the first one, and Grey Cat and Bronze Helmet sat. The second one carries a backpack in the middle. The goblin in charge of driving said to sit tight, then waved his goat whip, making a crisp sound out of thin air, and the demon sheep instinctively pulled the cart forward, because it was a stone road. The friction was very small, and with the 2 magic sheep pulling the cart, the sheep cart moved forward very briskly without any bumps. This allowed Roger and the others to still be in the mood to look at the surrounding scenery.
These farmlands are extracting the vitality of the surroundings.
On the way, as if confirming something, Oak lowered his head and whispered in Roger's ear.
Is it evil magic?
Roger whispered, pretending to be nonchalant.
No, it's not evil. It's natural magic, and the existence of farmland inhibits the activity of the surrounding magic trees.
Oak looked up and couldn't help but frown when he saw the arrogant magic horn tree.
Are these trees alive?
Roger had seen man-eating trees and knew how powerful they were. Now he imagined that the entire forest was man-eating, and he suddenly shuddered.
Yes. Don't enter the woods on both sides. The magic trees on both sides of the road are inactive and won't hurt anyone. If you go deep, it's hard to say,
Oak said cautiously. If he were a wood elf, he might be able to penetrate deep into this living forest. But as a half-elf, he doesn't have this ability yet.
Tell Grey Cat and Bronze Helmet later,
Roger whispered, and then looked at the long stretch of farmland and couldn't help but marvel at the generosity here. Apparently Greenshade Town used some kind of magic to extract the activity of the magic tree and speed up the growth of farmland. But it was not evil. The land here was still energetic and fed the entire town. Time passed quickly in my wild thoughts, and the sheep cart soon arrived at the end of the road. A huge construction site. Because of Owen's order, the excavation of the ruins was very cautious, never going deep into the ruins rashly, and always staying on the second floor of the ruins. They mainly focused on point expansion and disassembly of stones. The harvest during the period was just incidental, so Roger and the others were dumbfounded.
You're just exploring the ruins like this?
Roger lowered his head and said in disbelief to the goblin driving the car.
Yeah. What's the problem?
The goblin driver was about to take the sheep cart to the sheep pen next to the construction site. Where is the ready-made feed? He would wait for the sheep to be full before returning. When he heard Roger's question, he didn't hesitate at all. Boo already replied.
No problem.
Roger opened his mouth and finally said,
Now I know how Greenshade Town and Akita Town were built.
Roger murmured.
If you have enough manpower, this is indeed a good idea, because any trap will not be able to play its original role.
Bronze Helmet shrugged his shoulders and said, thinking about the common traps such as arrow rain, pits, and rolling stones in ruins. Roger had to admit that this was a good method, and it was also a good method that adventurers could never use.
But why are there so many large puppets here?
As a dwarf, Bronze Helmet is very aware of the value and content of these puppets on the construction site, which is definitely not something that a small town or goblin can handle.
Why do I feel that there are secrets everywhere here? And I don't know whether it is right or wrong to choose to come here.
Roger is an experienced adventurer after all, and he vaguely sensed something was wrong. But all choices were made by themselves. Decision. To say that there is a conspiracy in it is always a bit far-fetched. And the most important thing is that it is not worth it. The White Fang adventurer team is just an inconspicuous one among the countless adventurers in the Empire. It only costs a few gold coins to hire them. And it also doesn't cost much to kill them. As for other values, they have ordinary backgrounds, average abilities, and even their looks. Except for the Grey Cat. None of them can fight. What is the plot against them in this situation? Chapter 125 Puppet Master Advances. After realizing that he had no such value, Roger immediately relaxed a lot. As long as I have no value of being used, there is no need to worry about being used. Roger decisively retracted his mind and started looking for white hats, following the road signs to the bottom of the construction site, and successfully finding a goblin wearing a white helmet. Roger showed their identification.
Adventurer? It's really rare. Come with me.
The white helmet goblin, who was jumping and cursing just now, calmly put away the drawings and asked Roger and the others to follow.
Now the construction site has excavated to the second floor of the ruins. Although we have not gone deeper, we can currently determine that the ruins have at least 3 floors. As for whether there are 4 floors or even more, we are still unable to determine.
Goblin in a white helmet came to the side of the construction site house and casually took out a manual-style folding map from the drawer and handed it to Roger.
This is the scope of the ruins that has been explored. There are also safe spots. If you encounter danger in the ruins, you can go to the safe spot where you can replenish supplies and rest. However, there is a fee. The price of supplies is 50% higher than in a small town. On the second floor, the price of supplies has doubled.
The white helmet goblin handed Roger a price list, to which the White Fang adventurers team had no objection. It would be nice to be on the safe side. As for the price of supplies, just kidding. It's like they have a choice. After trying to get as much information as possible, Roger led his team members into the ruins. According to the information obtained, the explored range will be marked by a numbered lantern plant at intervals. The lower the number, the closer to the entrance. This can effectively avoid getting lost. Roger and the others can apply for placement of lanterns in unexplored areas, and they will receive a reward for each placement. Although it is not much, it is still an income. If they run diligently, they may be able to achieve an income balance.
If every ruins explored had this condition, I'm afraid so many adventurers wouldn't have died.
Grey Cat suddenly said with emotion. The crisp voice resonated with Roger and the 3 of them. They had seen too many adventurers who died violently, so the atmosphere was a bit silent for a while. But they quickly adjusted their mentality and began to explore the ruins after a long absence. The first section of the road was very boring because there was no gravel on the ground, let alone danger. Although the lantern separated by a long distance cannot illuminate most places, the light itself is hope. At the same time, compared to torches and lanterns with limited duration and brightness, this is simply too happy. But Roger was still very cautious. He did not take his teammates to the dangerous 2nd level, or even the uncertain 3rd level. Instead, he planned to spend some time exploring the 1st level. Don't think that this is a useless effort. The entire ruins are far larger than imagined. According to the information Roger obtained, the 1st floor of the ruins, as the living area, has not been fully explored yet. It is not even known what proportion of the total area has been explored. It is conservatively estimated that the total area is not inferior to that of a city with a population of 10,000 people, not to mention the existence of 2, 3 and 4 floors, unless there are a large number of adventurers. It would take years for their team to explore a ruin of this level alone. Just because adventurers are reckless doesn't mean they will kill people without thinking. Moreover, exploring ruins is not a passing game. Adventurers who specialize in exploring ruins have high requirements for knowledge, even more than many scholars. Roger and the others do not have this level of knowledge. So if they want to complete the exploration alive, patience is essential. Therefore, only when the 1st floor of the ruins is completely penetrated, Roger will lead his teammates to the 2nd floor. In this way, even if he encounters danger, he can escape by returning to the 1st floor. This is a rule of thumb. However, when Roger and the others entered the ruins, Owen no longer paid too much attention. He was just preparing to create a role model. Rather than being a nanny, he did not need to care about everything. Not to mention that he had made a breakthrough as a puppet master. Right now, I am busy sorting out what I have gained in retreat, in order to ensure that he can successfully strengthen his bloodline and abilities when the progress value is high in the future. Owen has never strengthened his body, such as bloodline or T-virus, or even practiced martial arts. The latter is mainly because he is unwilling to endure hardship. After all, who can be directly exchanged for 10 years of hard training? Eating and drinking, cuddling my wife to sleep. Doesn't she feel good? If everything requires him to work hard for it, then what's the use of this system? Of course, after all, out of a lack of security and to kill time, Owen also chose some suitable strengthening methods, such as puppet master, magic spells, and on my OG. To put it bluntly, it's still the same as the legal system. But compared to wizards and warlocks, who are born with magical powers, Owen's path is more like that of a mage. He started with the mental power of a puppet master, and after obtaining the mysterious surgery, it was automatically converted into magic power. He has the capital to learn magic spells and on my OG. But in essence, he is still a human being and maintains the purest bloodline. To put it bluntly, Owen's foundation is mental power, and the higher his intelligence, the more detailed his control of mental power. After his intelligence attribute reaches 30, his puppet master level reaches the intermediate level, gaining more detailed control. Puppet masters are not known for their huge mental power. What they enhance is their control of mental power. The more subtle the better. The puppet master can even complete molecular level structures through mental power. Although the range of influence is limited, it is still stronger than human beings. Irving is not so exaggerated now, but his control of the puppet has indeed taken a step forward. Before, his control of the puppets was still in the process of controlling the mechanical arm to accurately pinch eggs. So most of the puppets, except for the green radish, had a metal skeleton like the Terminator. But now that he has more detailed mental power, he has not only entered another realm in processing and manufacturing, but also has stronger puppet control capabilities, which means that his puppets can be updated. However, after having the Shikigami, Owen's demand for puppets was not high, so he did not rush to make new puppets, but perfected the half-finished puppets in his hand. This is a puppet with an obvious puppet style, wearing a top hat and a black tuxedo, with a monocle hanging on its triangular eye. The exaggerated upturned corners of its mouth cannot hide the fangs in its mouth, and its limbs are slightly thin. He is tall and holding a black umbrella. He looks like a classic villain in a fairy tale. In fact, this puppet is not used for fighting, but for serving as the mayor of Greenshade Town. It is a vest that Owen prepared for himself. Irving, who is afraid of being in danger, hates showing up in person, but he is not willing to hide behind the scenes. Just like every villain likes to talk nonsense and expose himself when he feels that the overall situation has been decided. Irving also wants to make waves, so there is the puppet in front of him. The technical content of this puppet is not too high. The key lies in consciousness control. The principle is similar to the immersive game mode. Irving fuses the mental power headband with the double-sided mirror to obtain a pair of eyes. As long as he wears them, he can project his mental power and consciousness through the air. Owen only needs to install a receiver-like device on the puppet, and Owen can remotely control the puppet. It happens that the puppet master has similar technology. The highest state of a puppet master is the integration of man and machine, and Owen's glasses have the same effect. Chapter 126. Maya plans to use a trick. While Owen was in seclusion to reform his puppets, 2 northern barbarian tribes were busy crossing the river. The barbarians in the north are not good at water. In fact, they only take a few baths in their lives. Therefore, they need to choose a shallow place to wade in the river. And at the same time, they have to move livestock and tents across the river. This is not an easy task. It was a difficult job, especially in the water. Even if the barbarians from the north had brute strength, they couldn't do it. So it took most of the day to cross the river. The problem is that the entire buffalo territory has been demolished a long time ago. The northern barbarians who came here happily did not get anything they wanted. Not even an iron pot. And they immediately became angry. After all, they did not come all the way for this. He was looking at the scenery. So he immediately surrounded a woman. She is the daughter of the Buffalo Baron. She can persuade 2 northern barbarian tribes to go south. And she must have promised many benefits. But now she has not seen the benefits. Instead, she is wet and cold. And she doesn't know how to spend this year. What can be given to her? It's strange that he looks so good. I can take you to Howard's territory, which is the richest place in the entire north.
with a lot of food and iron.
Mia, who looked sallow and skinny and looked dirty, was like a savage. At this time, she almost lost her temper and shouted loudly. Her voice was broken, which showed that she was on the verge of collapse. In fact, she asked for it. The reason why the Buffalo Baron was able to establish a relationship with the Northland barbarians was because he sold metals to the Northland barbarians that were strictly prohibited by the Empire. Even so, the two sides cannot be called allies, or even friends, because these metals require the Northern barbarians to exchange a large amount of high-quality furs, and the exchange ratio is quite exaggerated, which can be regarded as a black heart. After obtaining cheap furs, the Buffalo Baron can easily make large profits by selling them to the High Chamber of Commerce. The problem is that the Northland barbarians are not good gentlemen. They are full of brutality and violence. They will never exchange anything they can get, so they will definitely be dissatisfied. Because if you have something but don't give it to them, you are an enemy to the Northland barbarians. But the existence of the North Boundary River is a different kind of city wall. It is difficult for the Northland barbarians to force them. Not to mention that the Buffalo Baron also hired some wandering Northland barbarians as thugs. For the Northland barbarians, the tribe is their own people, and everyone else can be killed. There is no mercy. Therefore, those Northland barbarians hired by the Buffalo Baron have no mercy when facing compatriots who cross the river to grab things. So even if they were dissatisfied, the barbarian tribes in the north had to hold their noses and admit it, and even had to pretend to be friendly. This created an illusion for Mia. The Bison family had a tacit relationship with the Northland barbarians and were reliable allies. Therefore, after learning that her father died in the battle, she did not hesitate to paddle her territorial canoe across the river to find the Northland. The barbarian tribe tried to use the power of the barbarians in the north to avenge their father. Obviously, this idea was too naive. It wasn't until she stepped into the barbarian tribe in the north that Mia regretted her naivety. But it was too late. Everything that was supposed to happen that day happened. Mia, who has suffered so much and has 2 children, no longer thinks about revenge. She just wants to get rid of it all. Therefore, she does not hesitate to lead the Northland barbarians to the Hydra family. It is best to let them both lose. The only way in this way, she can both take revenge and find a chance to escape. Mia's purpose is not difficult to guess, and anyone with any sense would not easily believe her words. But for the barbarians in the north, strength is everything, and they basically have no concept of conspiracy because they have no use. It's not that the barbarians are strong enough to ignore the conspiracy, but because they usually encounter the same kind of people. There is basically no other way of communication between barbarians except waving fists. If you use conspiracy or tricks, even if you win, you will be laughed at by everyone. This is more difficult for barbarians to accept than death. Even though they were ambushed several times by the Imperial frontier troops before, the barbarians didn't think there was any problem. No matter when the enemy appears, from the front or the back, with a spear or a mace, if you lose, you lose, and there is no need to make any excuses. Therefore, after learning that the Hydra family was the richest lord nearby, the 2 northern barbarian tribes did not hesitate and immediately gathered all the adult men and headed towards Hydra's territory just like the horse thieves. Although the northern barbarians are all infantry, and do not even have decent weapons and armor, their overall strength is undoubtedly superior to the same number of horse thieves. Each adult barbarian male is about 2 meters tall, with a thick frame and well-developed muscles, although not as exaggerated as a dwarf. Among humans, they are all at the level of a strongman, except for their poor weapons. The armor is the animal skin wrapped around the body. The weapons are hard wooden sticks and stone hammers. The metal weapons are mostly bronze, and a few are iron, and only the bravest barbarian warriors can use them. The equipment is poor, but hundreds of barbarian warriors require at least 3 to 5 times the number of Imperial border troops to eliminate. There is no guarantee of how heavy the casualties will be. Otherwise the Empire will be too full to maintain such an elite army on the border. Bella, who was wandering nearby, noticed the big move of the Northland barbarians immediately, and the Northland barbarians also discovered them at the same time. The barbarians in the north are half hunters and half nomads, and their vigilance and observation skills are not weak. How could hundreds of nomadic cavalry not notice it? Just the vibration from the horses' hooves can arouse their vigilance. Bella, who knew Owen's plan, had no intention of starting a war in advance after being discovered. Instead, she took the nomadic cavalry away. As a result, the northern barbarians who were still vigilant just now relaxed quickly because these northern barbarians mistakenly thought that Bella Law was a nomadic tribe that happened to be grazing nearby. After all, the distance between the two sides was too far. We could only see the cavalry. As for the equipment, we couldn't see clearly. Otherwise, no matter how stupid the northern barbarians were, they would have discovered something was wrong. Soon the territory learned about the barbarian attack from the north. But Maya and Howard had a headache because Owen was in seclusion. Howard, who has been full of energy recently, has been silent. Without the order of the Lord, he can't do anything. Even if he mobilizes his troops to win, the end will not be much better. Maya is able to mobilize troops. Owen has given her permission to mobilize troops at will as long as the upper limit is not exceeded. The problem is that this battle is not that easy to fight. Because Owen wants to conquer these two northern barbarian tribes, not eliminate them. This alone breaks away from conventional combat methods. There is no way. The barbarians in the north easily get angry when fighting, and they often fight to the death. Otherwise, even if they are ambushed by the imperial border troops, the casualties will not be so heavy. So it is too difficult to surrender. Finally, in order to ensure the survival of the northern barbarians as much as possible and reduce the loss of the territory, Maya planned to use a trick. Chapter 127: The Little Witch Who Likes to Take Drugs. In fact, the strategy is very simple. With so many witches in the territory, it is impossible for Maya to ignore their existence. And what witches are best at is refining potions. The magic potion refined by a witch can put hundreds of people into sleep. And there are dozens or hundreds of witches in the territory, even if some of them are unprofessional and some are too young. The number is here. Thinking of this, Maya asked Howard to go back and prepare for the war, and then came to the witch school through the fireplace. Emile spends most of her time here, because it only took Owen a short time to accomplish what she had not accomplished in 20 years. So she wants to protect this achievement. And at the same time, she also finds a sense of belonging here. When I have nothing to do, I can teach the little witch or cultivate a relationship with my daughter. When my temper comes, I can ride a broomstick or ride a horse. Speaking of which, Bella is really exciting. The days are going smoothly, and Emile's complexion has improved a lot. Sherchong's face is rosy, and his pupils are watery. He will go there lazily when he has nothing to do, make himself a pot of black tea, and kill time while reading a book, so that the whole body can relax. Maya, who is busy every day, felt a little bit envious when she saw it.
The sleep potion is easy, but such a large dose requires 2 days to prepare the materials.
Emile agreed easily after knowing Maya's intention. In the past, Emile might have been worried because the potion was not so easy to refine. Apart from the formula and techniques, materials are the biggest problem. A clever woman cannot make a fool of herself. And the same applies to witches. Many times, in order to brew a pot of magic potion, a witch needs to travel to many places to collect it, or even cultivate it herself. This often requires a lot of time and energy, and may also encounter dangers. But it's different here. The castle's greenhouse can simulate various environments suitable for the growth of herbs. With the addition of solar water and super fertilizer, herbs can be harvested on time just like crops. Greenshade Town is not bad either. The super farmland can also grow some undemanding herbs. Even the witch school is planted with many herbs as embellishments. Therefore, it is not difficult to gather a large amount of sleep potion. Just spend some time collecting and processing it.
Okay, girls. Your homework is here. Now go pick herbs for me.
Emile stood up, holding the super broomstick beside her, and said to the girls, who were laughing and playing. After arriving in Green Shade Town, the girls who originally lived cautiously discovered for the first time that there was no need to hide their abnormalities. There are warm beds, clean clothes, and delicious food. The only thing they have to do is study. Getting too much and giving too little made the girls always feel unsteady. Now that they heard Emile's words, they immediately became energetic and began to act according to what they were good at. Those who are good at herbalism will collect herbs. Those who are good at refining potions will prepare tools. And even those who are not good at these little sorceresses will help with the chores. In just one day, a group of girls stupefiedly cooked up a large pot of sleeping potion. If it was knocked over, everyone in the entire territory would have a good dream.
Leave the next job of putting the potion to us.
Emile also wanted to show his value and said to Maya,
"Be safe."
Maya did not refuse. Compared to the soft-hearted Owen, her way of doing things is more in line with the nobles here. Only by being valuable can you exist. Without value, even existing is a mistake. So age and gender are not a problem. They are all objects that can be used, and the only difference is whether they are used long-term or short-term. Emil asked people to take out the broomsticks used for practice. These broomsticks could not fly high, and the speed was slow. They were used to give flying lessons to the little witch. But they could still fly no matter what. Carefully selecting a few little witches, who performed best in the flying class. Emil personally led the team, and flew in the direction of the barbarians in the north. The next step was simple. The little witches followed Emil, and flew into the sky excitedly on their broomsticks. Under the guidance of Bella, they found the Northland barbarians, who were less than a day away from their territory. In order to speed up the advance, the barbarians in the north did not carry a tent. In addition to some dried meat, they only had an animal skin. At night, the skin was spread on the ground, and they could sleep when they laid down. The physique of the barbarians in the north was not good enough in the short term. As for getting sick from it, of course, the weather is still a bit cold now, especially at night. In order to avoid losing too much heat, the northern barbarians will choose to rest in a low and leeward place. This will make it easier for the little witches to administer medicine. The little witches responsible for administering the medicine happily took out the sleeping potion from their pockets. After opening it, a bottle fell from the air and vaporized before it hit the ground. As the little witch followed the instructions, hovering over the northern barbarians and drugging them, the sleep gas soon covered a large area. Because there was no wind and no tents, all the northern barbarians who slept all over the place were infected. And they all slept like dead pigs. If Owen saw this scene, he probably wouldn't know what to say, because he completely underestimated the power he had. In fact, even the power Owen has now far exceeds his own imagination. But he just doesn't know how to use it. Or his remaining bottom line and 3 views do not allow him to do so. For example, there are magic potions, greenhouses, super farmland, and hundreds of witches. In theory, as long as there is enough time, the territory can hoard the potion that will make the entire empire fall into a dream. And then he can do whatever he wants. Even if we were a little more ruthless and replaced it with a deadly potion, or even directly replaced it with the T-virus, we could completely achieve the achievement of annihilation. But this is only theoretical, and it is simply impossible in reality. First of all, it is impossible for an empire with a long history to not have a few trump cards. Secondly, Owen learned from Emil that there are many legends for wizards alone, let alone professions such as wizards. And above the legends, there are demigods, and even true gods. It is conceivable what level of trump cards an empire that has been able to exist for so many years has. So if Owen really dares to do this, what awaits him will definitely be beaten like a demon king. And he may even die directly from divine punishment. Owen is not stupid. If there were only mortals in this world, even if he only had the age of empire, he would dare to explode his troops and become the emperor. But who made this world not only have legendary strong men who formed an army, but also demigods who destroyed cities and lands, and even higher gods. How could Irving dare to develop unscrupulously without someone strong enough to fight against him? In fact, if he wasn't careful enough, he might have to sing a cool song to himself. There is nothing wrong with Owen's brain. Although he is not smart enough, he is self-aware and knows that Goldfinger is omnipotent. But he is not. His existence is the biggest weakness. Therefore, he must not be lazy before he is fully grown up, let alone expose too much. There are so many abnormalities. Even cheating must be reasonable enough to be accepted by most people. Therefore, although there are so many games to choose from in the system, it still focuses on the Age of Empire. Even the Puppet Master and the Hogwarts Curse can find their corresponding existences in the Empire. What's more, the ruins being excavated now are undoubtedly a good excuse. If there is anything, push it up to the ruins, which is enough to solve most problems. At least it will not be suspected for a long time. Chapter 128, The Northland Barbarians Beaten Every Day. In fact, Irving did a good job. It should be said that his behavior of not seeking advancement and holding back made him behave more like a lucky man. Or a puppet. Similar puppets are a common method used by big nobles and royal families. Because with their size, it is impossible to openly quarrel with each other. Because once the price of a real fight is too high, it is easy to lose control. And no one can afford the consequences. Neither the Empire can do it. So puppet chess pieces have become their main means of fighting. Because even if you lose, you only lose a chess piece and invested financial resources. And it is not considered a loss of strength. So it has gradually become a mainstream game rule. It was very normal to settle in the Northland during this period, because everyone could see the development potential of the Northland. Although it was a bit early now,
There was nothing wrong with seizing the opportunity a few years ago. Therefore, the rapid development of the Hydra family did not attract too much attention because there are so many people who can do it. In addition, it is unethical to interrupt other people's moves. If you want to interrupt, you can make your own moves and use chess pieces against chess pieces. To put it simply, winning or losing is determined by playing chess. It would be disrespectful to directly interfere. Irving was unintentional, but he happened to comply with certain unspoken rules and created an inexplicable protective umbrella for himself. Therefore, no big boss would directly take action until someone found out the details. These will need to be faced in the future. Who knows how powerful Irving will be by then? So I won't mention them for now. But he said that Maya's strategy solved the threat of the barbarians in the north. But how to deal with it next was a troublesome matter. Hundreds of strong northern barbarian warriors are unstable factors and can cause riots at any time. We have to find something for them to do. Go and call me all the Teutonic warriors, Maya said to Ram beside her. Ram, who had been Maya's assistant, nodded and immediately went out to call the Teutonic warriors guarding outside. The territory has captured hundreds of Northland barbarian warriors. Now it's time to let them understand who has the biggest and hardest fist. So go ahead and show your strength to the best of your ability and make those Northland barbarians be more honest. Maya looked at the 10 steel men in front of her. Can nodded with satisfaction and said, after receiving the order, the Teutonic warriors came to the barracks without hesitation. Hundreds of Northland barbarians were imprisoned here. At this time, there were fully armed soldiers on the wooden walls. Outside the barracks were elite cavalry waiting in full formation. If these Northland barbarians dared to riot, we'll face a bloodbath. The Teutonic warriors, who only knew how to carry out orders, came to the barracks, put down their weapons, and took off their armor, revealing a strong body that was several times larger than that of the Northland barbarians. The Northland barbarians who originally stared at them with angry eyes were a little shocked for a moment. The barbarians in the north are barbaric and unreasonable, but they believe in strength. In other words, whoever has a bigger fist is more reasonable. The Teutonic warriors randomly let go of 10 northern barbarians, and then gave them a heavy beating. One person would beat 10 of them, and that would be 100 in one day. They would leave without any fuss. Next, the barbarians in the north were not allowed to go out. They had 3 meals a day, and 100 people were beaten a lot. However, they were all beaten in 3 to 5 days. Now they are in the second round, and they are beaten. They all started to feel depressed. A smooth fight is when they are evenly matched. Simply being beaten is no fun at all. What makes them speechless the most is that they can't beat them. Now they were beating 10 of them out of 100. But they still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten violently. This is not surprising. Every Teutonic warrior is the ultimate warrior of mankind. Their bodies have been tempered to the extreme. Fighting the Northland barbarians is like college students bullying elementary school students. Although there is no guarantee that they will not be injured, it is impossible to lose, especially when both sides are barehanded. Whoever is stronger and can resist better will be able to stand in the end. Now the Teutonic warriors were having a good time. Although they suffered a lot of flesh wounds, they felt very happy. Teutonic warriors are born with deadly weapons, and the battlefield is their paradise. But after being summoned, they do the work of security guards, although they are not unwilling. After all, guarding the master is a supreme honor, and even their muscles and bones feel a little raw, rusty. So they are not only happy, but also happy with Maya's orders. It's a pity that the barbarians in the north are not stupid. They can't be beaten, and they can't keep being beaten. So they racked their brains to think of a way, and they wanted to talk. Sure enough, everything about not being able to negotiate, about being willing to die rather than giving in, and about fighting to the end are all lies. That means we haven't been beaten enough. If we are beaten too much, even an iron rod will become soft. But Maya didn't have any good ideas about what to do next. So as a last resort, she pressed a button. Owen, who was testing the bowler hat puppet and drawing the design of the new puppet, was suddenly startled because he had said before that he should not disturb him if there was nothing very important. But let Maya violate it. Obviously something important happened in the territory, and he immediately thought of Bay. He was a barbarian. So he simply packed up his things and walked to the center of the town through the fireplace. It's indeed a troublesome thing. Owen, who had not yet regained his composure, put his legs on the desk, squinted his eyes, and rubbed the bridge of his nose, and whispered, in the past, the nomadic tribe and the population of Marat town were more than 1,000. Even if he worked overtime day and night, he could only transform the captured horse thieves into a small number of residents of Marat town. Most of the unconverted nomads were still grazing around the territory, and he was not afraid of them running away anyway. In this way, they can take the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the life here and reduce the difficulty of transformation. After all, only if they voluntarily accept the rule can the town center transform them. The problem is that this method is not suitable for the barbarian tribes in the north. The barbarians of the north are feuding with the humans of the empire, and they will have a blood feud that will last for 10 days and 10 nights. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly a dream to make them willingly accept the rule of the territory. But nothing is absolute, and Maya's method is very good. Aren't the barbarians in the north barbaric? They like to use their fists. So let's fight. Whoever gets down will have a grandson. Now the Northland barbarians are willing to talk is a good start. But it is not enough. Let's continue the fight for 10 days. As for the two northern barbarian tribes, let Bella go out and try to capture them alive. Owen sighed and said, obviously, the nearly 2,000 people waiting to be transformed put him under huge pressure. But Irving didn't know how to break the upper limit of the progress value. So he could only wait. When the young and old of the two northern barbarian tribes were escorted back to their territory, the northern barbarian warriors, who were still insisting, were immediately discouraged. They are not afraid of being defeated. Even if they are driven to the far north by the Imperial Frontier Army, the northern barbarians are still dissatisfied. However, losing 10 times 100 times really makes them feel frustrated. There were no tricks, no plots, and no equipment to rely on. They were defeated with bare hands and fists, leaving them speechless. Therefore, after the Teutonic warriors came forward to recruit them to form a heavy infantry brigade, the northern barbarian warriors agreed after a little hesitation, because it was not shameful. Chapter 129, Third Level Town Center. The Northland barbarians had value, but the Buffalo Baron's daughter did not. And although Owen was kind-hearted, he would not risk his own life and territory, so he could only let the other party die. Pull him out and hang him! Owen closed his eyes and couldn't bear to watch. After all, the two parties had never met, but he wanted to determine his life or death. But he had to do it. Maya took it for granted, waved her hand, and someone took her to the gallows for execution, with Mia hanging on the gallows in the territory. The original alliance of the four nobles came to an end, which also meant that the territory had entered a new stage. The leader, Viscount Marat, was dead, and Owen still turned into a thief from time to time. It is estimated that the vegetation on the other side's tomb was quite lush. Caluancy surrendered, and although he knelt down, he was now in a position of importance, which was not a loss. In comparison, Baron White Wolf and Baron Buffalo were inseparable. One died in obscurity, and the other not only died, but also had no descendants. Owen couldn't help but feel a little sad, because if he died, he would probably be no different from Baron White Wolf, not even leaving any descendants. Thinking of this, Owen couldn't help but pull Maya to work silently. After half a pot of tea, Owen began to work seriously. It was okay not to be serious, because there was nothing else to do. The territory's population suddenly increased by more than 2,000, which made Owen feel a lot of pressure and even a little anxious. But it was nothing to Maya. The arrangements were in order. Most of the adult males of the nomadic tribe have become nomadic cavalry in the territory. Maya knows that these people will not become a threat, but will become the cornerstone of the territory, because she clearly feels that the changes in these people are obviously the master's means. The fact was just as she had guessed. These nomadic cavalry not only became well-trained in an instant, but also obeyed orders 100%. It was obviously the brainwashing method of the master that worked. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of Howard and others, Maya gave Bella the command of the nomadic cavalry. As the master summons, she can also be trusted. But Maya also discovered the limitations of the master's brainwashing methods. First, she must agree with the rule of the territory, and the number of transformations per day is limited. It wasn't hard to guess, at least for Maya. But it doesn't matter. After mastering most of the adult males, those nomadic tribes will not be much of a threat. So Maya disrupted all the tribes and formed a large tribe, which was placed around the territory to graze, with Bella in charge. As for the northern barbarian tribes, Maya plans to use the same method to deal with them. First, brainwashing the adult northern barbarian warriors. Don't you worship the strong? Let the Teutonic warriors train them. As long as these northern barbarian warriors are transformed, the northern barbarian tribes will not be able to escape their grasp. Of course, if the territory does not support idlers,
the nomadic tribes will graze their animals. And the northern barbarian tribes will cut down trees and exchange the wood for food. Over time, they will develop a sense of identity with the territory. The nomadic tribes live in pursuit of water and grass, which seems romantic, but is actually no better than exile. The barbarian tribes in the north were even worse. They had a large appetite, and it was difficult for them to sustain their daily consumption regardless of grazing or hunting. Hunger accompanied them throughout their lives. Moreover, any small thing in the wilderness may kill a person, be it illness, natural disasters, plague, or wild beasts. It can be said that you have done your best to stay alive. But in the territory, as long as they work hard, they can get a stable source of food, and they can even exchange for clothes, tools, and iron pots. There are also houses to spend the winter in. It is simply the life they dream of. How can they not feel a sense of belonging? However, the unconverted population was always a hidden danger. Owen did not dare to go into seclusion anymore. He used the progress value accumulated during this period to first convert some northern barbarian warriors and obtain barbarian heavy infantry. The barbarian heavy infantry is equipped with battle axes and bucklers, wears heavy armor, and can throw axes. It can be said that it has no shortcomings except that it runs slowly, and once again fills the shortcomings of the territory. Although the number of barbarians in the north is not as large as that of the nomadic tribes, there are still 800 or 900 people, including the nomadic tribes, the residents of Marat town, the original population of the territory, and the goblins in Green Shade town. The total number is less than 5,000, is about to reach its population limit. In addition, Owen had long discovered that system transformation did not hinder the reproduction of the next generation, as more and more women were showing up in the territory. The first wave of baby boom was coming, so he decided to upgrade the town center. After all, the conditions were almost met. Upgrading the town center to level 3 requires a lot of gold. But Owen doesn't feel bad. Firstly, the goblins collected a lot of gold and silver jewelry from the ruins. And secondly, gold and silver jewelry were not as useful as imagined in the Northland, with the productivity of the north. So what if the warehouse is full of gold and silver? What can you buy? Whole grains or livestock? Fur or serf? Of course, you can also buy things from the Empire through caravans. But the starting price of 10 times will make you want to kill the opponent immediately. What's more, those who come to the north to make money are small chambers of commerce. They can't get real good things at all. So gold and other things are better used as consumables. As a large amount of gold disappeared, the town center was upgraded to level 3, and nearby farmers came spontaneously and took out their tools to carry materials. The startled Maya was very familiar with the scene in front of her, so she took one look and went back. Howard was not responsible for internal affairs, so he didn't pay much attention. Just being wary of those northern barbarian warriors consumed a lot of his energy, let alone the newly joined nomadic tribes and northern barbarian tribes. If Bella hadn't helped him share half of the burden, he would have lost his head, got bald. Sitting in the study, Owen ignored the tinkling sounds outside. The appearance of the town center is not important, so the expansion outside will not affect the function. Owen slowly looks at the updated functions of the town center. Owen found that the town center truly played a powerful role after reaching the 3rd level, and he was amazed by every function. The first is assimilation. In addition to active transformation, farmers will gradually be assimilated within the influence of the urban center. They can become system farmers without transformation, which greatly saves the consumption of progress value. In other words, as long as the newly arrived northern barbarian tribes and nomadic tribes stray too far from the territory, they will automatically become the system population after a period of time. Those higher than the farmer level will increase the favorability and reduce the need for transformation. This is also good. Even if there are outsiders with ulterior motives staying in the territory, they will gradually become biased towards the territory. Another feature is a more advanced transformation, where the citizen option appears after farmers and civilians. In terms of setting, citizens are middle class, so they have received simple education and a certain degree of military training, and are capable of both civil and military skills. In terms of literature, be proficient in addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and common words. In terms of weapons, master the use of standard weapons and basic military skills. This made citizens highly malleable, able to serve as clerks, tax collectors, sergeants, doctors, teachers, merchants, craftsmen, etc. Unfortunately, the higher the level of transformation, the more picky they are.
There are only a few dozen people in the entire territory who are eligible to be transformed into citizens, which is equivalent to only 1 in 100. In addition, the barracks can train units with a progress value of 5, which is of little help because the number of citizens is too small. Not to mention the 2 newly added racial units, the nomadic cavalry and the barbarian heavy infantry. Their strength is equivalent to it as a unit with a progress value of 5, so it will not be used in the short term. Owen did not continue to read other functions. He first converted some citizens, and then prepared to use this to build the territory's grassroots team. Chapter 130 Interior Department. With the increase in population, it is far from enough for Maya to manage the territory alone. No matter how much the population of the territory obeys orders, the inefficient operation method completely limits the potential of the territory. Therefore, Owen decided to form an internal affairs department. The Interior Department is located in the center of the expanded town, with Maya as the consul and Howard as the city defense officer, respectively in charge of the civil and military affairs of the territory. Next are the grassroots managers who were transferred from citizens. They are responsible for the territory's paperwork, statistics, taxation, finance, publicity, organization, etc. At the same time, Irving also appointed several citizens to become grassroots officers, responsible for the daily training and logistical support of the territorial soldiers, which greatly reduced Howard's burden. After all, although he was familiar with all aspects of affairs, his energy was always limited. In addition, Owen squeezed out a few places and changed his profession to doctors, businessmen, and jewelry craftsmen. These are all talents the territory needs. However, because they are from Western backgrounds, the doctors who have been transferred are the type who have sore feet and severe headaches. Just looking at the method of anesthesia, which relies on wearing an iron helmet and smashing it with a hammer, you can tell that these doctors' techniques have reached the level of taking things lightly. Otherwise, if the patient makes the slightest mistake and cannot be operated on, the person will die. The only advantage is that the doctor has a wealth of surgical skills. He dares to cut anything, and he can also sew it up to make the patient look like a living person, which is very rare. What Owen likes is the doctor's suturing skills. Viscount is effective, but it is only suitable for small wounds. If the wound is too big, it must be sutured first before it can heal. As for other shortcomings, they can be replaced by potions, such as anesthesia potions. So Owen confiscated the doctor's pitted little iron pot helmet and blood-stained hammer. He felt that the doctor did not need these things. The doctor was handed over to Dale, so that he could learn how to use potions. And Emil was also asked to teach some delivery techniques, because the territory was about to usher in the first wave of baby boom, and in case a cesarean section was needed, these doctors would be needed. The merchants who change jobs next can make the industry in the territory run, because there is no shortage of food, fur, wood, tools, and weapons in the territory, and they can be sold to the surrounding lords. At the same time, they also need to take over the transactions with foreign businessmen, which these farmers and civilians cannot do. The last jewelry craftsman obtained a lot of jewelry from the ruins. He only needed to process it briefly, and then he could sell it at a good price at the border of the empire. The money in exchange could be used by the population, and it could also be used as a gold reserve for the territory. After all, the town center, the amount of gold required for each upgrade will be greatly increased. The appearance of the grassroots managers made Maya relieved. She immediately made arrangements to divide the entire territory into several areas, and arranged a grassroots manager for each area, so that any of her orders could be well implemented. The role of grassroots managers does not stop there. They are responsible for the statistics and management of hundreds of people within their jurisdiction. Their role is similar to that of neighborhood committees. They are also responsible for the formation and training of militia. When necessary, they can bring out a group of people within the jurisdiction of their management at any time. A militia team is very useful. However, although the emergence of grassroots managers temporarily solved the problem of grassroots management, such a territory was still incomplete. So Maya took out the documents she had conceived before and went to Owen. Monetary system? Owen was stunned. He knew all the words above, but the combination was beyond the capacity of his brain to comprehend. In fact, the current business and currency in the territory are completely blank. Maya pointed out that the biggest problem in the territory is also an issue that Owen has always ignored. Unless the territory is full of serfs, commerce and currency are both necessary. But Owen is an exception here, because all the people have been transformed by the system. Although they have their own houses and farmland,
They are actually just decorations. All the work is done collectively, and they have never asked for personal compensation. So they do not have personal property. This was the biggest flaw in the territory. And Owen suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was not too late. Owen immediately agreed to Maya's application and prepared to launch the financial plan for the territory. The first is currency. Although there is not much gold reserves left in the territory due to the upgrade of the town center, the circulation of gold coins is not much, so the impact is not significant. Placed in front of Owen was the empire's currency: gold, silver and copper. The patterns on it were a crown, a scepter and a sword and shield, representing the royal family, nobility and knights. This is a currency minted by the royal family and has low circulation. It is mainly used for rewards and as a template. Noble lords in various places will mint their own coins according to the style and purity of royal coins. Although the patterns are different, the value is not much different. Occasionally, some clever people choose to mix other metals, but they soon lose their circulation due to lack of credibility. After all, they are surrounded by lords. Apart from tossing their own territories, these low-quality currencies cannot be circulated at all. Owen thought for a moment and set the patterns to Hydra gold coins, Knight silver coins, and Sickle copper coins, representing the Hydra family, administrators, and citizens respectively. Once finalized, casting is very simple, and the synthesis furnace can synthesize tons of metal currency at a time, even including distressing. These currencies were secretly distributed to the people of the territory immediately after they were minted. And at the same time, the tax rate of the territory was stipulated. Farmers need to hand over 50% of their farmland harvest as taxes. This ratio is quite benevolent, because the tax rate in many noble territories is as high as 60% to 70%, or even 80% to 90%, and even the seeds may not be recovered. But it is not enough. Because of the complete water conservancy facilities, sophisticated agricultural tools, and sufficient animal power. Although the land in the north is a little barren, the amount of farmland is here. So the food output in Akita town is not low. Even if there is only half of the food, the farmers can't finish it either. This is mainly related to the fact that most of the current farmers are families of two, and they are all strong laborers. There are no old people among them, and there are very few children. There is no burden, and there is naturally a lot of surplus. Therefore, Owen stipulated that farmers sell excess grain to the territory in exchange for money, and then use the money to buy daily necessities and bread. This also stimulated the territory's business in disguise. It sounds simple, but it will take at least 2 or 3 months to perfect these, because Maya also decided to build a market to facilitate transactions between the territory and outsiders. Owen didn't plan to care about these things, because it was too time-consuming and energy-consuming, and there was no Maya who transformed into a strong woman to squeeze out toothpaste. Feeling that his strength had improved, he decided to go find Del. The improved mental power of the puppet master profession allowed Owen to make great progress in magic spells. Owen, whose abilities have greatly increased, won a victory in some aspect for the first time. But thinking about Emile and Bella, Owen felt that he had a long way to go in this regard. He still had a long way to go. He couldn't be proud. He couldn't be proud. He couldn't be proud. He had to say important things 3 times. And he had to study with concentration. Chapter 131: The Bargaining Chip of Highway Chamber of Commerce. While Owen was pondering these crooked ways, Maya used her territory as a stage to give full play to her talents. She not only improved grassroots management and currency operations, but also initially established a market and obtained her first tax revenue. Although it is not much, it is a good start. This means that in addition to its own output, the territory also obtains an additional source of income. At the same time, Akita town, which is rich and has potential, is becoming more and more widely known, attracting more and more outsiders, and everything is developing in a good direction. But blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. At first, the mutation fluctuations could be sensed by many people. These people originally had no hope. After all, the Northland was too vast. But after becoming famous in Akita town, many people decided to take a trip. As the old saying goes, if you are poor in the busy city and have no one to care about you, if you are rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. A crosstalk talker also said that even if the rich hide in the mountains and use all kinds of weapons, they can't stop the crowds of people. Obviously Irving has become rich and expensive, so trouble has come. Brian sat absent-mindedly on the carriage, and from time to time, he wanted to pick up the thick notebook in front of him.
The strange lines on it made him both obsessed and wary. So every time he was about to touch it, he always retracted his hand, as if he was going to get an electric shock. Alas! Maybe I'm really wrong. For 10 years, Brian exchanged his service in the Imperial Frontier Army for the support of the Imperial Frontier Army. But 10 years later, he was still only one step away from success. And this step was never able to be broken through. And the last risky attempt resulted in his mutilated limbs and serious damage. The military was dissatisfied and unwilling to invest any more resources. And he left the Frontier Army in frustration. For a moment, Brian felt confused and didn't know where to go. Suddenly he remembered the strange fluctuations coming from the Northland before. And he decided to go to the Northland to see if he could find inspiration. It's a pity that along the way, it was empty, desolate, and barren. This was everything Brian saw in the Northland, which made him wonder whether to continue. The carriage suddenly stopped, shaking for a while, causing Brian's body to tilt a little. The exposed parts of his hands and feet that were originally covered by the mage's robe turned out to be made of metal. After pulling up his robe again to cover the exposed parts, Brian looked a little unhappy and said to the students outside, "Domi, go see what's going on in front." "Okay, teacher, I'll go right away." Domi is Brian's apprentice, but he is said to be an apprentice. But in fact he is also a part-time servant, assistant, punching bag, and test subject. A mage apprentice is a well-known high-risk profession. Not to mention that the teacher Brian has a bad temper recently. So Domi did not dare to delay at all. Grabbed his robe and ran forward, while secretly complaining about the Cavalry Chamber of Commerce and saying that the North, the most famous caravan in the world, ended up like this. In another carriage, a beautiful lady was holding a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. Judging from the same silver hair, she was a good-looking mother and daughter. At this time, the silver-haired lady, who was a mother, raised her head and glanced outside the car, then lowered her head without interest, patted the little loli, and continued to coax her to sleep. Cord had just returned with 2 guards when he met Domi, who came to question him. "Mr. Cord, why did the convoy stop suddenly? Master Brian is very unhappy about this." Domi, who was groveling in front of Brian, was quite impatient when facing Cord. But Cord did not dare to show any slights. A mage apprentice is nothing, but the person standing behind the other party is an official mage. If they want to do something to the Cavalry Chamber of Commerce, they have no power to resist. So they hurriedly said, "The village in front has been massacred, so the convoy is going to change direction to avoid it." Cord's face is not good looking. Although the Northland has become very chaotic recently, cruel methods such as massacre of villages are still rare. After all, in the population of the Northland represents a steady stream of wealth. No one will kill civilians at will. But once it happens, it means that there is a group of extremely vicious gangsters or monsters nearby, which is by no means good news for the caravan. Duomi frowned. Although he was dissatisfied, he also knew what this meant. So he didn't say anything more. He just asked the caravan to set off as soon as possible. And then he went back to report to the teacher. "Slaughter the village." Brian didn't know what he thought of. He thoughtfully closed the curtains of the carriage and fell into deep thought. For some reason, Duomi felt a chill in his heart at this time, because he knew very well what the teacher's experiment was. And he also guessed what kind of inspiration the massacre of the village would have on the teacher. This was by no means a good sign. Duomi remembered that several apprentices, who were also teachers, suddenly disappeared one day. He knew exactly what happened. And now he was the only one left. Maybe he should think of a way out. After the convoy left, a monster walked out of the ruined village. After a fearful glance at the direction the convoy left, the monster turned and left. It needed more flesh and blood and more killings. Only in this way could it please the convoy. A great being will gain greater power. And by then, it will no longer need to hide around like a mouse. During the next journey, Code has been cautious, because this time, the caravan is the largest resource that the president can mobilize. Once it fails, not to mention the position of the president, even the whole family will have to say goodbye. He has a heavy responsibility. Have to be careful. But he was not sure whether the president's method would be effective. After all, that boy was no longer a 16-year-old boy, but a mature lord. He didn't know if sending the eldest lady would have the opposite effect. Yes, the silver-haired mother and daughter are Owen's mother and sister. When Owen's grandfather, the president of the Cavalry Chamber of Commerce, learned about the changes in the Hydra family's territory from Code, he risked everything without hesitation. Not only did he mobilize a large amount of supplies,
He also made full use of his daughter. He was indeed a businessman. For the sake of profit, everything was a bargaining chip. Owen, who knew nothing about it, was testing his new puppet. After he sent the bowler hat puppet to Green Shade Town, he put on the consciousness remote delivery glasses, and the somewhat unfamiliar control puppet stood up. This is difficult. If the puppet master hadn't been promoted, Irving could only consider making tracks to replace the two legs. With the investment of mental power, invisible threads spread around the puppet, gradually controlling all its parts, and its movements became more flexible. After picking it up and putting it down, the water cup still remained intact. Owen was very satisfied. Next, he could make a more detailed puppet, and even consider the issue of touch. Then he could add various accessories below. As for what it is used for, of course it is to go there, wave, with the puppet as a stand-in. Owen, who doesn't have to worry about his life, can wander around, while the real body only needs to stay in a safe castle. It's perfect. Chapter 132: The Ruins, whose details are unclear. Roger's team hurried through the tight passage in a somewhat embarrassed manner. But their weapons and armor were very careful not to rub or collide with the walls. They were obviously skilled adventurers, and they would notice these details even if they were just instinctive. During this period, many adventurers have entered Green Shade Town and even entered the ruins. But Roger's team has never lost the advantage of being the first mover. After this period of familiarity, they have entered the second floor of the ruins and have a unique position among the group of adventurers. It is quite famous, and even offers great discounts on purchasing equipment, medicines, and supplies. But these all come at a price. Compared with the first floor of the ruins, which is a civilian residence, the second floor is more like a production area, such as the previously discovered Monster Girl training ground, similar puppet factories, monster breeding centers, etc. The problem is that there are not many residential areas yet, and it is impossible for factory areas to have no security measures. Moreover, we don't know how the entire ruins operates. Many things have long since decayed, but some facilities still maintain a minimum level of operation, especially the defense mechanism. Unfortunately, Roger and his team's exploration activated the defense mechanism in some areas. If most functions were not damaged, they would have no chance of coming back alive. But they also brought bad news. Some of the horned goblins, black glue bugs, black-backed ratmen, thorn spiders, etc., that had escaped into the second floor of the ruins were captured by the Monster Breeding Center as escaped monsters, causing the Monster Breeding Center to restart operations. What's worse is that, when the defense mechanism was severely damaged, the defense mechanism operating in an unknown manner forcibly activated the Monster Breeding Center and Puppet Project, and forcibly transformed a batch of monster puppets as part of the defense mechanism. After getting the information handed over by Roger and the others from the Deshidong Tavern, Owen controlled the bowler hat puppet to read it continuously. The more he looked at it, the worse his mood became. He didn't know the origin of this ruin, but it was still running even after so long. What was even more frightening was that the technology or magic displayed made him unsure of what kind of world it was. You may say that this world is advanced, but most places still live a life similar to that of the Middle Ages, where the peasants are ignorant, the common people are ignorant, and the nobles control everything. But if you want to say that it is lagging behind, there are good guys, wizards, mages, alchemists, demons, and various systems of extraordinary professions and powers. Not only can a single person destroy a city, but many places can crush the technology of the previous life. Especially this ruin, which has obviously been abandoned for hundreds or thousands of years, is still functioning. If it were the human civilization in the previous life, it would take thousands or just a few decades to become a global green environment. I couldn't find the lighter I was using. Not to mention monster cultivation, puppet transformation, and other black tech level technologies. It really opened Owen's eyes, and started to wonder what kind of lish world this was.
Fortunately, there are adventurers to help step out of the way. But we can't be careless. And we can't stop the branch base. And it can't be limited to the Northland, the Empire, overseas, and underground. There needs to be a Hydra branch base.
Taking off his glasses, he rubbed his temples, which were throbbing due to mental exhaustion, and felt that he was not optimistic about the future of Northland. If it weren't for the fact that there has been no progress in the upper limit of progress value, Irving might have immediately chosen to abandon the Northland, stay away from this unclear ruins, and choose other places to build more secretive deep sea or even air bases. When Owen was thinking about opening a branch base in the future, Northland faced more troubles than he imagined, because he soon received bad news from Collins. Originally, the Northland faced only small and medium-sized forces from across the Empire, who were preparing to grab food. The threat was there, but it was not as great as imagined, and the impact on the Northland would not continue to spread. After all, those people's purpose was to seize the opportunity, in order to obtain more benefits in the future. They kill people and seize territory, but they will not completely destroy the local order, because these people know very well that once the order is completely destroyed, it may not be stable within 10 years. When it stabilizes, there will be no one left. In this case, their plans will be in vain, and their investment will be in vain. The problem is that the situation within the Empire is far more complicated than Owen expected. The power of the royal family and the nobility is only apparent. The Adventurers Guild, the Wizards' Holy Land, the Mage Alliance, etc. are only part of the entire Empire. In addition, various dark forces are emerging endlessly in the Empire, due to various constraints. Although these forces pop up from time to time to show their presence, the damage they cause is limited because a special balance has been formed by many parties. But the Northland is different. This is a nearly blank area. The local nobles simply insult the word noble. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are landowners with the title of noble. In this case, it is obviously a good place to do whatever they want. Otherwise the Black Hands would not put their hands in here. Although the Black Hand does dirty work, it has to be said that they also belong to the lawful camp. After all, once the world is in chaos, their gang of thieves and killers will have no place to use it, because at that time everyone is killing and robbing. Then we still need to hire people. Isn't this unnecessary? But apart from the Black Hands, there are many chaotic forces in the Empire. After all, the interests and rights that can be divided have long been divided by the big bosses, and the scumbags have also been given to their subordinates for their own enjoyment. The latecomers are like acne. They want to get ahead, but have no way out. Can hold it in. What's even more sad is that in the Empire, they can't cause any trouble at all. But in the almost blank Northland, massacres happen casually. The warlock Emil met before was a member of an evil organization, and was famous for being good at creating and spreading demon eggs. It sounds scary. If Bella formed a regiment like this, he could easily win even if he faced 10 times the number of enemies. Unfortunately, this is only theoretical. The reality is that even if ordinary people pay the price for swallowing devil eggs, the strength they can achieve is only the level of a junior fighting spirit warrior. And they are still the kind of noobs who have not mastered any fighting skills. If something like this dares to cause chaos in the Empire, who knows? A knight, mage, or adventurer will jump out of that corner and kill the opponent without leaving any chance for growth. Even without them, the armies of the lords from various places are not vegetarian. Even demonized elites, like Bella, cannot withstand the siege of hordes of elite soldiers. But in the Northland, except for the places near the Empire border where the population is denser and the strength is stronger, most of the Northland noble territories in other places are 1 or 2 days away from each other. They only see each other a few times throughout the year, even if they are massacred. Not to mention 10 days and a half month. It may not be discovered for a year and a half. In addition to demon eggs, there are also various cultists who like to exchange blood sacrifices and sacrifices for power. In the Empire, you need to take various risks. But in the North, even if you want to commit suicide, it is difficult. Therefore, the problem in the Northland is huge, and it may become a barren land before it can develop. Chapter 133: The Head of the Demon. Slaughter. Plague. Disappearance. What the hell are these things? Owen slammed the information on the table and walked around the study with his hands behind his back. Although it was just a line of text, Owen knew that this was a tragedy that happened not far from the territory. So how could he feel better? Of course, he is not overly sympathetic and intends to become a police officer in the Northland. He is very aware that the territory will not be spared if this continues. It is only a matter of time. Thinking of this, Owen came to the sand table and planted the skull and crossbones flags one by one according to the general direction provided by the intelligence. For the entire Northland, these skull and crossbones flags are insignificant. But there are only so many noble territories and a small population in the Northland. If this continues, there will be no one left in a few years. What's even worse is that this trend is spreading towards his territory. It is obvious that the reputation of Akita town is attracting these troubles. Owen began to calculate the strength of the territory's troops. because he no longer needed to waste progress points on ordinary farmers. In addition, the barbarian tribes and nomadic tribes in the north were gradually assimilated, and their sense of identity increased. The stability of the territory has been increasing, so that he can concentrate on external affairs. The population of the territory is not too large, just a few thousand people, but the proportion of young adults is very high. Excluding the old, young and women, the proportion of adult males exceeds 1/3. This is also the result of the birth of a large number of babies. So the territory does not lack military strength, capable of pulling out thousands of soldiers and horses at any time. And now there are only 3 places where troops need to be stationed in the territory. Namely the territory, Mujai, and Marat town. Owen thought about it, and first transferred back the farmers responsible for local construction, and then the original residents of Marat town. As for the garrison, considering the special location of Marat town, he decided to dispatch 50 light cavalry and 50 nomadic cavalry. This arrangement is mainly because Owen has never considered taking the town of Marat for a head-on fight. So the light cavalry and nomadic cavalry that can detect and escape are very suitable, because if something is wrong, they can immediately protect the residents of Marat town and retreat. Moreover, the residents of Marat town tend to herd horses and ride horses, and they can also pretend to be cavalry when necessary. As for Mujai, Irving was a little confused because the location of Mujai was a bit useless. Initially, it was to serve as support and surprise troops when the territory was surrounded. Later, with the construction of Green Shade Town, Mujai became a gatekeeper, which was still dispensable. In the end, Owen decided to evacuate the soldiers and expand it as a residence for the northern barbarian tribes. As for the soldiers, every adult northern barbarian is a qualified warrior, so there is no need to station soldiers. Territory is the key point. Owen divides soldiers into 4 categories. The first category is the main force. The second category is the security team. The third category is the reserve force. And the fourth category is the secret force to enhance the territory's war potential in all aspects. Main force: 20 scouts, 100 swordsmen, 100 archers, 100 crossbowmen, 100 pikemen, and 100 barbarian heavy infantry. 30 scouts, 100 nomads, 50 archers, 50 lancers, 50 cuirassiers, and 2 knights. Security patrol: long swordsman 50, spear thrower 50, secret troops, ninja team, witch hunting team, Teutonic warriors. The main corps is the largest and has the most complex composition of arms. Therefore, Howard, an experienced city defense officer, is in charge, and Bella leads the cavalry to assist. It is the strongest, because the main corps will also take on the task of expedition when necessary. The patrol team is mainly responsible for the security of the territory. They are composed of agile swordsmen and spear throwers with fatal throwing abilities, which are more intimidating. The reserves are all adult males in the territory. They are given equipment and trained regularly. Their combat effectiveness is not high, but when necessary, they will become a force that cannot be ignored. The secret force is composed entirely of elites and is responsible for the secret security of the castle, territory, and Greenshade Town. However, the number of people is a little small, and the strength is also a bit lacking in Owen's opinion, and he is planning to strengthen it. Seeing the current strength of the territory, Owen felt somewhat relieved. Every night, the entire territory falls into a deep sleep. Only the hotels that receive outsiders are still brightly lit. However, these outsiders are very aware of the territory's curfew. They will only stay in the hotels to drink and have fun, and dare not go out. Otherwise they will be patrolled. The vigilantes would be happy to snatch them up and hang them. But rules are meant to be broken, and restless people will always appear, such as Polly and Kelly. The two pretended to be adventurers, but they were actually members of the Demon Head. The Demon Head is an evil organization composed of demon warlocks and demon wizards. It is good at summoning and enslaving demons, and is proficient in the production of demon eggs. It likes to spread demon eggs, harvest them when they are mature, and cultivate high-quality demon thugs or materials. The warlocks Emil met before, and some of the recent massacres of villages in the north were all caused by them. However, the Demon's Head sounds very powerful. Not only can it enslave demons, but it can also use demons as material. But in fact it can only be regarded as second-rate among evil organizations. In this world, because of the existence of extraordinary power, personal abilities can be infinitely improved. Therefore, the upper limit of an organization is not the number of people or the amount of wealth it possesses, but the strength of the strongest and the number of masters. It's similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto. There aren't many people, but who dares to look down on it and not be afraid of these psychopaths who specialize in demolition? Because the main members of the demon head are demon warlocks and demon wizards. The upper limit of their strength is limited by their own magic blood. As a result, the middle and bottom levels are good in strength, but the top ones are too stretched. So the evaluation of the demon head is not high. Of course, because he likes to spread chaos and create massacres. The demon head has suffered a lot of blows. It is difficult to survive in the Empire. So he went to the Northland, and he really thrived. This time, the members of the Devil's Head in the North heard about the reputation of Akita town. They came over to take a look and found that it was indeed suitable for them. So they decided to take action tonight. Polly is a middle-level employee of the Demon Head, and his strength is not bad, while Kelly is a newly joined Wild Warlock. So all the dirty work is his. Now Polly was slowly drawing the summoning circle with the blood of the Black Lamb, and Kelly hummingly placed the quietly kidnapped residents of Akita town on the sacrifice positions. He was exhausted and sweating, but he was very happy in his heart.
It's really nice here. There are no annoying adventurers or disgusting priests. The residents are in good health and have no bad habits. It's great as a sacrifice.
Kelly, who was busy fighting against others, was excited, said, as a newcomer to the head of the devil. Although this was not his first time summoning a sacrifice, it was his first time to offer such a high-quality sacrifice. In the past, he either dragged away drunkards covered in vomit from the back of the tavern, or kidnapped a few skinny ones. Ruchai's serf. If he wants to find a decent sacrifice, not only has to be wary of the town guards, but also risks being killed by all pervasive adventurers. It can be said that every sacrifice is stained with his blood and tears. What made him even more frustrated was that this kind of rubbish sacrifice could not summon a powerful demon at all. Even a farmer would have trouble beating him. This time, Boss Polly is finally willing to take him. So he must perform well. Maybe he will be rewarded with a more powerful demon. It would be great if it is a succubus. Compared to the excited Kelly, Polly was much calmer, because what he valued was not this sacrifice, but the entire town of Akita. As long as he is given enough time, he can sacrifice the entire Akita town to a certain demon lord in exchange for powerful power. By then, he may not be able to take the position of the demon's head. Chapter 134 Demonic Sorceress Nova. The heavily armed hog hurriedly led the patrol to the center of the town. A moment later, Maya came out of the fireplace after being notified.
13 residents are missing. The other party is a veteran and has left no clues. It is suspected to be related to extraordinary power. I have sent people to the hotel to check, and the news will come soon.
Hog was taught well by Howard. Explain the reason immediately and briefly.
You handled it well. Now you immediately send people to the Arrow Tower to monitor whether there are any abnormalities near the territory. At the same time, prevent anyone from escaping. You gather the patrol team and be ready to attack at any time.
Maya did not panic and immediately ordered.
Follow the order.
Hog said nothing and immediately led people to execute it. It must be said that although he was not yet capable of taking charge of his own affairs, his execution ability was already good. Even Maya could not find fault with it. Maya did not leave. She also had her own responsibilities. Military operations in the entire territory are divided into 3 categories: war, security, and darkness. Howard is responsible for the war. Hog is responsible for the security, and Maya is responsible for the darkness. Among them, Maya has the greatest power. She can influence Howard to a limited extent and order Hog. She also controls the secret troops in the territory. Therefore, after Hog took the order and left, she also summoned her men to take action. Owen has long expected that he will encounter many troubles that ordinary soldiers cannot solve in the future. So he has been working hard. Such as ninjas. The original ninjas could only be said to be passable, good at stealth and assassination. But because they were not a profession in this world, their upper limit was not high. Even if they were assassins, they could only deal with small and medium-sized nobles at most. Because real nobles protect themselves very comprehensively. Defensive magic equipment alone cannot be broken by ninjas, let alone rare magic equipment such as early warning, detoxification, and teleportation. There is basically no possibility of success. But with Owen's reinforcement, the ninjas not only learned breathing techniques that were more explosive than fighting spirit, but also obtained magic equipment and potions, which greatly improved their strength. Today will be the time for them to show their value.
The ninjas who completely blended into the night were as light as civet cats, and ran on the eaves and walls of the streets and alleys of their territory. Their flexible skills and ninja footwear with full cushioning effect allowed them to move quietly, without being noticed by anyone, and leaving nothing behind. Blind spot. Ninjas are very familiar with every corner of their territory. After confirming the scene of the disappearance, they quickly discovered the traces left by the other party. After all, those two were not professional thieves. Even if they knew some skills, there would always be some mistakes left in the details. So he was targeted by the ninja, tracked all the way to the remote barn, and made his first contribution. After confirming the other party's traces, Maya was not careless because she didn't know who the other party was. So in addition to notifying Hog, she also mobilized Teutonic warriors and witch hunters to make full preparations. Maya did not report this matter to Owen. Not because she had any second thoughts, but because as subordinates who could not relieve their master's worries, they would be worthless. So Maya would not report it to Owen until the matter did not get worse. But just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean Owen doesn't know. After receiving the news from the ninja, Owen, who had been working hard for a long time, steeled himself, pulled out his hand, and let Del continue to sleep. He washed himself in the wash basin, then put on his nightgown and went to the study. There is a puppet placed next to the desk. This puppet is not a top hat puppet, but a special battle puppet carefully crafted by Owen, with light alloy as the skeleton, special fibers as the muscles, and composite outer armor. The entire puppet looks slender and powerful, similar in appearance to Jinji. Therefore, Irving also specially built a long knife and added a ninja template to the intelligent core. It is named Nisha. Lying on the recliner and putting on his consciousness projection glasses, Owen's consciousness was poured into the ninja killer beside him with his mental power. With the infusion of spiritual power, the energy core of Nisha was activated, and power was injected into the body. After activating the ninja kill, Owen moved around. His movements were incredibly agile. He could climb up and down easily. He drew the knife and put it away neatly. In a flash of cold light, the quill on the desk was split into two, and there was no scratch at all. It doesn't hurt the desktop. It's not as clumsy as the main body. The reason why he can perform like this is because it is only Owen's spirit that operates this body. So it is not limited by the original physical body at all. You can say whatever he wants. As long as this body can bear it, he can do it, even with the assistance of the intelligent core, being able to complete impossible actions. This is how the puppet master really opens up. But Owen still used a trick. A real puppet master doesn't need to go to such trouble at all. His unique mental power can resonate with the puppet and exert a miraculous power. Unfortunately, the more sophisticated the puppet, the greater the consumption of mental power. With Owen's current level of mental power, let alone resonance, even if he is opportunistic, a puppet of this quality cannot support full exertion for long, because he needs to pour his mental power into every joint, and every imitation muscle fiber of the entire puppet can penetrate the entire puppet and exert all its functions. The problem is that the mental pressure and consumption of this kind of operation are outrageous compared to running water, and it is directly pumped with high power. This is also the reason why Irving installed an intelligent core for Nisha. With the intelligent core, most actions can be freely performed by the puppet. It plays the same role as operating the game character through a controller, so it can last for a long time. Owen, who was well prepared, controlled the direction of Nisha. Nisha jumped out of the castle with a nimble posture that was not inferior to that of a ninja, and landed wonderfully without making any sound, leaving only a shallow pit in place. In fact, the joints and foot pads of the Nisha have a strong cushioning effect. If it were not for the overall weight, there would not even be many traces left. Of course, compared to other puppets, Nisha is already considered lightweight, so driven by the energy core and entering the town like the wind, it feels like playing a real-life version of the game, without too many operations. The characters run and jump automatically, which is very enjoyable. When Polly and Kelly mobilized Akita Town's defense forces and were about to be surrounded, in the town's hotel, a maid brought by a businessman went out to fetch water and failed to return. The businessman yelled and said angrily that he would whip her. The whip was used to make her memory long, but she didn't know who would whip whom when the time came. The missing maid was none other than the demon sorceress Emile met in the town. The demon egg given to Bella also belonged to her. However, although Nova is a demon sorceress, she is not a member of the demon head. On the contrary, she has had many disputes with the demon head. She was even injured at the hands of the demon head before. So after noticing the wave of Afterlee
and Kelly were members of the Devil's Head. She became interested and prepared to trick each other in private. So she quietly slipped out after discovering the movement. Chapter 135 Minotaur. At this time, Maya had already begun to direct the operation, because she felt the smell of blood and evil coming from inside. Obviously, she no longer had to think about rescuing the hostages. She could only capture the other party, and see if she could gain anything. In fact, if it weren't for the purpose of catching someone alive, it would be enough to throw incendiary bombs made from the body fluids of black gum worms. This kind of incendiary bomb can explode into hundreds of degrees of high temperature with only simple modulation. Even the Teutonic warriors can't withstand it. After all, the human body's limitless body, thick plate armor, and powerful fighting spirit cannot make water and fire invincible. Intrusion. If you are caught in the flames, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. It's a pity that such a simple method cannot be used, because Maya needs to be alive. Only by catching a survivor can we follow the clues and find the hidden dangers. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Maya has an overview of the whole situation and certainly doesn't let the small things make the big mistakes. As the police chief, Hogg saw that Maya had no intention of speaking, so he knew that he was leaving the on-site command to him. And he was immediately shocked. No matter how mature he appeared, Hogg was still a vigorous young man. Of course, he wanted to express himself, now that he had the opportunity. Without saying a word, he immediately commanded the long swordsmen to surround the barn, and at the same time ordered the spear throwers to prepare. The role of the spear thrower is actually very embarrassing. The range is not as good as the crossbow. The rate of fire is not advantageous, and it is not durable enough. It can be said that it has no advantage. Therefore, spear throwers are not seen on many battlefields. But the spear thrower has one advantage that few arms can match, and that is lethality. 4 feet long, with a 1 foot long spear blade, and with a counterweight. This thing was thrown by a big-armed spear thrower. Not to mention heavy infantry. Even a knight in plate armor would be heartbroken. It can be said that one round of throwing when throwing, only the heavy infantry with tower shields can stand, and other units can only lie down. And compared to the shortcomings of crossbowmen in melee combat, spear throwers are not afraid of melee combat, so they are more suitable for urban battles in small spaces. Hearing the commotion outside, Polly's face turned ugly. But he still insisted on drawing the sacrifice summoning circle because it was the only chance of survival.
Move quickly! This is our only chance to survive!
Polly shouted in a low voice. Seeing the unsatisfactory Kelly, his face became more and more ugly. But he had no choice but to suppress his anger and tell him what to do. After being scolded by him, Kelly shivered and hurriedly made final preparations.
Okay,
Polly said in surprise, as he threw away the stiff black lamb carcass in his hand. Kalidu, who had been bending down to move the body, suddenly straightened up when he heard the good news. But before he could show his surprised expression, a bone scimitar polished with horns chopped off his head. And behind him, it was Polly who stood expressionless.
It's really better this time.
Polly kicked Kelly's head and body into the sacrifice summoning array, and then whispered, "Originally, Polly just wanted to make a normal summons to cause chaos and make it easier to fish in troubled waters. Who would have thought that he would be discovered so quickly and be surrounded? It's not easy to escape now. Polly has no confidence at all. So he plans to increase the value of the sacrifice and summon a powerful demon. He doesn't care whether he can control the summoned powerful demon, because Polly just wants to escape now. So what if the devil gets out of control? It's not just once or twice anyway." As Polly inserted the horn scimitar in his hand into the summoning array, the sacrificial summoning array that reached its limit immediately extracted the flesh, blood and souls of all the sacrifices and turned them into sweet bait, attracting the gathering of abyssal power, and then turned it into an abyss channel. Because of the existence of space barriers, space channels are difficult to sustain, especially illegal channels that communicate with the abyss, which last even shorter. This is also the reason why demon warlocks combine sacrifice and summoning, because it is difficult for demon warlocks to tear open the barrier and summon powerful demons with the power of demon warlocks alone. They can only use their own magic power as an anchor. With the help of the abyss and demons, the power opens the channel, so it must have enough attraction, such as flesh and soul. The sacrificial materials this time were just average, but it was different with the addition of Kuli. He was also a demon warlock after all. The taste of soul and flesh was the most popular ingredient for demons. He alone was worth hundreds of people. So the passage opened this time, it was extraordinarily large. and it was obvious that the demon on the other side of the abyss had put in a lot of effort. However, compared to the demon trying to get out of it, the passage was extremely narrow. Even with the flesh and blood soul as a lubricant, the Minotaur still had to spend a lot of effort to get out. As a type of demon, the Minotaur is not of high rank, but it is the main force of the endless demon army. Each one has the ability to fight against high-level knights. Don't think that this is nothing special. Senior knights are not mass goods. Only those who master high-level fighting spirit can be evaluated as such. And if they are perfect-level senior knights, their strength is far higher than that of Teutonic warriors. Because Teutonic warriors only have intermediate fighting spirit, which shows how powerful the Minotaur is. Polly was able to successfully summon a Minotaur. In addition to the good sacrifice, it was mainly because of the bone scimitar in his hand. Because this thing was polished with the horn of a powerful Minotaur, it could increase the chance of summoning the Minotaur, and will not be the first target. Of course, don't place your hopes on this. If you don't kill the people next to you enough, or you don't run fast enough, it's just the difference between dying early and dying later. The Minotaur, who was always in a state of anger, opened his fist-sized bull eyes, which were blood red. After taking a look at the nervous Polly, he turned his attention outside. With a roar, the 3-meter-tall Minotaur smashed into the wall of the barn, waving the double-edged axe in his hand, and killing among the debris flying in the sky. Even among the Imperial frontier troops, they can be regarded as elite swordsmen. When facing the Minotaur, they had no power to fight back. The sharp swords and solid armor were twisted and broken under the crushing force of the brute force. The body was torn apart, and the body was instantly turned into unrecognizable pieces by the swing of the giant axe. The blood and internal organs were like tomato sauce packets that had been trampled and smeared everywhere, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Throw a spear! Hogg had never seen a monster like the Minotaur, but he had seen Bella before. So although he was shocked, he did not freeze, but reacted immediately. The system soldiers are not without fear, but their obedience to orders overwhelms their fear. So their bodies moved instinctively under Hogg's orders. Most of the dozens of short spears hit the Minotaur under the strong arm strength. This is mainly related to the fact that the Minotaur has no concept of dodge. Another reason is that there is no need to dodge at all. The Minotaur is extremely muscular. Its muscles are as hard as stone, and its bones are comparable to steel. Therefore, even a spear with amazing penetrating power only penetrates an inch or two into the muscle. For the huge Minotaur, it can only be regarded as flesh. The hurt only made it angrier. Chapter 136: Emil falling from the sky. As the anger increased, the Minotaur's muscles became more and more ferocious. The spear inserted into the muscle was squeezed out and scattered on the ground like straw. However, this rough method did not cause the blood to spurt out. In fact, the blood flowed out. There wasn't much blood, or even very little. This is normal. Demons are known for their powerful physical bodies. It is difficult for them to die from excessive blood loss. After all, not to mention the demon's powerful hematopoietic function. The core demon blood alone is not so easy to lose. This makes the demon able to continue fighting despite most injuries, becoming a nightmare for any enemy. Seeing how fierce the Minotaur was, Hogg, who wanted to rush up, turned green. He was not afraid of death, but knew that it would be useless to go up. Even if the Minotaur lowered his head and let him beat him, he would kill him even if he broke the flail hammer. If you can't match each other, the difference in strength is too big. Fortunately, Maya brought 4 Teutonic warriors out of caution. At this time, 4 steel cans rushed forward with heavy swords like door panels. Each Teutonic warrior is a super strongman or muscle monster with a height of 2.23 meters and a huge back. He can stand a person on his fists and run a horse on his arms. His strength is measured in tons. But when he faces the Minotaur, he looks like a primary school student. Like high school students, they are in a weak position. After all, one is at the limit of human beings, and the other is not a human at all. You can tell who is stronger at a glance. Fortunately, the Teutonic warriors did not rely solely on their physiques to earn a living. In addition to their strong bodies, each of them also possessed well-honed combat skills. Therefore, they immediately realized that the Minotaur was not something that any of them could fight alone. So the two of them, a group, cooperates to attack from both sides. Seeing the Teutonic warriors rushing over, the Minotaur didn't care. They were just stronger little bugs. He could smash them all with just a swing of his giant axe. Facing the giant axe that could split the city gate, the Teutonic warriors acted very calmly, and their tacit cooperation allowed them to attack at the same time. Before the giant axe fell, and its power was not used up. The two heavy swords crossed to stop the falling giant axe. The power of the Minotaur is still too terrifying. Even if the Teutonic warriors try their best. Their bulging muscles can even hold up the plate armor on their bodies. And the giant axes that are crossed are still falling slowly. Like a press. Slowly. But unstoppable. The powerful forces of both sides gathered on the sword blade and axe blade, making a harsh friction sound. And even iron filings as thin as cicada wings were scratched out, which shows how powerful both sides are. However, the Teutonic warriors' goal was achieved. The other two Teutonic warriors did not miss the opportunity created by their comrades. Two heavy swords slashed hard at the Minotaur's ribs. There is no bone protection here, and the vital organs are located here. A knife can directly stage the drama of disembowelment. The problem is that the Teutonic warriors underestimated the strength and thickness of the Minotaur's muscles. The two swords penetrated 3 to 5 inches into the flesh. But they did not cut through the muscle layer. Instead, the sword was clamped by the tight muscles, causing the movement to be half slow. Shoot! And was hit by the fist swung by the Minotaur. The 3-meter-tall Minotaur had arms nearly 2 meters long, thick bones, bulging muscles, and a fist 3 times thicker than a siege ram. The heavy plate armor of the Teutonic warrior standing in front deformed almost instantly, and into terrifying amidst the sound of metal twisting and colliding. The Teutonic warrior behind him rolled to the ground more than 10 meters away, leaving deep marks along the way, showing the Minotaur's inhuman power. If the Teutonic warriors were not strong enough and replaced by ordinary knights, the man would be almost broken, and the breastplate and back armor would touch each other. Even so, the Teutonic warrior was badly injured, with at least 3 broken ribs. But in addition to their strong physical fitness and superb martial arts skills, the Teutonic warriors also had a strong will. After swallowing a mouthful of blood, with the help of the less injured Teutonic warrior behind him, the Teutonic warrior who had been punched by the Minotaur stood up without any hesitation, clenched his weapon and joined the battle group again to create opportunities for his comrades. Even for this, give your life. The Minotaur fights openly and without any defense. But don't underestimate the opponent, or don't underestimate any demon. In the abyss, every demon blows the battle horn from the day he is born. Experienced in hundreds of battles is completely inadequate to describe a demon, because demons that do not age are always at their peak, and their desire for power and killing makes them every demon is constantly fighting. It can be said that fighting has become the daily routine and instinct of demons. So what if you have never practiced martial arts? Rich practical experience makes every demon a fighting master. The seemingly rough fighting method is actually the most suitable for demons. Therefore, although the Minotaur is constantly injured, it is actually suppressed, fighting against 4 Teutonic warriors. Even if there were long swordsmen and spear throwers assisting them, they could only maintain the status quo. The problem is that with the demon's physical strength, it might even wear them out to death. Maya's face was not very pretty. The Minotaur had thick skin and high resistance. Ordinary magic and potions had little effect, even if incendiary bombs were dropped regardless of the cost. The demon's resistance to flames would probably have no effect. In desperation, Maya, who has never liked taking action, decided to take action personally this time. Before Maya could take action, a huge figure descended from the sky. With a flying kick, it kicked the Minotaur that was killing everyone 30 to 50 meters away. He couldn't get up for a while. Emil? Such an obvious figure made Maya recognize the other person at a glance. So she felt strange. She didn't know why she appeared here after staying in Green Shade Town. Recently, I've become obsessed with admiring the moon in the sky. Emil, whose face was flushed, was a little unsteady because of the action just now. And the hand holding the super broomstick was also a little slippery. After all, the big split in the air was a bit too much for her age. Exciting. Watching the moon? They are all foxes of thousands of years. What are you talking about with me? Maya rolled her eyes at her. Maya knew quite a bit about Emil, the owner's nominal mother-in-law. He has no ambitions. Just a little hobby. But it's understandable. They are about the same age, and know what it's like to be a vegetarian for 20 years. What's more, with the other's size, even if he wants to steal food, there is no way. So he rides a broomstick. Tian Shanlong's behavior is understandable. Are you sure? Maya said to Emil when she saw the Minotaur shook his head and stood up. There's nothing wrong with protecting yourself. Emil put his beloved super broomstick aside, took out his unique big magic wand and began to cast spells. Armor for protection. Pointing at himself with the big magic wand, the transparent armor appeared for a while and then disappeared. But Emil knew that this invisible layer of armor would remain until it was broken.
Grow bigger quickly!
This time, he cast a spell on the big magic wand. The original big magic wand, which was as big as a mallet, turned into a 2-meter-long ghost gold stick. Emil waited and nodded with satisfaction.
Strength release. Disarming spell. Weapon flying. Shrinking spell.
Although the big magic wand became larger, the effect of the spell did not increase much. The Minotaur that received the force release spell only shook for a moment, and then roared angrily, because as soon as it was released, its weapon was knocked away by the disarming spell, and then it was obtained by Emil. After shrinking, it was similar to the double battle axe used by ordinary people. In Emil's hand it's like a one-handed axe. Chapter 137. Emil fights the Minotaur. Demons fight against the sky, on the ground, and in the air. Who wants to worry about production? So the output of weapons is not high. Most demons use their bare hands and rely on their talents, such as minions and tails. The Minotaur had to kill many of its kind to get this huge double-edged battle axe. Now it was snatched away by a human woman. It was a great shame. The thick nostrils expanded in anger, and hot air with sparks spurted out, which showed how angry the Minotaur was at this time. The Minotaur, whose eyes were red, lowered his head, and pointed two thick and long horns at Emil. Then the iron bucket-like hooves suddenly exerted force, and a hole as big as a bathtub fell into the hoof. Under the influence of brute force, the Minotaur's speed became faster and faster, becoming simply unstoppable. Maya couldn't help but exclaim. She had heard of demons, but this was the first time she saw them. Therefore, she had no intuitive impression of the demon's combat power. Only now did she understand why demon warlocks were obviously huge hidden dangers. But they still had them. Many nobles secretly went over him. However, the shortcoming of the devil is also very obvious. That is, it is too easily angered. Once it loses its mind, it relies entirely on instinct, just like the current Minotaur. Otherwise, with the fighting ability that the Minotaur has shown before, even if it loses the giant axe, no one can easily win it with just a pair of fists. Even if 4 Teutonic warriors come together, the outcome is still uncertain. But the Minotaur chose the stupidest way. Like an enraged bull, it lowered its head and rushed over, intent on stabbing the woman through. Seeing this scene, Emil was stunned for a moment, then smiled crookedly, holding the oversized magic wand with both hands. And her unique magic strengthening skills were constantly strengthening her body and magic wand. Apart from potions, Emil is best at a technique called magic enhancement. This is not her original creation. It is no longer known who the original founder was. All she knows is that by mastering the magic power enhancement, even a weak witch will have the power to compete with knights. This technique not only has a low threshold, but also cleverly avoids the shortcoming that it is difficult for witches to release their magic power. It can not only be used to strengthen themselves, but also to strengthen weapons. It's a pity that although the magic power enhancement is good, it is of little use to ordinary witches. After all, the physical fitness of witches is far inferior to that of warlocks, and even the enhancement is limited. Not to mention that several witches are wearing plate armor and holding heavy swords. So instead of wasting time and energy on this, it would be more cost-effective to refine a few more bottles of magic potion. Emil is different. During the magic burst, her body developed again due to excessive magic, and her muscles, bones, skin, and flesh were penetrated and strengthened by magic. Therefore, even if she does not use the magic strengthening technique, she still has a physique and strength that far exceeds that of ordinary knights. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a humanoid ogre. If she uses magic power to strengthen her, Emil will directly transform into a human chest weapon, the kind that can collapse city gates. So when she rounded the super large magic wand and hit the Minotaur's head with it, the outcome was actually decided. See you later. When the stick fell, the Minotaur's head sank more than a foot as if teleported. You could even clearly see that the Minotaur's neck grew longer. And then nothing happened. The devil is powerful, but not invincible. Although it is rare to be knocked unconscious, the brains of this stick are probably scattered. It is impossible not to lose the will in the huge shock. Emil chuckled, put the oversized magic wand on his shoulder, then raised his long legs and stepped on the head of the unconscious Minotaur. Looking at the two thick horns, the horns are the most precious part of the Minotaur, just like the beard is to the dwarves. Therefore, these two horns are well maintained, shiny and smooth, especially the densely raised ring patterns, which makes Emil I couldn't put it down after watching it. So I gestured with the shrunken double-edged axe to see where I could cut it as completely as possible without leaving any cracks. Seeing this, Maya quickly stepped forward to stop the impure Emil and said,
"Wait until the master wakes up tomorrow to deal with it."
Emil pouted in regret. If he had known better, he would have chopped off one with an axe first. But he still listened to Maya and poured a lot of magic potion into the Minotaur to reduce its strength and recovery speed, and then used the transformation technique to chain the vegetative state. The same Minotaur was tied up tightly and asked the soldiers to resist. As for Polly, who escaped, of course he didn't run away. His fate was decided the moment he was targeted by the witch hunter. After being beaten well, he was tied up, and now he is waiting to be punished. The battlefield is being cleaned here. But what is Owen doing now? Who didn't arrive at the scene even after the game ended? Not all was lost, because he picked up a woman on the way. A demon sorceress. Warlocks are very open-minded, because their active magic affects their personalities. Therefore, most warlocks have a willful personality. In addition, most of their bloodline comes from demons or dragons, which results in warlocks having very strong needs in certain aspects. Therefore, halfway through, this demon sorceress targeted a certain soldier on duty because of her sudden appearance. Anyway, summoning the demon was not that fast, and she had no intention of destroying it. So it didn't matter if she went later. So she stuck to it. I have to say that because of the bloodline, the warlock's appearance is not bad. Especially this demon sorceress, who also has the bloodline of a succubus. She has a small round face, big eyes, and pure appearance. Her advantages are very prominent, and she needs both hands to master them. It's a good car, but the rear beam is wide and round, making it difficult to control the speed of the car. If the rocker is not long enough, it will easily derail. So if it is not strong enough, it is best not to get on the car, as it is easy to cause accidents. The purer the beauty, the more difficult it is to resist the temptation when she takes the initiative. Owen is a little tempted through the puppet. The problem is that system soldiers will disobey orders because of women. You can force them if you want. He can't resist. But this one not only violated the curfew, but also put on a seductive posture, and was knocked unconscious by the soldier who couldn't bear it. He went over and took out the rope and tied it up, intending to hang him up and give him a beating to teach him a lesson. When Owen saw this scene, he didn't know who the other party was, but it was so cold that it was easy to catch a cold. So he stood up, first praised the soldier for his dedication, and then carried the other party back to the castle and sent him to the dungeon. As for why it was not the bed but the dungeon, Owen is not stupid. He knew that the territory was attacked before. At this juncture, a beautiful woman ran out and wandered on the street. If she could be a good person, of course she had to be sent to the dungeon for trial. Otherwise he would have done it in the dungeon. Aren't all those torture instruments just decorations? After wandering around and picking up a woman, Owen didn't go to the barn anymore. He just took off his glasses and went back to hug the limp Dale for an encore. Afterwards, he continued to sleep. As a result, he almost missed it when he saw the casualty report the next day. Didn't sit still. Chapter 138: The Dream Demon House in Green Shade Town. Owen was mentally prepared for the death and injury of more than a dozen Territorial residents. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but he knows very well that with the increase in outsiders, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. But 34 soldiers died, and a dozen were disabled. There were only 100 people in the entire security patrol, and half of them were gone at once. How could Owen not be alarmed? If we encounter incidents of this level in the future, it will be a waste of time. If we can survive for a year, it will be considered good. It's not surprising that Owen has this idea. You have to know that these soldiers are elites. Even if they are placed in the Imperial Frontier Army, they are still the main force. If they are sent out, they will be enough to destroy the territories of most nobles in the north. But they are just gone? Even if Owen cheated, he couldn't bear such a loss. So he was in a bad mood. At the same time, he also had a deeper fear of the extraordinary professionals in this world. Minotaur, Owen had no impression or concept of demons before. But now he knows that demons are really powerful, and warlocks are really harmful. No wonder the Empire is very unfriendly to warlocks and wizards. This is all because willing. Moreover, just one Minotaur defeated 4 Teutonic warriors that he was proud of. If Emil hadn't fallen from the sky, he would have died with the Minotaur. The saddest thing is that he may not have succeeded. Of course, Emil's fighting power is actually not as strong as imagined. With her physical fitness, she can barely compete with the Teutonic warriors, because the fighting skills are too different. unless she uses magic power to strengthen her. It's still a matter of who wins and who loses. It's hard to say. The problem is that as soon as Emil came up, he took advantage of falling from the sky and kicked the Minotaur several dozen meters away. He also used a magic spell to take away the opponent's weapon when he wasn't prepared. This completely angered the opponent and led to him being slapped with a stick on impulse. Be a bull. Otherwise Emil may not be able to defeat the opponent. After all, the devil's various resistances are not low. And as a witch, she will definitely suffer. No matter what you say, a win is a win. Owen decided to reward the other party with some benefits. Of course, it is impossible to give the horns, because the Minotaur is useful and needs to be kept intact. But other substitutes are available. Where is Del of all kinds of toys? Most of the time. Just enlarge the ratio. The next step is the aftermath. The dead and injured soldiers are buried and treated. Even if the limbs are missing, there are prostheses made by Owen himself. Then, there is the need to replenish the security patrol team. The strength of the security patrol team is not bad, and even adventurers will be obedient when they meet them. But whoever told them to meet a demon sorcerer who does not follow common sense? Their strength depends on sacrifice, and it is not a crime of war. After finishing all this, Owen decided to seize the time to deal with the Minotaur that is not woken up yet. And he doesn't know if he will wake up in the future. Owen had never thought about subduing the Minotaur. Even an expert demon warlock would not dare to say that he could subdue a demon 100%, let alone a layman who could do it. So he just planned to use the Minotaur as a consumable. Owen had made a Minotaur Shikigami before, which was an advanced level of dungeon monster. Although he was rough-skinned and thick-bodied, he always felt that something was missing. Now that he thought about it, it was not anything else but not strong enough. If it was strong enough, even some flaws would be covered up. Even though the Minotaur had a lot of flaws, it didn't prevent it from defeating 4 Teutonic warriors at once. If it hadn't been for the bull's strength and was suffocated by Emil's stick, it wouldn't have been known. How much does it cost to solve it? Now that I have such good material as the Minotaur in my hand, I can just strengthen it. After making up his mind, Owen summoned the Minotaur. Only by comparing them did he realize how big the gap between the two sides was. Compared with the 3-meter-tall Minotaur, the 2-meter-4-5-meter Minotaur is as stunted, which further strengthens Owen's idea of strengthening the Minotaur. Pull the Minotaur into the synthesis furnace. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your luck. Owen knew that the synthesis furnace had an upper limit. Obviously the Minotaur's strength was close to the upper limit, so even he didn't have much confidence. But the Minotaur didn't care about this. After hearing the master's order, it did not hesitate to pull a cow's hoof and pull the Minotaur, who was still awake, into the synthesis furnace. In order to ensure success, Owen specifically spent some progress points to increase the effect of strengthening. I have to say that the progress was worth it. The synthesis furnace, which was buzzing like a full washing machine, finally started smoothly. When the Minotaur, which was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a monster made of muscles, came out of the synthesis furnace, Owen knew it was done. The Minotaur is a monster even more powerful than the Minotaur. It can be said that as long as the body can bear it, there is almost no upper limit to its power. In fact, if the physical body were not strong enough, the power of the Minotaur could almost tear itself apart. In any case, the Minotaur is Owen's most powerful man now, and he is very satisfied with this. I'll call you Ada from now on. Owen tried to save trouble and chose a simple name. Fortunately, Ada doesn't look very smart, so he probably won't care about such a trivial matter. With another trump card, Owen was in a good mood, but he did not spare Polly lightly because of this. After all, if it hadn't been for him, the territory would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Just killing him with one knife was too cheap. It just so happened that Irving got some inspiration from Harvey's story. So there was an extra dream house in Shade Town, and there was a top player in the hall named Puh. As for Oppo's true identity, it doesn't matter. Anyway, after all the information is taken out, it has no value and can only be regarded as waste. Irving has already had ideas about the establishment of the Dream Demon House. It's not that he wants to experience it, but considering that, as the number of outsiders increases, they must be provided with a place to vent. Obviously, drinking alone is not enough. The caravans are better. They are always more patient in order to make money, while the adventurers are a little lawless. Therefore, after meeting the conditions, Irving immediately established a dream house in Green Shade Town. And the owner was the demon sorceress Nova that he picked up that night. Nova is not a powerful demon sorcerer, But she can summon part of the succubus's consciousness and power through a special magic circle, allowing the guest to fall into a specially made dream to gain satisfaction. While the succubus can also get some sweetness. A win-win situation. As for why Nova is willing to play for Irving, the main reason is that she has no ambitions. A safe environment and a small hobby that can satisfy her are enough. Besides, Greenshade Town is really suitable for a heterogeneous life like her. So as soon as Owen opened his mouth, this person knelt down. But for some reason, Owen didn't dare to let her kneel too close. Before Nova could even open her mouth, she was sent to Greenshade Town to preside over the operation of the Dream House. Not long after, a special building appeared in Lion Town. It was similar to a guild hall, with separate rooms for bathing. Guests entered the corresponding room with a number plate, then stated their requirements to the magic circle, and then lay down. That's it. Afterwards, we took a shower and changed our pants. When we left, everyone felt refreshed. We will obviously be repeat customers in the future. Therefore, the appearance of Dream Demon House immediately won unanimous praise from adventurers, even regardless of gender. After all, everything can be found in dreams. Owen has never experienced it. After all, who can rely on dreams to come to reality? But he thinks it is quite interesting. Maybe he can make a guide to the customs of other worlds in the future. Chapter 139, Emil's Shock. It's a pity that Owen's good mood did not last long. Because from the news coming from Marat Town, he learned that not only the Highway Chamber of Commerce was here, but his mother was also here. And she also brought her half-brother or half-father with her. His mother's sister made him feel like he had swallowed a fly. Although he was lonely in his heart and longed for friendship, love, and family affection, Owen understood that this was just a little pretentiousness in his heart. When he really faced this problem, he was at a loss and even resisted. Owen has never thought about accepting his mother and sisters or taking revenge on them, because he had already traveled through time when he was abandoned. So the love and hatred from his previous life had nothing to do with him. After all, no matter how deep the memory is, it will be the same as watching a movie that moved people to tears a few years ago, no matter how excited it was at the time. When I recall it now, my heart is calm. That is to say, deep down in his heart, he feels that the other person is a stranger, even if the two parties are related by blood. The problem is that turning him away is not enough, let alone his few remaining bottom lines and 3 views. His reputation alone will not allow him to do this. If Owen was unknown, no one would care about anything he did. But now that Akita Town is famous in the north, as a lord, he will naturally become famous. At this time, if there is a scandal about shutting out his mother and sister, his reputation will be ruined. Theoretically, his reputation has little impact on Owen. But he can't deny that his bloodline is here. And after all, he will be in contact with the Empire in the future. So his reputation cannot be ignored at all. For this reason, and a little kindness in his heart, Irving finally decided to relocate the mother and daughter to Green Shadow Town. Anyway, he did not lack the food and clothing for 2 people. So he just wanted to raise 2 idle people in exchange for a good reputation. It also ensures that the 2 of them will not be used by others to cause any bloody things. It doesn't matter whether the other party is willing or not.
Madam, please come with me. The Lord has prepared a place for you and the lady.
Maya led 20 cuirassiers and 2 knights to meet Shirley, and picked up the opponent in a manner consistent with the opponent's identity, leaving Cord on the side unable to say a word. At the moment, Maya represents Hydra 3. If he dares to interrupt, it is not unfair at all to be hacked to death with a sword. After all, his identity is only the steward of the Chamber of Commerce, who has the right to interrupt the conversation of the nobles. So he can only watch Maya, taking away their biggest trump card. And there was nothing they could do about it. Maya knew the plans of the Highway Chamber of Commerce, and of course she would not let their plans go ahead. So she picked them up halfway. In this way, the Highway Chamber of Commerce was just a Chamber of Commerce, and they could do whatever they wanted. But Maya's mind quickly focused on the carriage beside her. The key point was where there must be no mistakes. In the carriage, Gila didn't react much to the heavily armed knights outside. She held a book and told her little daughter a story, while Katie sat obediently and listened to the story she had heard so many times. Mother and daughter, the 2 looked very harmonious. Maya, who was following the carriage, saw this heartwarming scene, but she became more vigilant. Maya has never met the owner's mother, but she only knows that the other party abandoned the owner a few years ago and took away all the wealth in the territory. But now, after seeing the real person, She is skeptical about this statement. Although personality and temperament can be disguised, no matter how good the pretender is, there will always be traces of disharmony. Maya is very sensitive in this regard. After all, when dealing with a group of nobles who wear masks on their faces until they die, you will not live long if you are not sensitive. First of all, Maya believes that Gila is not a simple person. At least not a simple daughter of the Chamber of Commerce. When businessmen train their daughters, they are ready to give them away. They must be gentle and considerate, and be virtuous in running the household. As for their talents, they need to be in charge of housekeeping, doing calculations, knowing how to read, and being able to teach the next generation the basics. The problem is that the owner's mother Gila doesn't look like a virtuous woman who is willing to support her husband and raise her children. She seems too deliberate in taking care of her children. In addition, she is too beautiful. Maya is quite confident in her beauty, especially after solving her physical problems and regaining her youth. Even after she is over 40, she still has looks that are beyond her peak. But when facing Gila, Maya couldn't gain the slightest advantage in appearance. Whether it was the strange silver long hair or the silver pupils, they all added a bit of mysterious charm to the original beauty. In some ways, beauty is both a kind of wealth and a sin. With the size of the Hyroy Chamber of Commerce, it is absolutely impossible to protect Gila with such beauty, let alone marry her to a remote northern noble, because this is not in line with maximizing interests. Because of Gila's beauty, any noble in the empire would get a big reward if she presented her to him, which was a huge attraction for the Hyroy Chamber of Commerce. Taking this as a ladder, I dare not say that I will be rich and powerful. At least the richest party will have no problem. The Hyroy Chamber of Commerce does not need to suffer at the border of Northland. So Hyroy Chamber of Commerce has problems. And she also has problems. But the biggest problem now is that Maya doesn't know what's wrong with Gila. And she can't use some means, which puts her in a dilemma. After all, this is not a prisoner, but the nominal mistress. While Maya kept thinking, Gila glanced at her thoughtfully, and then focused on the stone road in the forest. Gila originally didn't care about going there. She knew very well that he was a timid and fragile child. Although she didn't know who was manipulating him behind the scenes. His nature would not change. At most, it was because he didn't want to see herself. Set yourself up in an out-of-the-way place. Gila thought so at first. But when she stepped onto the stone road in the forest, she felt a little surprised. After seeing Green Shadow Town, she realized that she had underestimated the child, or the power behind him. Green Shade Town is very special. Here you can see adventurers bargaining with novice monster goblins. And you can also see witches holding crystal balls playing tricks on the street corners. The security team is actually a mutant goblin with a horn. Lynn. Even Gila thought this was outrageous. Let alone the very young Katie, whose eyes showed curiosity and desire for the first time. After entering the town, Maya did not stop, but went all the way to the exquisite villa located in the corner of the town. The environment here is elegant, surrounded by green trees, ensuring sufficient privacy. At the same time, the unique design of the villa with swimming pool, as well as the magic items inside, make life full of fun and convenience. It can be said that everything from construction to design is reflected in the care. This was originally a place where Owen came to stay for a short while, but now it is a residence for Gila and her daughter. Just when Maya was about to introduce the situation here, Emil, who was responsible for debugging and installing magic items, walked out of the villa. But when she saw Gila, she was shocked and speechless. Chapter 140, The Legendary Mother Sexy Moves. Big boss? Emil almost thought she had seen it wrong. It wasn't until Gila responded that she realized that the situation was complicated, because she knew who this villa was for. Otherwise she wouldn't have come here on an excuse. Looking at my biological mother, I was shocked by the result. What an unexpected surprise. Maya narrowed her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. But she did not let the knight behind her take action with the ninjas hiding around, because it was useless. After all, if the identity is true, then this person is the rebellious witch Amelia is a legendary witch. After her identity was revealed, Gila had no intention of continuing to hide it. Instead, she responded to some of Maya's questions quite nonchalantly. According to Gila, this was just a dispute between a rebellious daughter and a stubborn mother. Although it lasted a little longer, it was no big deal. The cause of the matter is very simple. There is no conspiracy, and there is no love adventure between the witch in trouble and the nobleman on the white horse. It is just accidental. As a rebellious witch, Gila certainly had a bad relationship with her mother,
especially when she was a girl. The sudden increase in magic power made her emotionally unstable. So conflicts arose. It has nothing to do with career and power. One felt that her daughter did not understand her painstaking efforts, and the other hated her mother's interference in her life. So Hila ran away from home and decided to have a daughter to refute her mother with her own experience as a mother. Anyone with a normal mind would not have such an idea, let alone do it. The question is Hila normal? Even in order to avoid being found by her mother and interfering with her plan, Hila went all the way to the remote Northland, used magic to weave the identity of the eldest lady of the High Chamber of Commerce, and then selected the Hydra family located in the far north. The reason for choosing the Hydra family is very simple. First, the Hydra family is far away. Second, Owen's father is a pretty boy. Simply put, he is good looking. Although I just wanted to find someone to marry, it was important to look good. So Owen was born. As for why she abandoned Owen, the reason is also very simple. Because witches favor women over men. Only women can inherit their own magical blood, and men are worthless. So after confirming that she was pregnant with her daughter, Hila decided to leave the bitter cold Hydra family and live at the border of the empire, which was more suitable for raising children. Of course, Hila didn't have any feelings for Owen, but she didn't like the original owner's character and felt very helpless at the same time. Not to mention not inheriting her own magical bloodline. Her own abilities and willpower were also poor, and she couldn't help him. Well, so he had to take away all the eye-catching property in the territory, leaving only an empty territory, and then arrange for people from the High Chamber of Commerce to take over the territory, so that the original owner could eat and die. In this way, although it is not possible to become famous and rich, at least he will have enough food and clothing for his whole life, which can be regarded as worthy of the original owner. Who would have thought that Owen would suddenly rise to prominence after time travel and build such a huge foundation in just a few years, which made even Hila curious and worried about the original owner's condition. So he came here. Otherwise, if Hila is unwilling, no matter how many ideas the High Chamber of Commerce has, it will be useless. After all, it has been 20 years, and the High Chamber of Commerce still does not know that their eldest lady is fake. This shows how terrifying a legendary witch is. After listening to Hila's self-narration, even Maya was speechless at what she did. Regardless of her appearance and strength, she was just a big naughty kid. Because of a dispute with his mother, he forged a different identity to get married and have children. And he continued to do so for 20 years. Even if witches live longer than ordinary people, it's not such a waste. Not to mention it's such a weird reason. Although she instinctively felt that what Hila said was true, Maya's reason prevented her from fully believing it. What's more, it didn't matter whether she believed it or not. It was all about Owen. After settling Hila and her daughter, and hinting at a meal before leaving, Maya immediately returned to the castle and reported the matter to Owen. After listening to Maya's story, Owen suddenly felt sad. After all, his birth was entirely due to a quarrel between mother and daughter, and it was not even a dispensable gift. His heart felt full for a while. Grass. However, Owen soon realized that Hila's statement and reasons were not important. What was important was the identity and strength of the other party. As a time traveler, Owen doesn't care about his hacking life experience. Whether he is the son of a farmer or the son of an emperor, whether he starts by picking up cow dung or having rich clothes and fine food, it only affects his starting point, not the outcome. Therefore, having a legendary witch mother and a grandmother who transcends legend are not all good things for Owen. Especially when it is impossible to be sure whether what the other party says is true. Just like Maya, she instinctively feels that what the other person says may be true, but rationally cannot believe it because the price of trust is unbearable. This gives Owen a very headache. It's okay that the relationship between mother and son is good, but who makes him just a gift? This makes Owen dare to bet on his status in the other party's heart. After all, I have never heard of anyone who buys a mobile phone and can compare the free mobile phone case with the mobile phone. What's more, whether Hila is really his mother is a question. This person can use magic to influence the High Chamber of Commerce for 20 years and weave the identity of a young lady. So how difficult is it to weave the identity of his own mother? Now Owen is beginning to doubt his past memories, which makes him feel very bad. Owen soon thought of a solution. As long as he was strong enough or his subordinates were strong enough, he didn't need to care whether the other party was true or false. Owen has realized the role of the strong a long time ago. After all, in the extraordinary world, everything is possible. One writer can equal 1,000 is not an adjective, especially a legend. Only by breaking through the upper limits of mortals can one be qualified to be called a legend. And compared to the combat-based legends, who can see bloodshed, the legal-based legends are the ones who can create miracles. No one can predict how far they can achieve it. With the current upper limit of progress value, Owen cannot exchange for a legend. But this does not mean that he cannot create legendary level combat power. For example, Minotaur Ada's power reaches or even exceeds the legendary level. But it has too many shortcomings and fatal flaws, which makes it far from enough when facing a true legend. Therefore, Minotaur Ada was not listed as the primary strengthening target by Owen, because apart from strength, Ada lacked in many areas. So Owen set his sights on Seal. With the development of the territory and the increase in the number of soldiers, Seal's presence became less and less. Many times, even Owen would ignore the other party's existence. But when it came to loyalty, the first thing Owen thought of was still her. Seal is the only current native of the world who can rival system soldiers in terms of loyalty, and is the last line of defense responsible for Owen's safety. In other words, if Owen is Chow Chow, then Seal is his Dienwei. So there is no reason for him not to strengthen Seal. Chapter 141, the first enhancement. Seal's physical fitness has almost reached the limit of human beings, and his combat skills have gradually improved through sparring with Teutonic warriors. And he often enters underground ruins to accumulate combat experience. According to Emil, Owen's existence limited Seal's potential. Without him, Seal would only need to travel for a few years and experience several life and death battles. And it is very likely that Seal would break through to legend before the age of 30. Even if the age at which warrior-type professions break through into legend is never very high, this is still quite an exaggerated evaluation. Despite this, Owen will not let Seal go, let alone waste her potential. Owen is a cheater. Rather than letting Seal spend years traveling and experiencing near-death battles without knowing whether he can successfully break through, he has a better way. When it comes to his own strengthening, Owen is very cautious about gains and losses. But he doesn't need to worry so much about Seal. As long as his foundation is not lost, he can completely let go of the strengthening. The beginning of enhancement is still the T-virus. This special virus can break the limits of human beings. Even in the modern world without extraordinary power, it can still develop unscientific things like telekinesis. In addition to the enhancement of vitality, if not, it's easy to lose control. It's perfect. It's even better than the super soldier serum, which is why Owen likes to use it. But before using the T-virus, Owen exchanged the golden bell for Seal. The skills in the martial arts game can be exchanged, although the price is a bit high. The cheats are cheap. Even the golden bell cover at the secret level is not that expensive. After all, whether it is Shaolin Chongquan or the golden bell, as a cheat book it is just carrier of knowledge. It's a pity that with such good conditions, Owen was unwilling to endure hardship and did not practice martial arts. The main reason was that I was afraid that I would go crazy by practicing blindly, and it would be too low cost to directly exchange it for skills. So I didn't exchange it. What's more, martial arts also depends on each person's talent and foundation. Can the same 18 dragon subduing palms be used by the Wu brothers and Xiao Feng in the same way? Owen doesn't think he is a martial arts prodigy. He prefers elegant waving of the wand to fists and kicks. At least it is safe to keep a distance. If he encounters danger, he can directly change his body. But Seal is different. Although she is from another world, she is extremely talented and has a firm will. The iron claw shirt that was previously integrated with the system reward has a good foundation for hard training. It will not be a loss to exchange her for the golden bell. With the fusion of the T-virus, Seal's muscles, which had been trained to the extreme, began to squirm crazily, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be activated. Although she was in great pain, Seal showed an expression of enjoyment, which made Owen wonder if she had any hidden special hobbies. In fact, this is because Owen does not understand the warrior's heart. Years of hard training without making any progress is the most cruel thing for a warrior, and can even be called despair. Therefore, some people are willing to exchange temporary pain for a breakthrough in the bottleneck. Especially for Seal. She needs stronger power to protect her master. And for this, she is willing to endure any pain. The muscles and bones were continuously activated under the stimulation of the T-virus, transforming the living body from the genetic level. Seal did not miss this opportunity because of the pain, and almost instinctively operated the magic of the golden bell. The golden bell jar can be divided into 4 stages: initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfection. The initial stage is not much different from that of Ironclaw shirt, where the body is constantly tempered and forced to adapt. But as a unique skill, the golden bell cover is not that simple. The biggest difference starts from the middle and late stages, compared with simply strengthening the muscles, bones, skin and flesh, and at most developing a strong chi. The later stages of the golden bell are very complicated, involving the body protecting chi generated from the outside in. And this is only the early stage. The body protecting chi will continuously strengthen the skin membrane, fill the gaps in the internal organs, and eventually fuse the inside and outside into one body, forming an indestructible body. This is almost a transformation from human to god. So in history, only Bodhidharma was the only one who actually practiced the golden bell to the point of perfecting the Vajra indestructible body. Seal used external force to break the limits of his muscles, bones, skin and flesh. At the same time, his new mind power also produced a certain chemical reaction with the body protecting chi converted from his life force, almost instinctively filling the gaps between the skin and the internal organs. Next, he only needed to continue accumulation. It is only a matter of time before the golden bell is completed. But it's not enough. Although Owen has never seen the legend, according to Maya and Emil's description, the legend has exceeded the limits of ordinary things and truly entered the extraordinary realm. Even the level of life has begun to evolve. The golden bell is not enough. Fortunately, Owen did not lack methods of strengthening, considering that methods such as Qin Gong and the release of Qi were not suitable for the world, and were far inferior to Hung Lien external Kung Fu, which mainly strengthened the physical body. He focused on other aspects, such as breathing methods, compared with the martial arts of dual cultivation of life and life. The breathing method from the Japanese Demon Slayer squad is simpler and more crude. It completely forces people to explode their potential and burn their lives. But I have to say that the power is indeed great. If you kill an inhuman with a mortal body, even if you pay a huge price, you cannot deny the value of the breathing method. Seal does not lack strength, and her endurance is off the charts. What she lacks is the decisive burst. This is the foundation for a legendary warrior to stand up. Otherwise, how can a legendary warrior who can only kill one sword be compared with a legal legend who can destroy a town with a legendary spell? It's not because the legendary warrior can exchange the ultimate with the legendary mage as long as there is a chance. While Seal was adapting to the sudden increase in power, Owen was accumulating progress points while considering his own strengthening issues. If he didn't strengthen before, it was because he was afraid of contaminating his pure bloodline and affecting his ability to strengthen in the future. But now, he doesn't have so many worries, because he is not a pure human being, and all worries are just his own passion. Owen was not sure whether Hela was his biological mother. If so, he had inhuman blood, and if it were strengthened, there would be no issue of contamination. If not, it doesn't matter, because the Hydra family also has inhuman blood. Maya learned this from Hela, because she originally chose to marry into the Hydra family because of the blood of the Hydra family. Owen didn't believe it at first, but after Maya's explanation, he believed it, because almost all the great nobles of the Empire have inhuman blood. Otherwise, how to get ahead in the chaotic era would not have depended on the inhuman part. It happened that Hydra, I was born in a branch line of a certain great noble. Although the bloodline could no longer be revealed, it did not mean that it did not exist. Therefore, all of Owen's scruples were so ridiculous. Owen, who was thinking about it, had already begun to prepare to strengthen himself, because he still needed to accumulate progress points to fill in the last piece of the puzzle for Seal. He used the T-virus, which was like snake oil. Chapter 142, The Legendary Shire. After being fused with the T-virus, Owen began to regret his original choice. In order to pursue perfection, I was worried about this, worry about that, and just worried about loneliness. If he had known that strengthening would be so good, Owen would have used it for himself. The activated cells made Owen feel like he had injected a whole bucket of Red Bull. He was so high that his whole body was so high that his waist, which was originally a little sore, was now as full of energy as if the oil filter element had been replaced. He could pee 3 feet against the wind. It's never felt better, especially mentally. The puppet master relies on mental power to make a living. And the T-virus, in addition to enhancing vitality, its biggest function is to activate telekinesis. After the two are combined, Owen feels that not only is a skylight open on his head, but a high-power radar is also installed. That makes me feel full of energy, and I can't help but open the attribute bar that I haven't looked at for a long time. Name, Owen. Age, 20. Occupation: Intermediate Puppet Master / Junior Wizard / Junior on Myoji. Magic value: 400/400. Command 28. Force 20. Intelligence 40. Politics 30. Charisma 35. Specialty: Mysticism. After using it, it seems to open up a new perspective. The mysterious side of the world is constantly revealed, increasing magic power and gaining special resistance. Skills: Telekinesis. Mental Power Scanning. Mental Power Meditation. Devil Aura. Monster Summoning. Hogwarts 4th grade spell. On Myoji, attack and defense sensitivity heals the seal. Shikigami Transformation. Shikigami Summoning. Equipment: Saint Ares Power Armor. Thunder Power Hammer. Consciousness Remote Delivery Glasses. Mount: Heavy Magic Sheep. Pets: Cat / Growth Period. Shikigami, Queen Slime. Minotaur. Great Witch Emil. Demon Centaur Bella. Puppet: a puppet wearing a top hat, a tuxedo, triangular eyes, and a mouth full of fangs. He can use puppet silk threads to operate the puppet, and his own combat effectiveness is average. Ninja: light metal frame, special fiber muscles, composite outer armor, special long knife. Intelligent core equipped with ninja template, high speed and flexible puppet. The numerical value of attributes has not changed much, but Owen knows that his overall strength has improved by more than a little bit. It cannot be summarized by 3 junior and intermediate professions, and the numerical value that cannot even reach the passing line. Especially telekinesis and mental power scanning. The appearance gave him a qualitative improvement. Mental scanning allows Owen to passively perceive the surrounding environment and hostility. If he takes the initiative, he can even include the entire castle. Although the smaller the range, the more sensitive and detailed the perception. This still makes him the most difficult person to be attacked by surprise. The power of telekinesis is not very powerful now. At most, it can be converted into impact force to knock people away, breaking a few ribs by the way. But it's only for ordinary people, and it doesn't mean anything to tin cans like the Teutonic warriors. However, the emergence of these two abilities makes it difficult for Irving to be attacked by sneak attacks. At the same time, he also has the ability to counterattack in critical moments, which greatly enhances his survivability. This is the most important point, because Owen's definition of himself has never been a warrior who sees blood, nor is he a mage who moves turrets, but a survivor, as long as he is not beaten to death at once. Owen, who has 4 Shikigami and 2 puppets, can always find opportunities to fight back and escape. As long as he can survive, he has unlimited possibilities. At the same time, these 2 skills also give Owen the ability to make and control more sophisticated puppets, as well as learn more advanced magic. It can be said that just one enhancement of the T-Virus gave Owen the combat power and potential that is legendary. Reinforcement is really fascinating. Although he said this, Owen did not indulge in continuing to strengthen himself, because he knew very well that with the current upper limit of progress value, there were only so many things that could be exchanged. Although he could piece together a legendary level of strength come out. But it's not necessary. Although Owen has passed the threshold of strengthening himself, he does not plan to turn himself into a suture monster. He will still use low-level materials to piece it together. Therefore, unless there is an enhancement that is attracted to him, he does not plan to undergo a second enhancement in the short term. This is enough. When Seal completes the last piece of the puzzle, he will have a legendary warrior in his hands. With the ability to protect himself, he will be able to deal with many troubles. At least, he will not have to worry about his mother, who does not know the truth, or falsehood suddenly turning her back. When accumulating progress points, Owen did not go to find women, but modified puppets and equipment. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, the Holy Ares Power Armor is one of Owen's trump cards. Even a legend cannot kill him easily after equipping it. Combined with the Thunder Shock Power Hammer, the remote projection of consciousness to control the puppet, and the 4 major Shikigami, it is not as weak as imagined. Even if it is a legend, it will suffer a big loss if it is caught unexpectedly. It's just that Irving never takes risks. So most of these are gathering dust and never being used. Just because it is not used does not mean that it does not need to be maintained or strengthened. Owen, who values his own life very much, has never given up on upgrading equipment, even if these equipment have not experienced even a single battle. As the highest masterpiece in the armor system today, the Saint Ares Power Armor has always been a headache for Owen, especially after it was integrated with the Holy Object. This thing has exceeded his understanding. The magic equipment,
Puppet structure and sacred energy are simply three things. It is divided into 3 parts science, 3 parts metaphysics, and 3 parts theology plus 1 part incomprehension. If you use your scientific mind to understand, this thing will teach you magic. And after you use magic, it will also play theology with you, making it impossible for Owen to start. But after putting it on again, Owen had a deeper understanding. The whole set of armor seemed to have become a part of his body. Although it was impossible to feel it, he could feel it when a petal fell on the armor. This thing was indeed not a simple armor. A few modifications have been made to the Thunder Shock Hammer and the Conscious Remote Delivery Glasses. The 2 puppets, the top hat, and the Ninja Killer have been almost redesigned. The accumulation of progress values has finally been completed. When the template exchanged by Owen for 30 progress points was integrated into Seal's body, he was completely relieved. Name Seal. Age, 23. Occupation, Legendary Warrior. Strength 95. Constitution 92. Agility 80. Combat Skill 85. Charisma 70. Specialties, Absolute Loyalty, Heroism, and Ancient Evil. Skills, Golden Bell Cover, Ghost Breathing Technique, Fatal Throw, Dual Wielding Crazy Fight. Equipment, Ghost Blade Halberds, Bullhead Heavy Armor. Mount, Heavy Bull. This is the legendary warrior that Owen spent a lot of time and energy to create. And the final fusion is the template of the ancient evil Lightianway, a fierce general known for his loyalty throughout the ages. Therefore, Seal's original heart of serving became absolute loyalty, a word that puts people at ease at first glance. As for the changes in attributes, it is obviously because Seal specializes in fighting, so there are changes. In addition, Owen guessed that 90 is the threshold for entering the legend, so Seal obviously still lacks something, and only the strength and physique can reach the legend. But it's not a big problem. The Golden Bell allows Seal to have more fault tolerance. The unique Ghost's Breath makes her attacks full of explosive power. The Fatal Throw is a killer at critical moments. The dual-wielding Frenzied Battle gives her superiority, the capital to fight for the next level. Overall, Seal's enhancements are perfect. A deadly chess piece carefully crafted by Owen. Chapter 143: The Development of the Territory. Wearing a black and heavy bull-headed armor, carrying 2 halberds like a giant crescent axe. No matter where he stood, the cool aura was released like a ghost, making people's livers and legs tremble when they saw him. Even Owen's first glance, I shuddered when I saw it, due to the reactivation of muscles, bones, skin and flesh, coupled with the practice of Golden Bell. Seal's originally overexpanded muscles have calmed down, and his height has returned to 1.9 meters, and he has returned to the appearance of a long, straight black beauty. This is from the perspective of charm. It can be seen that not only has she restored her original appearance, but she has also improved a lot. This suddenly gave Owen some ideas. After all, his physique has improved a lot. In theory, the speed of blood flow can convert it to equivalent hardness. But now it's gone. From the Devil's Terminator to the Evil Ghost. It's even scarier. Okay. In order to appease the frightened little heart, Owen gave a brief explanation and ran to find Dell. Compared with Maya, who sometimes treats him as a recreational tool during the office, Dale, a soft and plump lady who is proficient in transformation and can satisfy your various fantasies, can soothe Owen's injured heart better. After half a pot of tea, Owen, who was still filling the soup with his hands, was a little doubtful about life. His body became stronger and his waist became more powerful. But he never expected that the T-virus would actually transform his nervous system, which makes his thinking more agile, his reaction faster, and his sensitivity more sensitive. It's terrible. Owen took a sip of the tonic soup that was still a little hot, secretly wondering when he would be able to turn over and conquer the 2 epic peaks of Emile and Bella. Although there was everything in the dream, Owen did not go to find balance in the dream. Instead, he went to the center of the town. After all, he could not do anything serious all day long. During this time, Owen was obsessed with building his own legendary warrior. But the development of the territory did not stop because of Maya. As the reputation spreads wider and wider, the territory welcomes more outsiders. The adventurers were diverted to Greenshade Town to imprison these greatest unstable factors. Businessmen, gold diggers, and pioneers chose to stay in Akita Town because they saw opportunities here. More and more shops are appearing on the streets. This is local investment by businessmen who see business opportunities. After all, the Highway Chamber of Commerce is not the only smart person. The restless gold diggers go out in groups to look for the wealth left in the northern wilderness, such as gold, gems or other things. They will eventually gain something. But this windfall will soon be lost in the tavern. Hotels are still the only place where outsiders can live. But businessmen are allowed to open taverns. There is not only alcohol, but gambling and women are the most effective ways to consume the wealth of those lucky people. The territory will not interfere with these matters, as long as they pay taxes on time and do not violate the laws of the territory. Outsiders can also enjoy many benefits of the territory, such as a safe environment and comfortable bathhouses. Ambitious pioneers regard this place as a place to set sail for their dreams, because in the territory they can purchase relatively cheap food, tools, and even weapons. In addition to the population, here is everything the pioneers need. Most importantly, it was close enough that there was no need to buy from distant imperial borders. So it didn't take long for many pioneering farms to appear near Akita town. But some of them chose to stay within the Hydra territory, and some chose to stay away. The former need to pay taxes to the territory and perform labor service, but can obtain the protection of the territory. Powerful patrol cavalry is not found in every territory. The sense of security it brings will prevent taxpayers from complaining too much. Not to mention that it is so close to Akita town. Whether it is daily life, buying supplies, or selling crops, it is very convenient. Those who are ambitious will not do this. They will choose a place a day or two away from Akita town as their development point. Although it will be troublesome to purchase supplies, they will have a sense of security and independence. Of course, they also know very well that this feeling is completely false. It only takes one cavalry squad, and their territory and their ambitions will all be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, neither Owen nor Maya have any interest in these people, and let them develop. After all, they can only eat the grass in front of their house whenever they want, because of the assimilation ability of the town center. The outsiders who settled here quickly relaxed their vigilance. Then, after gaining a little more recognition, they began to transform into real territorial residents one after another. Owen found that the territory now had 100 or 200 more people. The population was steadily increasing, and the ratio of civilians to citizens was not low, which made him very happy. In fact, this is not surprising, except for the serfs who were sold. Most of the merchants and pioneers who came to the north had certain abilities and talents. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come here alive. Therefore, it is normal to be evaluated as civilians and citizens. Taking note of this, after giving the serfs the status of farmers, Irving asked Maya to go again and give the status of civilians and citizens in the territory. Especially the latter is the most attractive, because although citizens do not have a title, they have the qualifications to be officials, such as tax envoys and clerks. Even if you are just a basic manager, it is still a leap in status. Not many people can resist this temptation. Even many pioneers who choose to work outside the territory choose to move here with their families. Another benefit is that outsiders' recognition of the territory has greatly increased, which makes the territory's silent assimilation smoother, and the population of the territory has grown again. Irving, who was very satisfied with this, once again appointed a group of basic managers and grassroots officers to help Maya and Howard, strengthening the basic rule of the territory. The sand table Owen made casually was used by Maya and Howard to perfect it. When he saw it again, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the territory. With Akita town as the center, the pioneer farms scattered around do not appear chaotic. On the contrary, the layout is very particular. Even Owen can see that as the population increases, these will become villages in the future. The plan on the side also plans to build more roads to revitalize the entire territory, and even have a main road connecting Marat town. Although according to standards, the roads built are not expensive stone roads, and the resources and manpower consumed are still not a small amount. The benefits are equally obvious. As long as the road construction is completed and the territories are connected, the tentacles extending from the empire's border to the north will not be able to escape the constraints of the territories unless they are willing to spend more energy and time on the road. With the speed of development of the territory, these plans came naturally. With Maya in control of the overall situation, Owen turned his attention to other aspects, such as the Black Hand who agreed to cooperate and the Adventurers Guild who came proactively. Chapter 144 Cooperation with the Black Hand. Owen didn't kill Harvey because he knew it would be useless. As long as Black Hand doesn't give up and kills Harvey, there will still be happy. With Black Hands covering half of the Empire's sphere of influence. Simple killing cannot solve the problem. Only cooperation can last long. And both parties have a tacit understanding of this. Irving was afraid of trouble, and Black Hand didn't want to miss out on a good partner. So both parties were very sincere. The little finger, one of the 5 fingers on the left hand, even went to Akita town in person. It stands to reason that with Black Hand's size, even if it is only the last little finger of the left hand responsible for intelligence, his status is still not low. It's a pity that the Black Hand is the Black Hand, and it will never be seen in the light. In the eyes of any noble, the Black Hand is just some dirty rats who throw away the knives after use. They have no identity. It was because of his serious lack of status in the eyes of the nobles, and the current reputation of Akita town in the north, that Little Thumb decided to come in person to prevent any changes in this cooperation. After all, in his plan, the intelligence network of the north was a priority as a little finger. He couldn't miss this opportunity.
Lord Little Thumb, this is Akita town.
Harvey, who was responsible for leading the way, said respectfully. Harvey's appearance didn't change much, but there was a hint of nervousness and urgency in his expression, as well as unconcealed fatigue. It was obvious that he had endured a lot of pressure along the way. This is not surprising, because the last failure and the exposure of his identity made his life difficult. If he hadn't been the middleman for this cooperation, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, Harvey was still under tremendous psychological pressure, especially Little Thumb, who came with him all the way. As the little finger of the black left hand, his appearance is not outstanding. He is just a short young man with an average appearance. He looks surprisingly ordinary. It is not surprising at all to be thrown into the barn to do farm work. On the contrary, it feels like he is where he should be. There was no way. The left hand was responsible for intelligence, and as the little finger, he had to be ordinary and not attract the slightest attention from others. But this did not affect his rights, and Harvey looked groveling. Little Thumb didn't pay too much attention to Harvey, but focused on the town of Akita in front of him. Only then did he realize that he had made a very correct decision. The rich territory, hard-working citizens, prosperous commerce, and elite soldiers made Little Thumb immediately realize that the potential of Akita town is definitely greater than he imagined. Even because of its geographical location, its importance will become even greater in the future. It will surpass Farrier town.
Maybe you did something good,
Little Thumb said to Harvey thoughtfully. If it weren't for Harvey's failure and identity exposure, he might not have focused on such a northern location for a long time, which would have caused him to miss the best opportunity. Sensing something from Lord Little Thumb's tone, Harvey secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then personally led the way and checked into the only hotel in the territory. Without rushing to make any move, Little Thumb stayed quietly in the hotel, spent 2 days repeatedly reading the information about Akita town, and then took Harvey to the castle to meet him. The castle without walls surprised Little Thumb, but when he saw the groups of soldiers and the mighty Teutonic warriors, he understood that the walls were unnecessary. But what shocked him the most was the guard beside Owen, of the Shire. Although the left hand is mainly responsible for intelligence and smuggling, this does not mean that they do not know the skills of assassins, especially the little finger, which is one of the 5 fingers. He is not only a clever thief, but also a very good assassin. So he can clearly feeling his body shaking unconsciously. He immediately understood what kind of existence he was facing. It's not that Black Hand doesn't have legendary strongmen. It's because of the terrifying legendary assassins, who can match any legendary limit, that Black Hand's power spreads across half of the empire. It's a pity that although Little Thumb's status is high, he is not known for his strength. Therefore, although he knows that the other party is a legend, there is nothing he can do because only a legend can deal with a legend. And he is not. Feeling the lock of the legend and the lurking dead soldiers around him, although Little Thumb was not worried about his life safety, he knew that he had already lost the upper hand before discussing cooperation. The advantage of showing strength is that Little Thumb immediately corrected his attitude. He did not dare to show his attitude towards the nobles in the remote countryside, but faced the air of an established noble. Yes, the air of an established aristocracy. This is exactly what the little finger thinks of Owen. Before, he thought that the other party was just a puppet chosen by a certain big noble. But now, he doesn't think so. The legendary warrior's loyalty to Owen can almost be felt with his soul. A puppet does not receive such treatment, even if he is really a puppet. When he gains the loyalty of a legendary warrior, he will gain more attention until he loses this trump card.
Let me introduce you again. I am the little finger of my left hand, responsible for the intelligence of the north.
After obtaining the identity of the little finger, his original name and past were erased, so he introduced it like this.
Hydra 3, Viscount Owen. Mr. Little Thumb. Please take a seat.
Owen nodded lightly, and then extended his hand to invite the other party to sit down. The house elf quickly presented the carefully prepared food, and his little finger was full of praise. He didn't know whether it was for the food or the rare magical creature. The food is just a decoration. When Maya arrives, the real talks have just begun, and Owen is more like a witness. The Black Hand wanted to establish an intelligence center in the territory, and Maya did not refuse, because while exposing the territory's intelligence, the territory would also gain a stable source of intelligence. As for the risk of their own information being betrayed, neither Owen nor Maya care much about it. First of all, the weak are not qualified to obtain information about the territory. Although the Black Hand is not 100% loyal to the collaborator, and does not even mind betraying the other party, the problem is that more money must be added, because this will damage the Black Hand's reputation. So reputation damage fees must be paid, and if someone can force the Black Hand to compromise and pay enough, even if such a being does not go through the Black Hand, there will be other ways to obtain information about the territory. It is just a matter of time. So the so-called risk only depends on whether the benefits offered by the Black Hand in exchange are sufficient. If there are enough benefits, even if they are betrayed, Owen and Maya will choose to turn a blind eye. The conversation between the two parties was not as intense as Owen imagined. First of all, Maya was not dealing with the Black Hand for the first time. Secondly, Little Thumb also had information about the maid and knew the origin of the other party. There is a trap between words because it means nothing. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox, and playing tricks is simply a waste of time for both parties, especially when strength does not have an advantage. Honesty is more suitable for the current situation of both parties. Chapter 145 Breakthrough Progress Value Upper Limit. Soon a simple but fair contract was completed through negotiation between the two parties, and was signed under the witness of Irving. Maya was responsible for signing the contract, and her little finger also pressed her fingerprint. From then on, the contract was concluded. Once both parties violated it, they would pay a huge price. Little Thumb did not ask Irving to sign the contract because this was unrealistic, unless he was desperate or too weak. No noble would sign this contract out of his mind. The size of Akita town is nothing compared to the Empire. The problem is that the other party has a legendary strongman who is loyal to him, and his background is unfathomable. Little Thumb is very self-aware of this, so he has no objection to Maya signing on his behalf. Then Little Thumb asked to leave the only hotel in the territory, and Owen gave it. The only hotel that allows outsiders to stay is not important. What is important is that it can help the territory manage outsiders and prevent them from messing around. The reason why it is not important is because many methods cannot be prevented by soldiers and hotel staff alone. Of course, a ninja can do this job, but it's not necessary, because Black Hand is the most professional in this area. Of course, the hotel was not given away for free. After all, even if the land was not included, the building alone was worth a lot of money, not to mention the many furnishings and drinks inside. So the little finger took out the commonly used reward for Black Hands: information. Compared with the imperfect Northland Witch Intelligence Network, the Black Hand is much more professional and has penetrated the Empire's borders to a very high degree. Therefore, although it only provided ordinary intelligence, it gave Owen a considerable understanding of the overall situation on the Empire's borders. Learn.
The Black Hand is indeed well-deserved. This information is really professional.
Owen touched his chin and looked at the thick pile of information being flipped in Maya's hands. He did not feel that he was at a disadvantage in this transaction.
Master, do you need to prevent the Black Hand's forces from entering Green Shade Town?
After comparing it with the intelligence she had and found no problems, Maya put down the intelligence in her hand and said to Owen, Maya has little control over Greenshade Town, where Goblin General and Emil are mainly responsible. But she knows the special nature of Greenshade Town, so she asks this question.
There is no need to specifically stop them, as long as they don't cause trouble. Let them go.
Considering the Black Hand's professionalism in infiltration and intelligence, there is no point in taking precautions. On the contrary, it is easy to attract excessive attention from the other party. So Owen said indifferently,
I understand, Master.
Maya nodded. But this does not mean that she will allow anyone to enter Greenshade Town, except for adventurers and non-humans. If Black Hand wants to reach in, he must pay a sufficient price. Owen didn't know what Maya was thinking, but he really didn't care much, because whether it was Akita Town or Greenshade Town, as long as it was exposed, the value of existence was only to attract other people's attention. It was just so arrogant. As long as the progress value continues to be restored. Any construction is a repetitive, monotonous behavior for Owen, and has little meaning. Owen's purpose is not to be a powerful lord, nor to rule a country, but to wait. To wait for the progress value to exceed the upper limit. To wait for the day when he becomes extremely powerful. For this reason, he doesn't care about the loss of 1 or 2 territories. Even if everything he currently owns is destroyed. It will just be a do-over for Owen. Building a territory really doesn't make much sense other than maintaining a high level of life, passing the time, and making yourself less lonely. In fact, if Owen hadn't discovered that the breakthrough of the progress value limit was somehow related to the development of the territory, he could have lived in seclusion. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about food and drink expenses, so he didn't value the territory as much as Maya thought. Next, Owen will restart the dungeon project, build a new base, and even set his sights further afield. The Empire was not his first choice. Judging from the information provided by Maya, Emil, and Black Hand, the Empire was too deep for him to control. Even if he created a legendary warrior like Seal, forces with legends only have the qualifications to enter a certain circle. They are still newcomers in this circle, because any force with a few trump cards has the ability to kill legends. This is the basis for their long-term foothold. A mere legendary warrior can only make Owen get a little attention, and forget about anything else. Unless he can be productive, which unfortunately he cannot do yet. While Irving prepares the next phase of his plan, Little Thumb has taken over the hotel. As one of the 5 fingers, the little finger will certainly not bring Harvey alone. In fact, as early as a month ago, there were people entering Akita town one after another. This time, they brought a lot of people, so they quickly took control. Hostile. Little Thumb did not replace the hotel staff. Firstly, he could see that these hotel staff were ordinary people, and had not received any training. Secondly, it would be too wasteful for all the people he brought to do chores, and it would easily cause trouble for others. Suspicion. So except for the placement of a few people, most of them remained as they were. The hotel was considered to be used as an intelligence point before it was built. So in addition to the cellar, there are more underground spaces, all of which are open to Little Fingers without any concealment. Little Thumb did not avoid using these places. On the contrary, he set up the intelligence center in the underground space of the hotel.
Lord Little Thumb, shall we establish another stronghold?
Because of his meritorious service and familiarity with the situation in the north, Harvey has changed from a criminal to an elite under Little Thumb. At this time, he suggested with a loyal look, after all, this is not a stronghold established by the Black Hand himself, but given by others, so there is not enough sense of security.
It's not necessary.
Little Thumb was personally classifying the intelligence collected by his men, and rejected Harvey's proposal without even thinking about it. The reason is simple. He knows that the other party dislikes him. Although they had only met once, and the main target of the discussion was not the other party, Little Thumb was still keenly aware of how arrogant the Hydra 3 was in his heart, in the eyes of the other party. Not to mention a Black Hand stronghold. Even the entire Akita town. The other party didn't really take it to heart. This is simply incomprehensible, let alone where the other party's confidence comes from. But Little Thumb does not think that his feelings are wrong. He is a monster who looks gentle, but is extremely arrogant in his heart. Putting the sorted information on the shelf aside, his little finger took out a mark from his pocket. This is a mark made of a fist with only the little finger extended. Harvey was stunned for a moment. Then he made a fist with his left hand, extended his little finger, with the center of the fist facing his heart, and then stood aside with a serious expression. The little finger did not hesitate. After standing up, he pressed the mark on the wall nearby. In a blink of an eye, the complex magic pattern spread out with the mark as the core, covering the entire wall, and penetrated towards the wall. When the magic pattern is completely integrated into it, only an inconspicuous palm mark is left on the wall. This is a special mark that only the 5 fingers have. And it also means that the little finger regards this place as its own information center. Although the information center is not irreplaceable, its meaning is still different. This shows how much Little Thumb attaches importance to this place. Almost at the same time, Owen's system, that had not been touched for a long time, suddenly became stronger, as if he had taken the little blue pill. It suddenly exceeded the original upper limit. The progress value could reach up to 40. And most of the game, that could not be fully opened, was also unfolded. Chapter 146 Priests and Religion. Irving, who was diving, was almost knocked to his waist by the system's breakthrough. He could still hold on, But he kicked the accelerator too hard, and the pedal lubricant spurted out, and he skidded directly into the drainage ditch, ending the race. Owen, who had a strange expression on his face, put on his nightgown and hurried to the secret room of the dungeon with the wolfberry water in his arms. He planned to sleep alone tonight, but before that, he had to study the system that he had broken through inexplicably. What happened in the middle of the night to cause the system to suddenly upgrade? Owen was confused and couldn't figure it out at all. He even called the ninja to ask, but the result was that the territory was safe and there was no movement. After asking around, no clues were found, which made Owen very helpless, because he could not figure out the reason for the system upgrade. This was also the reason why he did not abandon the territory and live in seclusion, because Owen always felt that the system upgrade was related to the development of the territory. Regarding the problem, he still couldn't figure out which aspect caused the system breakthrough. But this did not delay him to take a look at the rewards given by the system upgrade, as well as the changes in the system. Starting from 10 progress points, the system will give a reward for each breakthrough. When you break through to 20 points, you will be rewarded with Ninja 10, Templar Profession, Iron Shirt Skill, and Blacksmith Shop Building. When you break through to 30 points, you will be rewarded with Teutonic Warrior 10, Lord Template, Mystery, and Town Center. And this time, for breaking through to 40 points, the reward is Priest 10, Alchemist Profession, Air Magic, and Spirit Workshop. Pastor? After seeing the first reward, Owen was stunned for a moment, then became more energetic. Although monks in the Age of Empires have some mysterious powers, can brainwash people into surrender, and can treat injuries and illnesses, these abilities are limited. Most of the time, monks are more like scholars. In the past, because the territory was not large, scholars were of little use, so Owen never exchanged them for monks. But the priests rewarded by the system were different. Priests from the Invincible Heroes have firm beliefs and strong bodies. They have a Bible in one hand and a war hammer in the other. They are true ascetics. Even in the Invincible Heroes world where legends are not as good as dogs and demigods, they are still 5th level soldiers that can serve as the backbone. Priests can attack from a distance, fight in close combat, resist, and heal. Except for their speed, they are simply the ideal hexagonal warrior. Therefore, Owen couldn't wait to summon 10 priests. And he was not disappointed. Each priest is a strong man with a height of 2 meters, a broad waist, a round waist and thick arms. In one hand, he holds a Bible with copper and iron horns that can be used as a shield. And in the other hand, he holds a war hammer as thick as a bowl. With this attitude, when they calmly reason with you, it is estimated that few people would dare to be unreasonable. Otherwise, it is no joke that knowledge can change your destiny. Taking pictures of such a big Bible is purely a physical salvation, and you can directly enter the next reincarnation. In addition, what surprised Owen was that it was he who these pastors believed in. Owen could clearly feel the fanatical loyalty similar to that of Seal from the 10 priests. No, it should be said to be faith. Extremely pure faith. If it weren't for the lack of certain conditions, Irving even felt that he could have some influence or response to this. What's interesting is that although the object of their faith is him, these priests have strange control over the power of the holy light. This makes Owen puzzled. After all, he doesn't feel that he has anything to do with the holy light. Even if he releases his yellow laziness, he could understand light waves. But what about such pure holy light? However, this does not prevent the priest from becoming the strongest unit in Owen's hands. The overall value is still higher than that of the Teutonic warriors. After all, the priest can not only fight and resist, but also heal and spread faith. The latter 2 points alone are enough to attract Owen's attention. As the territory develops, in addition to some random things coming in, faith is also an issue that needs to be considered. The Empire does not have a state religion. This is a lesson learned after paying a painful price. Therefore, it is very liberal about beliefs, as long as it is not biased toward evil, or even as long as the local lord does not explicitly prohibit it. Preaching is very free. This is very clever. After all, if the number of sects increases, they will have to fight among themselves. But they still have to worry about affecting the rule of those in power. If Owen did not want to introduce foreign religions, he would have to have his own. Owen learned something about this situation from Maya, because this is also necessary knowledge for a lord. Religions in this world are divided into 3 categories, namely the ideal sect, the sacred object sect, and the spiritual sect. The idealists are the simplest. If they believe in a certain idea, such as serving the church, They believe in the way of service. There is no specific god. After all, it is impossible for a god to be dedicated wholeheartedly. The religious object sect is also very simple. Believing in a certain object. It doesn't matter what the item is. It can be an artifact, an ancient relic, or even a drunkard tripped over a horseshoe, then carried the horseshoe to the tavern, drank a few glasses of wine, and won a few cards. A bunch of drunkards, the lucky horseshoe church was established. In fact, the true church needs the response and protection of the gods. Only in this way can it be called the true church. Such is the noble goddess of aristocratic belief. Owen had no intention of attracting the gods' attention to his territory, so he had to fill this gap with a new religion, leaving the other party with no way to go. Because of the system, Owen is not worried about the faith of the territorial residents. The key is that it is not enough to have a mass base. Without a backbone, no matter how many people there are, it is just a mess. And it is easy for outside missionaries to notice something is wrong. Now that we have a pastor, we have the necessary backbone. Owen was no longer sleepy at this time. He told these priests about the situation in the territory and his purpose. As expected, they are professionals. From preaching at the grassroots level to organizing at the middle level, these pastors are all very familiar with it. They even planned to write a new Bible with Owen as the theme. Even though Owen's face had grown a lot thicker, he still blushed a little when he heard these words. He quickly said a few words of humility, and then stated a few of his requests. Despite suppressing the idea of writing a dark Bible, Owen's 3 views were still very positive and received a burst of pious praise from the pastor. Well, he is just so upright. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. Owen himself believes it anyway. Although religion lacks the high-level part, it is enough for the current situation. And the grassroots part can be made up for by monks. Monks are a special class of soldiers, each worth 15 progress points, the same as the Teutonic warriors. But compared to the Teutonic warriors who can fight and resist, monks who possess a small amount of mysterious power and are more like scholars do not meet Owen's needs. Simply put, they are not cost-effective. However, now that the upper limit of progress points has reached 40 points, the speed of recovery of progress points has increased again. Monks worth 15 points of progress points are no longer out of reach. Irving does not mind redeeming some if necessary. After all, compared to priests who cannot be redeemed at all now, monks who can be redeemed are undoubtedly a good choice. After having a mass base and grassroots backbone, it still lacks a majestic church and religious weapons with big enough fists. The former is the center that gathers faith, and the latter is the fist that keeps peers calm. Chapter 147, New Profession in Magic. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Irving poured another cup of coffee and went directly to the town center. After making some selections, he exchanged a drawing of the church from the game and asked Maya to arrange the people to start building it. It must be completed within this year. The main part of the church. This is not easy, but the problem becomes simple after Owen allows Maya to mobilize the witches. With the addition of magic, magical effects can be created. Then, there will be no problems if the monks with rich knowledge are exchanged. At least Maya doesn't think there will be any problems. After arranging all these things, Owen made another pot of coffee and stayed awake despite his strengthened body to focus on the next 3 rewards. Among the remaining 3 rewards, the alchemist profession, air magic, and the spirit workshop, the one that attracted Owen the most was the new profession alchemist. Although Owen already has 3 professions, he still attaches great importance to the alchemist profession, and even plans to make it his next main profession. Because this profession from the Invincible Heroes Academy camp has great potential. Thinking about the golems, Jinn and Titans in the Academy camp, Owen was trembling with excitement. It's hard to say for other arms. It's possible that the Titans will be fully legendary, or even above the legendary. Titan strength is only one aspect. The important thing is that Titan is a product of alchemy, which means that as long as the materials can keep up, it can be mass-produced. Not to mention the Sky City, which is unique to the Academy camp, and is a war fortress integrating offense and defense. When he holds a Titan regiment and controls the city in the sky, unless the god himself takes action, Owen can completely walk sideways. So how could he not pay attention to this profession? There's nothing to hesitate about. Just use it. The knowledge about alchemy that suddenly appeared in his mind was like the Arctic Ocean, which dampened Owen's expectations. Can't understand became the only 3 words in Owen's mind. This is not because he is being modest, but because he really doesn't understand. If alchemy is compared to science, then this subject includes materials, energy, machinery, biology, mathematics, architecture, space, intelligence, and other branches that Owen could not explain for a while. Owen's face turned as green as spinach on the spot. There was nothing he could do about it. He had a deep understanding of his own intelligence. This was despite the fact that his intelligence attributes had improved a lot. If his original intelligence attributes were still there, he would have already begun to give up. Even so, Owen's face was full of sadness. Unless the intelligence attribute reaches 60 or above, it will take decades just to get started. If you want to specialize, don't even dream if you don't have 80 points of intelligence. This is not a gap that can be bridged by hard work. Owen is just listening to the professor teach mathematics. But the blackboard is filled with only a few numbers, and the rest is filled with various symbols. Is this a problem that can be solved by just forcing it? If you tie him to the sky monkey, it's still a no-brainer. At this time, Owen already had a bad premonition. So he set his sights on the third reward. Air magic also comes from invincible heroes, and is one of the 4 major magic systems in the world. Compared with the playful Hogwarts magic, the magic of invincible heroes is completely geared toward war. It has huge lethality, and a terrifyingly high upper limit. It is not inferior to the magic system in this world at all. After looking at the results, I discovered that the difficulty of learning is equally disappointing. Unless you redeem it with progress points, you can only learn slowly. Owen simply looked directly at the final reward. It was also from the construction spirit workshop in the world of invincible heroes, which could recruit first-level spirits. Although I don't know why all the rewards in this system come from invincible heroes, I have to say that none of them are bad, even if they are just the first-level monsters. The goblin has a pair of bat ears and is short in stature. It looks like a close relative of the goblin, but in fact the two have nothing to do with each other. As a first-level unit, the combat effectiveness of spirits is not very good, so they rely on the firecrackers in their hands to bully civilians. But like monks, their value does not lie in combat effectiveness. Spirits are not a natural product. They were originally goblins in nature, a kind of magical creature. However, they were spotted by mages and captured for various transformations. After a series of transformations, the spirits have become smarter and tamer. They are especially sensitive in mechanics and alchemy, and can take on the work of assistants very well. The only pity is that the transformation destroyed their magic, leaving only shallow magic. Owen drank the coffee in one gulp and continued working, following the secret passage of the dungeon to the dungeon that had been sealed not long after it started. Owen suddenly felt emotional. Before, I felt that I was wasting resources and time by messing around with a hammer and a stick. But now it turned out to be a foresight that was not all used. In Owen's earlier setting, the dungeon was divided into 3 levels. The first level is the maze area, which is mainly composed of secret passages in the dungeon that extend in all directions. The effect is very good, and Owen even got lost more than once. The second floor is the production area. Its function is similar to the second floor of the ruins, except that it was sealed at the beginning. However, the space is not small enough to accommodate the spirit workshop. The third floor is the Demon King's Palace, which has not yet started construction. In order to prevent getting lost, Owen went directly to the second floor through the secret passage, and then revealed the spirit workshop in the open space. The spirit workshop is a ring-shaped stone building with a fairly large area. It is filled with primitive processing machinery and scattered parts. It looks inconspicuous, but the focus is not on the furnishings, but on the spirits that can be recruited. After checking it, I found that there is no need to spend progress points, which is good. As for 20 gold coins, you can only recruit 1 spirit. This is nothing to Owen, who has no place to spend the money. Unfortunately, he can only recruit every month. 20. But it's enough. Go get the treasure box, Owen said to the slime maid beside him, who would carry a large bag of gold coins with them when they have nothing to do. Even if they change the belt of their pants to an iron one, they still can't carry it. Fortunately, in order to enhance the atmosphere, Owen made a treasure chest in the maze on the first floor, which contained a lot of gold and silver jewelry for use. After a while, the slime maid who had swallowed a treasure box in her stomach came back staggeringly, and then vomited the treasure box in front of Owen. Such a scene actually made him feel a little uncomfortable. It seemed that he was on the road to perversion again. A big step forward, as a pile of gold coins disappeared. 20 spirits appeared in front of Owen. Although the monsters are ugly in appearance, I have to say that they are indeed capable of being clever and dexterous. It can be said that every monster is a master of craftsmanship.
The kind that can rub luxury watches by hand. If Owen doesn't use his mental power to cheat, he will have to be defeated. In a previous life, if Irving had such a group of employees, he would have made a fortune just selling watches. The most important thing is that as long as there are enough gold coins, the number of spirits will continue to increase, which means that there will be more and more high-level craftsmen in the territory in the future. With a steady stream of high-level craftsmen, the territory can enter a new era. I dare not think about complete modernization. The replacement of the firearm age and the steam age is still no problem. Chapter 148 Monsters and Guns. Study hard. The future of the territory depends on you. Owen smiled and looked at the spirits, who were learning Hogwarts spells and puppetry. As magical creatures similar to house elves. Although elves have lost their original elf magic due to transformation, they still retain some magic power. After all, as magical creatures, magic power is one of the origins of their lives and cannot be completely eliminated. The remaining magic power is not much, and it is difficult to cast the powerful magic of the hero's invincibility system. This is what the mage intended when he transformed them. But it is enough for them to learn some simple Hogwarts spells. Don't think about the lethality of these spells. It is not difficult to increase the work efficiency of the spirits. Just a suspension spell can reduce a lot of trouble. However, in comparison, puppetry has a greater effect on spirits. Puppetry does not require strong magic power, and even the intensity of mental power can be lowered, as long as the manipulation is meticulous enough. You are a qualified puppet master. So Owen almost did not hesitate to take out a full set of puppetry for the spirits to learn, without having to consider loyalty. Irving is not afraid of his subordinates being strong, but only afraid that they are not strong enough. In addition, Owen is not always giving. He also obtained some common knowledge of alchemy from the spirits. This is not surprising. Spirits are originally assistants to mages and alchemists, as well as defenders of the Sky City and golems. Although they do not have advanced knowledge of alchemy and magic, they have a very solid foundation in alchemy, which is suitable for an alchemy beginner like Owen. Scholar. As one of the major factions of invincible heroes, even the basic knowledge of the Academy faction still amazes Owen. From just a scratch, he can see that the system is far superior to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, due to limited energy, Owen did not cover too much and only focused on the golems and alchemical equipment that the spirits are best at. Because he likes to make puppets, the first thing Owen paid attention to was the golem. After comparison, Owen found that compared to the puppet with a sophisticated structure, the golem was a bit like flying bricks with great force. Because the gargoyle was just a piece of stone, and the golem was just like a lump of iron. But after careful study, Owen discovered some of the secrets. In fact, if he hadn't studied the Hogwarts spell system, he might not be able to tell because it was too high-end. Virtual soul, material activation, and magic circulation. This is the real core of the golem. It's a pity that Owen can't understand it at all, and the spirit can only cultivate, and also has a little understanding of these profound principles. In this case, it is not inefficient to rush to learn. If you learn wrongly, you will die. Fortunately, some of Hogwarts systems can be regarded as low-end versions in this regard, such as those moving and talking portraits and wizard chess. If he can understand this part of the knowledge, he will be able to get started on the golem. For the next period of time, Owen stayed with the spirits and gained a deeper understanding of them. Elves are very smart and have strong learning ability, but they lack creativity, or their creativity is limited. This is not surprising. Mages and alchemists need to be assistants, rather than overthrowing their own hidden dangers. It is normal to have restrictions. Just like the house elves at Hogwarts, they are not strictly restricted. Therefore, it is no problem to make the monsters according to the drawings or optimize them. But it is difficult to make them innovate. Owen scratched his head, a little helpless. It seemed that he could only let him, who was not very smart, be the scientific guide for the territory. The first work of the spirit workshop is a musket, because the spirit's weapon is a firecracker shaped like a handbell, so it only needs to be lengthened. This is not difficult for the spirit, and even requires simple modification. Machines specialized in the production of muskets can be manufactured. But Irving was not very satisfied with the performance of muskets, even though muskets had ended the cold weapon era in the previous life. But after actual testing, it was discovered that the muskets that ended the cold weapon era did not rely on lethality and range, but because they were easier to popularize. It takes at least half a year to train an elite soldier who is proficient in cold weapons and protective gear. If a corps is formed, it will take even longer.
But it only takes an hour or two for a musketeer to learn to load and shoot, and to go to the battlefield if he knows how to line up. Of course, the musketeers trained in this way are basically cannon fodder. But the problem is that whether they are cannon fodder or bullets fired by elite musketeers, they are equally deadly. As for the hit rate issue, queuing to shoot is to make up for this shortcoming. It is because the musketeers are so easy to train that even if the knight's armor has become bulletproof, it still cannot change the fact that the cold weapon era has ended, because the price-performance ratio is too different, especially after the musket manufacturing process has been improved and the cost has been significantly reduced. But the world that Owen lives in is not that simple. There are not only fighting spirit and magic, but also many alien races. Guns and artillery alone are not enough. Take the knights as an example. When a vindictive charge breaks out when well equipped with armor, the musketeers are unable to stop them because they cannot hit the target with every shot, and the scattered lead bullets cannot stop the knight's charge. Rush into the formation, and all kinds of massacres will follow. After all, you can't expect a group of musketeers who were peasants to deal with heavily armored knights with bayonets stuck in the muzzles of their guns. The inhumanly strong Teutonic warriors could ignore musket fire and massacre with crushing force. Of course, although neither knights nor Teutonic warriors can withstand the lethality of artillery, the premise is that they can hit. The hit rate of artillery is random, unless you are facing arrayed enemies or immobile buildings. It is just that. And even Owen has more than one way to destroy an artillery position, such as a witch riding a broomstick. So let alone the Empire's mage. To put it simply, if Irving forms an army with pure firearms, it can only be used to bully the weak. Even if it faces an equal number of Northland barbarian warriors, victory cannot be guaranteed. With the physique of the Northern barbarians, even if they don't wear armor, they can withstand several rounds of lead bullets with their tenacious vitality. In a fanatical state, as long as their heads and hearts are not penetrated, they can rush into the formation before dying, walk several times the enemies. Not to mention the Imperial Frontier Army with military mages and large-scale fighting spirit knights. It is simply too easy to deal with a purely firearms army. Moreover, the structures of both muskets and artillery are very simple. With the level of mages and alchemists in this world, they can probably imitate better ones at a glance. As long as they are willing, it is no problem to develop the level of guns and artillery to World War I or even World War II in a short period of time. After all, they can even make puppets and enchanted equipment. Isn't it a joke to say that they can't make guns? Even if the cost is not considered, the Empire may not be able to build giant puppets like Gundam and the City in the Sky. It just depends on whether it is willing. After thinking calmly, Irving discovered that a purely firearms army was not as powerful as imagined, and was more suitable for siege and defense. In field battles, it was not as adaptable as an elite cold weapon army. Of course, these are just talks on paper. No one dares to say which one is better without actually fighting a few battles. So Owen finally decided to stock up on a batch of muskets and artillery, and then let the spirit focus on transforming the engineering puppets he designed before. Superior. Chapter 149 Professional Spirit. In order to build roads and demolish ruins, Owen made a batch of large mechanical puppets. It turned out that it was okay at first, but later I found out that it was much more troublesome. With constant use and wear, these mechanical puppets continued to suffer from major and minor defects. It was obvious that Owen's design had many flaws. In fact, it's normal. Many of these gadgets were pieced together by Owen from other things. As long as they can move, they don't consider the overall coordination issue at all. It's normal to have flaws. What's even more troublesome is that these defects cannot be solved by just patting the head. The overall balance needs to be taken into consideration and modified bit by bit until a certain balance is reached. Just like building a car, you don't just need a good engine. Otherwise, if you step on the accelerator, the engine will explode. For real industrial products, even how to tighten the screws is very particular. The thing Irving made doesn't even have a place to change the oil. Obviously Owen didn't have the patience to try it slowly. He didn't have the ability. And he didn't even want to be a repairman. He relied on the goblins to do it themselves. For this reason, many people were blown up. And there were not a few missing arms or legs. Summarizing some experience, I reluctantly let those mechanical puppets continue to move. Now that we have spirits, we can leave this aspect to them. Innovation is not good. Optimization and repair are the strengths of Jingui. Especially since Owen can provide a large number of drawings. And Jingui is very happy to take over these tasks. Professionals are indeed professionals, even if they have never touched these mechanical puppets.
The wrench-wielding spirit can still disassemble them in a very short time and draw quite detailed drawings. Next, the overall structure of the puppet has not changed much, but more efforts have been put into the details, and the overall look is much more coordinated. For example, the lines and oil pipes are arranged in a decent manner, which greatly enhances the power output of the mechanical puppet and reduces the all kinds of wear and tear. After performing a complete set of maintenance on these mechanical puppets, the spirits even plan to build a puppet factory to produce optimized mechanical puppets. For this purpose, Owen specially exchanged a synthesis furnace for them, and the spirits became even more motivated. Then Owen had an idea. Now that the territory has good strength, some things can be taken out. So he asked the spirits to produce a batch of steam machinery to enhance the productivity of the territory. After dealing with these things, Owen finally couldn't hold on any longer and slept for a whole day and night before waking up. Although he woke up, he didn't want to open his eyes. He lay lazily on the bed and didn't want to move. Maybe it was because he was sealed by Dale next to him, Owen thought. After all, the seal was so deep and heavy, as if it was sealed by two mountains. Although the pressure is soft, haven't you heard that softness can overcome strength? So it is normal to have difficulty breaking free. After lingering for an unknown amount of time, Owen finally struggled to get up. Dale got up first, poured the warm water by the fireplace into the basin, wiped Owen gently, and finally put on his nightgown. Owen, who doesn't plan to work today, is used to letting go of his nature. Anyway, except for the house elf and the slime maid, only his woman can enter and exit the castle. Well, is Seal considered his woman? Owen was a little confused, thinking about the momentum that Seal inadvertently released and the fused ancient evil template. He felt that he was not perverted enough to ignore these things. It seemed that his three views and bottom line were still there, which was really gratifying. Congratulations. With a little bit of relief, Owen came to the study and started playing with the figures. After obtaining the alchemist profession, although a lot of advanced knowledge made him dizzy, he gradually mastered some basics. After integrating the puppet surgery, he gained a lot of inspiration. These inspirations were not mature enough, so Owen did not start directly. Instead, he tried them on small figures, and the results were pretty good. Just when Owen was having fun, Maya came. Okay, it's time to get to work. Right. Owen put down his handicraft and said helplessly, like a man who was forced to work overtime. After half a pot of tea, Maya wiped the table and began to report on her work. Master, the Holy Light Cathedral project is going well and is expected to be completed before the autumn harvest. The preliminary version of the Bible has been placed on your desk. If there is no need to revise, you can enter the printing process. In addition, the newly established Knights Templar station, it has been completed and you can inspect it at any time. Maya reported everything during this period one by one, so that Owen would not be unaware of the current situation in the territory. Well, you can take care of this. The next focus is on the missionary issue of the Holy Light Cathedral. It must be planned in advance to prevent the messy religion from outside from spreading in. Owen, who was slumped in the chair, weakly ordered, and at the same time had a headache. He rubbed his brows. It was obvious that he was feeling stressed due to excessive use of his brain. The development of a territory is never that easy. In addition to agriculture, commerce, and the military, there are many things that need attention. For example, Owen chose to open Greenshade Town to accommodate restless adventurers and limit their destructive power. Allowing dangerous black hands to settle in is to block those chaotic dark forces. After all, it is better to introduce a big crocodile than to create a mess. The purpose of creating the Holy Light Cathedral was to target foreign religions and avoid attracting the attention of gods. Irving doesn't know what else he will need to face in the future, but he knows that there are still many difficulties that need to be faced. With a helpless sigh, Owen slumped down even more completely, not even bothering to cover it with his open nightgown. Anyway, Maya commented on him as cute, although it was not as delicate and compact as a chicken beater, but it still made him think it was a little more strengthened. He was unable to complain when he could stand up, but now he accepted his fate. Priests and monks were responsible for religious matters, and Owen wouldn't be able to intervene even if he wanted to. After all, it takes talent to fool people. Just reading the Bible with him as the protagonist made him blush, and he was really good at it. Production in the territory was also going well, although it was not a wise choice to mobilize a large number of manpower to build a cathedral when the autumn harvest was approaching. When those weird-looking machines appeared in the farmland,
Everyone was surprised to find that puppets could still be used in this way. According to the harvester drawings exchanged by Owen, the spirit monster completed the production after some magic modifications. The trial results were good. So soon more and more steam harvesters appeared in the golden wheat fields. These steam harvesters can also be used for farming after replacing parts. They are multi-purpose agricultural machinery, and are far more effective than human power. Many businessmen and pioneers were moved after seeing this. Unfortunately, after closer inspection, no one mentioned buying it. Forget it being an all-metal one. There is still some hope. But one look at the complexity of the structure makes it clear that this thing was definitely not hammered out by a blacksmith. After working on it for a long time, I realized that this thing was not a farm tool for civilians at all, but a toy for nobles. Although these people gave up, one person was even more excited. Chapter 150, The Heart-Pounding Master Brian. Brian has been in Akita town for a while, but he spent most of his time thinking and struggling. He didn't walk out of the room until his apprentice brought some news.
A mechanical puppet used to do farm work.
Brian thought Domi was exaggerating on purpose. After all, even a simple puppet made by practicing skills can be sold to a noble in the countryside for a good price. So who would use a puppet to do farm work? Whoever wanted to come over and take a look found that it was real. And judging from the details of the puppet, it was a quite mature work. He knew very well what it meant. And Brian was moved.
Visit the Lord here in my name immediately,
Brian said with some excitement. As the only apprentice, or the only apprentice still alive, Domi did not dare to hesitate at all in response to the teacher's instructions, and used the fastest speed to go to the town center to send a formal greeting. Because of the special nature of the visitor, Maya quickly received a letter of invitation. But she had only one comment.
Master Brian, another problem.
If wizards and warlocks are unstable factors, then mages represent a steady stream of trouble. As a profession for smart people, mages are not simply magic forts. In fact, warlocks are more suitable for this title in this regard. Mages are more like a group of scientists exploring mysterious fields. They are more willing to indulge in a certain field than to continuously increase the lethality of magic. The problem is that no matter which world you are in, research costs money. The more powerful the mage spends, the more money he spends. This makes it impossible for a mage to close the door and focus on research. And it is also impossible for a mage to immerse himself in farming and resource development. So how to deceive the wrongdoer and get money? It has become a required course for them. In previous lives, investing money in research was subject to contractual constraints, and researchers did not dare to risk their lives to offend the funder's father. However, in this world, the credibility of many mages is not very good. They even cheated and coerced, causing investors to lose their money. It happens from time to time. But you still can't beat him. After all, you can't figure out what the other person did with your money. If a super magic bomb is created, not many people will die. When the steam machinery was just put into use, a mage sent a greeting card, and Maya could guess what the other person wanted to do with a hair.
It seems that the time has come for our allies to show their own value,
Maya whispered to herself, and then asked people to hand over the invitation to the man in the black hand. That is, Harvey. Harvey is very aware of his current situation, even though he has now become an elite member of Little Thumb's staff. Due to previous failures and signs of betrayal, there is always an invisible barrier between him and the organization. But he completely betrayed the organization and joined Irving's staff. And he was hesitant. Therefore, Harvey could only desperately show his abilities. At least when he was abandoned by one party, he still had the value of being retained by the other party.
Our allies need information about Master Brian? That's interesting.
After hearing Harvey's report, Little Thumb put down his work and showed a meaningful smile.
Then give it to them. Don't keep it. I want to see the Lord's choice,
Little Thumb said lightly to Harvey, who had not realized anything yet. It didn't take long before Harvey personally delivered the information about Brian to Maya. Brian did not conceal his whereabouts and origins when he went to Akita town, which caused the Black Hand people to notice the existence of this mage very early. Moreover, because of his profession and identity, the attention was not low, and part of the relevant information had been completed. Collection. So the intelligence provided is slightly more detailed.
I used to be a mage accompanying the Imperial Frontier Army, and I conducted certain research with the support of the Imperial Frontier Army for 10 years. Now that the cooperation has been terminated, I arrived at Akita town not long ago. It seems that we are really being taken advantage of and looking for investment.
Got it, Owen chuckled, then put down the information in his hand and said to Maya,
After 10 years, Even the Imperial frontiers are unwilling to continue investing money. It seems that Master Brian's research project is good, but it is too expensive,
Maya said lightly. Needless to say, the project can make the Imperial frontiers invest money. It is definitely attractive. The problem is that if the wealthy Imperial frontiers give up on a project, who dares to continue to invest money in it? You must know that in order to continue their research, mages will use all kinds of tricks and deceptions. As long as they can get money by cheating, they don't care whether the investors can get their investment back. There are countless cases where investors have been deceived and lost their money. Otherwise, how can you talk about mages? They are all scams. Therefore, the Imperial Frontier Army resolutely cut off supplies and stopped losses. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears brought by the mage for countless years. Don't think that you should gamble with another sum of money, because the mage will make you feel what despair is. However, Owen is confident that he can achieve results in the opponent's project. After all, he is cheating. The problem now lies in the background of Master Brian. Theoretically, the other party has nothing to do with the Imperial Frontier Army now. But the question is, once the project comes to fruition, will the Imperial Frontier Army turn a blind eye? Owen didn't think the Imperial Frontiers would reason with him, so it was okay if he didn't get results. But he would be in big trouble once he got results. There is no small matter when it comes to the Imperial Frontier Army. Even if the other party only has the experience of serving as a frontier army, Owen still does not dare to be careless. There is no way. The Imperial Frontier Army is the largest military group in the Empire. Even the Emperor dare not ignore it. So what qualifications does he have to dare to ignore the other party? Owen has never had a deep understanding of the Imperial Frontier troops closest to him, and his initial impression was not deep. After all, even the original Northland barbarians were difficult to completely eliminate. But with the intelligence provided by Maya, Howard, and Black Hand, he finally understood what a terrifying monster the Imperial Frontier Army was. Considering the Empire's land area and population, the number of troops it possesses is quite exaggerated. Generally speaking, the military power of the Empire can be divided into three parts: the Royal Legion, the Imperial Frontier Army, and the Garrison Army. Among them, the only ones with real combat power and expeditionary capabilities are the Royal Legion and the Frontier Army. However, the Royal Legion is responsible for guarding the imperial capital and suppressing the great nobles in the country. They must not move lightly or dare to move. Although the Garrison Corps are the largest in number, numbering in the millions, they are responsible for the defense of major towns in the Empire. They cannot be mobilized on weekdays, and their sources are complex. Whether they listen to the Empire or the lords of various places is a question. Therefore, the Imperial Frontier troops responsible for fighting against foreign enemies have become a powerful military force that the Empire cannot ignore. Not to mention the exaggerated standing army. There are also large-scale knights and mages on the border of the Empire, all of which are strategic-level forces. If the Empire had not kept its border troops stationary all year round due to various concerns, the northern barbarians would not have been able to live freely for so many years. And there was no need to use the Northern Pioneering Group as an excuse to barely solve the problem of the northern barbarians. This does not mean that the Empire's frontier forces are weak, but simply because they are subject to too many restrictions. After all, neither the Emperor of the Empire nor the nobles from various places wanted to see an Imperial Frontier Army that was out of control. Chapter 151: Brian's Research. In the end, Irving decided to meet the other party. As for the hidden dangers and risks, it depends on whether the benefits are large enough. Master Brian's steps were a little hurried. He had been hesitating to give up his research before, but once he saw a little hope, he immediately abandoned all worries. After all, this was his life's hard work and obsession. As long as there was a little hope, he would not give up. So he rushed to the castle as soon as possible, without even caring about the appearance. At the same time, Irving is also preparing for this meeting. Mages are undoubtedly smart, especially when there is no bottom line. No one can predict what they will do. If it weren't for the fact that mages' research requires a lot of money and resources, and therefore must compromise with the world, it is difficult to say what kind of camp the mages are. In other words, mages don't mind using a little innocuous means in the process of obtaining resources. This has become a common practice. Brian had used this method more than once, but this time he was silent. A great witch and a legendary warrior were located on the left and right of the Lord here, especially the powerful and terrifying legendary warrior. He looked at him as if he were a dead man. Brian had no doubt that if he was a little abnormal, the other party would be there. would chop him into pieces without hesitation. As for using some secret methods, let alone whether they could hide it from the big witch who was playing with the magic wand, the legendary warrior's steely will and inhuman intuition alone quickly calmed down Brian's heart, which was originally about to move. Taking a deep breath, Brian slowly took out the crystal ball that he had prepared. After looking at Emile, who was still stroking the magic wand like a mace, he gently tapped the crystal ball and suddenly projected it after seeing a large and complex picture. He began to explain his research with a confident tone. As for the words he prepared before coming, he did not mention it, let alone activate some additional functions on the crystal ball. How could a lord with a great witch and a legendary warrior be a country noble who could be deceived by just a few words? As for the small functions on the crystal ball, Brian, who didn't want to be torn apart in the next second, even prayed that he would not activate it by mistake. Although he has not given up the idea of investing, he no longer dares to play tricks. The projecting crystal ball made Owen take a second look. The function of this thing is very interesting. The projection is only part of it. It also has the function of storing information, a bit like a projector. Owen, who was not interested in Brian's pie, stretched out his hand, and the invisible power of mind controlled the crystal ball into the air. And then his mental power began to penetrate into it. With the penetration of spiritual power, a large number of pictures and texts hidden deep in the crystal ball were read by Owen one by one. The reading speed of the spirit is very fast, causing the projection of the crystal ball to turn into a blur in the retina, just like turning on an accelerator. But Brian knows what this means, which means that all the information he has studied for half his life has been leaked. His face suddenly turned ugly. If he hadn't known that doing anything now would be a dead end, he would have wanted to kill the other person directly. But now, he could only watch his own treasure being penetrated deeply by other men, touching it from the inside out. Originally it was just out of curiosity about the crystal ball, but as he read the hidden information in the crystal ball, Owen's expression began to become surprised, even cautious. Putting aside many cruel scenes, from a research perspective alone, I have to say that Brian is a genius. And of course, he can be called a madman. Brian has 2 research projects supported by the Imperial Frontier Army, which can be said to be 2 branches of one big project: prosthetic transformation and demonized armor. This is Brian's research project. War cannot avoid casualties. As the largest military organization in the Empire, the Imperial Frontier Army naturally suffers from this problem. Because you cannot kick out disabled soldiers directly, you have to pay at least a fee, enough to buy a piece of barren farmland or drink yourself to death in a tavern. Brian's research is not to give disabled soldiers the ability to live, but to turn them into weapons on the battlefield, which is reuse. It sounds good, but it is actually very cruel. For example, prosthetic transformation is to apply puppet technology to living people, using puppet limbs to replace damaged limbs, or even artificially removing and replacing them in order to better function as weapons. Extra limbs. The question is, do people have extra limbs? What's even more cruel is that replacing flesh and blood with steel is not just a matter of fixing it with belts or driving nails. Every bit of progress in flesh and blood sutures, nerve connections, rejection reactions, etc. means that a human life is consumed as material. Although mages are powerful, they are not omnipotent. Every problem requires a lot of time and resources, especially human lives as consumables. Later, because there was no result, Brian started a new project: demonized armor. Through certain technologies, the armor is fused with flesh and blood nerves to achieve the function of an exoskeleton. Because there is no need to remove limbs, the vitality of the reformer is preserved and the rejection reaction is reduced. So it once again attracts the Imperial Frontier troops and extends the investment time. Unfortunately, the more powerful the demonized armor is, the more resources it consumes. Rather than consuming a lot of resources to transform ordinary soldiers, it is more cost-effective to use the same resources to hire experts. After discovering this problem, Brian adopted many methods to reduce costs, but it was always difficult to solve. Instead, there were many risks of losing control. His mage apprentices and some of his own limbs were lost during the experiment. After reading this, in addition to being a little disgusted, I have to say that Owen was moved because he thought of the Space Marines in Warhammer. Although the strength and technical content of the two sides are not comparable at all, Irving allowed Owen to see the prospects of this technology.
This technology is not original to you, right?
Owen put down the crystal ball, raised his head, and looked at Brian and said. Brian nodded, although the information was leaked. The good news is that the other party was very interested. So he didn't hide much. After all, the mage's circle is so large. And you can find out if you inquire carefully. There are a lot of mages in the empire. In addition to the royal mages, all major nobles have specially supported mages to study various projects. People like Brian are not considered top-notch at all. Otherwise, they would not seek investment from the Imperial Frontier Army. As the number of mages increases, the research directions will naturally be diverse. For example, those studied by Brian have been studied hundreds of years ago. Unfortunately, this research is relatively niche among mages. In addition, mages value their own knowledge, so there is not much precious information handed down at all. Brian also obtained some incomplete information from his master and used it as a basis. Started research and development. As far as Brian knew, at least mages worshipped by multiple forces had conducted similar research. But he didn't know what results they had achieved. For example, he still doesn't know whether the Imperial Frontier Army gave up investing in his research because they saw no prospects, or because other mages had made breakthroughs in their projects. He is not naive enough to think that he is the only mage doing research in the Imperial Frontier Army. Chapter 152: The Joining of Mage Brian. After reading the information, Owen fell into deep thought. Although the other party's methods were very cruel when conducting experiments. So what? It had nothing to do with him. Owen was not a virgin, and he had to uphold justice for people from other worlds. Besides, those experimental subjects were not caught by Brian himself, but by Brian himself. The Imperial Frontier Army provided it, saying it was a death row prisoner. As for whether it was true or false, who cares? All that aside, Brian is indeed a genius. In fact, there is no mage who is not a genius. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a mage. This is a profession with a very high threshold, and even higher thresholds, and there is almost no upper limit to the intellectual requirements. Owen believed that Brian's genius lay in his ideas, which were very consistent with the modern fantasy of second home owners. So he couldn't help but discuss it with him. Brian has made great achievements in human body modification, puppet machinery, and alchemy, and Owen happens to be involved in these aspects as well. Owen has carried out human body modification more than once. Although it is not the kind where a puppet is combined with a human body, he has also considered similar plans. After all, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm and Robocop are actually quite cool. So it is inevitable that there will be some mistakes. Fantasy. It's just that this kind of transformation was too cruel. So it only stayed in Owen's idea but never been practiced. As for puppetry and alchemy, with the professional bonuses of puppet master and alchemist, Owen can be said to be standing directly on the shoulders of giants. And his casual words can make Brian think for a long time. After all, the puppet master has gone to the extreme in terms of puppets. Not to mention that the alchemist from Invincible Heroes is almost on the threshold of creating a god. Even if Owen has not understood it at all, it is still not comparable to Brian. Originally, he was just careful to deal with the Lord's curiosity. But as the topic deepened, Brian immediately abandoned the redundant thoughts and devoted himself to the discussion with Owen, because he found that the other party also had a lot of knowledge in his research field. He has a deep understanding and many ideas are so unique that even he cannot fully understand them for a while. As the conversation arose, Owen also got his own puppet ninja, and after disassembling the SHL, revealed a structure like human muscles and bones. Brian's eyes lit up as he looked at it. He picked up the crystal ball and activated a certain function. Immediately, the internal structure of the ninja became larger and more detailed after being projected on the crystal ball, and the angle could be adjusted. I have had a similar design. No, it should be said that this is my original design idea, Brian said with some excitement and regret. Mages are a group of people who pursue perfection. Brian originally tried to use puppets to replace limbs. Naturally, the imitation was the human body structure, because this kind of structure has the best adaptability and is the most convenient to use. Unfortunately, this structure has too high requirements for the manufacturer and the cost remains high. As a result, Brian had to adopt a simpler and less aesthetically pleasing gear lever structure. It has always been a pity. He never expected to see such a perfect imitation here. The structure of the human body immediately inspired even higher research enthusiasm. By signing this contract, you will receive all kinds of support from the Hydra family, both in terms of resources and technology. Owen knocked on the table, and Emil beside him smiled and took out a Catholic scroll and handed it to the excited Brian. Unrolling the scroll, the white paper was filled with fine text. After reading just a few lines, Brian took a breath. If he hadn't felt the breath of H.L. above, Brian would have even thought that this contract was made by the devil. In fact, this contract was drafted by Maya. She had read books on business management for several years, and was very interested in various business-related contracts and laws. She believed that it was more rigorous than the legendary devil's contract. So she also read books on business management for several years. Owen has to take a lot of legal books here. The result is that the contract she drafted cannot be said to have no loopholes. But as far as mortals are concerned, even if there are loopholes, they cannot be used. It took half a day to read it twice. But Brian couldn't find a single loophole. He knew what this meant very well. Once signed, he would be restricted by the contract to the point where he even suspected that even if the devil signed the contract, he would have to work as a laborer. But Brian signed his name without hesitation and allowed the contract to extract his breath and turn it into a mark. Brian is not stupid. He knows that after losing the support of the Imperial Frontier Army, no one will dare to continue to support his experiment. After all, there are not many people who dare to say that they are richer than the Imperial Frontier Army. Otherwise, he would not go there. Come from the remote Northland. Another reason is that during the conversation he just discovered that this lord is actually a colleague. And they have a high degree of overlap in related research fields. In addition to being slightly inferior in basics, they are even better in depth. In addition, the other party has read a large amount of his research materials. So there is no need to make any more detours. It only takes 1 or 2 years to reach his current research progress. In other words, Brian didn't have much capital to bargain with the other party. In addition to the other party's promised technology. As long as the contract was not too harsh, he was still willing to sign it. Master Brian, please come with me. After seeing that the contract was successfully signed, Owen stood up and came to the fireplace, picked up some flip powder, and said to Brian, "Is this a portal?" It's not like Brian has never seen a portal before. But there is no portal that isn't tall. This is the first time he's seen such a down-to-earth portal. So he doesn't dare to be careless, and strictly follows Owen's instructions. Pinch off the powder. The first time he used Flynn Network, Brian's face was a little ugly. But he was more curious about the principle. But when Owen offered to take him to the laboratory, he immediately gave up on research. As a mage, Brian knew very well how to make trade-offs. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve his current achievements, compared with continuing his own research. Although the Flynn Network was magical, it could not attract more of his attention. This is Greenshade Town. A special town. Owen walked in front and said to Brian, "It is indeed a special town," Brian said with a strange expression after seeing that the main residents here were actually goblins, and the most frequent visitors were adventurers. After all, goblins died the most at the hands of adventurers. There are so many creatures that many adventurers have the habit of casually stabbing them when they see them. Ha ha. You will get used to it in the future. Owen knew what Brian was thinking. It had indeed happened before that adventurers accidentally injured goblin residents. But the matter was resolved smoothly with the strong force of the town. The adventurers are a little dissatisfied, but the ruins are right in front of them, and it is impossible for them to leave. Besides, Greenshade Town is really suitable for adventurers. Various supplies, medicines and equipment are no worse than those in big cities. And life and entertainment are also very convenient. If it weren't for the fact that most of the residents here were goblins, it would be a paradise for adventurers. Fortunately, over time, the adventurers gradually got used to the civilized and polite goblins here, and separated the goblins here from the goblins they originally knew, and no longer regarded them as one kind. Chapter 153 Meditation and Runes. There is a magic school here. The main students are witches and warlocks. In the future, we will also recruit some ordinary students. We will teach them writing, mathematics, combat skills, spells and potions. I plan to start puppetry and alchemy next. So I announced, is Master Ryan interested in teaching part-time as a professor at the school? Owen did have thoughts in this regard. But he originally planned to teach these 2 courses as a professor. Now that Master Brian has joined, he naturally chooses to continue to be lazy. Although he didn't intend to waste time. After hearing that being a professor would allow him to obtain additional potions and materials, Brian nodded in agreement without hesitation. At most, he would let his apprentice Domi teach the basics. He would go there a few times occasionally, and then he would be able to happily receive a set of potions and materials, which is very cost-effective. Owen had no idea that Brian was planning to be a salary thief. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. It is important to say that the basics are important. And it is not important to say that it is not important. It is enough for a senior mage apprentice to be responsible for teaching. You can't really let a professor teach primary school students the multiplication table. The which school was renamed the Magic School, which shows Owen's expectations and ambitions for this place. At the same time, support from all aspects is also considerable. The entire building has been updated. Although it cannot be compared with Hogwarts, it is still at an average level. At least Brian couldn't find anything wrong with it. After all, this was just a junior magic school in a small town. Owen took Brian to a stone tower, opened the door and pushed in.
This stone tower has a total of 5 floors, 1 underground and 4 above ground. The first floor is the reception area. The second floor is the laboratory. The third floor is the study room. And the fourth floor is the living area. If you need anything, you can give the list to AI Professor Mir. Someone will deliver it.
Owen asked Brian to visit the place.
The environment is good, but there are still a lot of equipment and materials missing. I wonder when they can be delivered.
Brian did not have high requirements for the quality of life. He valued the experimental conditions more. So he made the request immediately. After listening to Master Brian's needs, Owen calculated his financial resources and found that only some of them could be provided directly, while the rest needed to be manufactured and exchanged. Some others may need to be obtained through black hands. But the problem was not big. So he gave a time.
What about the supplies?
Brian hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask.
There is a special kind of mutant goblin here. Its shape is not much different from that of humans, but its vitality is very tenacious,
Owen said lightly. Owen has a hard time accepting the idea of treating humans as experimental consumables, unless they are the kind of inhumane scum who would be considered cheap if they were killed with a knife. There were probably a lot of these scum, but they were difficult to collect. So Owen decided to target the numerous horned goblins in the Horn Tree Forest. Although he is not a human being, the experiment is still far away from success. So Brian does not continue to worry about this aspect. Besides, the vitality of goblins is indeed tenacious. If it were not for its small size, it would actually be suitable as a test subject. The Devil's Horn Goblin is about the same size as a human being, so the effect of using it for experiments is not bad. After Brian called his apprentice Domi, he started to decorate the stone tower. Domi was very happy about this. After all, the teacher was in a bad mood during this period, so he had no time to teach him. Now he has a place to stay, and his experiments and investments are also in place. He could also let go of his hanging heart, and now the teacher only has one apprentice under him. Even if he doesn't teach more, at least his life can be saved. How can this make him unhappy? Not to mention Brian's master and apprentice. For Owen, Brian is not yet one of his own. His joining can only add a little bit of the Hydra family's heritage and fill some gaps. But it can only be used, but not reused. This is just on the surface. In fact, Irving has gained far more than others imagined. Perhaps due to carelessness. The crystal ball that Brian took out actually contained a large amount of learning materials. On the surface, Owen just looked through the images and text. But in fact, he secretly used the consciousness remote control glasses to store all the core information in the crystal ball, downloaded into the puppet's intelligent core. If Brian knew this and would just fall out, he would definitely not be happy. And it might leave some hidden dangers. But in Owen's opinion, it was worth it. So after returning, he couldn't wait to start processing the data in the intelligent core. Speaking of which, Owen was lucky. Brian was valued by his teacher and gave him this crystal ball. He regarded it as a treasure. The learning materials throughout his apprenticeship were recorded in it. Even if he later conducted research alone, the materials were also stored in it. Now it is Owen finished the pot. The first thing Owen looked at was naturally the introduction to mages. Compared with wizards and warlocks who rely on magic blood, mages are the way for ordinary people to truly master extraordinary power. It is inevitable that they will be curious. It took Owen 3 days to read from the origin of the mage to the introduction. According to the records of the mage, wizards and warlocks in the early years were not the existence that everyone shouted at. In fact, the mixed bloods with special bloodlines in those days were the real superior people, because they were naturally stronger than ordinary people. So they were more capable. It is easy to stand out, which can be seen from the fact that many of the empire's great nobles have inhuman blood. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the interests have long been divided. The same bloodline has become an unstable factor, so they have suffered various oppressions and even massacres. After all, compared to the grudge knights, who require a lot of resources and time to grow up, wizards and warlocks, who have the foundation of being strong once they awaken are difficult to control. It was also a period when ordinary people tried to master the extraordinary powers of wizards and warlocks. But at that time, bloodline fusion was a dead end. So we could only find shortcuts and use other methods to obtain extraordinary power. Finally, meditation and runes appeared. Meditation is to convert spiritual power into magic power, and runes are to convert magic power into magical effects. So the two are the core of the mage profession. The path Owen is taking now is similar to that of a mage, except that his meditation method increases mental power and control, and the transformation into magic power is affected by the mysticism. However, he can still plan to join the ranks of the mage. So Brian recorded the learning information is equally useful to him. Next, Owen will focus on studying meditation and runes, because this is the foundation of the mage. The master's meditation method focuses on resonance, using one's own spiritual power as a guide to attract external elements and produce a qualitative change. This method is not affected by the magic bloodline, but the disadvantage is that it requires a transformation process. Therefore, after the magic power of the mage is exhausted, he cannot directly recover through rest like wizards and warlocks, but needs to rely on meditation. It seems more cumbersome and far less convenient than the magic bloodline, but the mage's meditation has an advantage. That is, it is stable and precise enough, and will not be easily affected, especially with the runes that function like circuit boards. The advantage is even greater, magnified to the extreme, regardless of whether they are wizards or warlocks. Their magic power will be affected by various influences, such as their own blood, intense emotions, etc. Wizards are better, because magic power is inert, and they can refine potions and make magic items. Although the level is not high, it is at least good. Warlocks are not good. The fluctuations in magic power are like a roller coaster, and refining potions to create magic items is pure blasting, since the mage has no interference from his magic bloodline. As long as his mental power is stable enough, he can theoretically even directly affect matter. Therefore, mages are good at large magic arrays, alchemy, and research. Chapter 154 Crystal Ball Spiritualization Technique. The mage's system and magical runes have given Owen a lot of gains, although it is not a complete system due to Brian's strength and knowledge. The foundation is good, and he has accumulated good experience in several branches. These are all Brian's few achievements. 10 years of accumulation. But what Owen really values is a technology that Brian does not value. Crystal Ball Spiritualization, or Spiritualization. Spiritualization is a very mature technology, and it is also the core technology for building a mage tower. Everything from bricks to tiles to magic wells and tower spirits are all products of spiritualization. However, there are very few mages who really devote their energy to research in this area, because the investment scale of this research is too large and cannot be afforded by one or two mages. Currently, it is known that only the Mages Guild and the Royal Mages have conducted large-scale research in this area. Even if other organizations conduct related research, the scale cannot be comparable to the two, and most of them choose one of them. However, although spiritual transformation is important, getting started is very simple. To put it bluntly, spiritualization is to spiritualize matter, change its essence, and perform secondary settings in the process, usually by using mental power to carve runes. So it is a bit like enchantment, but different. Crystal Ball Spiritualization is an important branch of spiritualization, because the crystal ball has the highest affinity and greatest effect on spiritualization. It has derived various functions, the most important of which are storage, communication, and calculation, positioning, etc. For example, Brian's crystal ball has functions such as projection, video recording, storage, and communication. If we continue to improve it, it will become computers, servers, and even supercomputers. Although Brian's crystal ball spiritualization technique is not the best, the principle is complete, which is enough. In Owen's understanding, in the process of making crystal ball spiritualization, mental power is a tool, and runes are languages. They can be used as keyboards and computer languages. As for whether you can create a computer that can only add, subtract, multiply, and divide, or is it a valuable weapon of the country? It all depends on your ability. Owen dug out a bunch of crystal balls and started trying, but failed as expected. There is no problem with the depiction of mental power. It would be difficult for him to fail with his mid-level puppet master's mental control. But there is a problem with the combination of runes. Simple combinations of runes are okay, but conflicts and breakdowns will occur once things get complicated.
Obviously, runes are only the foundation of a mage. To truly utilize the effects of runes, one needs to be proficient in various combinations of runes. From simple fireballs to complex space teleportation. They are all different uses of rune combinations. Owen's problem is that he only knows the runes. It's okay to copy them. But it's not okay to create his own. But simply imitating Brian's crystal ball means nothing to Irving. After thinking about it for a long time, Owen suddenly thought that runes are just a symbol and language. But who stipulates that there is only one language? Taking out the intelligent core of a puppet, Owen calmed down and penetrated the further mental power layer by layer. As expected, his guess was confirmed. In fact, the intelligent core of the puppet was similar to the spiritualization of the crystal ball principle. But the principles related to the puppet's intelligent core are too complicated and far less convenient than the crystal ball spiritualization. The next step is simple. Owen's level is not high, but he has a system as a treasure trove. As long as he knows how to paste and copy, there is nothing he can't do. The simplest way is to directly copy the smart core, without spending any progress value at all. With only a crystal ball and some mental energy, Owen can get a crystal ball version of the smart core, freeing himself from dependence on progress value. Next, Owen also tried to copy the computer system and programs, trying to create a magic crystal version of the computer. Owen has never exchanged modern products for a long time, mainly because the integration of industrial items with the world is too low and requires more progress values. For example, the quality of fine iron, a material in the martial arts world, is similar to that of industrial stainless steel, but the price of the latter is several times that of the former. The higher the degree of industrialization, the higher the exchange price. But now there are new changes. After importing the computer system into the crystal ball, the functions are the same, except that the carrier changes from the computer to the crystal ball, and the control method changes to voice and projected keyboard. There is no problem in running. It can run perfectly. And because the carrier is better, the operation more fluid. Interesting. Maybe it can really be realized. Owen played with the crystal ball in his hand, wondering what he thought of. And then, he couldn't wait to come to the third floor of the dungeon. This is the future Demon King's palace. Unfortunately, it has never been built. Apart from placing some things, it has never been used for anything. Among the things placed, the most eye-catching thing is a giant crystal ball the size of the 8 Immortals table. This giant crystal ball came from the second floor of the ruins, and was used as an artificial sun. Because it was very rare, Owen kept it here as a treasure. Although it is huge, it does not change the fact that this is also a crystal ball. So Owen is ready to spiritualize it. During the process of spiritualization, Owen was surprised to find that this giant crystal ball was not as simple as he thought. At least it was not used for lighting. It was just his unilateral misunderstanding. In fact, this thing had a high technical content. It's a pity that Owen's abilities are limited. Although he found the problem, he couldn't solve it at all. Owen simply gave up his research and started importing data into the giant crystal with the help of the system. Although the huge data flow does not require Irving to dominate as a media, he is still under tremendous pressure, and he does not dare to be careless in the slightest, and tries his best to inject his own mental power into it. Only in this way can the affinity between the two parties be increased, which will facilitate the future control. The whole process lasted 10 days, because his mental power continued to be consumed and could not be interrupted. Owen, who was unable to take care of himself, had to strip naked and let his Shikigami slime queen wrap him in it. Food and drinking water will be turned into a paste by the slime queen and sent directly to the stomach. As for the excrement, it will be decomposed before it reaches the rectum. During the whole process, the slime queen will continue to squirm, massaging Owen's body from the inside out, whole body, so that he will not suffer from muscle atrophy or insufficient internal peristalsis. After finally getting through it, Owen, who had exhausted his mental energy, fell into a deep sleep inside Queen Slime's body. When he woke up, he was still a little groggy and had to take some spirit-boosting potions, because he was in a weightless state inside Queen Slime's body. Owen would be unsteady for a while, and always felt top-heavy. He had to let Queen Slime hold him. Later, he found it inconvenient and unsightly, so he let Queen Slime hold him. A big pocket was created on his belly, and Owen squatted in it like a little kangaroo, waiting for his body to recover. Although it felt strange to squat naked in the translucent bag on the slime queen's belly, it didn't stop Owen from staring with excitement at the giant crystal ball.
whose light kept fluctuating as if it was alive. Chapter 155 Flame Queen.
Queen of Fire. Start self-examination.
Owen took a deep breath and tentatively said to the giant crystal ball,
Determine the highest authority. Execute the command. And start self-test.
As a ray of light swept across Owen. And after confirming his identity, the brightness of the giant crystal ball suddenly increased a lot. And layers of fluctuations could be seen spreading on the surface of the giant crystal ball, like water waves.
The self-test was completed. And it took 5 hours, 23 minutes and 6 seconds. The core data is complete. The database is expanded by 7%. The main program is opened by 3%. And the subprogram is not connected. Unknown energy source detected. Energy reserve is low. Please replenish it in time. An unknown program was scanned. Please confirm whether to crack it or not. Oh yeah.
Owen was so excited that he almost jumped out of Queen Slime's belly pocket. He couldn't help but be excited. This was the Artificial Intelligence Flame Queen, also known as the Red Queen Little Lowly. The T-Virus has been redeemable for a long time, and the Red Queen is no exception. However, as a complete technological creation, not to mention the host, the servers and energy equipment alone are enough to fill up the entire castle. The required progress value is simply sky high. How about Owen? Possibly redeemable. But in terms of data alone, even if Owen continued to input for 10 days, the progress value consumed was still in single digits. This shows how cheap knowledge is to the system. What makes Owen happiest is that the Flame Queen is operating normally, and has actually scanned the unknown program in the giant crystal ball. After the excitement passed, Owen began to think about other issues. The giant crystal ball is undoubtedly extremely excellent as the carrier of the Flame Queen. Not only can it carry the Flame Queen's unimaginably huge database, but the computing rate has also been qualitatively improved. Although Owen has never seen a quantum computer, the Flame Queen using a giant crystal ball as a carrier obviously has this potential incorporated into the Flame Queen. The giant crystal ball is so powerful that it is unimaginable. After all, the Flame Queen is a super intelligence prepared by Umbrella Company for its branches and bases around the world. Its functions far exceed ordinary supercomputers. After all, it is responsible for the behemoth of Umbrella. All kinds of tasks, no matter how big or small. The problem is that although the giant crystal ball can easily accommodate all the programs of the Flame Queen, and still has huge space, it cannot support the full power operation of the Flame Queen. Because this is not a hardware problem, but an energy problem. In fact, more than 90% of the Flame Queen's functions are now turned off, because the energy absorbed by the giant crystal ball from the outside world alone cannot support such a large consumption. So the first problem Irving must solve is energy. The most suitable energy source for crystal ball spiritualization is naturally magic, followed by light energy. The problem is that Owen cannot gather all the witches in the territory to charge the giant crystal ball, nor can he get this bright giant crystal ball to the top of the castle, bask in the sun. So I can only find other ways. In fact, Owen knows where there are ready-made technologies and equipment. After all, he has not forgotten where the giant crystal ball was dismantled from. If there is no energy system in the underground ruins that are still in operation, he will not believe it. So instead of trying to research and manufacture it yourself, it is better to just dismantle it. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. As the adventurers continue to explore, Owen has a deeper understanding of the dangers of the ruins. This cannot be solved in a hurry. So after thinking about it, Owen brought the base of the giant crystal ball from the ruins to see what the base could do. After a brief research, Owen found that if the giant crystal ball was compared to a light bulb, then this set of equipment was a lamp holder. But he didn't know the specific function, so he could give it a try. This set of equipment was not damaged. So when Owen unfolded it, the giant crystal ball slowly floated over as if being attracted, and finally suspended above the base. What's interesting is that maybe the light bulb is screwed on and triggers the switch, and invisible magic is poured into the base, lighting it up section by section, and finally injected into the giant crystal ball. After receiving an additional source of energy, an unknown program inside the giant crystal ball was activated, and the brightness began to increase. The problem is that the outside of the giant crystal ball has been occupied by the Flame Queen. Therefore, not only the unknown program inside is replenished with energy, but the Flame Queen also gets more energy, and instead uses this to start deciphering the unknown program inside the crystal ball. Originally, the unknown program inside the crystal ball was in an unactivated state, which was even worse than dormant. However, It happened to be right now. It was suppressed by the Flame Queen before it was fully activated. Instead, it found a gap to intervene. Under the powerful calculation of the Flame Queen, it continued to decipher its structure. The projections from the outside world were constantly changing at a very high frequency. Owen frowned and watched for a long time, completely unable to understand. The unknown program inside the crystal ball is not composed of computer language, nor is it the mage's rune system, but an older and more peculiar system. And each symbol contains a large amount of information. If the unknown program inside the crystal ball starts to operate and continues to merge and change, the amount of information contained in these symbols will definitely increase by 100 times. By then, Owen suspects that the Flame Queen will not be able to decipher it in a short time even with all her calculations. Fortunately, there was a problem with the ruins. Although the base and the crystal ball were replenished with energy through a function similar to wireless charging, there was no external program link, which gave the Flame Queen enough time to crack it. The Flame Queen is indeed an artificial intelligence carefully built by the Umbrella Company to manage many branches and bases. As it adapts to the magic energy and crystal ball carriers, the computing rate continues to increase, and the internal database continues to expand. The ultimate goal of the protective umbrella is to create the world after the destruction of the world. For this purpose, a database containing human civilization has been specially created. This database is managed by the Queen of Fire. Therefore, although every symbol of the unknown program inside the crystal ball contains a large amount of information, but under the erosion of massive information in the database, there are gradually signs of being cracked. According to estimates, it will take about 7 months to a year to complete the cracking. This is mainly because although there is free magic energy, it still cannot support the full power of the Flame Queen. In addition, the symbols to be cracked are completely unfamiliar, and the symbol combinations and unknown program structures need to be considered. It takes so long to understand. Owen frowned, connected with the Flame Queen with his mental power, and input the puppetry, alchemy, Hogwarts spells, mage system, rune knowledge, etc. he mastered into the database. Sure enough, with the knowledge system also from the mysterious side as a reference, the time required to crack it was greatly reduced. Next, symbols that have been successfully cracked are constantly displayed in front of Owen. And Owen, who has a fairly good knowledge system, can barely understand them. He was surprised to find that this unknown symbol far surpassed computer language in structure and efficiency, and was more comprehensive than the mage's rune system.
If this symbol is used as the basis to reconstruct the core program of the Flame Queen, will the Flame Queen be able to complete her transformation?
Owen suddenly had a bold idea, but he was in no hurry to implement it. Rather than slap his head on the head and act haphazardly, it was better to let the Flame Queen analyze whether it was feasible. Chapter 156 Exchange for Ancient Blood. As long as a civilization has its own thinking logic, as the number of cracked symbols increases, the speed of cracking becomes faster. When the progress value is almost full, all the cracks are finally completed, and the unknown program inside the crystal ball finally reveals the mystery. Veil.
Number 133 Bloodline Mutagen? What is this?
Owen was stunned when he saw the cracked information unfolded by the Flame Queen. Fortunately, the unknown program has been cracked and controlled by the Flame Queen, and the bloodline mutagenesis function has not been turned on. Owen does not have to worry about himself mutating. In fact, without the emerald as a medium, the function of the bloodline mutagen is not that powerful, or it does not have an immediate effect. With full curiosity, Owen read it from beginning to end and found that he had really underestimated the ruins. The program inside the crystal ball does not contain specific information about the ruins, but only the records and progress of the bloodline mutagenesis experiment. This allowed him to discover the identity of the owner of the ruins. A wizard. Owen couldn't understand how the wizards thousands of years ago had such great ability to build such a large ruins and carry out such lofty experiments. After all, no matter what creature was in the hands of the wizard, it could be transformed into a girl, and all of them were in line with the aesthetics. This is a bit magical. By the way, were wizards so playful back then? Owen was originally worried about his declining bottom line, because he not only missed Charles, but also had various thoughts about Emile and Bella. Unfortunately, because the models did not match, the bottom line remained at the warning line. However, after seeing what the wizard did, Owen suddenly felt comfortable and relieved, and no longer felt anxious about his bottom line. After all, compared to the wizard back then, he was simply Lu Xiaohui. What kind of animal-eared girl? What kind of human horse girl? These are all leftovers from the Wizards games in the past. If the protagonists of the alien custom girls I saw in my previous life met the wizard, I am afraid they would have to bow down and call them teacher. Even those who are 8 years old are embarrassed to say that they are monks. Owen's eyes were wide open. But although he really wanted to appreciate it slowly in his heart, now was not the time to do these things. He was full of ideas and inspirations waiting to be verified one by one. And he couldn't be delayed by these few ounces of meat. After changing his clothes, Owen entered the research state. Having the Flame Queen made things much easier. After the carefully selected crystal ball was injected into the subroutine, Owen tried to install it into the mechanical puppet manufacturing factory and synthesis furnace to act as an intelligent program. And it turned out to be feasible. Coupled with a puppet controlled by the Flame Queen, it can perfectly achieve self-production and self-sufficiency. Theoretically, as long as the Flame Queen is given enough time, she can be like Skynet. Unfortunately, this is not realistic. The existence of gods is a dimensionality reduction attack. Without the same realm, everything you do is in vain. So it is not yet time for the Flame Queen to appear. When Owen came out of the dungeon, there was a strange construct floating next to him, which looked a bit like a big eyeball with wings. In fact, this was a clone specially created for Owen by the Queen of Fire. It was a simplified version of the Queen of Fire. Compared with the comprehensive main body, the clone pays more attention to assistance and analysis, and can become a good assistant to Irving, and is called a warm baby by him. As for why it has such a name, it is mainly because it emits heat when it is running, and the size of a football is just right to be held in your arms. So it was named Nuan Baby by Irving. There are several similar clones, and Owen gave them to Maya and the others as personal computers. In this way, the entire territory is connected to a network, and electronic work can be realized. The efficiency is not improved at all, and even Maya feels much more relaxed. It took a few days to deal with the affairs of the territory, because it was winter and there were few people around. It didn't take much time. With the progress value full, Owen returned to the castle again and prepared to strengthen it again. With 40 progress points, Owen was so rich for the first time. The question of what to exchange for became his biggest headache. He had no shortage of equipment, and he had endless skills to learn. After much deliberation, Owen finally felt that he had to continue to strengthen himself. Strengthening with AT virus alone was far from enough. Looking at the carefully selected bloodlines in the system, Owen didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong. But in terms of potential, the ancient blood from the Witcher series is indeed the most potential bloodline at the moment. The ancient blood comes from elves, so you will get the beauty and longevity of elves. And you will also get powerful magical blood. But these are just incidental. The real power of ancient blood lies in its two characteristics: prophecy and time travel. The prophecy ability gives the owner of the ancient blood the potential to become a sage and prophet. And the ability to travel through time and space is even more ridiculously strong, even to the point of being unreasonable. After all, for the owner of the ancient blood, traveling through other worlds, it doesn't matter anymore. Traveling through the past and future is what really scares people. Such a powerful bloodline only requires 40 progress points. Owen doesn't know how this system evaluates it. After all, he thinks that ordinary gods may not have the ability to travel through time and space. Regardless of how the system evaluates it, the potential and abilities of ancient blood are a temptation that Owen can't resist. In addition, he didn't know when the system would break through the upper limit of progress value again. So Owen decided not to wait any longer and directly redeemed the ancient blood. The ancient blood is really beautiful. The faint blood-red particles are surrounded by light spots like the sand of time, forming a special galaxy and integrating into Owen's body. Surprisingly, the fusion of blood was not as painful as Owen imagined, because the power of the system had already surpassed the spirit and body. The moment he chose to exchange, everything about him was changing. It was so natural, just like it is so ordinary by nature. As the ancient blood continued to integrate, a powerful wave of magic gradually emerged in Owen's body. This was the magic blood brought by the ancient blood. It was so powerful that Owen was shocked. After obtaining the magical bloodline, Owen can now be classified as a wizard. However, compared to the risk of losing control faced by wizards and witches when their magic power awakens, Owen has strong mental power and is good at controlling it. The moment the magic power is just born, the pure mental power wraps around it, fuses with the magic power, and controls it. Organized and organized. Owen has professional inheritance such as puppet master, alchemist, wizard, and mage, as well as meditation and mystery.
So the new magic power continues to rise. But it can never escape his control. The problem is that Owen has forgotten that ancient blood has two other characteristics. The prophecy works sometimes, and sometimes fails. Don't worry about this. The problem is that traveling through time and space is a time bomb. So by the time he discovers that something is wrong, it is already too late. Before traveling through time, Owen left a message helplessly through the Flame Queen, and then disappeared, leaving only a lingering sigh. Chapter 157 Forced to travel through time. The bad news is that Owen was forced to travel through time. The good news is that the new world is also suitable for human survival. Unfortunately, he fell into the vast sea. Fortunately, he was rescued by a passing sailboat. Surprisingly, this is a pirate ship. What's even more unexpected is that they couldn't beat Irving. The top hat puppet is a puppet specially made by Owen. The overall structure is made of wood, and the structure is not precise enough. However, the special thing about this puppet is that it can manipulate puppet wires. The specially made metal wire exerts amazing power under the inhuman structure of the top hat puppet. With just a simple swing, from the waist, shoulders, arms, wrists, to the fingertips that spit out the metal wire, the powerful centrifugal force makes it so slender that it is difficult to see with the naked eye. The separated metal wires have terrible cutting power and can easily cut apart the human body, leaving deep marks on the mast and deck. And when infused with mental power, the metal wire can bend and stretch more freely, can tie up tofu, and can also penetrate plate armor. How much threat can a group of dirty pirates pose to Owen even if they are equipped with surprising muskets? After turning the pirate captain and a few henchmen into piles of pieces like mapo tofu, Owen became the new captain. All the crew members were convinced of this, and decided to serve the new captain wholeheartedly. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your choice. It's just that your attitude is a bit lacking. So let's celebrate with a delicious dish. Everyone will be happier later. Owen looked at the dirty and ugly pirates and clearly sensed that they were there. At the same time, he was afraid and greedy, and even wanted to do something to him. This is not surprising. After merging the blood of the ancients, Owen's appearance is as good as if he had turned on 10 levels of beauty. He can wear women's clothes and eat enough. Not to mention fair skin, good looks, and a well-proportioned figure. It's a bonus. But gender doesn't matter anymore. Just because his appearance is really not threatening. Even if Owen has just turned a few people into boxy pieces of meat. After the fear is over, for his appearance, his strength, and even the wealth he represents, behind the fear of these pirates is a heart ready to move. After realizing this, Owen was speechless. This is no longer a question of whether to remember to eat or not. It is simply a matter of life and death. So he generously exchanged a large pot of mapo tofu, and forced the pirates to eat a large bowl each, with a spicy taste like poison and a similar shape to the previous captain. Under the threat of the death of the top hat puppet, this group of pirates cried and said it was delicious. As for those who refused to eat it, Owen expressed his understanding. After all, everyone's taste is different, and there are many people who don't eat spicy food. So let's get off the boat. Plop! Plop! After the two people got off the boat, the pirates who were hesitant before said that their tastes had changed. And then, they forcefully poured a bowl of spicy Sichuan-style mapo tofu into their stomachs. After eating, there were two more attrition. It's nothing if the mouth is swollen like a sausage. The problem is that the throat is swollen to the point where you can't breathe. It's troublesome. In order to relieve the two pirates, who were lying on the deck struggling to breathe, Owen asked the pirates, whose mouths were as swollen as if they were holding two sausages, to throw them into the sea. Although drowning is painful, it is much shorter than their previous state. Owen successfully established his brutal side by reducing his number by 1/3. Even though he was handsome and his behavior was nobler than the nobles, these pirates, who had always been proud of their cruelty, could not help but tremble when facing him. As for killing him to avenge the former captain, or even rebel, no pirate would dare to think so now. Even if he thought so, he would not dare to say it, let alone do it. At least not until no one takes the lead. This is the advantage of a brutal dictatorship. As long as others can't defeat you, you don't need to worry about anything. The biggest problem Irving now faces is the sanitary issue on the ship. If you look up the sanitary conditions on the sailboat during the Great Navigation period, you will know why he stood in front of the captain's cabin but refused to go in. The captain's cabin is the best room on the ship. It is located at the stern of the ship. It has windows that can be opened and a platform similar to a bay window. He is familiar with this thing. Before the castle was renovated, he sat on this thing
and watched how the daddy fell in the wind. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to experience it again. In addition to being crude, wooden sailboats cannot solve the problem of moisture and poor hygiene, such as spitting, defecation, and food residues, causing the smell inside to be comparable to that of a septic tank. Fortunately, Owen hadn't used today's free monster summoning yet, and he was lucky enough to summon a slime. After upgrading the slime to a slime maid and letting it go in for cleaning, Owen simply came to the deck to blow some air. The person at the helm now is the ship's first mate, a short, fat old pirate with a big beard, because he looks kind and does not seem to be a threat. This man, who is lucky to have lived to this age, has the greatest advantage of staying out of trouble and obeying orders. Therefore, after the death of the previous captain, he decisively took the lead and took refuge, and was still retained by Owen, appointed first mate. Seeing the new captain coming up, Larouet put a hand on his chest in a decent manner, then bent down and saluted, as if he were facing his master servant. In fact, Larouet's age is really not in vain. Several years of life as a lord have made Owen accustomed to acting like a noble. Therefore, he developed a good impression after seeing his actions, even though he knew that the other person was worthy of death even if he looked kind. The pirate still rewarded him with a bottle of magic potion and asked him to drink it to cure his swollen mouth. Because he had something to ask this well-informed old pirate, Owen is not sure whether he is still in his original world, because the information he got from Larouet is limited. Because Larouet has never left this sea, and in his eyes, this sea is the whole world. Blue Sea is the name of this sea. From this, we can see how good the environment of this sea is. It's a pity that the most popular things in this sea are not beaches and tourists, let alone bikinis, but pirates and slave ships. In addition, there are muskets and artillery. It's exactly like the state of the Great Discovery. The only difference between merchants and robbers is that they meet other people. Are they stronger than the other party? If so, then they are robbers. Although the Blue Sea is large, it only has one piece of land, and it is not yet in the hands of humans, because there are millions of orcs and huge monsters living on that continent, which humans cannot defeat at all. So they can only live in large and small areas. Small island. Interestingly, humans are not the original inhabitants of this world, because human legends record that they are outsiders. Legend has it that the ancestors of mankind accidentally entered this world on a giant ship as big as an island, and multiplied with the help of wizards. Their descendants have been trying to find a way back to the original world. After hearing about wizards, Owen became interested. Unfortunately, wizards in this world have long since declined. There is no way. The wizard's power comes from his own inhuman blood. However, the creatures in this world have no magic power. The wizard can only sit back and watch his blood become thinner due to reproduction. Today's wizards have become synonymous with pretending to be gods and ghosts, and they can only tinker with strange things, potion, or talking nonsense into a cloudy crystal ball. Chapter 158: The Blue Sea. After determining that there were not many existences in this world that could pose a threat to him, Owen became calmer and began to study his own problem. Although he was forced to travel through time, Owen did not panic, because as long as the system was there, the worst-case scenario would be to repeat what he had done before. Not to mention that it was not really impossible for him to go back. Time travel is difficult to control, not uncontrollable. Not to mention that the Hogwarts curse includes transfiguration and porkies. Alchemy and the mage system also have related space knowledge. So it is only a matter of time before Owen masters time travel and returns. Question. The other is a strange world, which is a new opportunity for him with a golden finger. He can completely build a Hydra organization here as a sub-base. Thinking of this, Owen smiled and made a Hydra skull flag. It was not the original skull-headed octopus, but the one with a dragon-headed Hydra coiled around the skull. It looked ferocious and domineering, with a direct villainous temperament. Layman, let Larouet put on the new pirate flag, and Owen returned to the clean captain's room. As soon as he entered the door, Owen suddenly felt that the room in front of him was larger than before. In fact, this is not an illusion, because the surface has been corroded by moisture and garbage for a long time. It is impossible to clean it. Therefore, the slime maid directly corroded the surface, and then applied it with her own body fluid as a waterproof layer. In this way, even the smell is much fresher. In addition to cleaning, the slime maid also found the things hidden by the former captain, and Owen was looking through them. A huge sea chart, several diaries, a box of gold and silver coins and jewelry, and a few swords and muskets. That's all. One bow bow. Scan the chart and diary.
collect them, and analyze them. Of course, Owen does not need to do these things himself. One Bao Bao will do it by himself. The writing in this world is not much different from the writing in Owen's world. In fact, he has known this for a long time. Because as soon as those pirates opened their mouths, he knew that the humans in the two worlds were related. But what the connection was, now he doesn't know yet. Through the diary, Owen discovered that the former pirate captain was actually the second son of a nobleman. However, this will not surprise people. After all, not every pirate captain can understand charts and write diaries. Most captains rely on personal experience. Therefore, although captains do not become more popular as they get older, young ones no one dares to hire a captain. Owen continued to look at it, and found that just as Lao Rui said before, this world is very strange. The center is the Orc continent, surrounded by scattered islands. And then, there is the sea. No one knows where the boundary of the sea is. Everyone seems to be orbiting the Orc continent. Therefore, in the early years, there were still humans trying to find a way out of this world. But now no one cares about this. Everyone is busy fighting for more. Lots of living space. There is no way. After being occupied by humans, islands of all sizes formed multiple federations, and became a force for humans to gain a foothold in. However, they were not at peace with each other. Otherwise, how could the slave trade that was prevalent at sea come about? And where did so many pirates come from? It's not because they are fighting for each other's living space. Owen doesn't care about this. He needs a place to stand. And then he can farm and build a base. When he can travel back, this place will not be abandoned and can be used as a reserve base. The question now is where to go. And the diary of a former pirate captain gives Owen many options. Every pirate has the heart to be an island owner. Because once they occupy an island, they can just sit back and collect money without having to brave the storm to plunder at sea. The former pirate captain had such ambitions, so he collected a lot of information. And now it's all easier for Owen. The large islands and island chains have been occupied by alliances of all sizes, leaving only scattered islands scattered across the blue sea. Some of these islands are inhabited by many savages. Some have monsters, and some have other dangers or are simply not suitable for survival. Therefore, it seems that there are as many islands as stars on the blue sea. But in fact there are not many choices. Owen thought about it all night, and finally settled on Ball Island. This is an island with a very good geographical location and environment. Unfortunately, not only are there a large number of savages living on it, but there are also sea monsters, and sea monsters in the surrounding waters. Even with strong ships and cannons, it is difficult to occupy this island, because the price/performance ratio is too low. It's easy to lose more than you gain. But this is nothing to Irving, because all he paid was time, and the progress value he could recover. No one can compare with him in terms of cost. Go to Bull Island. Owen handed the chart to Lao Rui, who had gleaming eyes. You must know that the chart represents wealth in the sea. Even old sailors, like Lao Rui, rely more on experience to sail. Ordinary sea routes are fine. But the key point is to rely on the captain, who masters the nautical chart. So a nautical chart is even more powerful for him. As you command, Captain! Lao Rui excitedly put away the chart. Then turned the rudder while loudly scolding the lazy pirates to raise the sails and adjust the cables, while Owen watched from the side, having a strange experience. Life at sea is not beautiful, even if Owen is cheating. But it has a feeling of freedom and unrestrainedness. The vast and boundless sea will always make people feel awe and yearning. And there will always be warriors trying to conquer the sea. But the ending is always different. It's the same, buried in the sea and integrated with the ocean. But even with the best scenery, there is a time when you have seen enough. After Irving handed over the sailing matters to Lao Rui, he returned to the captain's room and opened the attribute bar to see how many changes there were after integrating the ancient blood. Name, Owen. Age, 20. Occupation, intermediate puppet master / junior alchemist / junior mage / junior wizard / junior on Myoji. Magic value, 500 / 500. Command 30. Force 25. Intelligence 50. Politics 30. Charisma 65. Specialties mystery. Ancient blood. Skills, telekinesis. Mental scanning. Mental meditation. Alchemy. Air magic. Devil aura. Monster summoning. Hogwarts 4th year spells. On Myoji, attack and defense sensitivity heal ceiling. Shikigami transformation. Shikigami summoning. Rune knowledge. Witchcraft knowledge. Equipment, Saint Ares power armor. Thunder power hammer.
Consciousness remote-controlled glasses. Mount, heavy magic sheep. Pets, cat/growth period. Shikigami, queen slime. Minotaur. Great witch Emil. Demon centaur Bella. Puppet, top hat. Endurance to kill. Warm baby. The long list of professions makes Owen very speechless. But these professions have their own characteristics and are different from each other. And they cannot be integrated at all. For example, mages are mainly based on spiritual power. And wizards are mainly based on magic blood. Owen has the characteristics of both. Even he himself doesn't know how to divide it. Fortunately, Owen did not mess up. He was very clear about his future path. He used the puppet master as a pavement to study alchemy in depth. During this period, he studied the system of the mage and the wizard. After all, these two professions are different from the puppet master and the alchemist. There are high overlapping fields, and onmyoji is just a make-up. After all, the potential of a profession that relies entirely on Shikigami. Next, Irving discovered the benefits of the composite profession. It has an astonishing breadth in the research field. In almost any direction of research, he can obtain relevant knowledge from other professions. He can always find shortcuts, and it is difficult to encounter bottlenecks. Inspiration erupted like a volcano, making Owen unconsciously indulged in it. Chapter 159 Redeem the Castle Tower. When the dry food on the ship was covered with maggots, the fresh water began to turn green, and the pirates on the ship were like walking zombies. They finally arrived at Bowl Island. During this process, Owen was obsessed with research and relied on exchange and slime maids for his life. However, the pirate's life was a bit worse than death, and several more died during this period. These pirates had been sailing for a long time before, and they did not stop all the way to Bowl Island, causing supplies to be stuck at the limit. Some weak pirates became weak due to malnutrition and septicemia. This is not possible at sea. It was equivalent to a death sentence. So according to the rules of the sea, they were thrown overboard. Except for the person involved. No one feels cruel or inhumane about this decision, because this has been the case for countless years, and facts have proven that this is the best way. Under Owen's order, the sailboat ran aground directly on the beach, and then saw the pirates on the ship swarming down and running into the nearby woods to catch and chew on everything, just like hungry rabbits with red eyes. Although these pirates didn't know the cause of leukemia, their body's instincts couldn't fool them. So they were frantically taking vitamin supplements, not knowing that they had been targeted. With a strange cry, more than 100 savages in grass skirts jumped out of the woods. They were short in stature, but had very fierce eyes. Even when faced with pirates, who were taller than themselves, they still rushed forward like hungry wolves, using their weapons in their hands. Use wood, spears, stone axes to capture enemies who invade their territory. Captain! Lowry, who was a step slower because of his age, ran up to Owen panting and said urgently, "Don't worry." Owen didn't care about the life and death of the pirates. But these pirates were still useful, and they couldn't die for the time being. Not to mention that it was time to test the previous ideas. Owen closed his eyes and began to communicate with one of his Shikigami, the Great Witch Emil. Successful. Owen, who still had his eyes closed, thought with confidence that even though he was a world away, he still summoned Emil. Obviously, the Shikigami transformation he learned from onmyoji was not as weak as imagined. Long time. Owen, who was about to say long time no see, suddenly got stuck. Although he knew that Emil had the habit of riding a broomstick at night, he never knew that the angle at which Emil rode was so weird. Eye-opener. Your bottom line is really unfathomable, and it makes me look at you in a new light, Owen said, deeply shocked. But Emil was well informed, so he didn't care about such a small scene, and remained calm. What's the matter with summoning me? Emil said, slightly dissatisfied while wiping the top of the broom. Deal with those savages. Don't kill them! And tell Maya that I am opening up a new territory. Owen took a deep breath, calmed down and said, Just such a small thing? Emil rolled his eyes, threw out a few bottles of magic potion, and blew up a breeze to push the vaporized potion back. After a while, people fell to the ground, and then stared at Owen. That it means to send my mother back quickly. Owen was helpless and felt a lot of pressure at the same time. Compared with other Shikigami, Emil and Bella are special. They do not exist in the Shikigami space, but live in the original world. Owen only summoned them through rituals, which does not mean that Emil has traveled through time. So it requires constant consumption of strength. When he can't hold on any longer, Emil will automatically return. Of course, Owen would not wait until his power was exhausted before letting go. So he took the initiative to cancel the summons. And then summoned 3 new Shikigami. Aoki, Goat Demon, and Snake Demon. The green ghost has a green face and fangs, is tall and strong, and holds a heavy ghost gold stick. He is a powerful player. The Goat Demon is half human and half goat, just like the devil in mythology. In addition, the weapon is a giant scythe, which makes it look more like it, although the Snake Demon does not have a human form. It is the largest in size, and its fangs are highly venomous, making it difficult to deal with among the 3 new Shikigami. Who could have imagined that these 3 new Shikigami were transformed from 3 basic monsters, Goblin, Demon Sheep, and Viper? The initial reason is that this is not a territory. Owen summons monsters every day, and has no place to put them. Not summoning them is a waste. Although 1 or 2 low-level monsters have little value to him, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, and must summon them for free. So I thought about transforming into a Shikigami. And after summoning the monsters, they would be eaten by these 3 new Shikigami. Anyway, these monsters have the same origin, so there will be no indigestion problems when swallowed. As for the problem of cannibalism, whether they are monsters or not, there are no such problems. Just when he was about to transform, Owen suddenly remembered the bloodline mutagenesis program cracked by the Flame Queen. It happened that the clone Wan Bao Bao had a program backup. So 3 new Shikigami appeared whose races had changed. Take these 3 Shikigami to guard the savages. Don't let them escape. Owen casually ordered the 3 new Shikigami to follow Lao Rui to guard the unconscious savages, and then walk toward the depths of the island alone. The area of Bull Island is not small, and it took Owen a long time to find a suitable place. There is a large enough open space here close to the mountains and rivers, which is enough for initial use. So Owen used the progress value accumulated at sea to exchange for the castle tower. The Japanese-style castle tower is like a larger pavilion, but it also has many functions. Owen opened the properties to take a look. For the first-level castle tower, you can recruit farmers, a shigeru, and the maximum population is 500. The function of the castle tower is not as good as that of the town center, and it can only be upgraded to level 3. The population limit is also low, but it is enough for the current Owen. In addition, the main reason why Owen chose to exchange for the castle tower was not this, but an attempt. Obviously his guess was right, because the world is different. The restrictions in this world are not high, and the restrictions on system redemption are low. This can be seen by Owen from the changes in the progress value required for redemption. And this attempt has proved his guess. If you were to summon Japanese-style buildings and troops in the original world, the required progress value would be at least 30 to 50% higher. And this is the original price. Unfortunately, the restrictions on technological items are still there. And there are also restrictions on the degree of mystery. The higher the degree of mystery, the greater the value-added value of the exchange price. Owen guessed that it was because the world was less mysterious and couldn't accommodate it. So there were restrictions. These are not problems. Owen is no longer the first brother, so the difficulty does not matter. As an ordinary soldier, he has the confidence to defeat the world. Moreover, the recruitment of the castle tower does not require progress points, but gold. It happened that Owen learned from those pirates that the resources in this world were very rich, especially gold and silver, which were enough to support consumption. What's more, he didn't need to mine, and it would be faster to plunder directly. Besides, the castle tower also has the ability to assimilate, so as long as he is given enough time, these are not problems. Chapter 160: A Shigeru and Pirates. After Owen returned, he found that Lao Rui was tying up the stunned savages with the pirates who had been forcibly awakened. When he saw Owen, he hurried over to salute. Even the pirates bowed their heads to show their obedience. After all, they were unknowingly. He fell to the ground. It was so scary that he didn't even know how he died. Bring these savages up, Owen ordered unceremoniously. Even though they were weak, these pirates still did not have the courage to oppose Owen's orders. Fortunately, the savages were small and thin, so they were not tiring to carry them. Owen led the group of pirates to bring the savages to the castle tower, and then rummaged through his space expansion pocket. Although they were surprised that such an exquisite building appeared on an island with only savages, neither Lao Rui nor the pirates had any intention of asking and just stayed aside. With the combination of magic potions and spells, and the fact that these savages were in a coma, Owen spent a small amount of progress points to convert these savages into the population of the castle tower. and then exchange some tools for these savages to cut down trees, collect stones, and prepare to build barracks. Witnessing Owen's ability to change people's hearts, these pirates all looked earth-colored.
Don't look! You are not worth it!
Owen knew what these pirates were thinking without looking up. So he said calmly. The almost humiliating words made these pirates, who had no bottom line, feel somewhat relieved. But they relaxed a little too early.
Although you are all a bunch of rubbish, you will still work under me. I will give you a mark to remember, so that you won't cause trouble to me.
Owen took out the wand he had not used for a long time, and called everyone by name. The green and ominous rays hit the chests of these pirates one by one. But no one dared to hide. Because along the way they had become very aware of how ruthless the new captain was, and how weird his methods were. If you die one more time, it will be difficult to hide and die. When Owen put away his wand, a brave pirate took off his clothes on his chest and discovered that there was a tattoo, or mark, where the green ray hit. Laurue could see that this was part of the pirate flag. He had 2 snake heads, and the other pirates only had 1 snake head. He immediately understood that his status was above those pirates, and the original panic disappeared immediately. Obviously status and rights are the best. Good medicine.
You guys should understand the function of the mark. So even if you use your life to prove your loyalty to me, don't use betrayal to test my skills.
Owen said expressionlessly, and then let the bones out. The pirates who braved the cold went to rest. After all, they still had value. Hundreds of Japanese farmers converted from savages quickly built the barracks overnight. This was mainly related to the simplicity of Japanese construction. Then, they entered the barracks and started training. There is no need to open up wasteland for farming. Irving can exchange a few points of progress value for materials that will last him a long time. What he needs now is efficiency. 3 days later, hundreds of Ashiguro armed with bamboo hats and bamboo spears walked out of the barracks. But soldiers were not enough. The Ashiguro transformed by these savages were not very smart, and Owen was not interested in leading these soldiers to catch the savages. So he used the progress points accumulated during this period to exchange for an Ashiguro general.
Just call me Tanaka,
Owen said nonchalantly to General Ashiguro, who was kneeling in front of him, his head almost buried in his knees.
Hi. My lord gave me the name. I am very grateful.
Tanaka kowtowed several times excitedly. And then under Owen's order, he took hundreds of Ashiguro to capture the savages. Tanaka's abilities were average, and he could deal with ordinary people. But he was not that good at dealing with the savages hiding in the mountains and forests. If the transformed Ashiguro were not all savages, it would not be an embarrassment, but heavy casualties. Owen didn't blame Tanaka because it didn't matter. He just sent the 3 new Shikigami out. With the help of the 3 new Shikigami, the process of capturing the savage was much smoother. Although he is a new Shikigami, it does not mean he is weak. Ao Oni's Oni gold rod can smash hard rocks, and the savage's wooden spear and stone axe can only break skin. So the only option is to run for his life when facing Ao Oni. Although the goat demon is not as powerful as the green ghost, its speed and agility far exceed that of humans. It is so elusive in the forest that it can harvest the heads of savages with a giant scythe more easily than mowing grass. As for the huge snake demon, as soon as it appeared, it was worshipped as a god by the savages, and they did not dare to resist at all. Soon Owen gained many prisoners, and then began to transform them. This is not as difficult as imagined, because the savages on the island are not monolithic, but divided into many tribes, and they have blood feuds with each other. There is no way. The island is so big. In order to compete for survival resources, if you don't fight hard, you will starve to death. But the more primitive one is, the simpler hatred becomes, especially when everything is based on survival. The so-called hatred is not important. Therefore, after being defeated and captured, as long as the winning tribe is willing to accept them, these savages will immediately switch sides and fight for the new tribe. Their minds are so simple, and as long as the heart agrees, the transformation will begin. So Owen can easily obtain a steady stream of manpower, with the ability to obtain a steady stream of human resources at no cost at all, and the fact that there was obviously no special existence beyond ordinary people's understanding in this world. Owen simply let go and filled the population limit in just a few days. After this period of observation, Owen found that Tanaka is not suitable for leading troops, because this guy's reaction is relatively slow and he easily misses the opportunity to fight. However, he is more careful, and he came up from Ashiguro step by step, so he can follow the subordinates. People got along well, and even the pirates praised him. So Owen asked him to organize farmers to farm. And this guy was very happy. Although Tanaka was not suitable to lead troops. And a Shigeru general with a progress value of 1 in 10 was nothing to Owen. And he recruited Matsushita and Watanabe one after another. Compared to Tanaka, who was born into a peasant family. Matsushita, who was born into a samurai family, was a very rigid person. But he fought very bravely, and was full of desire for military glory. So he took over the job of capturing savages. Watanabe's background was the worst. He didn't even have farmland. And he made a living by fishing. But he was a rare talent for water warfare. So Owen sent him to a sailboat to learn naval warfare from pirates. After this period of training, the pirates have regained their energy. And under the arrangement of Lao Rui, they have performed maintenance on the sailboat again, and are now waiting for Owen's orders. But Owen didn't worry, because the first batch of Shigeru were ready to advance. Arms can be upgraded. As long as you experience enough battles, you can gain stronger strength. For example, if you accumulate enough experience points, you can upgrade to spears, swords, bamboo bows, iron cannons, etc. level. The Chogun Shigeru uses bamboo spears that are over 3 meters tall. It is very useful in array battles, but it has no room for use in this world. The Katana Shigeru is a katana less than 1 meter in length. It has average lethality, and is quite effective on a ship. The bamboo bow Shigeru is useless. A nearly 2 meter long bamboo bow held by an Shigeru less than 1.5 meters tall is simply a living joke. And its role is completely negligible. Owen's focus is on the iron gun Shigeru. Because compared to hand-to-hand combat, the musket that all people are equal before the muzzle is more suitable for Shigeru, who do not have an advantage in size.